Chapter 1. Divine Selection. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar, in a quaint town named Boya, situated by the East Sea, a man was engaged in a vigorous exercise routine in an open square, accompanied by a group of eager children performing push-ups. Brother Karl, how are you so remarkable? You manage to do over 1,000 push-ups every day. Brother Karl, we aspire to be as formidable as you, so we can protect Boya Town. Brother Karl, I admire you so much. If you train daily like I do, you too can defeat pirates and become a hero of the town. Karl beamed with a charming smile, radiating warmth and approachability. The children around him chattered excitedly, and Karl reveled in their admiration. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within Karl's mind. Ding! The novice task of 300,000 push-ups has been completed. The divine selection system is officially activated. Upon hearing the activation sound of the system, Karl paused his exercises and flashed a smile that melted the hearts of the girls in Boya Town. After 5 years of traversing this world, I have finally completed this task. Indeed, Karl was not a native, he was a traveler from another realm. However, upon his arrival 5 years prior, he had found himself adrift at sea. Had it not been for the benevolent townspeople of Boya who rescued him, he would have undoubtedly become the most unfortunate traveler, succumbing to the depths of the ocean from the very start. Like many others who had crossed over, Karl was granted a system upon his arrival. Yet the system informed him that he must first complete a novice trial selection task to unlock the divine selection system. Thus, he opted for the arduous challenge of 300,000 push-ups, a feat he accomplished after 5 long years. Although there were 2 other options available, being reborn as a girl or randomly losing a physical ability, those choices were hardly appealing. Fortunately, the completion of 300,000 push-ups had greatly strengthened Karl's physique, enabling him to fend off several unclaimed pirates threatening Boya Town. Since then, Karl had become a beloved figure in the town. Over the years, he also learned that he had arrived in the world of One Piece, a revelation that both astonished and motivated him to train even harder. In a world teeming with monsters, one must possess a certain level of strength merely to survive. Now, let me delve into how this system operates. That a system that took so long to activate must surely be of great utility. With that, Karl opened the system panel. However, aside from the personal attributes panel, he found no additional functionalities, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Thus, he proceeded to examine his attributes panel. Attributes panel. Name, Karl. Strength, F. Agility, F. Mentality, G. Stamina, E. Ability, military boxing, G. Note, the average attributes of an ordinary adult male are G. Karl couldn't help but twitch his lips in disappointment. After years of diligent training, his attributes were only marginally superior to those of an average adult male. As for military boxing, it was merely a self-defense technique he had learned in his past life. Help. There is a man with a severed leg causing a disturbance at the port. Hurry and assist. Suddenly, a member of the town's militia shouted, prompting all the adult men of Boya Town to grab their farming tools and rush towards the scene. Karl had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, there were always some troublemaking pirates looking for mischief. However, given Boya Town's remote location, notorious pirates rarely deemed it worthy of their attention, allowing the townsfolk to live relatively peaceful lives. As Karl ambled over, he spotted a familiar yellow figure. Yet, he was abruptly taken aback by the system's notification. Ding. A dying golden lion has been detected. The Supreme Choice system has been activated. Option 1. Assist the golden lion in plundering the town to gain his favor, becoming his most trusted subordinate and apprentice. Option 2. Remain indifferent, allowing him and the townspeople to fend for themselves, earning the title of indifferent and cruel, which would increase all personal attributes by 200%. Option 3. Eliminate the golden lion to randomly acquire some of his abilities. To his astonishment, it was none other than the legendary golden lion Shiki causing the chaos at the port. Karl had not anticipated that the instigator of the disturbance would be such a notorious figure. The system indicated that the golden lion was on the brink of death, merely struggling for survival. This could be my opportunity. Karl understood the gravity of the choices presented to him. Yet, before he could make a decision, chaos erupted once more at the port. He witnessed numerous residents of Boya Town being swept away by a powerful gust, crashing to the ground. It was evidently the result of the golden lion's devil fruit ability. Cough, cough. You worthless fools, listen closely. I am the golden lion Shiki, the great pirate of these seas. I command you to fetch me the finest medicine, the best ship, and the most skilled ship doctor. Otherwise, cough, cough, otherwise, you shall all perish. The golden lion spoke in a halting manner, interrupted by fits of coughing, each spasm expelling blood. It was clear that he was at his last gasp, unable to endure much longer. Karl, having heard his words, resolutely chose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired some of the Golden Lion's abilities. Feeling the flow of power coursing through his veins, a manifestation of the float fruit's abilities, Karl smiled faintly. Had it not been for these townsfolk saving him at the beginning of his journey, he would have perished long ago. Karl murmured to himself before striding forward with purpose. Everyone stand back. I shall handle this pirate. It's Lord Karl. Lord Karl has arrived. He will surely teach him a lesson. Karl, be careful. This man is treacherous. He can blow people away. It's truly terrifying. The surrounding residents, intimidated by the Golden Lion's fierce demeanor and his earlier display of power, dared not approach. Yet, Karl knew that the Golden Lion was merely a shadow of his former self, vulnerable and easily vanquished. The legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, once the terror of the seas, resorted to severing his own legs to escape from impelled down, yet now finds himself in such a pitiable state. Karl's eyes brimmed with disdain. Although Shiki was a formidable pirate of a bygone era, he now teetered on the brink of death, posing no threat whatsoever. Is it not that straw hat kid? How could I fall into such depths? Cough, cough. Since you recognize me, young one, do not waste time rescue me at once. If you succeed, you shall be the vice captain of the Flying Sky Pirates. It is indeed a tempting offer, Karl chuckled, stepping closer to Shiki, brandishing the weapons. Kuroki and Sakura, 10, what do you intend to do? Shiki's eyes widened in alarm as he waved his hands, summoning a colossal whirlwind. Karl merely smiled, unleashing the powers he had acquired from Shiki himself. Kuroki and Sakura, 10, pierced through Shiki's body without hindrance. P.S. As a newcomer, I humbly request your support and comments. Chapter 2. Preparing to set sail. Accompanied by the sound of dual blades striking the ground, Shiki fell to the earth, his eyes filled with resentment. Karl gasped for breath, his heart racing wildly. Though choosing to seize Shiki's powers was imminent, he exerted every ounce of strength, wary of potential last-ditch retaliation from the dying pirate. Despite being on the verge of death, Shiki remained a formidable figure, renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger. Caution was imperative in such circumstances. Fearing Shiki might linger, Karl summoned his abilities once more, retracting Kuroki and Sakura 10, and swiftly crossed them to deliver a fatal blow to Shiki's neck. Thus, Shiki the Golden Lion was severed from his head, a gruesome scene that left the adults around feeling uneasy, while children gazed on with rapt fascination. Thank you so much, Karl. We truly had no idea what we would do without you. Karl brother is the strongest, truly explosive in his might. Lord Karl is so handsome, how I wish to marry him. Lord Karl, despite the sanguinary tableau, the townsfolk were moved by his bravery. They had grown accustomed to Karl's protection and reveled in the safety he provided. However, Karl remained largely indifferent to their adulation. He instructed others to handle the body, sealing it in a special coffin for future reward collection. Next, he sought out the village's finest blacksmith, entrusting him with Kuroki and Sakura 10 for thorough restoration. Having been used as legs by Shiki, the grip of the weapons had suffered some corrosion. If left unaddressed, it would severely affect handling. This was not a matter of sharpening the blades, merely mending the grips, and the local blacksmith was more than capable. Thus, amid the cheers of the townspeople, Karl returned to his abode, reflecting, I never anticipated encountering the Golden Lion so soon after the system's activation. Based on his words, it seems he was defeated by Luffy and ended up here. How unfortunate. Karl shook his head and then opened his attributes panel, his eyes brightening with discovery. He realized he had not only acquired the abilities of the Golden Lion, but also saw an enhancement in his attributes. Attributes panel. Name, Karl. Strength, E. Agility, E. Spirit, F. Stamina, D. Abilities, Military Fist, G. Float fruit, no side effects. Armament Hockey. Mastered. Observation Hockey mastered. Conqueror's Hockey partially mastered. Dual wielding, Note 1. Hockey is classified into semi-mastered, mastered, proficient, adept, and perfect levels. Note 2. Due to the Golden Lion being on the brink of death, the abilities acquired by the host are those of the Golden Lion just before his demise. Note 3. All abilities obtained by the system come with absolutely no side effects. No wonder my mastery of Hockey is so low and my attributes aren't impressive. It turns out to be this way. However, the lack of side effect from the Devil Fruit powers is indeed a blessing, allowing me to cast aside worries about seawater and sea prism stone. Yet, this secret must remain hidden from others. Karl stroked his chin and shifted his gaze to the neatly packed belongings. According to his plan, after completing his push-up task over the next few days, he would depart from Boa Town. While the town's simple folk had grown fond of him, a man should not be tethered to one place, He intended to venture out into the vast sea, especially now that he had gained the abilities of the float fruit. As long as he did not encounter those top-tier strongholds, there was little to fear. Next, I should join the Navy. Being a pirate is utterly unexciting. Living in constant dread the Navy seems far more appealing. Becoming a member of the Navy was a decision Karl had made from the outset. In this world, if one wished to wander alone, possessing strength was essential. Until he attained a certain level of power, joining the Navy was the most prudent choice. Though he had gained the powers of the float fruit, he did not consider himself invincible. This was a world teeming with monsters. His current strength was hardly noteworthy. Subsequently, Karl made his way to the harbor dock to retrieve the small boat he had reserved for a year and loaded his belongings aboard. Once the repairs on the driftwood and Sakura 10 were complete, he would leave Boa Town, where he had resided for 5 years. It is somewhat hard apart, considering I've been here for 5 years, Karl sighed, pushing such thoughts aside before returning home for a good night's rest. The following morning, Karl collected the driftwood and Sakura 10 from the blacksmith. As he reached for his money, the blacksmith waved his hand, smiling warmly. Lord Karl, you need not worry about the payment. You have never owed me anything and have often taken care of my business. I heard last night that you are leaving. So this repair is my gift to you as a farewell present. Upon hearing the blacksmith's words, Karl felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, sir. I will think of you once I set sail. Karl secured the dry wood and the cherry blossom sword at his waist, striding confidently down the street. The townsfolk emerged to bid him farewell, their fondness for him evident in their reluctance to see him go. However, Karl's resolve was unwavering. He could not remain in Boya Town indefinitely. The children appeared somewhat disheartened, while the young maidens felt an inexplicable void, as if something precious had been lost. As Karl made his way to the harbor, he was escorted by well-wishers. Just as he was about to board his small vessel, a sudden horn blared from a distance. A colossal naval warship unexpectedly appeared in this secluded stretch of sea. Recognizing the size of the ship and the flag it bore, Karl discerned that it belonged to the naval headquarters far grander than any vessel from the naval division. Simultaneously, those aboard the naval ship noticed the unusual scene unfolding below. Curiosity piqued, they approached, inadvertently obstructing Karl's departure. I am Rear Admiral Squirrel from the naval headquarters. Might I inquire if any of you have seen this individual? Though curiosity motivated their arrival, duty remained paramount. Rear Admiral Squirrel descended from a ship, his demeanor surprisingly approachable rather than haughty, which endeared him to the townspeople. Isn't this the pirate that Lord Karl dispatched yesterday? Let me take a look indeed. It is he. Admiral, this pirate has already been dealt with by Lord Karl. There is no need for your search. The villagers chattered excitedly, leaving Rear Admiral Squirrel wide-eyed as he turned to the Karl they had presented. Incredulity filled the eyes of the Admiral and the surrounding naval officers. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Did you truly slay him?" Karl nodded, gesturing to the peculiar coffin with a smile. Absolutely genuine. Chapter 3. Rear Admiral Squirrel. Rear Admiral Squirrel's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a legendary pirate could meet his end at the hands of this seemingly insignificant individual. Even gravely wounded, the likes of the Golden Lion were not easily vanquished. Yet, Karl's enigmatic smile and the villagers' enthusiastic testimonies left him in a state of uncertainty. Very well, please open this coffin. I must verify its contents. Of course, but I have a condition, Karl replied, approaching the coffin and tapping it lightly twice. Rear Admiral Squirrel furrowed his brow and casually remarked, "If it is true, I assure you, the bounty will not be lacking." "Thank you, but I am aware that the Navy will not abscond with such a reward. My condition is not about the bounty. I wish to enlist in the Navy." Karl stated his intention directly, prompting a frown from Rear Admiral Squirrel. He initially intended to decline Karl's request, urging him to follow the proper channels for registration. However, Karl discerned the hesitation of General Squirrel and directly utilized his abilities to levitate the coffin. Is this the power of the float fruit? As one of the seasoned admirals, General Squirrel was well aware of the manifestations of the float fruit's capabilities. Karl nonchalantly nodded, gesturing for him to observe the wooden coffin. Following Karl's gaze, General Squirrel indeed beheld the corpse of the Golden Lion, which sent a jolt of shock through him. "Well, having seen it, I can hand over the body to you. Now, can you fulfill my request? Are you a user of the float fruit?" "Just luck, really," Karl replied with a smile, refraining from disclosing the origins of his powers. General Squirrel did not pursue the matter further. When a devil fruit user perishes, the devil fruit randomly reincarnates onto the nearest fruit to the corpse. If fortune smiles upon one, it is indeed possible to find oneself reborn beside a corpse. Such occurrences are not without precedent. Thus he remained unconcerned. However, he must carefully contemplate the conditions set forth by the other party. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Karl, a resident of Boya Town. My lifelong aspiration has been to serve in the Navy, and today I fortuitously encountered you, the esteemed General Weasel. I cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. Do you recognize me? Certainly. I am well aware of your illustrious reputation as a venerable Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters and a formidable swordsman, whose prowess is highly regarded within the Navy. A powerhouse like you serves as my inspiration. If you doubt my dedication, feel free to inquire of others. I train diligently each day in pursuit of my dream to become a sailor. Karl maintained a composed demeanor as he performed on stage. Were this world to bestow the title of Best Actor, Karl would undoubtedly sweep every accolade. We can attest that his grand aspiration is to join the Navy. Indeed. Each day, Karl diligently engages in rigorous training. His brother Karl manages to complete no fewer than 1,000 push-ups daily, and we can all bear witness to this. The surrounding residents chimed in at the opportune moment. Faced with such a scenario, General Mole found himself at a loss for a decision. It was then that he noticed the two exquisite blades at Karl's waist. Are those the dry wood and cherry blossom? Do you also wield a sword? Mere trifles. Hardly worthy of mention. Karl waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. However, General Squirrel became intrigued. If we engage in a friendly contest, and you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall make an exception and recommend you for the Navy. Really? Upon hearing General Squirrel's concession, Karl felt a weight lift from his heart. To be honest, he had little confidence in persuading General Squirrel to let him join the Navy. Yet, the current outcome was agreeable to both parties. Furthermore, Karl was exceedingly confident in his own abilities. All Navy personnel, stand by to protect the surrounding residents and retreat 1,000 meters. Understood. Observing the residents and Navy pulling back to a safe distance, Karl and General Squirrel readied themselves for the forthcoming duel. You are Karl, correct? Use all your strength to withstand my 3 strikes and prove your worthiness for my exception. As he spoke, General Squirrel unleashed an overwhelming aura of power. In an instant, the winds surged tumultuously around the harbor. General Squirrel drew his sword in a flash, delivering a swift and fierce slash that hurtled forth. Bring it on. With a flush of vitality on his face, Karl raised his hand, summoning the withered wood and cherry blossom to his grasp. He crossed his dual blades, exerting all his strength to counter the strike of the Weasel General. This blow forced him to retreat 2 meters, yet he remained unscathed. The first move. Karl smiled and gestured for the flying squirrel to continue. Humph. Here comes the second move. The flying squirrel's aura surged once more, and in an instant, a swift slash, even faster than before, appeared before Karl. How astonishingly rapid. As Karl beheld the imminent slash before him, he exerted a tremendous force with both hands. In an instant, a formidable vortex of air was conjured, forcefully driving the strike into the ground. The clash of these 2 powers resulted in a vast rift tearing through the earth between them. Witnessing this spectacle, General Squirrel finally set aside his dismissive attitude and instead felt a semblance of admiration. Truly, the prowess of the float fruit is remarkable. While the float fruit is indeed powerful, should one not also commend its wielder? If I were not formidable, what use would the strength of the float fruit serve? Karl wore a face that seemed to beckon admiration, utterly shameless. Admiral Weasel's mouth twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that Karl would possess such audacity. However, he had to concede that Karl's capabilities were indeed formidable. With commendable swordsmanship and strength, complemented by the powers of the float fruit, Admiral Weasel could no longer guarantee that he would defeat Karl in a short span of time. Thus, he had resolved to enlist Karl into the Navy. If such a person were to become an adversary, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for the Navy. Prepare yourself for my 3rd strike, my full-powered assault. Although Admiral Weasel had already decided to recruit him, his fighting spirit had ignited. He was determined not to hold back on this attack. Sky slash, Admiral Weasel bellowed. And in an instant, he vanished before Karl's eyes. Realizing his opponent had suddenly disappeared, Karl exclaimed in alarm and immediately activated his observation haki. He quickly raised his gaze, enveloping his hands in armament haki, as the air around him surged violently. With a thunderous roar, the ground around them began to crack. The turbulent air formed a tempest, disorienting the onlooking Navy personnel and residents alike. Lord Karl, Brother Karl, will he be all right? What is happening? Is the Navy truly intent on killing Brother Karl? The residents of Boya Town widened their eyes at this spectacle, completely unable to discern what was transpiring. The storm obscured their vision, and all they wished to know was whether Karl lived or perished. In stark contrast to their concerns, the Navy soldiers who had followed Admiral Weasel for quite some time understood his strength well. They had not anticipated that this young man before them would possess such power, able to withstand Admiral Weasel's assault. This revelation left them agape, their mouths hanging open as if they could fit an apple inside. Chapter 4. Board the ship. Ha ha ha. What a thrill, what sheer delight. The little pirates of the East Blue are woefully weak. Having spent nearly a month here, no one has compelled me to unleash my full strength. What a pleasure. Admiral Weasel laughed heartily, his navy cloak now reduced to tatters on the ground. It was evident that he too had sustained a counterattack from that previous strike. Meanwhile, Karl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and could not help but shake his head. So, you wish to kill me? Karl sheathed his weapon, feeling somewhat speechless. The recent strike had caused a subtle tremor throughout the entire Boja town. The port was now in disarray, with nearby structures even collapsing. Fortunately, the Weasel Association would provide compensation to the residents. The full-force attack from General Weasel was indeed formidable. One might even say it epitomized the pinnacle of the mid-ranking general's prowess. Karl, too, had to exert himself fully to avoid being genuinely killed. However, the sudden ambush by General Weasel caught Karl off guard, resulting in his injury. Had a genuine confrontation ensued, Karl was confident he could have held his ground. My strength is approximately at the level of a junior general, still a tad short of that of a mid-ranking general, yet it is commendable, especially considering I have only just acquired my abilities. Karl murmured softly, gaining a rough understanding of his own capabilities and the rank he occupied. New recruit Karl. Stop dawdling and bring your spoils aboard the ship. Ah, yes, I am coming. Upon hearing the words of Admiral Squirrel, Karl was immediately elated, and he swiftly utilized his abilities to transport the coffin onto the naval vessel. The surrounding Navy personnel, previously harboring a sense of disdain, now brimmed with respect. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses power, the respect of others is assured. In the battle between Karl and the Flying Squirrel, although it lasted merely 3 exchanges, the naval officers believed themselves incapable of withstanding even 3 moves from the Flying Squirrel. Thus, even before Karl officially became a member of the Navy, he had already garnered considerable admiration from numerous naval soldiers. Karl bid farewell to the townsfolk and embarked on a naval warship towards the naval headquarters. The purpose of Rear Admiral Squirrel's visit was to apprehend the legendary Golden Lion who had recently appeared in the vicinity. Initially, he was merely patrolling the East China Sea. But upon receiving intelligence that the Straw Hat Kid had managed to defeat the Golden Lion using the weather, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death, he decided to investigate the situation, hoping to seize an opportunity. After receiving this explanation, Karl scratched his head in disbelief, astonished by his own fortune that the location where the Golden Lion had fallen was none other than Boya town. Fortunately, the Golden Lion was in a near-death state. Otherwise, Karl would have had little confidence in his ability to vanquish such a formidable opponent. Karl, may I pose a question to you? Whom did you learn your observation hockey and armament hockey from? Hockey. Learn? Rear Admiral, what are you talking about? I must admit, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Karl scratched his head, feigning complete incomprehension. He was aware that his prowess could not be concealed, yet it was merely of the rudimentary level. Even if discovered, it mattered not. In this vast ocean, numerous formidable individuals had awakened their own abilities and honed them through self-study. Thus, as long as he pretended not to understand, others would be at a loss regarding him. Another extraordinary being. To have awakened such abilities by oneself was indeed enviable. Admiral Squirrel shook his head and, with a tone of admiration, explained to Karl. He had encountered many prodigies and anomalies, yet the chasm between genius and monster was vast. All the admirals were undoubtedly exceptional talents, powerful in strength and high in aptitude. However, the current 3 admirals were genuine monstrosities. These 3 possessed not only strength that surpassed others by a level, but also an uncanny ability to master certain powers without formal training. In his eyes, Karl harbored the potential to become such a monster. Yet, Karl remained oblivious to Admiral Squirrel's musings. He was solely preoccupied with the desire for a hearty meal. The battle with Admiral Squirrel had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Thus, he consumed a quantity of food sufficient for 10 individuals before feeling satisfied. From that day forward, he earned the title of a glutton, though he paid it no mind. For the past 5 years, he had consistently performed 1,500, even 2,000 push-ups daily, which consumed vast amounts of energy, leading to his prodigious appetite. New recruit. I have reported your situation to the esteemed Marshal. The Marshal remarked that you are quite impressive, a promising talent, and thus has exceptionally placed you in the Navy elite training camp. I suppose this fulfills your aspirations, doesn't it? Aha. Following the battles of the day, the rapport between Admiral Squirrel and Karl had significantly strengthened. Admiral Squirrel was approachable, enjoying jesting, drinking, and playing cards with the soldiers. Karl naturally would not reject him. Well, it's not too bad. I thought they would directly grant me a military rank and make me a formal member of the Navy. Ha ha ha, don't overthink it. Just join the training camp and dedicate a few months to rigorous training, which will serve to embellish your credentials. The seas are relatively peaceful now, and newly recruited sailors cannot immediately attain ranks unless they achieve significant merits. Isn't killing the Golden Lion a considerable achievement? Do not be disheartened. You merely dispatched a dying Golden Lion. However, rest assured, your bounty will not be diminished in the slightest. If the Admiral dares to shortchange you, I shall personally compensate you. By the way, Karl, I have another question. Since you possess the powers of the float fruit, can you not simply carry us back to naval headquarters? Are you trying to exhaust me? Upon hearing Vice Admiral Mongoose' words, Karl widened his eyes, his expression clearly indicating disbelief. Although he inherited the powers of the Golden Lion, at that time, the Golden Lion was merely in a dying state. While the fruit's abilities were perfectly inherited, his physical prowess had not been significantly passed down, and the fruit's powers do require physical stamina. Flying from here to naval headquarters is feasible for him alone. However, transporting a ship would drain him completely in just 3 days. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Humph. Karl chuckled softly as he returned to his room, preparing to indulge in slumber. The Dormouse observed Karl's departing figure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Though Karl was merely a novice at present, he firmly believed that with his innate talent and prowess, it would not be long before he emerged as a formidable figure renowned across the seas. He had encountered numerous beings of such caliber. Thus, establishing a rapport in advance was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had just concluded a conversation via the transponder snail. Beside him, Garp munched on Sabay, brazenly eavesdropping. Ha ha, that old rascal, the Golden Lion, would never have imagined that he would fall to an obscure individual in his twilight years. Truly, he has encountered the worst of luck. Sengoku chuckled. Humph. The Golden Lion has brought this upon himself, yet this newcomer shows promise. He withstood the full force of the Dormouse's strike, exhibiting considerable potential. Sengoku stroked his beard, then noticed Garp indulging himself, his hand reaching for the handle of Sengoku's drawer. His eyes widening in alarm. Garp, are you about to pilfer my donuts again? Ha ha ha. I haven't taken any yet. Why not share? Get away. Those are my midnight snacks. Chapter 5. The Initial Battle at Sea. How far are we from the doldrums? Report to Rear Admiral Dormouse. We shall reach the doldrums tonight. Excellent. Inform all crew members that we will set sail for the warship tonight, and ensure they are prepared to confront the Sea Kings at any moment. Understood. As the orders were disseminated, the messenger relayed the information to everyone aboard. Karl was naturally among them. He had not anticipated that in merely 2 days, the warship would reach the doldrums. The naval vessel's sailing speed surpassed his expectations. How intriguing, isn't it? Your town's ships certainly do not boast such velocity, do they? Admiral Squirrel, noticing Karl's astonishment, approached with a teasing remark. Karl nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed not anticipated this. If it were my own small vessel, traversing such a distance would undoubtedly require at least 5 days, or rather, it should be 10 days. Karl contemplated for a moment and ultimately had to concede that the speed of naval vessels is unparalleled by ordinary ships. Allow me to be candid with you. The Navy possesses technology that is utterly absent elsewhere, enabling them to double their sailing speed. Therefore, you need not be astonished, in due course, as your rank ascends. You too shall command such a vessel. Major General Weasel patted Karl on the shoulder, only to elicit a wry smile in response. Is this meant to be a consolation? Well, let us assume it is. With an effortless demeanor, Major General Weasel settled beside Karl, devoid of any airs. Just as Karl was about to inquire about the internal affairs of the Navy, a scout dashed out in a flurry. Report, Major General. We have spotted a pirate ship 3,000 meters away. Oh? Which pirate crew do they belong to? Reporting to the Major General, it is the White Wave pirate crew, offering a bounty of 15 million. After the defeat of the Click pirate crew, they have become the most formidable pirates in the East Sea. Excellent. Now, set our course for full speed and pursue them. Upon hearing the report, Weasel's expression sharpened, his aura transforming into one of icy resolve. A stark contrast to his earlier amiability. Weasel then turned his gaze towards Karl, a smile gracing his face. Karl, do you not desire merit and a swift elevation in rank? Seize this opportunity, capture this pirate crew, and I shall advocate for you to join my ship. Major General Weasel held Karl's potential in high regard, having contemplated this matter over the past few days, reluctant to let Karl slip away. If Karl remained aboard his vessel, he would gain a formidable ally. However, he kept this thought to himself, merely replaying it in his mind. Since the Major General holds me in such esteem, I shall not be modest. This achievement shall be mine. A mere 15 million bounty on a pirate crew is hardly a concern for either Karl or Weasel. Any sailor aboard this ship possesses the capability to independently vanquish this band of pirates. Allowing Karl to engage is merely a means to accrue merit for him. Karl stretched languidly and activated the powers of the float fruit, soaring gracefully through the air. Meanwhile, the band of pirates remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over them. They were still reveling in their spoils. Aha, lads. That village we raided was truly wealthy. I never expected to find over 10 million berries. One exclaimed. Indeed. Who would have thought that the village chief's home would harbor such riches? We've struck gold this time. Another chimed in. With this fortune, I'll be able to take a beautiful wife and have a plump baby. He laughed heartily. Don't be ridiculous. That money belongs to the captain. A beautiful wife and a chubby child are also the captain's. Came the standard sycophantic retort, eliciting a comfortable chuckle from the others. He nodded and raised his hand. Grinning. Ha ha ha. Now that we're wealthy, it's time to find a place to truly enjoy ourselves. How about we head to Lowtown? I've heard the White Hunter Smoker has gone to the Grand Line, and no one can restrain us now. Agreed. I'm in. Let us follow the captain. Woohoo. Little did they know, their opportunity to revel was about to be snatched away. As the White Wave pirates reveled in their excitement, a chilling voice cut through the air, capturing their attention. Which scoundrel dares to disturb me? Do you wish for death? White Wave scanned the surroundings, yet found no one in sight. However, his crew was filled with dread. One of the sycophants tugged at White Wave's sleeve, pointing skyward. Sea Captain, look up. What is up? Could the enemy possibly be flying? White Wave scoffed, but upon glancing upward, he was met with the sight of Karl, arms crossed. His piercing gaze fixed upon them from the sky. His countenance was darkened by anger. This was precisely why he detested pirates. These ruffians engaged in rampant destruction and plunder. Even the Marines, as lackeys of the celestial dragons, were less loathsome than pirates. The chaos of this era could largely be attributed to the brigands. Of course, the celestial dragons were not blameless either. Karl harbored disdain for them as well. Yet, in comparison to the grotesque oppression of the celestial dragons, he found the murderous and unscrupulous nature of pirates far more abhorrent. Thus, without uttering another word, he merely flicked his fingers, and the wooden constructs, Kuroki and Sakura 10, surged forth towards the White Wave pirates under his command. Without any suspense, Karl did not even need to engage personally, merely by manipulating Kuroki and Sakura 10. He decimated the pirates with ease. His overwhelming strength plunged them into profound despair. Some pirates, in a desperate bid for survival, leapt into the sea, but Karl did not pursue them further. In such waters, jumping overboard was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Sword, is that a sword flying? A monster. This is a monster. Kid, who exactly are you? The remaining members of the White Wave pirate crew are clinging on with great difficulty. These are the few pirates from the White Wave crew who have bounties on their heads, signifying their considerable strength. Especially notable is their captain, who has thwarted several assaults. However, he bears numerous wounds as well. Humph. You inquire about my identity? Karl chuckled lightly, indifferent as he raised his right hand. I am merely a naval enthusiast driven by curiosity. As he spoke, Karl clenched his right hand with force. In an instant, the speed of the blades, Dry Wood and Sakura 10, surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the two renowned swords pierced the heart of the White Wave. Subsequently, Karl commanded Drywood and Sakura 10 to mercilessly slay the remaining pirates, leaving not a single one alive. In his eyes, these pirates deserved their fate. After dealing with these foes, Karl descended onto the deck, caressing the ship as he infused his power into every corner before promptly transporting the vessel back. His actions did not go unnoticed by the Weasel, who observed him closely. His decisive and unhesitant approach reflected a strong-willed demeanor, yet he was remarkably easygoing with his comrades. Such a person is someone I must keep by my side. Chapter 6. The Straw Hat Pirates. Admiral, What shall we do with this ship? Upon Karl's return with the vessel, he inquired of the Dormouse what should be done next. The Dormouse furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenge ahead. They were on the brink of traversing the doldrums, where maneuvering the ship would prove difficult. You must unload everything inside, and then notify the nearby naval base to come and take possession of this ship, as you command. In response to the orders, several naval personnel sprang into action, swiftly accomplishing the tasks at hand in no time. Karl, feeling a touch of boredom, soared into the sky, scanning for other pirates to hone his skills on. The previous skirmish had ended in a swift victory, and he had barely exerted a fraction of his power, leaving him unfulfilled. However, given the scarcity of pirates in the East Sea, encountering two in a single day seemed a formidable challenge. Haha, Karl, don't linger in the sky. There are no pirates around. You should come down, chuckled Rear Admiral Squirrel, to which Karl could only respond with a sigh of resignation. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with recognition as he spotted a very familiar pirate ship not far away. Is that the Thousand Sunny? Ding. The Thousand Sunny has been detected. The Divine Selection System has been activated. Choice 1. Join the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon completion, the host shall be rewarded with the title of Vice Captain and acquire the Navy's Rokushiki. Choice 2. Pretend not to see and wait for the ship to vanish from sight. The host shall gain the admiration of Garp and become his disciple. Choice 3. Capture Monkey D. Luffy alive. Upon completion, the host's attributes will be enhanced by 2 levels. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Karl's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted down to Rear Admiral Squirrel. There's another pirate ship ahead. It appears to be the Straw Hat Pirates. I'll be right back. Without a moment's hesitation, Karl chose the third option. The first 2 choices held little value for him. Among the Navy's Rokushiki, the most useful techniques were shave and moonwalk. However, his speed was already considerable, and he could fly, rendering the Rokushiki unnecessary. As for becoming Garp's disciple, while it sounded enticing, Karl felt no need for such a title with his current strength. As long as he continued to trigger the system's selections, he would only grow stronger. There was no need to act according to others' opinions, even if that person was the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp. Wait, Karl, come back. Rear Admiral Squirrel called out from below, exuding a sense of urgency. Quickly, show me what this Straw Hat Pirates crew is all about. Why yes, Rear Admiral. It seems that this Luffy is, the messenger faltered, allowing Rear Admiral Squirrel to examine the information himself. After glancing at the bounty and name, Squirrel's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression turned somewhat unnatural. What a coincidence. To encounter Garp's grandson here. Hurry, advance at full speed. We must not allow Luffy to perish here. Witnessing Karl's decisive actions, Squirrel had to act quickly. If Luffy were to die, Garp would surely go mad. He was now filled with anxiety, fearing that Karl might inadvertently eliminate Luffy. Otherwise, he too would face dire consequences. Unbeknownst to the flying squirrel, the task chosen by Karl was merely to capture the opponent alive. He had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, within the Straw Hat Pirates, a joyous banquet was underway. Usopp, with a beaming smile, brandished a newspaper to showcase to the others. Haha, the fellow we defeated a few days ago truly was a notorious pirate. Look at what it says here. The legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion Shiki, who was once renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard, has been slain by the Navy. Isn't this the same old man who was bested by our captain? Humph. I never imagined the Navy would steal the glory, just like when Luffy triumphed over Crocodile. Zoro, casually holding a toothpick, cast a cold glance toward the sky. Yet, as he looked up, his expression suddenly froze, and he swiftly grasped his weapon and stood up. Everyone, take heed. Someone is approaching from the sky. What? Someone is flying towards us. How is that possible? Could it be that they possess the powers of a Logia fruit? Upon hearing Zoro's words, everyone present was taken aback. They had encountered numerous fruit users before, and most of the Logia types had the ability to fly. Thus, they instinctively assumed that the individual approaching them was also a Logia fruit user. I am fortunate indeed to have encountered the infamous Straw Hat Luffy. With a bounty of 100 million, this is quite a significant achievement. Karl chuckled softly as he descended onto the deck of the Sunshine, refraining from immediate confrontation. Although the Straw Hat Pirates possessed a certain level of strength, they were merely on par with that of a captain at most, potentially reaching the rank of a commander. Any moderately capable rear admiral from the headquarters could easily overpower them. Hence, he harbored no concerns regarding any imminent threat from them. Who are you? Have you come to rob us? Nami inquired first, to which Karl responded with a smile and a gentle shake of his head. Employing his powers to manipulate Kuroki and Sakura-ten, I am a Navy officer, and I am here to apprehend individuals. Before his words fully resonated, Kuroki and Sakura 10 surged forth, their trajectory aimed squarely at Luffy. In response, Zoro and Sanji leaped forward simultaneously, striking the two renowned swords away. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, they recognized the blades as belonging to the infamous Golden Lion. These are the swords of the Golden Lion. How did you come to possess them? Zoro exclaimed, astonished, while Karl remained unfazed. What is so surprising about it? I vanquished the Golden Lion. His possessions are now my spoils. Is there an issue with that? What? Upon hearing Karl's declaration, Zoro and the others gasped in shock, realizing that the figure mentioned in the newspapers was indeed him. Ha! Regardless of who he may be, all of you step back and leave him to me, Luffy declared, adjusting his straw hat with a grin as he stepped forward. Daring to board my ship, I will personally send him flying. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and the others took a step back, yet they remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. Karl couldn't help but find Luffy's unwavering confidence rather amusing. Monkey D. Luffy, you truly embody the legendary influence of the Navy. Being the grandson of Monkey D, Garp certainly adds to your audacity. Oh, you know my grandfather? I am acquainted with him, though he may not be familiar with me. Thus, I shall ensure he gets to know me quite well. Karl's gaze sharpened considerably. With a mere flourish of his hands, the entire ship ascended into the air instantaneously. Witnessing this familiar scene, even Luffy could not help but adopt a more solemn demeanor. They had only recently encountered this extraordinary ability. How could this be possible? Why do you possess his power? Nami exclaimed in disbelief. Karl smiled faintly, forcefully casting the ship into the sea. Luffy and his companions were utterly powerless to resist, clinging tightly to the mast to withstand the impact of the vessel's plunge into the ocean. Moments later, the Thousand Sunny crashed into the water, with only the hull remaining afloat. It was only at this juncture that Karl softly addressed Nami's inquiry, attributing it to mere luck. Chapter 7. Capture and Arrest. In Karl's eyes, all pirates were fundamentally the same. Even someone like Luffy, who bore the banner of an adventurer, could be succinctly described as a group of individuals disrupting societal order. Although they had performed numerous commendable deeds, enhancing Karl's perception of them, a pirate remained a pirate. In dealing with ordinary pirates, Karl would opt for immediate extermination. However, when it came to someone like Luffy, who had demonstrated benevolence, he would still take action, albeit with restraint, refraining from outright killing them. Otherwise, his earlier strike would not have merely sent the ship into the sea, but would have disassembled it entirely. There was no doubt that the float fruit possessed such capabilities. The flamboyant Golden Lion acted with such audacity because he had the means to do so. Karl's physical strength was limited, and naturally, he aimed to utilize his best efforts where they mattered most. However, the next scene unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. The Thousand Sunny, for reasons unknown, inexplicably reversed its course. The entire Straw Hat Pirates crew emerged largely unscathed. Even the ability users were merely temporarily weakened, not seriously harmed. Clearly, they had devised a strategy to counter the powers of the float fruit. Damn it, I must send you flying, Luffy exclaimed with frustration, leaping to confront Karl in a desperate attempt to settle the score. Yet, Usopp intervened. Don't act rashly, Luffy. There's a Navy warship approaching us from behind. We can still escape, but once the Navy arrives, we'll have no chance. Upon hearing Usopp's warning, the crew became acutely aware of the Navy vessel drawing near at an alarming speed. Damn it, I really want to knock that bastard away. Luffy persisted in his discontent, but was restrained by his comrades. Luffy, you must not act impulsively, otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Exactly. Frankie, activate the coup de vent. Leave it to me, Frankie bellowed, successfully charging the coup de vent, ready to unleash its power in an instant. However, Karl was quicker, appearing before Luffy in the blink of an eye. Zoro and Sanji positioned themselves in front of Luffy, but Karl effortlessly swatted them aside as if they were mere insects, devoid of any resistance. Bastard, I will send you flying, Luffy declared, entering gear second. Gum. Gatling. He unleashed one of his most formidable moves. Yet, Karl merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction. With his observation haki, he could perceive the trajectory of Luffy's every attack, easily evading them. I shan't waste any more time. You will come with me. In an instant, Karl stood before Luffy, his fist enveloped in armament haki, and struck down with all his might upon Luffy's skull. The overwhelming force caused stars to dance before Luffy's eyes. Frankie, hurry. Got it. Super coup de vent. Just as the coup de vent was about to be fired, Karl seized Luffy by the neck and, without hesitation, hurled him away. He then soared into the air, calmly watching the thousand sunny drift further and further away. He could even hear voices aboard the ship calling out Luffy's name. The combined strength of the Straw Hat Pirates was no match for Karl, who reveled in the sheer dominance he wielded over them. This sensation brought him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Ding. Capturing Luffy alive has been accomplished. Congratulations, host. All attributes have been elevated by 2 levels. Upon hearing these words, Karl chuckled as he approached the surface of the sea, retrieving the unconscious Luffy and soaring towards the warship. Moments later, he had ascended aboard the vessel, casting Luffy towards Rear Admiral Squirrel. Admiral, am I not impressive? This is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Furthermore, when I vanquished the Golden Lion, he divulged to me that it was this fellow who had incapacitated him. Capturing such a formidable pirate, surely I deserve a special promotion? Karl maintained an unflinching demeanor while weaving a web of deceit, and yet brazenly sought a military rank. This peculiar scenario left the naval officers present with their eyes wide open, as if they had encountered a specter, utterly bewildered by the labyrinthine reasoning of Karl. Particularly, the Weasel, observing Karl's innocently exuberant smile alongside the unconscious Luffy, found himself ensnared in a moral quandary. He understood Luffy's true identity all too well. Had he been an ordinary pirate, such inner turmoil would not have plagued him. However, Luffy was akin to a scalding hot potato, and holding onto him would inevitably lead to calamity. Oh well, I shall refrain from further admonishing you. Let us dissolve this fray, for there is little merit in continuing. Karl, I shall duly report your merits. Yet be prepared to face the repercussions from Garp. Why? Karl feigned ignorance, blinking his large, perplexed eyes. Upon witnessing Karl's expression, the Dormouse could not help but let out a sigh. In his eyes, although Karl possessed considerable talent and was destined to become part of the extraordinary, he remained a mere naive youth from a remote village, unfamiliar with the world. Naturally, he would be oblivious to the identity of Monkey D, Luffy, and thus, the Dormouse felt no inclination to reproach him. It's nothing. You simply need to be cautious of Senior Garp, he advised. Oh, I understand now. Shall I return to rest? Karl blinked and nodded. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel waved his hand, displaying a hint of impatience. Once Karl departed, the squirrel gazed down at Luffy with a pained expression, then placed hockey cuffs on him and dialed the Marine headquarters using the transponder snail. Hello, is this Admiral Sengoku? This is the flying squirrel, and I have crucial intelligence to report. Indeed, it pertains to that brat Karl. He has captured another pirate. I understand this is a positive development. Yet he has apprehended Monkey D, Luffy. Currently, Luffy is aboard my ship, and I will expedite his transport to Marine headquarters. As for how to handle the situation, at this juncture, the Vice Admiral ceased speaking, nodding in agreement with the voice on the other end. After a brief moment, he hung up the transponder snail, wiped the sweat from his brow, and bore a wry smile. Karl, you little rascal, you truly complicate matters. The flying squirrel shook his head, oblivious to the fact that a news bird, equipped with a camera around its neck, was swiftly departing from the area. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku was laughing heartily, while Garp wore a furrowed brow. Their roles seemed to have been entirely reversed. Kapu paced back and forth, while Zhangguo leisurely munched on Sabay, sporting a look of amusement. Kapu, how do you feel now that your grandson has been captured? Humph. That little rascal named Karl, is it? Indeed, his name is Karl. A lad of considerable potential. That scoundrel. When he arrives, I shall personally train him. Haha. Are you seeking personal revenge, Kapu? Zhangguo, do not speak nonsense. I am merely considering the future of the Navy. Ha 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 ha. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Damn it. Chapter 8. Luffy's miserable daily life attribute panel. Name: Karl Strength, D Agility, E Spirit, E Stamina, D Abilities, Military Fist, G, Float Float Fruit, S, Armament Hockey, Mastered, Observation Hockey, Mastered, Conqueror's Hockey, Semi-Mastered, Dual Sword Style, E. Reclining upon his bed, Karl gazed at his attribute panel, a smile gracing his lips. This was the latest enhancement following his capture of Luffy. At this moment, he felt that his physical prowess had surpassed its previous limits. If he so desired, it would be effortless to propel a Navy vessel from here to Navy headquarters. In this regard, his strength had indeed seen considerable improvement. Yet, he had no intention of showcasing it. He could only wonder what expression Kapu would wear now. He must be quite furious, considering it was his own grandson who had been apprehended. Hopefully, he wouldn't end up receiving a severe beating or being forcibly assigned to his ship. For that would be a dire predicament. Karl let out a bitter smile and then closed his eyes, preparing to embrace slumber. Having committed such an act, he felt no need for regret. His only concern now was whether the elder Garp would resort to severe measures. However, with Garp's assistance and training, he need not fear stagnation in his own abilities. Although he had captured Luffy, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had managed to escape. These individuals would undoubtedly devise a means to rescue their comrade, yet they posed no threat to Karl whatsoever. Even if they all came, it would merely be a path to their own demise. Karl remained completely unperturbed. Time passed with a relentless clang as the warship entered the windless zone under the cover of night. Due to the vessel's hull being composed of sea stone, the aquatic creatures showed no interest in the ship, merely perceiving it as an unremarkable expanse of ocean. However, the intermittent sounds of clinking and clattering on board made it impossible to find respite and sleep. Luffy, will you ever cease? I swear I will end you right now. The crew, fully aware of Luffy's identity, refrained from taking any direct action against him, knowing he posed no threat. This allowed Luffy to remain audacious for quite some time. You Navy scoundrels, release me at once. I will send you all flying. This was quintessential Luffy, who completely disregarded his status as a prisoner and continued his boisterous antics. His bravado was causing even the Weasel some distress. Although he threatened to kill Luffy, he lacked the courage to follow through. Had it been someone like Spider or Akainu, the more hawkish members of the Navy, they likely would have acted. However, the Weasel, being a rational individual, serious and sometimes rather rigid, could not bring himself to harm someone utterly defenseless. Yet, verbal threats proved ineffective, leaving him at a loss. What on earth was happening? Would no one be allowed to sleep? Karl approached while yawning, only to witness Luffy incessantly banging his head against the floor and the walls. The cacophony was overwhelming, resonating throughout the entire vessel. Hurry and remove these handcuffs. I am eager to send you flying. This is utterly unbearable. Upon encountering Luffy, Karl wasted no time in delivering a punch, imbued with the power of Haki, rendering Luffy unconscious. Once again, tranquility enveloped the world. Karl reassured himself that Luffy would not perish. He was aware that Luffy was the grandson of the naval hero, Garp, and thus he exercised restraint. However, he stated that the responsibility of watching over Luffy would henceforth fall to him, as he had already incurred the ire of Garp, and an additional offense was of little consequence. Upon hearing Karl's audacious declaration, the surrounding Navy personnel regarded him with respect. Squirrel, however, let out a sigh and nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, exercise caution, do not truly kill him. Understood, leave it to me. You may depart now, Karl replied, casually reclining on the adjacent bed, which caused a twitch at the corner of Squirrel's mouth. He wished to point out that this was his room, but seeing Karl's familiarity and spirit of self-sacrifice, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead retreated to the captain's quarters. Thus commenced Luffy's unfortunate ordeal. Throughout the days in the calm belt, whenever Luffy began to make a ruckus, Karl would wield his iron fist of love to physically sedate him, compelling him to silence. Should that tactic prove ineffective, Karl would deny him food, even going so far as to consume Luffy's portion in his presence. Gradually, Luffy became considerably more subdued. He regarded Karl with an expression akin to that of one confronting a demon, an aura of fear radiating from him. This instilled a sense of triumph within Karl. Luffy, why do you aspire to be a pirate? Is being a naval officer not preferable? The Navy offers freedom, security, and the opportunity to uphold justice. Is it not better than a life of piracy? I refuse to be a naval officer. My dream is to become the Pirate King. I am destined to be the man who will claim that title. Indeed, you are determined to become the Pirate King. But how can you be certain that the Pirate King is a man? Even if we were to concede that the Pirate King is a woman, she may already have a husband. How then could you become her man? What are you saying? I don't understand. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Karl smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. Outside, however, the Navy could hardly contain their laughter, particularly the Weasel. For the past few days, he had been observing both Luffy and Karl, astonished at how Karl managed to render Luffy utterly compliant. Although his methods were rather questionable, it was indeed necessary to adopt such an approach with Luffy. Today, he had simply come to check in as part of his routine, only to overhear this conversation, which nearly caused him to burst into laughter. Fortunately, the Weasel possessed remarkable composure and quickly regained his demeanor, scanning his surroundings. Everyone, return to your posts. We are about to exit the comm belt. However, We must exercise utmost caution as we are within the territory of the 7 warlords. Boa Hancock. Understood. Upon hearing the weasel's command, the idle Navy personnel were suddenly jolted into action, scattering in haste. The weasel strolled into his designated room and cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. Karl, have you seen the recent news? Yes, it's about me capturing the Straw Hat Luffy, with the announcement portraying me as a rising star of the Navy. Is there a problem? Karl blinked in confusion, while the squirrel let out a sigh and chuckled helplessly. This matter was not originally intended for our Navy's promotion. The intention of the warring states was to keep you under wraps for a while and then allow you to make a stunning debut. However, now that this news has emerged, it becomes impossible to conceal your identity. So, are they planning to directly grant you a military rank? Is it Brigadier General or Major General? Perhaps Lieutenant General? Or even General? Upon seeing Karl's eager expression, the squirrel twitched its mouth in disdain and pushed him away. None of that. It is merely a major. Just a major? I thought I could at least aim for a Brigadier General. How utterly dull. Karl disdainfully curled his lips, clearly unimpressed by the rank of major. However, General Squirrel was somewhat displeased. What kind of expression is that? This is the highest rank I can secure for you. Moreover, once you attain the rank of major, you will be eligible to accompany me on the sea. Is this not satisfactory? Satisfactory? Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Karl waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away with an air of casual indifference. Admiral Weasel let out a sigh. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, he had come to understand Karl's character quite well. In his eyes, Karl possessed a somewhat zen-like disposition. He generally showed little interest in anything that did not pique his curiosity. Only matters concerning naval ranks, capturing pirates, and engaging in battle could capture his attention. For everything else, Karl maintained a remarkably laid-back attitude, hardly caring or inquiring about anything at all. Admiral Weasel found himself rather fond of individuals with such a temperament. Soon, they would be leaving the comm belt, and in a few days, they would return to the naval headquarters. At that time, I shall have my senior Garp give you a thorough lesson. I would welcome that. Upon hearing Admiral Weasel's words, Karl appeared utterly unconcerned. He felt confident that he could exchange a few blows with Garp. Moreover, he was eager to witness the true prowess of a man who stood at the pinnacle of this world. Only by encountering the strongest would he find the motivation to advance. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in with an alarmed report. We've encountered the Kuja pirates. They have blocked our path. What? Hearing the messenger's frantic announcement, Admiral Weasel was taken aback. Damn it, I didn't expect her to actually come. Although the 7 warlords were nominally under the Navy's command, they were not bound by its jurisdiction. Apart from the elders and Sengoku, no one could command them. Moreover, they possessed the right to legally plunder. For this reason, those below the rank of admiral in the Navy harbored great disdain for encounters with the 7 warlords. Engaging in battle would lead the world to perceive the Navy as unreasonable, oppressing the warlords, thus causing the Navy to lose credibility. Conversely, avoiding conflict would result in the warlords asserting dominance. Therefore, most naval officers would prefer to take a detour when faced with the 7 warlords, striving to avoid confrontation. Only admirals dared to confront them directly. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the most arrogant of the 7 warlords would think twice before challenging an admiral. However, Admiral Weasel lacked such formidable strength. He was even uncertain if he could stand against Boa Hancock. What is happening? Why is one of the 7 warlords, the Empress, blocking our way? Karl stepped out of the room, somewhat perplexed, and stood beside the Weasel, gazing at the swiftly approaching vessel. The pirate flag emblazoned with the emblem of the 9 Serpents pirates fluttered majestically in the wind. Empress Boa Hancock stood resolutely, her gaze sharp as a blade. The Amazon warriors formed an imposing line on the deck, exuding an air of authority. The naval officers ahead heard her voice resonating. You have entered the territory of the 9 Serpents pirates. If you do not provide me with a valid reason for your intrusion, I shall not permit your departure. Hancock's voice was thunderous, echoing clearly even across the considerable distance, reaching Karl's ears with remarkable clarity. In that moment, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head, though it dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving no lasting impact. However, when he turned to survey his surroundings, he was astonished to see that half of the naval officers had already collapsed. What a monster, he mused, able to withstand the conqueror's haki with such ease. General Weasel cast a glance at Karl, revealing an expression of admiration. Yet, he too was not without his struggles. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, indicating the immense effort it took for him to withstand the conqueror's haki. The remaining naval officers who had not succumbed were similarly affected. Is this the true power of the Conqueror's Haki? Karl pondered for a moment, reflecting on the sudden sensation that had just emerged. In an instant, a formidable aura radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. However, this imposing presence swiftly dissipated, lasting no more than a fleeting second. Yet, within that brief moment, it left Major Weasel utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Karl possessed such an overwhelming force. You have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. It seems I have not yet awakened mine. Karl gazed at his still partially mastered Conqueror's Haki, awkwardly touching his nose. He understood through the system that partially mastered meant a capability that could only be briefly exhibited following certain stimuli. Just moments ago. Had it not been for Hancock's Conqueror's Haki provoking him, he would have been unable to unleash his own. Nevertheless, even in this state, Karl could be regarded as one possessing the qualities of a king. This realization further elevated the evaluation of him by the Weasel. Simultaneously, Boa Hancock also sensed this surge of Conqueror's Haki. Although it lasted but an instant, she recognized it as a hallmark of one who had just awakened their Conqueror's Haki. Humph. A mere Navy soldier has awakened a Conqueror's Haki akin to mine. How infuriating. Wait here. I shall return shortly. With those words, Boa Hancock leaped from the ship of the nine-headed serpent pirates and, in the blink of an eye, landed upon the Navy's warship. The Empress. It is the Empress. Ah, my heart is melting. No, I must hold on. I must endure. I cannot withstand it any longer. Hancock, I am enamored with you. Although the Navy soldiers were not rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki and possessed decent willpower, they were powerless against the allure emanating from Boa Hancock. In addition to the passive charm of her sweet fruit abilities, Hancock was herself an exceptionally rare beauty. It was entirely normal for these soldiers to lose their composure. A bunch of worthless men. Boa Hancock paid no heed to these men, instead directing her gaze elsewhere. Here, the only two unaffected were Karl and the Weasel, who was stabbing his thigh with a small knife to forcibly maintain his rationality. It is you, General Weasel. How long it has been. Hancock's gaze lingered on the Weasel for a moment before shifting to Karl. So, it is you, little brat, who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. How would you know? Who else if not you? Those worthless fools. Hancock pointed dismissively at the Navy soldiers, and Karl nodded in acknowledgement, boldly admitting, indeed, it is I. So what do you intend to do? This is a Navy warship, and we are escorting important prisoners. If you make a move against us, it would be a grave offense. Do you still wish to retain your warlord title? Karl stood undaunted, boldly confronting Hancock. Seeing this, Admiral Squirrel felt a surge of joy mixed with anxiety. Karl, I am the commanding officer of this vessel. Step back. Allow me to handle this. Observing the Admiral's unsteady demeanor, Karl shrugged and inquired, Admiral, given your current state, can you truly manage this on your own? Chapter 10, A Brief Encounter. Despite this, it remains my duty to safeguard my subordinates. Boa Hancock is exceedingly perilous. You cannot face her alone. The Admiral, deeply concerned for his crew, was acutely aware of Hancock's formidable strength and could not permit Karl to confront her solo. Yet, Karl, undeterred, felt a thrill of excitement. Having long heard of the seven warlords as formidable forces of the sea, he was eager to test the extent of Hancock's power today. Karl's eyes shimmered with excitement. With a swift motion of his hands, the withered wood and cherry blossom soared effortlessly into his grasp. In that very instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Karl unleashed his full speed and strength, launching a direct assault. Navy, I am one of the seven warlords. Do you truly intend to lay hands on me? Hancock was taken aback by Karl's sudden aggression, her surprise evident. Nevertheless, she responded with equal swiftness. In an instant, she raised her right leg, enveloped in the armor of Haki, effortlessly deflecting Karl's strike. In his previous life, Karl had been an ardent admirer of martial arts, yet due to his physical disability, he could only indulge in vicarious enjoyment. However, after his reincarnation, he possessed a complete body and was determined not to lead a mundane existence. His choice to join the Navy was not solely motivated by the alluring benefits and the absence of material concerns. He harbored an even more significant ambition. That was to challenge formidable foes. It was a simple yet pure aspiration. Upon witnessing the sincerity in Karl's eyes, Hancock found herself momentarily stunned. As if a realization struck her, and with a cold huff, she unleashed her power. A resounding boom echoed as a massive crater suddenly appeared on the deck, connecting to the ship's lower hold. Karl floated in the air, surrounded by tumultuous currents, causing the sea to churn violently due to his powers. Is that withered wood and Sakura 10 in your hands? Did you slay the golden lion? Hancock, momentarily suppressing her disdain, realized that Karl held the withered wood and Sakura 10. This led her to recall the news of the golden lion's demise in the East Sea. A sense of caution washed over her. Lacking knowledge of the specifics, the news merely stated that someone had killed the golden lion. She was acutely aware of the strength of the flying squirrel, who ranked among the top in the vice admiral hierarchy, and Karl's prowess was no less formidable. Furthermore, he possessed the potential to awaken the conqueror's haki. With these factors in mind, it was impossible for Hancock to dismiss her thoughts. Indeed, I am the one who killed the golden lion. Is there a problem with that? Karl tilted his head, appearing somewhat naive. However, Hancock narrowed her eyes, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. In the sky loomed the enigmatic Karl, while on the ship stood the formidable Admiral Weasel. Hancock was acutely aware that she could not contend with both of them, thus she opted to withdraw. Humph. I merely came to express my concern for your navy. Yet you intend to lay hands on me. You must compensate for my losses. Otherwise, I shall expose the navy's nefarious deeds to the public. The corners of Boa Hancock's lips curled slightly as she pointed a finger at the weasel and then executed a dramatic backward arch, peering at them through her nostrils. Witnessing this spectacle, Admiral Weasel fell silent, gazing at the skybound Karl with astonishment. He had not anticipated Karl's impulsiveness, nor the overwhelming power that had suddenly manifested, rivaling his own. It is worth noting that just a few days prior, they had clashed, and at that time, Karl's strength had been clearly inferior to his own. Admiral, did you hear that? I require compensation. Otherwise, I will immediately make public the events of today. This is akin to robbery, and I cannot decide this matter alone. I must inform Admiral Sengoku. As Admiral Weasel spoke, he reached for the transponder snail to contact Sengoku. Boa Hancock, however, furrowed her brow. Her initial intention was to extort the Navy, but she had not anticipated the obstinacy of the Weasel, nor the presence of such a powerful individual alongside him. This unforeseen development unsettled her plans, leaving her somewhat perturbed. Admiral, you need not heed her extortion. I am not yet part of the Navy, but rather of freestanding. Only upon my arrival at the Navy headquarters will I officially acquire the status of a Navy officer. So any actions I take against her are entirely my personal decision and bear no relation to the Navy. Karl fell onto the deck, a charming smile gracing his face as he approached Boa Hancock step by step. Should this warlord of the sea attempt to extort us, Admiral, you are entirely within your rights to refuse her demands. If she takes offense, that would be even more advantageous. In my current status as a free man, I am perfectly entitled to take action against her. Even if I were to end her life, the Navy and the world government would hardly raise an objection, would they? Karl's smile suddenly morphed into a visage both terrifying and grotesque. At that moment, his fighting spirit had been fully ignited. Confronted by an equally matched adversary, Karl yearned for an intense clash. However, such a display sent chills down Boa Hancock's spine, leaving even the long-acquainted mongoose feeling unnerved. A madman, a veritable battle maniac. Hancock thought to herself, casting a wary glance at Karl. Humph. If that is the case, let us pretend nothing has transpired. I have not set eyes upon you. Hancock was aware that she would gain no advantage here, so she prudently chose to withdraw. Yet, her gaze soon fell upon Karl, who wielded twin blades. You are Karl, are you not? Very well. I shall remember you. Leaving behind a remark that could be interpreted as a threat, Hancock leapt into the air, landing gracefully upon the surface of the sea and gliding away. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a great serpent beneath her, propelling her across the water's expanse. It is truly astonishing that you emerged unscathed from your encounter with Boa Hancock. Could it be that you concealed your true abilities during our previous battle? Do not say such things. I always engage with utmost earnestness, never holding back. If one must insist, I have merely grown stronger since then, nothing more. Karl sheathed his twin blades with a smile, revealing a set of healthy, gleaming white teeth. The flying squirrel gazed at the sun-kissed, handsome youth before him, unable to reconcile this image with that of the fierce warrior who had just sought battle. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. In this world, many possessed peculiarities. A mere combat enthusiast hardly warranted further scrutiny. Upon observing the expression of the flying squirrel, Karl realized that his plan had succeeded, manifesting a fervor for combat. Coupled with his previous tactics against the pirates, the Navy would undoubtedly regard him as a battle fanatic. Karl mused inwardly. Although his desire for battle was genuine, he was not a mindless berserker. That recent display of near madness was merely an act. His aim was to cultivate an impression that everyone would misconstrue. Chapter 11. The Archipelago of Sabay. They were finally nearing the Sabay archipelago. Had it not been for the interference of Boa Hancock, their pace would have been swifter. Rear Admiral Mousetrap expressed his displeasure. They had been sailing out of the doldrums for 3 days, and by nightfall, they would reach the Sabay archipelago. After resting there for a night, they could set forth in the morning, returning to naval headquarters. According to their original plan, they should have arrived at naval headquarters by nightfall today. However, due to Boa Hancock's actions, their speed had been impeded. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the Navy was far from amicable, which inevitably led to conflicts. Nevertheless, direct confrontations like the one initiated by Boa Hancock against the Navy were exceedingly rare. This was a first for Rear Admiral Mousetrap. Karl remains indifferent. To him, the pace of progress is of little consequence. His singular focus is to diligently consolidate his strength. The brief encounters he has had with Boa Hancock over the past few days have illuminated a crucial truth. Although he has reached the threshold of a vice admiral's power, there remains a palpable gap when compared to Hancock. Their fleeting clash, though only a single exchange, saw his full force attack effortlessly deflected by her, leaving Karl acutely aware that he is still not a match for Hancock. Karl, are you still training as you approach the Sabay archipelago? Must you be so relentless? I previously heard from the townsfolk that you perform 1,500, even 2,000 push-ups daily, and I was skeptical. Now, however, it appears they were not exaggerating in the slightest. Haha, dear Karl, your diligence is truly remarkable. Yet, it is precisely this dedication that has enabled you to slay the Golden Lion, is it not? Aside from luck, hard work is equally vital. Your innate talent coupled with your industriousness is indeed enviable. Within the training room, the other Navy personnel have taken their respite, yet Karl persists in his regimen. In addition to push-ups, he has incorporated the Navy's standard training exercises into his own curriculum. His prowess allows him to effortlessly grasp the Navy's training protocols, thus enhancing his physical mastery. Although he has not experienced a significant elevation in strength, Karl senses a marked improvement in his control over his own musculature. Oh, spare me your jests. The defeat of the Golden Lion was merely a stroke of fortune. My strength has yet to rival that of Vice Admiral Mongoose. However, dealing with you all poses no challenge at all. Karl chuckled softly, pausing his training to savor a meal. The other sailors, hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, the atmosphere brimming with joy. They were not mocking him. They recognized the truth in Karl's words, which brought them genuine delight. After repelling Boa Hancock, many sailors sought to engage Karl in friendly sparring. Without exception, every sailor aboard the ship was no match for him. Unless a dozen or more attempted to swarm him, he could dispatch them with a single blow. Such prowess did not escape the notice of the Weasel, who felt a surge of happiness within. He had resolved to keep Karl by his side until he could bestow upon him an independent warship. Karl, do not dine alone tonight. We will soon arrive at the Sabay archipelago. Once ashore, I shall treat you to a grand feast. A feast? Truly? Karl's eyes sparkled at the Weasel's words, and he patted his pocket, a wry smile crossing his face. Well, the bounty hasn't been paid yet, so I currently possess not a single cent. Ha ha, fret not. Would I ever let you go hungry? This meal is on me. It's a promise. Karl's eyes sparkled with delight, and the squirrel glimmered with joy as well. However, his laughter was short-lived. As night fell, within the largest tavern of the Shambadi Islands, the sailors indulged in copious amounts of drink. Yet, Karl sat alone, devouring his meal with fervor. He consumed 20 servings of the establishment's signature dish all by himself, and he showed no signs of stopping, continuing to feast voraciously. After Karl's strength has significantly increased, so too has his appetite. He is unaware of the reason behind this phenomenon. However, the more he consumes, the stronger he feels. Thus, Karl does not hesitate to indulge in his meals. Being considerate of his comrades aboard the ship, he refrains from overindulging. But now, with someone else footing the bill, he permits himself to feast lavishly. This action, however, leaves General Weasel pitifully gazing at his own wallet. Had he known better, he would not have boasted so freely. After all, this month's military salary weighs heavily on him. While General Weasel laments his fate, Karl revels in his satisfaction. It is only after devouring his 26th bowl of rice that Karl lets out a contented belch, finally coming to a halt. What a delightful experience. He has truly filled himself to the brim. As for General Weasel, he is utterly disenchanted and wishes to say no more. Karl greeted softly, intending to venture outside alone for a leisurely stroll. This evening was their designated time of freedom, a reprieve for the night. By early morning, upon returning to the naval headquarters, they would be immersed once again in naval life, with little chance to revisit this place in the near future. Thus, Karl resolved to take a thorough exploration now, while also hoping to catch a glimpse of that legendary pirate. Moments later, based on the memories of his past life, Karl discovered a bar named Shachi's Bamboo Rod Bar. "What is your signature offering, dear proprietor?" Karl recklessly sprawled himself across the table, utterly indifferent to the gazes of those around him. Meanwhile, Shiki lit a cigarette and quietly presented the drink menu. "What would you like, esteemed guest?" she inquired. This, and this," Shiki replied, eyeing the patron as she ordered the most extravagant items on the menu. Narrowing her eyes, she prepared to exploit him thoroughly. However, Karl's subsequent remark nearly caused her to bite through the cigarette. "I don't want any of these. Just bring me a glass of cold water. If it exceeds 100 berry, I won't take it." "Huh, cold water is free." Shiki shot a fierce glare at Karl before heading to fetch the water. The others present, witnessing Karl's ostentatious behavior, initially presumed him to be a wealthy target. Yet, his next actions left them utterly astonished. Haha, thought he was a rich man. But he's just a pauper, coming to a bar and ordering a glass of cold water? That's hilarious. A voice jeered, "Kid, are you here to cause trouble? Let me remind you, this is my territory." The surrounding patrons chimed in, some boldly asserting that the place belonged to them. Shiki merely cast a disinterested glance at the loudmouth, disregarding the bravado. Such boasts were commonplace, and those who made them would vanish by the next day. Shiki paid them no heed. "Finish your cold water and take your leave. This establishment does not cater to the impoverished." Shaki's tone was icy. She had encountered many impoverished souls and was not averse to offering a glass of water to those in need. However, encountering a brazen pauper like Karl was a first for her, and she found it distasteful. "Hey, don't be so hasty. I'm actually here to inquire about some information." "What information?" Shiki squinted, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the man before her. "I wish to know, is the Underworld King, Rayleigh, present here?" Chapter 12. Shaki's shock. "What did you just say?" Upon hearing Karl's question, Shaki's eyes widened in astonishment. Their voices were not loud, yet they captured the attention of those nearby. "Hey, you pauper, what are you still doing here? Get out of here right now. I told you this is my territory, and we do not welcome the destitute," one of the patrons shouted. "Our boss has a bounty of 130 million berry. You should quickly come over and apologize, or you're as good as dead." The surrounding individuals rose, intent on ejecting Karl. However, their actions provoked Shaki's displeasure. Karl cast a glance at Shiki, chuckling lightly. "It appears that Mr. Rayleigh is not present. Otherwise, they would have been expelled by now. How about this? I'll assist you in driving them away, and in return, you shall treat me to the finest wine here." "Very well," Shiki nodded, and Karl smiled, subtly raising a finger. The withered wood and Sakura 10, hanging at his waist, instantly flew forth, poised at the throats of those intruders. "Here lies your choice. Leave and live. Advance a step and meet your demise." Before his words faded, the withered wood plunged into the leg of a nearby man, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Witnessing this, the man's expression shifted unpredictably, and after a disdainful snort, he resolved not to linger further. "Humph. So, you are a user of a devil fruit. Consider me impressed." Without hesitation, he turned to depart. However, Karl maneuvered the withered wood and Sakura 10, obstructing their path. "What do you intend to do now?" The man, seething with rage, turned back to face Karl. But Karl merely gestured towards the ground, grinning. "I said, leave. You insolent brat, you have gone too far. I shall fight you." Unable to endure the humiliation, the man charged at Karl, intent on a deadly confrontation. As anticipated, Karl commanded Sakura 10, which swiftly pierced through the man's heart from behind. The other pirates, witnessing this brutal act, hastily sought to leave. Yet, Karl offered them no such opportunity. Killing here would surely attract the Marines. Shiki narrowed her eyes, offering a friendly warning. Yet, Karl remained unfazed, retracting the withered wood in Sakura 10. "Are you familiar with these blades?" "How could I possibly?" Before she could finish, Shaki's gaze froze in astonishment. "You are the one who killed the Golden Lion and captured Monkey D. Luffy, the Marine." "Not yet, but soon I shall be a Marine. Hence, my presence here among pirates is of no consequence." Karl grinned, revealing his immaculate teeth. His demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in Shiki, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. Karl nonchalantly sat down and tapped the table. "Where's the promised drink?" "It will be here shortly." Although Shiki had witnessed many storms in her life, her abilities were rather ordinary. Yet, her mental fortitude was remarkable. As she poured the wine, Her composure returned to the tranquility she had when she first met Karl. Truly, as a former member of the Rocks Pirates, her poise was exceptional. Who exactly are you? What else do you know? Upon hearing Karl calmly utter the name Rocks, Shaki's heart skipped a beat. The Rocks Pirates? A name known only to those from the previous era. In this time, scarcely anyone remembered it. Yet, Karl appeared to be merely a lad in his early 20s. By age alone, he should have no knowledge of such matters. I know more than you can imagine, and I claim to be a relative of Rocks. Do you believe me? Shaki remained expressionless. Karl laughed heartily and downed his glass of wine. Don't take it to heart. I was merely jesting. The name Rocks. I heard from the dying lips of the Golden Lion. My curiosity piqued. I wondered what kind of pirate crew Rocks was. That such a formidable pirate could not forget him. Moreover, the news of you and Rayleigh being here was also something he disclosed to me before his demise. I must admit, the old fellow's last words were indeed true. Karl sighed deeply, while Shachi breathed a sigh of relief. If it were indeed the Golden Lion, he would possess knowledge of everything. However, she was perplexed as to why the Golden Lion would confide such matters to Karl. Yet, she refrained from inquiring. The primary reason Shachi could remain here was her understanding of when to advance and when to retreat. I must take my leave, initially. I had intended to meet with the Underworld King, Rayleigh, but since he is not present, there is no need for me to linger any longer. Karl rose and stepped over several corpses, exiting the bar. After watching Karl leave, Shaki picked up the phone bug and dialed a number. Riley, have you arrived at Amazon Lily? I need to discuss something with you regarding a naval recruit. He is aware of our identities and knows about Rocks. Meanwhile, upon exiting Shaki's bar, Karl unexpectedly encountered an individual whose destination was evidently the same establishment. The two stood face to face, each halting in their tracks. Is that the infamous Firefist Ace, with a bounty of 550 million berries? You are the Navy responsible for capturing my brother. The two exchanged incredulous glances, neither anticipating this encounter. However, it wasn't long before Karl grasped the withered wood and the cherry blossom sword firmly in hand. Flames erupted fiercely from Ace, his expression gradually transforming into one of fury. Since you are here, release my brother. Your brother? Who might that be? Karl tilted his head in inquiry, feigning ignorance of the identity of the other's brother. In a fit of rage, Ace unleashed a powerful punch. A torrent of searing flames surged forth in an instant, yet Karl effortlessly evaded the onslaught. My brother is none other than Monkey D. Luffy, you scoundrel. Ace bellowed in fury, launching another fierce punch as the intense flames ascended dramatically into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Karl did not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly wielded his twin blades, harnessing the power of his fruit ability to conjure a powerful whirlwind that extinguished the flames. This tempest, combined with the fierce aura of his swords, surged relentlessly towards Ace. However, this strike failed to inflict any harm upon him. For Ace was a user of a natural-type fruit ability. Karl's mastery of Haki has yet to reach the level of external manifestation. Thus, his long-range sword energy is incapable of inflicting substantial damage on a Logia-type devil fruit user. This presents a conundrum. Ace's current strength should be on par with mine. Yet the elusive nature of his elemental powers poses a significant challenge. Engaging him directly is not without its possibilities, but it could prove quite troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider our approach? Karl furrowed his brow, and just as he contemplated retreating, the system's voice resonated at the opportune moment, dispelling his thoughts of withdrawal. Chapter 13, Firefist Ace. Ding. An unexpected encounter with Firefist Ace has triggered the Supreme Choice system. Choice 1. Notify Rear Admiral Squirrel and collaborate to apprehend Firefist Ace, upon completion. Receive an elevation of 1 level in the 3-color Haki. Choice 2. Flee in panic. Obtain the title of Coward, with the title's attribute reducing your presence by 100%. Choice 3. Release Luffy. Upon completion, you shall directly become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, with an elevation of 1 level in all attributes. Upon glimpsing these 3 choices, Karl decisively selected the first option without a moment's hesitation. The latter 2 options were dismissed without a second thought. Firefist Ace, I hereby declare your capture in the name of the Navy. Karl let out a furious roar, capturing the attention of those nearby. Most of the individuals present were common folk. Upon hearing this sound, they were immediately taken aback and hurriedly retreated to their homes. Some even went so far as to contact the Navy to report the situation at hand. Karl produced a signal flare from his possession and shot it into the sky. Do you have reinforcements? Ace exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Karl gazed upon him as though he were a fool. Then, with a tone of exasperation, remarked, "What nonsense! Have you ever seen a navy that operates solo? Oh, except for the 3 admirals. Those 3 monstrosities are not human." Ace, upon hearing Karl's disparaging comments about his esteemed admirals, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. With a deep breath, he transformed into flames, intent on fleeing. "I am unwell today. I shall return another day to seek your assistance in rescuing my brother." Ace was not foolish, understanding that Karl had reinforcements. He had no intention of waiting here to meet his demise. Although rescuing Luffy was paramount, he found himself in a precarious and isolated situation, and potential failure would lead to dire consequences. Upon encountering him, Karl could not help but shake his head before swiftly giving chase. "Firefist Ace, I did not say you could flee," roared Lion Might D1. "What?" Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Ace felt the earth beneath him shift, and in an instant, he was propelled into the air. Karl, wielding the powers of his fruit, forcefully upheaved the ground, conjuring a tempest. Ace, transformed into flames, found himself ensnared within this chaotic vortex. He sought to elementalize his entire being in an attempt to escape. Yet, Karl had fully harnessed the entirety of his fruit-esque capabilities in this very moment. Ace was utterly incapable of breaking free. Karl's float fruit, apart from its ability to levitate objects, can also be harnessed to generate hurricanes and even typhoons with remarkable proficiency. His fruit's power extends beyond mere physical control. It can manipulate air as well, albeit with significantly increased difficulty. Thus, he opted to blend earth and air, creating a formidable whirlwind to ensnare Ace within its grasp. Ace, wielding the power of flames, faced 2 scenarios when confronted with wind. If the wind were not particularly strong, his flames would swiftly spread alongside it. However, in the face of such a whirlwind, his flames would be extinguished before they even had a chance to rise. This was Karl's strategy, to confine him here until the arrival of the mole, ensuring Ace's inevitable defeat. "Darn it, I refuse to sit idly by," Ace roared, and the flames enveloping him suddenly surged. Like a miniature sun, the radiance shot upward, illuminating a significant portion of the Shambati Islands. Even from a distant harbor, one could behold the brilliance emanating from this place. Emperor of Flames, Great Flame Ring. Gasping for breath, Ace realized that without deploying his true strength, he could never escape Karl's clutches. Therefore, he chose to unleash his full power. As Karl witnessed his technique being countered, he had nothing to say. He merely crossed his dual blades, causing the air around him to surge violently. "Since you have chosen to unleash your ultimate move, let me see who truly possesses greater prowess." In the blink of an eye, 2 slashes, enveloped in a tremendous storm, erupted from Karl's hands. Although this power may not rival that of the peak Golden Lion, it undeniably represents his strongest strike at present. Through rigorous training, Karl has thoroughly integrated the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, elevating its level to D. This signifies that his swordsmanship has at least reached the threshold of a swordsman. Coupled with his fruit abilities, this strongest blow would deter even the likes of Rear Admiral Squirrel from taking it head-on. The sole regret lies in his low hockey level, which prevents him from infusing his sword energy with it. Simultaneously, Ace unleashed Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring, striking fiercely towards Karl. The 2 formidable forces collided instantaneously. A colossal shockwave ensued, causing a stir throughout the surrounding area. Some less sturdy stalls were even obliterated by the aftermath of their battle. The earth trembled, cracking inch by inch, exposing the soil beneath. The clash of their ultimate techniques captured the attention of everyone on the island. Hidden in the shadows, the hunted Blackbeard observed the confrontation with Ace, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Other pirates gazed upon Ace and Karl, their thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, the Navy also recognized that Ace was engaged in combat. Rear Admiral Squirrel, filled with urgency, rushed from the warship. "Karl, you scoundrel. You promised a leisurely outing, yet here you are, entangled with the formidable Ace." Countless admirals felt helpless. No one anticipated that Karl's brief excursion would lead him to cross paths with Ace. Now, he could only employ moonwalk and dash forward at full speed. In the air, he even caught sight of the Great Flame Ring, shining with a brilliance akin to that of the sun. But soon, this radiance vanished. Countless admirals felt a jolt of alarm and hastened their pace towards the earlier direction. Before long, he arrived at the battlefield, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What greeted his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. The ground bore a massive pit, exceeding 10 meters in width and 5 meters in depth. Karl and Ace panted heavily, bearing the marks of their recent struggles, as they exchanged glances outside the pit. Firefist Ace, I hereby declare you under arrest. The arrival of Admiral Weasel prompted an immediate charge towards Ace, and a smirk appeared at the corner of Karl's mouth as he followed in Weasel's wake. This was dire. Faced with a Navy officer of equal prowess and a seasoned admiral, Ace was clearly outmatched. Moreover, having exerted all his strength to escape from Karl's grasp, Ace was currently in a vulnerable state. Weasel approached with impeccable timing, seizing the opportunity created by Ace's fatigue to deliver a decisive blow. Ace let out a muffled groan as a crimson line appeared across his body. Armament hockey. Witnessing this, Ace's expression grew cold, and he swiftly retreated. However, Karl's speed surpassed even that of Weasel. At this moment, he had already positioned himself along Ace's inevitable escape route. Tornado, cross/. Chapter 14. The Frustrated Weasel. With an expressionless demeanor, Karl let out a soft snort. Infused with the formidable hockey and the swift power of his fruit, he struck Ace directly in the chest, leaving behind a massive cross-shaped gash. You dared to ambush me, Ace exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Karl smiled, and then walked in front of Ace, who had lost the ability to resist, saying, what does it matter if it's a sneak attack? Winning is all that counts. Karl seized Ace's head and then turned his gaze towards Admiral Mongoose. Admiral, do you have the sea stone handcuffs? You needn't ask. Of course I have them. Mongoose shot a disdainful glance at Karl before fastening the handcuffs onto Ace. Thus, Ace was completely stripped of his ability to resist. Karl and Ace successfully brought him back. The system's voice promptly chimed in, ding. Mission accomplished, and the level of three-color hockey has increased by 1. Upon returning to the ship, Karl began to indulge in a hearty meal to recuperate from his injuries. His recent battle with Ace had left him significantly wounded. In order to prevent his opponent from fleeing, Karl had bravely endured a powerful attack. Although both sustained injuries, Ace, being a natural fruit user, was largely unaffected by hockey and only suffered from fatigue. In contrast, Karl had genuinely incurred substantial damage. Once he had satiated his hunger, he collapsed into a deep slumber. This battle had exhausted him more than any prior encounter. It was indeed his most earnest fight. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he still found himself unable to defeat Ace, which made him acutely aware of his limitations. While his abilities were sufficient for traversing the seas, they fell short when facing truly formidable foes. Thus, as he dined, Karl pondered ways to enhance his strength beyond reliance on the system. However, after much contemplation, he could not arrive at a solution and decided to postpone it for later consideration. Nevertheless, he felt a burgeoning confidence in his self-created technique. The recent move that had severely wounded Ace was one he had developed over the past few days. Although still imperfect, its potency was commendable, and it could be infused with hockey, showcasing remarkable potential. With these thoughts, Karl gradually drifted into a dream-filled sleep. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the Squirrel, Ace and Luffy found themselves confined in separate corners, yet they could see each other. The Squirrel had already contacted Sengoku, and, upon discovering that Ace was Luffy's brother, was left utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Ace was also the grandson of Garp. Capturing Garp's 2 grandsons during a single outing left the Squirrel Admiral feeling despondent. More importantly, these 2 brothers exhibited no awareness of their captivity. Karl was not present, and Luffy once again became lively, engaging in casual conversation with Ace, who appeared blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Ace, equally carefree, seemed to disregard the significance of their location. Observing their nonchalance, the Weasel felt a sense of frustration. Yet he dared not intervene, for both individuals were the offspring of high-ranking officials. A confrontation was beyond his means. Meanwhile, at the Sabay archipelago, Blackbeard Teeth chuckled ominously. He had not anticipated that the new admiral would prove to be so formidable, even defeating Ace. However, the nature of his power seemed somewhat familiar. Was it the float fruit? If it indeed was the float fruit, perhaps I could set my sights on him. The abilities of the float fruit are not inferior to those of Whitebeard's trimmer fruit. Blackbeard erupted into hearty laughter, as if struck by a delightful revelation, his mood soaring. In stark contrast, however, within the confines of the Marine headquarters. In the office of the Admiral, Garp bore a grim expression. Kapu could hardly fathom that both of his grandsons would be captured by the same individual. More importantly, Ace had taken the initiative to venture to Sabay archipelago. His presence here surely indicated that he had matters to attend to. Otherwise, Whitebeard would not permit his son to casually depart from the New World. However, this was not the crux of the matter. While Luffy's capture was unfortunate, Kapu still possessed the capability to rescue him. After all, he was a celebrated hero of the Navy. This afforded him a modicum of authority. Yet, with Ace in custody, he could not assure that he could liberate both of them. Ace had long since made a name for himself and was now the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. The likelihood of his release was exceedingly slim. Moreover, he bore a unique identity that, if revealed, could plunge the world into chaos. Thus, Kapu found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to leverage his prominence to secure their freedom. Kapu, I never anticipated that you, old chap, would find yourself in such a dilemma. In my view, it would be wiser to refrain from intervening, allowing these two young lads to remain and impel down for a few years to reflect. When the time comes, you may converse with them, and perhaps a pleasant surprise awaits. For now, this seems the only course of action. Releasing just one would be futile, as their companionship is invaluable. That said, I hope you can arrange for them to share a cell, ensuring they are neither mistreated nor deprived of sustenance. My grandsons care for little else but food. If they truly go hungry, I shall hold you accountable. Observing Kapu's earnest demeanor, Sengoku patted his shoulder and nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Sengoku. Kapu replied with a chuckle. You old rascal, why the formality? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, hand over those donuts. They're my last bag. Humph, not a chance. I acquired them with great effort. How could I return them to you? Sengoku retorted, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, while Kapu reverted to his carefree expression. However, the two soon fell into a contemplative silence. Kapu munched on a donut, nearly shattering his teeth in the process. That Karl, once he arrives, I shall administer a most thorough reprimand. Ha ha ha. No problem, I shall heed your words. Yet the weasel suggests that his rank ought to be elevated. What is your perspective on this? Why direct such matters towards me? Tomorrow, consult Crane about it. I must take my leave now, feeling quite vexed. Observing Kapu storm out of the marshal's office, Sengoku's countenance shifted from mirth to a bitter expression. Oh Kapu, do you truly believe I am oblivious to everything? While I may overlook Luffy, you cannot expect me to remain unaware of Ace's true identity, can you? Nonetheless, I shall refrain from revealing it, since you have already given him your word. Just ensure that you show him mercy tomorrow. Do not strike him down. Our Navy has precious few promising talents, and should he be driven away by your hands, we would lose a formidable commander. Sengoku shook his head, then opened a locked drawer, revealing a bag of donuts. You dare think you can pilfer my donuts? Do you presume that my title as a wise strategist is unearned? Haha. Chapter 15. Navy Headquarters. On a splendid day, the fleet of Rear Admiral Weasel returned to the Navy headquarters after a brief journey of merely 10 days from the East Blue. Those tasked with escorting Ace and Luffy proceeded to hand them over to the personnel of Impel Down. The remaining soldiers formed ranks, returning to the barracks before dispersing, awaiting their next assignment. As for Karl, bring the corpse of the Golden Lion and follow me. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Rear Admiral Weasel adopted a somber demeanor. Unlike his jovial self aboard the ship, he now understood the necessity of maintaining a certain gravitas. While at sea, surrounded by his loyal soldiers, there was no need for excessive seriousness. However, within the confines of the Navy headquarters, he was required to uphold his authority. Without respect, even a Rear Admiral's commands would fall on deaf ears, even among his own troops. Karl followed closely behind the squirrel. His curiosity piqued as he gazed upon the naval headquarters base. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed the entirety of the naval headquarters during the Paramount War. Though the depiction of the naval headquarters in the anime was indeed magnificent, it paled in comparison to witnessing it with his own eyes. He strolled from the port all the way to the imposing naval headquarters building. Karl passed by the arsenal, the drill ground, and the new recruits training camp. These sights piqued his curiosity, yet he had matters to attend to and could not afford to indulge in sightseeing. Ah, so this is the new recruit Karl you spoke of, the telephone bug? He appears quite robust, and with the ability of the fluffy fruit, how convenient. A gentleman, clad in a deep brown suit and draped in a navy trench coat, approached with a smile while puffing on a cigar. This man exuded warmth and amiability, leaving a splendid first impression on Karl. His prominent beard was particularly striking, eliciting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. This is General Huashao Mountain, one of the most formidable figures among seasoned generals, perhaps even stronger than I am. Is that so? Upon hearing the words of the weasel, Karl felt a surge of excitement and turned to Huashao Mountain, giving a wink. How about a spar? Ha ha ha, you truly are amusing, my lad. However, I must decline, as someone else has already made a reservation. Just hand over the corpse of the Golden Lion to me, and I shall take care of the formalities for you. You can then proceed to receive your military rank. Nodding in agreement, Karl released his ability and set the coffin down on the ground. Wishao Mountain, without hesitation, hoisted the coffin with one hand and began to walk in another direction. At this moment, the expression of General Weasel darkened considerably. Indeed, what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. There was no escaping it. General, what are you referring to? Karl scratched his head, having not quite caught what the Dormouse had said next. It's nothing. Just follow me closely, it replied. Oh, Karl nodded slightly and followed the Martin into the headquarters of the Navy. Upon his entrance, he was immediately met with a multitude of fervent gazes. Some were filled with envy, others with jealousy, but the majority were simply driven by curiosity. They were eager to discover the identity of the individual who had, by sheer luck, vanquished the Golden Lion and acquired the powers of the Float fruit. It is no longer a secret that Karl has acquired the powers of the Fluffy fruit at the Navy headquarters. Such formidable abilities are impossible to conceal. Consequently, there is a palpable curiosity regarding the sheer stroke of serendipity that allowed Karl to attain such extraordinary strength. Some individuals have even begun to indulge in daydreams, contemplating how their lives would unfold should they be bestowed with such remarkable powers. Karl's observation haki has reached a level of proficiency, allowing him to distinctly perceive the gazes of those around him. However, he remains unfazed, ever since being rescued by the residents of Boa Town 5 years ago. He has grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Thus, he simply reveals his broad, white smile and greets those nearby. Regardless of the emotions others may harbor towards him, even if tinged with malice, he continues to wave cheerfully. This demeanor momentarily stuns the onlookers, who then turn their heads away, no longer fixating on Karl. His attitude significantly enhances the impression the Navy personnel in the hall have of him. Had it not been for Admiral Weasel standing before him, it is likely that these individuals would have approached him to offer their greetings. At this moment, Karl greeted those around him while keenly observing his surroundings. Here, he encountered several naval officers he had seen in his past life, including Sabay, along with other familiar faces whose names eluded him. However, the naval officers present exhibited relatively modest ranks, with the highest being Smoker, who had just descended from the upper floor. With a smile, Karl waved at him, but the other party merely snorted in response, ignoring Karl entirely. Observing this, the Dormouse could not help but let out a sigh and remarked, "You need not concern yourself in such a manner. The personalities among the Navy are diverse. It suffices to cultivate relationships only with those you deem worthy of deepening your connections." "I understand," Karl replied, "but I cannot allow others to harbor a negative impression of me, can I?" Karl's seemingly indifferent response momentarily startled General Weasel, who then chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, if one were to offend others, even upon ascending to the rank of a general, one would inevitably become the subject of whispers and gossip. It was evident that Karl's words had evoked thoughts of Kaido, one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy. Upon arrival, they stood before the office of the Fleet Admiral. Moments later, Weasel announced, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I am Weasel, and I have brought the new recruit, Karl. Come in." With the Admiral's approval, Weasel ushered Karl into the spacious office. What a vast space! As Karl gazed upon the office, he was immediately captivated. The Marshal's office was even more expansive than he had envisioned in the comics. Accommodating 50 or 60 individuals here would pose no challenge whatsoever. He then cast his eyes around the room and discovered that, aside from himself, the Weasel, and Sengoku, there were indeed others present. Ahem, allow me to introduce these 3. They are the 3 admirals of our Navy. From left to right, we have Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino. Sengoku cleared his throat and began the introductions. Karl greeted them. Yet only Kazan and Borsalino responded to his salutation. Sakazuki remained aloof, not even bothering to open his eyes. "This gentleman here is Admiral Sengoku, the Chief of Staff of the Navy." "Greetings, Admiral Sengoku." Karl greeted with a nod, and the Crane also acknowledged with a slight bow. It was then that Sengoku turned his attention to the final individual. This person was none other than the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. "Vice Admiral Garp? Greetings to you." Upon hearing that name, Karl feigned a sense of unease and offered a hesitant greeting. Upon hearing the news, Garp absent-mindedly picked his nose and wiped it on his clothing. He then rose and approached Karl, exclaiming, "It is you, young man, who has captured both of my grandsons and delivered them personally. You truly possess an audacious spirit." Chapter 16. Sparring Kapu approached Karl with a hearty laugh, delivering a robust pat on his shoulder that nearly caused Karl to lose his balance. The sight elicited a faint smile from the two admirals present, excluding Sakazuki. The entire Navy was well aware of Karl's apprehension of Kapu's two grandsons. And the admirals were no exception. Individuals of such valiance are indeed rare within the ranks of the Navy. Sengoku, as I suggested. Let him engage in a duel with me. I wish to ascertain whether this young man's prowess truly warrants the exceptional treatment you have afforded him. Kapu broke into a smile, gazing intently at Karl. However, before Sengoku and Karl could utter a word, the nearby dormouse stepped forward. Senior Sengoku, is it truly appropriate for you to act in such a manner? After all, Karl is merely a rookie, yet to officially commence his duties. Is this really how you wish to proceed? Sengoku chuckled heartily. If you intend to suggest that I am settling personal scores, congratulations. You have hit the nail on the head. Garp's smile grew increasingly radiant, leaving the weasel speechless, only able to seek aid from the warring states. However, the warring states said nothing, merely approaching Garp and softly uttering, "Cherish this opportunity well. This old rascal Garp does not offer his guidance to just anyone. Understood. I will treasure this chance." Karl also revealed a smile, exhibiting no hint of fear. "Karl, have you lost your mind?" The flying squirrel was taken aback to see Karl agreeing to this. However, Karl merely shook his head and cast a glance back at the squirrel. "Rest assured, my esteemed general, I am well aware of the formidable strength of Senior Garp, yet I am confident that I shall not perish. Furthermore, I am eager to discover just how powerful a man at the pinnacle of the Navy, and indeed the world, truly is." As he spoke, Karl feigned a fervent demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a hint of audacity. This surge of combative spirit, though largely an act, contained a sliver of authenticity. For he genuinely yearned to test the extent of the gap between himself and the summit of power. "Ha ha ha, your gaze is commendable, now follow me. I shall await you at the training ground." Moments later, Karl and Garp stood in confrontation at the training ground. Surrounding them, apart from Sengoku and numerous vice admirals, a throng of curious Navy personnel had gathered, eager to witness how long this new recruit could withstand the blows of Garp. "How many moves do you think he can endure against Senior Garp? I wager he'll be dispatched in a single blow. Surely he cannot be that weak. After all, he has defeated the Golden Lion and captured the bountifully rewarded Luffy and Ace. Let us not forget, Ace was apprehended alongside the flying squirrel. And the Golden Lion was merely a stroke of luck during his near demise. His true strength must be lacking. You are all mistaken. His prowess is not feeble. I am also one of Vice Admiral Squirrel's soldiers, and I witnessed firsthand how he repelled one of the 7 warlords, the Empress." "What? The Empress was actually driven back by this recruit? How can that be possible?" "It is indeed true. I am a messenger for Vice Admiral Squirrel, and I observed it clearly. Even the Empress's figure was quite remarkable." The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices reaching the ears of Sengoku and the 3 admirals. The incident of Karl repelling the Empress was known only to those who served alongside him, and to Sengoku and Garp. As it was not deemed a significant matter, there was no need for widespread announcement. Yet, revealing it now heightened the anticipation surrounding Karl. "Now you 3. How long do you believe Karl can withstand this old rascal Garp's onslaught?" Sengoku suddenly inquired, catching the 3 admirals off guard. Such questions are futile. There is no suspense in this matter," Kazan replied dismissively, believing that no matter how many moves Karl could endure, it was inconsequential and did not concern him. Borsalino shared the same sentiment and refrained from answering. However, Sakazuki pondered deeply before finally speaking. "I wager he can withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? That seems rather excessive. Does it not? Without further ado, I hold great expectations for him." Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Sengoku was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the usually indifferent Sakazuki would utter such sentiments. Not only Sengoku, but even Kazan and Borsalino were astonished. Meanwhile, everything on the arena had already been meticulously prepared. The battle between Karl and Garp is about to commence. "Haha, young one, do you have anything further to say?" "Indeed, I have much to express." Karl grinned widely, tightly clutching the withered branch and the cherry blossom in his hand. "I hope, esteemed Captain Garp, that you will show no mercy." Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, Karl's figure vanished in an instant. Kapu narrowed his eyes and delivered a powerful punch towards his right side. At that precise moment, Karl had already appeared in that location. Otherwise, I would be left with a sense of regret. The latter part escaped his lips. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the dual swords, imbued with the color of armament hockey, collided with Kapu's ironclad fist, generating a fierce wave of impact. Haha. How amusing, truly amusing. Kapu let out a hearty laugh, his fist striking with immense force, sending Karl hurtling through the air in an instant. Utilizing the power of his fruit, Karl swiftly adjusted his form in midair and unleashed a fierce slash. The lion's might. Senkigaya, which had previously withstood one of Ace's formidable moves, was unleashed by Karl without hesitation. He was acutely aware that when confronting Garp, there was no need for subtlety. Launching his ultimate move was the only course of action. How fortuitous! Kapu gazed upon the sky, witnessing the piercing strikes and swirling winds, reminiscent of the legendary Golden Lion, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. With a powerful swing of his fist, he unleashed a formidable wave of energy that surged forth with his blow. In a mere instant, Karl's technique was thwarted, and he was sent hurtling through the air by the sheer force of the blast. Yet, suspended in midair, Karl swiftly regained control of his body and squinted his eyes. Remarkably, without employing the armament haki, he had achieved such a level solely through physical prowess. Such physical capability must surely be at least A in strength. Indeed, the naval hero Kapu surpasses me in both power and reflexes. With this in mind, let me see if I can compel you to unleash your haki. Karl took a deep breath, and his figure vanished once more. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath him began to tremble. The entire arena suddenly lifted into the air. Karl stood on the polished surface of the arena, harnessing the power of his fruit to propel Garp into the skies. What are you trying to do, kid? Do you think we, the Navy, cannot fly? No. I merely wish to observe how you would respond in the face of a tempest. Chapter 17. Rookie Report. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions, kid? Kapu squinted his eyes, gazing down at Karl. However, Karl remained utterly oblivious, entirely absorbed in mastering his abilities. A tremendous current of air began to swirl in the atmosphere. The clouds in the sky started to converge, and the colossal outline of a storm was already taking shape. Upon observing the situation, Garp executed a swift moonwalk, intending to descend from the training arena. However, the sudden thrust of two weapons compelled him to retreat. The unexpected assault caught Garp off guard, leaving a gash on his naval cloak that irked him slightly. Having not exerted his full strength, he neglected to employ his observation haki, thus failing to discern the origins of these two weapons. Do you truly believe that mere weapons can hinder my progress? How naive! Ah, esteemed Garp, you are mistaken. It is not I who holds you back, but rather your own underestimation of me. Had you not dismissed my capabilities, I would have already triumphed. Karl chuckled softly, uttering words that took everyone present by surprise. At that moment, the entire arena shattered into fragments. Kapu suddenly sensed that something was amiss and wished to return to the ground. However, he quickly realized that his body was beyond his control. The surrounding air currents surged violently. Powerful winds began to swirl, propelling Kapu higher into the sky. At that moment, the clouds had thickened considerably, and one could faintly hear the rumble of thunder. Was this a hurricane and thunderstorm? You little rascal, you can manipulate the weather. Despite being caught in the tempest, Kapu was still able to speak. His physical prowess was formidable, and once enveloped in the armor of haki, he was impervious to such a storm. Yet, being at the eye of the storm, he endured the maximum pressure and found himself unable to escape, merely allowing the tempest to engulf him within the thunderstorm. Kapu-senpai, please. You jest. I merely observed the weather upon my arrival and prepared for this eventuality. At this moment, Sengoku and the others gazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. They had anticipated that Karl would be thoroughly defeated by Kapu and would concede afterward. Instead, Karl revealed that he had meticulously plotted this encounter, waiting for Kapu to walk into his trap. Such a scene was beyond even a Kaido, who had been keeping a close eye on Karl. This fellow was a battle maniac, yet possessed a sharp intellect. Truly remarkable. It had been a long time since our Navy had encountered such a promising talent. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku felt a surge of satisfaction, although this would bring shame to Kapu. His thick skin had weathered many humiliations before. However, Karl's potential had been publicly displayed, elevating the perceptions of him among Sengoku and the others. Even the ever-attentive General Squirrel, who had been closely monitoring Karl, was taken aback by the fact that Karl had managed to put Kapu in a predicament. Boom, accompanied by the thunderous roar. Kapu has entered the stormy region under the influence of the airflow. However, Karl is drenched in sweat, clearly having pushed his abilities to their utmost limit. This is his breaking point. Very well, I declare this spar a draw. Karl, you may cease. At your command. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Karl relinquished his powers, and the immense gust of wind dissipated instantaneously, swirling outward. This powerful current sent the surrounding, less capable Navy personnel sprawling in disarray. Huh, what do you say, Marshal Sengoku? Am I deemed worthy now? Karl, panting heavily, cast a glance at Sengoku beside him. I am quite pleased, and I have conferred with Admiral Tsuru. From this day forth, you shall officially join the Navy and be granted the rank of colonel. However, your admission is exceptional. Thus you will need to spend some time in the Shambordi archipelago before setting sail. No problem. I am willing to go wherever is required. Karl felt a surge of excitement. Although his rank was somewhat modest, merely that of a colonel, it was indeed a rare achievement to attain such a position on the very first day of joining the Navy. This distinction elicited a sense of envy among those around him, who had toiled for several years yet remained at the ranks of major or lieutenant colonel. Such is the advantage of possessing true capability. Ha! Well done, young lad. You have triumphed this time, but I assure you, I shall not be so easily deceived next time. Kapu descended gracefully from the heavens, his feet gliding through the air. At this moment, the navy cloak that adorned him had vanished, and his attire was tattered and worn, even bearing the scent of charred remnants. It was evident that he had been struck by lightning. However, remarkably, Kapu bore not a single wound. Sengoku, I shall take my leave, he declared. I must check on my two boys and see how they are faring now. Kapu, too indifferent to change his attire, departed in his current state. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently assigning the task of tidying up the area to several naval officers. The three admirals dispersed in their own directions, while the weasel seemed poised to utter something. Yet a mere glance from Sengoku rendered him speechless. Come with me, recruit Karl, he instructed. I shall personally assign you your quarters and prepare your transfer orders. You are to rest at the naval headquarters for a few days. Report to the naval base at the Sabay archipelago in 7 days. As you command. Karl saluted awkwardly, a hint of excitement evident in his demeanor. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he departed the training grounds alongside Jean Gua. Subsequently, the events of the day were disseminated among the spectators. Initially, the reports were unremarkable, merely stating that Karl had fought valiantly against Garp, leveraging the advantages of weather to achieve a stalemate. However, as the tale spread, it became increasingly exaggerated. Not only did it transform into a narrative of a rookie Karl battling Garp, but it also escalated to the point where Garp was purportedly compelled to acknowledge defeat. Some rumors even suggested that Karl had dispatched Garp in an instant, forcing Garp to admit his loss. While such sensational news propelled Karl's notoriety to new heights, he, the central figure in this saga, felt a pang of frustration. This notoriety, while granting him fame, also brought along a fair share of complications. Now, whenever he ventured outside, he found himself the subject of scrutiny by the Navy. Moreover, some presumptuous naval officers sought to challenge him in hopes of achieving their own renown. If it were merely a matter of spectatorship, he would have smiled and remained silent. However, when faced with provocateurs, he would unhesitatingly send them to the infirmary. The consequences could range from a mere week of unconsciousness to severe injuries. Gradually, the title of battle-crazed Karl grew ever more resounding, and his fearsome record dissuaded many from attempting to confront him. Time passed, day by day. During this week, aside from accepting challenges, Karl also engaged in the Navy's routine training, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about the ocean and forging connections with like-minded friends. Today marks the conclusion of his 7 days of freely allocated time. Karl was summoned to follow the ship and report to the Shambordi archipelago. Ah, Shambordi archipelago. I have returned. Chapter 18. Return to Shambordi report. I am the new recruit, Colonel Karl. Here are my deployment orders for your inspection, sir. Ha. So you are Colonel Karl. Splendid, splendid. The rear admiral stationed at the Shambordi archipelago warmly ushered Karl into his office. My name is Pizza, not the edible kind. Although the pronunciation is quite similar, and I do enjoy pizza. Listening to Pizza's nonsensical ramblings, Karl felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, sensing that this commanding officer might be somewhat unreliable. He had spoken at length, veering around the topic of pizza, even discussing the best ways to prepare it. This left Karl utterly speechless. Admiral Pizza, do you have any other matters to discuss? Huh? Oh, my apologies. I tend to ramble when it comes to pizza. Please don't mind me. It's just a quirk of mine. Delicious. Pizza chuckled heartily, scratching his bald head before finally adopting a serious demeanor. I am Admiral Pizza, the commander of the Shambordi archipelago, a rear admiral of the Navy, age 42. You will accompany me to familiarize yourself with the matters here. I am aware that with your talents, your stay at the Shambordi archipelago will not be prolonged, so it is best for you to remain within your designated area and refrain from wandering. The only individuals who come to the Shambadi archipelago are pirates, naval officers, and slave traders, but there is a group we cannot provoke. Is it the Celestial Dragons? I have heard tales about them. I truly cannot fathom how such scum exist. Hush. Upon hearing Karl's words, Pizza immediately covered his mouth and glanced around the room. Once assured that no one was within earshot, he exhaled in relief. Youngster, you have a bright future ahead of you. Do not jeopardize it over the Celestial Dragons. I believe Admiral Sengoku sent you here to ensure your protection from them. However, it is wise to refrain from such remarks. At least half of my subordinates are close allies of the Celestial Dragons. If they overheard your words, they would undoubtedly report you. Therefore, you must tread carefully here. I understand, but I have one more question. Feel free to ask. I will answer any inquiry. Karl narrowed his eyes and softly inquired. If I understand correctly, Commander, it seems you too harbor a disdain for the Celestial Dragons. Yet, what compels you to remain here? This question piqued his interest, and he decided to be candid, as it was hardly a secret. Pika chuckled lightly before turning to retrieve a stack of berries from his drawer. Because of money. These beasts possess an abundance of berries. As long as they provide me with berries, I shall be their loyal dog. Should they fail to do so, well, what are these wretches worth? Bah. Observing Pika's expression, Karl squinted. He could discern that Pika's intentions here were straightforward. He was solely motivated by the berries held by the Celestial Dragons. This revelation led him to understand that this individual was likely aligned with Sengoku's faction, tasked with monitoring the activities of the Celestial Dragons. Despite their status as the world's rulers, even proclaiming themselves as deities, the Navy did not share the same allegiance with them. Apart from a select few who willingly chose to be the dogs of the Celestial Dragons, the majority of the Navy harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Yet, due to their positions, they could only seethe in silence. Furthermore, given the unique geographical significance of Sabay archipelago, which not only frequently attracted pirates, but was also regarded as a private garden by the Celestial Dragons, Sengoku deemed it necessary to dispatch capable subordinates to surveil the Celestial Dragons who ventured to Sabay. That is all I wish to convey. Take this stack of berries as a modest gift from me to you, though it may not be substantial. In that case, I shall accept it without hesitation. Karl accepted the bounty with a beaming smile. Although he had already reaped the rewards from Luffy, Ace, and the Golden Lion's bounties, which collectively exceeded 1 billion berries, ample currency for his indulgence, he would not decline the generous offerings presented to him. Karl followed Pisa to the training grounds of the subbase. Here, he observed tens of thousands of naval personnel engaged in collective drills. Nearby, several individuals were patrolling, all adorned with the rank of colonel, much like Karl himself. The majority of those who come to my establishment are indeed colonels. Those who have attained the rank of brigadier general possess the privilege to venture out independently to sea and hold little regard for remaining stationed here. It is individuals like me who find themselves partially buried in responsibilities yet still harbor ambitions for profit that come to the archipelago of Shambadi. One could assert that most naval colonels arriving here, aside from a few who have been dispatched as a form of punishment, are, like yourself, seeking to embellish their careers. Pisa took a deep breath and lit a cigar. Karl nodded in agreement with his statement. Report, sir, everything is normal today, and the training indicators have been satisfactorily met. Excellent. In that case, we shall adjourn for the evening, allowing everyone to gather and, in the process, extend a warm welcome to our new colleague. Understood. The naval officer saluted, then cast a puzzled glance at Karl. This young lad is our new colleague? He doesn't seem much. And to hold the rank of colonel at such a tender age? Surely, he must have influential connections? Upon hearing the other's skepticism, Karl scratched his head. A hint of embarrassment creeping in. You are indeed correct. This young man is indeed well-connected, but his connections are even more formidable than you might imagine. Ha. Pizza burst into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard a most amusing joke, which left the naval officer somewhat perplexed. Karl found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation. This young man, named Karl, had only joined the Navy 7 days prior and had been unusually promoted to the rank of colonel. Does that ring a bell? Are you the very Karl who defeated Captain Garp? What? He is the Karl who vanquished Colonel Garp. Could it be that this young lad made Colonel Garp call him father? Upon hearing the colonel's exclamation, those around turned their eager gazes toward Karl, their eyes ablaze with fervor, as if they were ready to consume him. However, the words that escaped their lips ignited a profound anger within Karl. Who on earth was the scoundrel that spread such outrageous rumors? Are you all attempting to bring about my demise? Unintentionally, Karl unleashed a formidable conqueror's haki, instantly rendering the 1,000 Navy soldiers present unconscious. The naval commanders, sensing this overwhelming aura, were taken aback. Pisa's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. Is this truly the legendary conqueror's haki? Karl nodded slightly and let out a cold snort as he made his way towards the base's entrance. Commander Pisa, the atmosphere here requires reform. The slander against Senior Captain Garp's reputation, along with the rumors intended to undermine me, must be addressed. Wait, where are you going? Just going for a stroll? Is that all right? Upon encountering the piercing gaze of Karl, Pisa swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. And no problem. Chapter 19, Rayleigh. As the rumors suggested, Karl generally possessed a calm temperament, yet at times, he exhibited a capricious nature. The confirmation of his conqueror's haki indicated that he had indeed awakened. Pisa returned to the dazed colonel and gently patted his shoulder. Stop dawdling and quickly wake the other sailors. We need to prepare for a gathering tonight. Understood. The colonel sighed in relief. He had not anticipated Karl's aversion to such comments. However, he had witnessed Karl's strength today. Though only a glimpse, it was sufficient for them. Particularly for Pisa, who had initially sought an opportunity to assess whether Karl's prowess was as formidable as the headquarters claimed. Yet today, it became evident that even a mere glance from Karl could compel one to retreat. That level of presence was something Pisa himself could never hope to replicate. Truly, he was deserving of the title genius with monstrous potential bestowed by the headquarters. Pisa hoped that Karl would not stir up trouble here. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament. Shaking his head, Pisa felt a sense of helplessness. As a commander, nothing was more daunting than having subordinates whose abilities surpassed his own. Such individuals are not only challenging to manage but also prone to causing disturbances. Thus, he resolved to carefully consider a suitable position for Karl, one that would keep him settled. After all, Karl's reputation as a battle fanatic was well known within the Navy. Shiki, I have returned. As usual, serve me the signature dish here. On this occasion, Karl ventured out not merely to unwind, but primarily to seek an audience with the enigmatic Hades, Rayleigh. Thus, he found himself at Shiki's bar. Regrettably, after surveying his surroundings, he discovered that aside from himself and Shiki, the establishment was devoid of patrons. The absence of Rayleigh left Karl feeling somewhat disheartened. Here you go. A glass of cold water, Shiki remarked, casting a discerning glance at Karl as she placed the drink before him. Hey, that seems rather disrespectful. Just look at my attire. I am quite affluent now. Karl gestured towards his naval uniform and then placed a stack of berries upon the table. Would this sum suffice for a fine bottle of wine and a platter of appetizers? Shiki glanced at the amount and replied, a total of 300,000 berries. Indeed, it is sufficient. She looked at Karl with a hint of astonishment, not expecting that he, having just become a naval officer, would possess such wealth. Since it is adequate, go ahead and attend to it. I shall wait here, and also for Rayleigh. The wine and appetizers shall arrive shortly, yet Rayleigh is not present. No, he shall return momentarily. I have inquired and learned that he is currently at the slave market, seemingly intending to sell himself. Karl suppressed a smile and spoke. Frankly, he could not comprehend Rayleigh's peculiar tendency to sell himself. While it was ostensibly for monetary gain, it struck him as odd and rather amusing. Shiki, on the other hand, covered her forehead, somewhat speechless. She was well aware of Rayleigh's gambling habits and his penchant for self-promotion, but she had not anticipated that such quirks would become known to outsiders. This realization left her feeling embarrassed, to the point of not wanting to engage further. Before long, Shiki brought out the drinks and accompanying snacks. The offerings were meager, and the bottle of liquor was quite small, which left Karl somewhat exasperated. This truly is a shabby establishment. With such scant provisions, had it not been for Rayleigh's protection, it would likely have been dismantled by now. You need not concern yourself with such matters, and I have no intention of relying on this for sustenance. Indeed, I am aware you deal in information. Do you have any recent intelligence regarding the four emperors? Surely you are already privy to the latest news? After all, you were the instigator, personally apprehending the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Firefist Ace. Whitebeard is currently furious and would relish the chance to eliminate you. Shiki let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed intently on Karl, as if seeking to witness any sign of fear. However, after a prolonged stare, she found no trace of trepidation on his part, which bored her somewhat. Is that all? I expected more noteworthy news. However, I do have a piece of information. Would you care to hear it? What news? Are you aware that Ace is the son of Roger? What? A voice suddenly erupted from outside, and an elderly man with white hair burst in. His eyes locked onto Karl. Repeat that. Whose son is Ace? You must be Rayleigh, Karl mused, squinting slightly and leaning back, a smile gracing his lips. Xiachi, bring me 2 more bottles of wine. Rest assured, I have the means. This wine is on the house. Tell me if Ace is indeed Roger's son. Rayleigh took a seat directly opposite Karl, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the man, who was a Navy officer. Given Rayleigh's prowess, he would not be intimidated even if an admiral were to confront him. As long as it was not all 3 admirals acting in concert, he felt no fear. Which was why he dared to establish himself in this place. Never mind, let's forego this discussion. Xiachi opened her mouth to speak. But upon witnessing the seriousness in Rayleigh's expression, she immediately shook her head and fell silent. She understood well the irreplaceable position Roger held in Rayleigh's heart. If Ace truly was Roger's son, the implications would be monumental. Rayleigh, my purpose for coming here, aside from seeing you, is primarily to inform you that Ace is, in fact, Roger's son. Garp acknowledges that he regards him as a grandson merely at Roger's behest. As for the reasons, you may inquire directly with Garp. Furthermore, there is no need to investigate how I came to know this. I too stumbled upon it through others. It is regrettable that the old man passed away too soon, leaving behind other secrets untold, such as those concerning rocks. Karl squinted his eyes, speaking with a blend of sincerity and jest. He then raised the wine bottle, inviting Rayleigh to join him in a drink. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, taking a sip before inquiring, "Why do you share this with me?" "Because it is intriguing. I personally captured Ace and delivered him to Impel Down, and I am curious to see what actions you former members of Roger's crew will take." Karl downed a gulp of liquor, his body leaning forward abruptly, and his eyes were filled with a crimson hue. His expression bore a hint of madness, as if he acted solely for his own amusement. Humph. The captain has long since perished, and the Roger pirates have disbanded. Even if Ace truly is his son, he has already been captured, rendering this matter irrelevant to me. Is it not? What a pity indeed. Karl shook his head, and then turned to glance at the doorway. Those outside have been listening for quite some time. Why not come in and join the conversation? Karl shouted loudly, while Riley's gaze was sharp and penetrating. As the two conversed, unbeknownst to them, someone outside was eavesdropping. Yet, they remained oblivious to this intrusion. Karl was eager for the news to spread, while Rayleigh believed he had no reason to get involved in the matter. After all, Ace was not Roger. Had he not been captured, Rayleigh might have offered his assistance. However, since he had already been apprehended, Rayleigh found no justification to intervene. Chapter 20. Spreading the News Thief. I merely intended to come for a drink. Yet I stumbled upon such intriguing information. It seems you possess considerable knowledge regarding rocks and the grand affairs of the Roger pirates, young Navy brat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Blackbeard Teach, the future pirate king. With a bulging belly and a disheveled appearance, Teach swaggered between Karl and Rayleigh. "Boss, bring me a bottle of your finest wine." Shiki squinted her eyes and obliged him with a bottle. Blackbeard had become notorious, known for betraying his comrades and murdering them within the Whitebeard pirates. His infamy had spread across the seas, and Whitebeard himself vowed to capture him and send him to hell. The presence of such a ruthless individual piqued even Rayleigh's curiosity. "Teach, what brings you here? The Sabay archipelago is teeming with people. Are you not afraid of Whitebeard pursuing you?" "Thief. What is there to fear from that old man? I shall soon be a warlord of the sea. Why should I be afraid of him?" Teach laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Whitebeard's threat. His arrogance irked Rayleigh. "What an amusing character you are. I have seen your news. You are a nauseatingly ambitious man." "Thief. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, you are the new Navy star, Colonel Karl, aren't you?" Teach's laughter faded, and his gaze intensified, resembling a beast fixating on its prey, brimming with murderous intent. Yet, he refrained from making a move. Teach was acutely aware of whose territory he occupied and had no desire to offend both the Navy and Rayleigh simultaneously, especially as he was on the verge of becoming a warlord of the sea. Remaining idle is not the answer. Why don't you continue your previous conversation? "I shall listen in silence," Teach suggested, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, Rayleigh stood up abruptly. "Regardless of Ace's identity, it bears no significance to me, and I possess little knowledge regarding the Rocks pirates." With that, Rayleigh prepared to depart, evidently unwilling to pursue the topic further. He feared that he might succumb to the urge to rescue someone, hence his hasty exit. Upon witnessing Rayleigh's departure, Teach grinned, revealing his incomplete set of teeth. Since Rayleigh has left, why don't we have a chat, just the two of us? I have little to discuss with a pirate such as yourself. Even if you are on the verge of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sooner or later, the system of the 7 warlords will be abolished. And at that time, you shall still find yourself a wanted criminal. Karl chose to disregard Teach. This fellow was exceptionally troublesome, and Karl had already accomplished his objective. The news of Ace being the son of Roger had become public knowledge. Given Blackbeard's disposition, it would not be long before the Navy and the expanse of the sea became aware of this revelation, and he would undoubtedly take credit for it himself. Such is Teach's nature. Ha ha ha. What an amusing little rascal. It seems he intentionally leaked this information to me for the purpose of dissemination. However, this turn of events is fortuitous. A plan he could not execute before can now be set into motion. Truly, fate is on my side. Ha 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 ha. With uproarious laughter, Teach exited the tavern, drawing the attention of those around him. Captain, shall we take action? Then Oka, sporting a monocle, raised his sniper rifle and took aim at Karl, licking his lips in anticipation. Yet, Teach shook his head and gently lowered the muzzle of the weapon. There's no need for haste. We are on the brink of becoming the 7 warlords, and there is absolutely no necessity to engage the Navy. Moreover, I have obtained even more significant intelligence. Once this information spreads, I cannot believe that the world government and the Navy will remain idle. Let us proceed. Our next destination is the naval headquarters. Teach waved his hand, mischievously leading his crew towards the port. Karl's pace was not swift. He deliberately lingered in his steps, hoping to provoke Ditch into taking action against him. However, the latter did not comply, indicating that he must have other intentions. It seemed that the moment for confrontation had arrived. Karl smiled and returned to the naval headquarters to borrow a telephone snail from Pizza, calling Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I have a matter to report concerning Ace's identity. I had a meeting with Blackbeard Teach, and from his lips, I learned that Ace is the son of the pirate king, Roger. Karl did not shy away, directly revealing the secret. The Marine headquarters Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow and softly remarked, "Understood. For the time being, do not make this matter public." After uttering these words, Sengoku ended the call and turned to the carefree Garp beside him. "Garp, Ace's situation has been exposed." "Ah, what situation?" Garp was indulging in a donut, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. "Ace is the son of Roger, is he not?" "Wait, what are you saying?" "Ace is my grandson." "How could that be possible, Garp?" "Do not deceive me. Do you believe you can fool everyone, yet think you can outsmart both me and Tsuru? Furthermore, that little rascal Karl is already aware of this matter. According to his report, the one who leaked this information is Blackbeard Teach." "Teach? The pirate who betrayed Whitebeard?" Kapu's expression grew somber. After a brief pause, he set down the donut in his hand and walked outside with a grave demeanor. "Kapu, return at once. I understand your urgency regarding this matter, but you must not act against Teach. He has saved a celestial dragon and submitted a bounty of 1 billion heavenly gold. He has now been appointed as a warlord of the sea by the Elder Stars, and he is merely awaiting my acknowledgement. If you were to eliminate him now, while it may preserve the secret, what would the Elder Stars think?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kapu clenched his jaw, rendered speechless. Sengoku, witnessing his old friend slipping into a state of despair, felt a sense of helplessness. Just days ago, Karl had apprehended Ace and Luffy. Now, another Blackbeard had emerged, beginning to disseminate Ace's true identity, which was causing him considerable distress. "Kapu, it's likely that Blackbeard will arrive at the Navy headquarters soon. You would do well to lay low." Suddenly, the transponder snail began to ring. Sengoku instinctively picked it up and inquired about the caller. However, he was met with a torrent of curses. "You, Sengoku, how dare you apprehend Roger's son and fail to report it? Do you think the Elder Stars are invisible to you? If it weren't for Blackbeard, we might still be in the dark." The indignation continued. "Sengoku, is this how you conduct yourself as Fleet Admiral?" Chapter 21. Leisurely days. A week later, news had spread across the seas that Ace was Roger's son. And even the revelation of Ace being Kapu's grandson had surfaced. More significantly, Ace was publicly recognized as the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, signifying his status as Whitebeard's son. This meant that Kapu had become the father of both Roger and Whitebeard. Such explosive news swept through the seas in the span of a week. Regardless of the Navy's attempts to suppress it, the gossip could not be contained. The human inclination towards gossip is innate and cannot be easily stifled. Once 10 individuals are aware, the next day, 1,000 will know. Extrapolating from that, it could be said that disseminating this information across the oceans in 7 days was rather slow. It was precisely because Kapu had benefited from both Whitebeard and Roger that he had become their paternal figure, which in turn diluted the significance of Ace being Roger's son. However, the high-ranking officials of the Navy, the world government, and pirates like Whitebeard would not forget this news, especially those remnants of the Roger pirates, such as Rayleigh. It is none other than the Blackbeard pirates who are disseminating these tidings. In a bid to augment his own notoriety, Teach entrusted all these revelations to the esteemed newsman Morgans, even investing a substantial sum to ensure their widespread recognition. Morgans, in turn, did not disappoint Blackbeard's expectations. He not only propagated the news but also explicitly labeled it as an exclusive report provided by the notorious warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach himself. For an ambitious figure like Teach, the greater his renown, the more lucrative the benefits that would accrue to him. Thus, he shamelessly appropriated the information he had gleaned from Karl. Karl, for his part, was exceedingly pleased, as this was precisely the outcome he had desired. Now, apart from Rayleigh, Shiki, and Teach, no one is aware that it was Karl who disseminated the truth regarding Ace's identity, with Teach's reputation soaring. Even if someone attempts to clarify the truth, few would be inclined to believe it. Who would have thought that Teach would surpass my expectations so remarkably? It is truly splendid. Karl sat languidly within Shiki's bar, leisurely sipping his drink, devoid of any sense of tension. He had become a regular patron of this establishment, arriving each day merely to order a bottle of liquor and spend the afternoon in quiet contemplation. As long as the Sabay archipelago remained free of turmoil, there was no need for him to take action. Moreover, it was primarily for the sake of preventing any encounters with the celestial dragons that Pizarro was keen to see him frequent the bar. Shiki's establishment was situated in a relatively secluded area, far removed from the prying eyes of the celestial dragons, rendering it a sanctuary of safety. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? What advantage do you gain from spreading such rumors? The Navy headquarters is currently in disarray, and the pirates are equally in turmoil. Particularly on Whitebeard's front, they are even contemplating declaring war on the Navy, presumably in an effort to reclaim Ace. Is this the scenario you wish to witness? Shiki was somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend Karl's motives behind such actions. Karl took a sip of his drink, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Shiki, can you not comprehend this situation? The current turn of events is precisely what I have anticipated. Observing Karl's smile, Shiki furrowed her brow. What a lunatic. Thank you for the compliment, he replied. Karl raised his glass and clinked it with Shiki's across the void, then drank it down in one swift motion. Just as he had articulated, the current state of Whitebeard and the Navy, poised for action, was precisely what he desired. He yearned to replicate the chaos instigated by Blackbeard during the Paramount War. Only in this manner could he activate his selection system, and by eliminating Whitebeard at that moment, he would acquire his formidable powers. To outsiders, this notion might seem the ravings of a madman eager for chaos. Yet, Karl was acutely aware that the perceptions of others were but illusions. What truly belonged to him was only that which he could grasp. However, he also understood that he was not yet a match for Whitebeard. He could only reap Whitebeard's life through the turmoil of the Paramount War to seize his abilities. After a period of diligent research, Karl has essentially grasped how the system is activated. He can only make choices when he encounters significant individuals or events. Among these choices, two are unlikely to alter the original narrative trajectory, offering rewards that, while present, are exceedingly rare. However, the final option will undoubtedly shift the course of the story, accompanied by bountiful rewards. Including the likes of Gold Lion, Luffy, and Ace, he has only triggered 4 choices thus far. The most recent choice arose when Teach disseminated news about Ace, presenting him with several options: to exacerbate the situation, to observe discreetly, or to suppress vigorously. Karl did not hesitate to lend a hand, clandestinely assisting Teach in spreading rumors. The reward was a level up in all attributes. Attribute panel: Name, Karl Strength, D Agility, D Spirit, E Stamina, C Abilities, Military Boxing, G Float Fruit, S Armament Hockey, Proficient, Observation Hockey, Proficient, Conqueror's Hockey, Mastered. Dual Sword Style, D. Although there was no change in his abilities, his physical condition had entirely reached the average level of a Vice Admiral. Now, he was nearly on par with seasoned Navy Vice Admirals. Today I heard a rather amusing rumor. Outside, someone is claiming that the captain stole Whitebeard's wife, resulting in the birth of Ace. After many years, Whitebeard, unable to contain his anger, reclaimed Ace and recognized him as his own son. The individual who concocted this theory is truly remarkable. Drunkenly, Rayleigh stumbled in from outside, plopping down before Karl, and even letting out a belch. Rayleigh, you ought to brush your teeth. Karl furrowed his brow, shifting his position with apparent disdain. Meanwhile, Shiki brought over a cup of sobering tea. Is this amusing? In my opinion, those who utter such words deserve to perish. Shiki glanced at Karl, but he merely shrugged. Do not look at me. I harbor no such malice. I merely propagate the truth and do not engage in slanderous speech. Ha ha ha. Although this naval lad is quite detestable, he indeed refrains from tarnishing others' reputations. However, you are correct. Those who spread such rumors truly deserve condemnation. Rayleigh took a sip of tea and then forcefully struck the table, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Karl. You little naval brat. Now, your objective has been achieved. The Navy has officially responded to Whitebeard's declaration of war. In 3 months, they shall engage in the final battle at Marineford, and that day will also mark Ace's public execution. Chapter 22. The 3-month deadline. Execution day? 3 months hence? That span of time seems excessively lengthy. Does the Navy and the world government not fear unforeseen circumstances? Although this news delighted Karl, the 3-month interval was indeed too extensive. Should any mishaps arise, the so-called final battle would become a farce. Furthermore, 3 months provides ample opportunity for Whitebeard to mount a rescue. Boy, do not underestimate the Navy, nor should you belittle Whitebeard. The Navy will undoubtedly enforce stringent precautions and may even relocate Ace. Given that you have been with the Navy for less than a month, it is entirely normal for you to lack knowledge compared to me, a pirate. As for that old fellow, Whitebeard, Rayleigh scoffed, took a sip of his drink, and continued, he is the strongest man in the world. Such a person could never resort to prison breaks. Indeed, however, how is it that you possess information I am unaware of? Karl looked at Rayleigh in bewilderment, while the latter retrieved a crumpled newspaper from beneath him. The Navy had been disseminating information for an entire morning. You had spent the day idly at Shiki's and lacked a transponder snail. Who would have the leisure to specifically inform you? Although Rayleigh's mockery was sharp, Karl remained unfazed. He merely nodded and perused the Navy's news report. The contents of the newspaper were fundamentally in agreement with what Rayleigh had conveyed, with not a single discrepancy. Subsequently, Karl cast a puzzled glance at Rayleigh, who, in his current state, was incessantly indulging in drink without a moment's pause. Karl stared at him for a long time, and the other party remained silent. After his eyes began to ache, he finally spoke up. Tell me, aren't you old-timers planning to stage a prison break? That is Roger S.'s son, after all. He chuckled. Huh, discussing a prison break in front of a Navy officer? Do you take me for a fool? Raleigh scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Karl. Karl suddenly realized that, although Rayleigh was not a pirate, he would never openly confess to such an act as prison breaking in front of Karl. That would indeed be foolish. The wine has run out, and it is time for me to take my leave. If you intend to make a move against me, Rayleigh, it would be wise to act swiftly, for I cannot ascertain when I may be reassigned. At that point, you may find no opportunity to act. Until we meet again tomorrow. Ha ha. Karl exited the bar, his laughter echoing into the distance. As his mirth faded, Rayleigh's demeanor shifted from calm to increasingly agitated, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Rayleigh, I comprehend your feelings, yet you must exercise patience. This is not the moment to act against him. Offending the Navy at this juncture would yield no benefits. I understand. But I have yet to contact my old comrades. The prison break plan may have to be postponed. The Navy will undoubtedly transfer Ace to another location, necessitating a complete overhaul of our prior strategy. Perhaps the war in 3 months will present us with an opportunity. A spark of determination flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he downed his drink in one gulp. Shiki, stroking his chin contemplatively, ventured, Straw Hat Luffy is the grandson of Garp, and Ace is also his grandson. Perhaps he could provide some valuable information. Should we not disclose the true situation to Garp? Disclose it for what purpose? Do you wish for him to eliminate Karl? Let us not forget, it is Ace facing execution. Though Garp cherishes Ace, they share no blood ties. As this thought crossed their minds, Rayleigh and Shiki exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously exclaiming, unless both Luffy and Ace are executed. Ha! Precisely. Only if both grandsons face execution will that old man Garp take action. Moreover, Straw Hat Luffy is the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He is not to be trifled with. He is dubbed the world's most notorious criminal for good reason. At this point, Rayleigh and Luffy had yet to encounter one another, and they remained unaware of the origins of Luffy's straw hat, only knowing him by his moniker. Rayleigh would not hesitate to sacrifice Luffy's life in exchange for Ace's. Not to mention, both Ace and Luffy are Garp's grandsons. If both were to face execution simultaneously, Garp would surely not remain passive. What do you intend to do next? Luffy's identity is not sufficient for public execution, Shachi inquired, perplexed. Rayleigh shook his head and produced a stack of bounty posters. The Straw Hat Pirates have yet to disband. Perhaps we can leverage them for our purposes. Report. Navy Colonel Karl requests to return to the ranks. As Rayleigh contemplated how to ensnare Luffy and Garp in this web of schemes, the stage was set for the unfolding drama. Karl had returned to the naval base, bearing upon his shoulder an individual larger than himself. Within the confines of the base, the troops were assembling, yet Karl remained oblivious to their intentions. Leave the pirates to me. This is merely a routine patrol. You should return and rest, Pizza advised, wary of allowing Karl to encounter the celestial dragons during the patrol. The destinations of the patrol were bustling areas frequently visited by these aristocrats. Given Pizza's understanding of Karl, he knew that should Karl venture there, a confrontation with the celestial dragons would be inevitable. Thus, he refrained from issuing any commands to Karl. Nevertheless, during this period, apart from indulging in spirits, Karl consistently returned with 1 or 2 pirates boasting bounties exceeding 50 million. Today was no exception. As Karl journeyed home, he encountered a rather oblivious pirate, whom he effortlessly apprehended. Yet again, I find myself unable to patrol as I wish. Each day drags on in idleness, and my body feels as though it is on the verge of rusting. It seems you are not merely rusting away. Rather, you are seeking trouble. Pizza's lips twitched slightly as he took the unconscious pirate from Karl's grasp. Is this the notorious Big Beard with a bounty of 110 million berries? Remarkable. This individual is a seasoned trafficker of humans. His singular exploits surpass the sum of your efforts over the past few days. Pizza's face radiated surprise, and he did not hesitate to express his admiration. However, Karl found it hard to muster any interest. The repetitive rhetoric surrounding the pizza over the past few days had become rather tiresome, with even the compliments sounding quite similar. This monotonous discourse had begun to wear on him. Since it no longer concerned him, he decided to take his leave, allowing them to continue their conversation. Karl returned to his room, feeling utterly dispirited. Upon witnessing the door close behind him, Pizza let out a sigh of relief, his expression turning grave. My dear Karl, it's not that I wish to deter you, but your temperament is ill-suited for dealings with the celestial dragons. For the sake of us all, it would be prudent for you to remain here and await the marshal's orders. Chapter 23. The celestial dragons. Next up for auction is the Pyceida, assistance of our collection, a mermaid from Fishman Island. The starting bid is a staggering 1 billion berries. Each increment must not be less than 100 million berries. The bidding commences now. With a resounding call from the auctioneer, the curtain was swiftly drawn back. A mermaid was confined within a glass enclosure, her plight evoking deep sympathy. Witnessing her tear-filled eyes made one long to shatter the tank and liberate the beautiful creature. The assembled gentlemen rushed forth, eager to rescue the enchanting mermaid. I bid 1 billion and 1 berries. I offer 13 billion. I raise to 15 billion. 20 billion berries. The auction was fiercely contested, and within moments, the bids surged beyond 20 billion berries, with the price continuing to escalate. Observing this scene from a shadowy alcove, a man could not help but shake his head. What a gathering of avarice! Yet, one must ponder the plight of the fishmen. Every time I visit, I encounter these unfortunate beings up for sale. Curiously, I have yet to see a single human slave. Could it be that humans are not as easily captured as fishmen? Karl donned casual attire, his visage obscured by a mask, and a black silk scarf adorned his head. Fully equipped in this manner, he was unrecognizable to anyone present. The auction house did not require real name verification. As long as one paid the deposit, entry was granted to all. While Pissa forbade Karl from leaving, he was no mere child, and if he truly desired to venture out, none could impede him. Furthermore, adorned in such a way and armed only with a common iron dagger, it was improbable that anyone would associate him with the spirited Karl. His purpose for being here was rather straightforward. He sought to tempt fate in hopes of encountering a devil fruit. He yearned to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether he could consume another devil fruit, thus augmenting his strength. However, having spent 5 days in this locale, Karl had liberated 4 merman slaves, yet had not come across a single devil fruit. It must be said that these fruits are indeed exceedingly rare. In the original narrative, devil fruits appeared with such frequency, yet now they are a scarce sight. Nonetheless, having already intervened 4 times, what difference would one more make? Karl shook his head, crossing his legs as he awaited the conclusion of the auction to rescue the captive. His disdain for slave traders ran deep. Yet he recognized the futility in attempting to eradicate them entirely. He could only do his utmost. 100 billion berries. This fishman shall be mine. As Karl scrutinized the crowd to see who might secure this fishman, a nauseating voice suddenly pierced through the air from the entrance. The sound was jarring and shrill, emanating from the fearsome celestial dragons, noble beings of the world whose mere presence instilled dread. The celestial dragons have arrived? No wonder the Marines dispatched personnel for patrol today. It appears a celestial dragon is in attendance. Karl's gaze flickered momentarily before he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, all present at the venue fell into a hushed silence upon the appearance of the celestial dragons, none daring to utter a word. The celestial dragons epitomize absolute authority. To defy them, even by a mere word, is considered a grave transgression punishable by death. The astute individuals gathered here, aware of the repercussions, remained silent upon hearing the celestial dragon's bidding. The auctioneer, trembling with trepidation, announced the result of the auction and subsequently instructed his subordinates to release the mermen. Humph. It had long been rumored that the mermen auctioned here were of exquisite quality, even surpassing the beauty of the offerings provided to me by the commoners. Upon witnessing one today, I can affirm the claims. The celestial dragon gazed excitedly at the enchanting mermaid before departing the auction house. The auctioneer, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired about the payment for the auction after the celestial dragons left. However, the celestial dragons disregarded him entirely, while a shadowy figure beside them swiftly drew a handgun. With a resounding bang, a gaping wound appeared on the auctioneer's forehead. This sordid sum is your recompense. Take it, sneered the dark-clad individual before following the entourage out. Once they departed, chaos erupted within the auction house. The staff, bewildered and at a loss, were left leaderless with the auctioneer's demise. As the venue descended into turmoil, Karl seized the opportunity to slip away, stealthily trailing the footsteps of the celestial dragons. At this moment, the celestial dragons sat atop the back of a slave, while a large slave beside him was tasked with carrying a water tank. Truly, the celestial dragons are remarkable. Their outing entails the presence of over 30 slaves. The vacant expressions of these slaves suggest a numbing familiarity with their plight, leaving one to wonder if they even remember how to spell the word escape. Karl shook his head and swiftly positioned himself before the celestial dragon, obstructing his path. Which lowly wretch dares to impede my way? Truly, a death wish. The celestial dragon, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Karl, was instantly filled with rage. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, intending to eliminate the obstacle before him. However, such a firearm posed no threat to Karl whatsoever. He merely tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading the bullet. All slaves, heed my words. If you wish to preserve your lives, now is the time to flee. The command was barely uttered before the next action unfolded. In an instant, Karl unleashed a swift strike. The circular blade of energy effortlessly disarmed all the explosive devices affixed to the necks of the enslaved. He infused this powerful blow with his fruit abilities, directly dismantling the explosive mechanisms within the shackles. After several days of experimentation, such delicate maneuvers had become second nature to him. In simpler terms, it was merely a matter of practice skill. Run. Upon witnessing the disappearance of their shackles, the eyes of all the enslaved individuals sparkled with renewed hope. It was unclear who first shouted, but suddenly, every ounce of their effort surged forth, propelling them into a frenzied escape. Even those who had been pinned down beneath the oppressor now overturned their captors, racing away with fervor. All the enslaved, except for the immobile fishman, cast grateful glances towards Karl before swiftly fleeing the scene. What are you worthless fools dawdling for? Hurry and capture those damned slaves. Although the celestial dragon had been knocked off balance, his mind remained clear. He promptly commanded his bodyguards in black to apprehend the escaping slaves. Yet, before they could act, Karl had already appeared before the celestial dragon. With a single swift motion, he severed the throats of all the black-clad guards surrounding him. Though these guards appeared arrogant, their strength was inferior even to that of a Navy lieutenant. Do you lowly wretch, know who I am? I am a celestial dragon, a god of this world. Before the celestial dragon could finish his proclamation, Karl thrust his blade deep into his heart. A god? Huh. With a cold chuckle, Karl glanced around and noticed the approaching Navy patrol. Without hesitation, he hoisted the fishman and sprinted towards the shore. Moments later, the tardy Navy patrol arrived, only to be met with the shocking sight of the slain celestial dragon. We're too late. Chapter 24. The Legend of the Masked Hero. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, masked hero. The rescued mermaid timidly expressed her gratitude on the deserted shore. However, the title she bestowed upon Karl caught him off guard. Masked hero? What on earth is that? Karl appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of when he had acquired such an appellation. The mermaid, her body twisting shyly and her cheeks flushed, explained, Mighty masked hero, the news of your recent assistance to my kin has spread throughout the entirety of Fishman Island. I merely wished to come here to meet you, but unfortunately, I was captured by slave traders. At this point, her complexion deepened in hue, clearly indicating that her predicament was largely of her own making. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into such a trap. Karl said nothing, merely tenderly ruffled her hair, then smiled and remarked, It is all right. Your safety is what matters most. However, I advise you not to come here again. Had I not been present today, you would have truly become a slave. I understand, esteemed masked hero. I shall remain dutifully at home and will not venture out again. Yet, may I inquire, are you human or a merman? What compels you to rescue us? Such a question you ask. Karl chuckled softly, then gently caressed the mermaid's hair. I am indeed human, yet you need not fear. I harbor no prejudice against you or any other race. In my eyes, all races can coexist harmoniously, save for the celestial dragons. As he spoke of the celestial dragons, Karl's tone grew noticeably somber. The mermaid curled her body slightly upon hearing his words and nodded. I understand. Although I yearn to converse further with you, dear masked hero, I must return. My family will surely worry about my absence. Thank you for saving me. The mermaid expressed her gratitude once more before gracefully leaping into the sea. In an instant, she vanished from the range of Karl's observation. Karl shook his head and then cast a glance at the nearby area, where a considerable number of naval officers were conducting a search. It was evident that they were in pursuit of the ferocious beast responsible for the slaying of the celestial dragons. Karl had no intention of lingering there and promptly departed from the seaside. Moments later, he returned to his room, where he utilized his abilities to obliterate all traces of his criminal tools. Both his garments and the iron sword were transformed into mere dust. Thus, even if suspicions arose, no evidence could be found against him. Karl, could you step out for a moment? Having just donned his clothing, Karl instinctively responded to Pizza's call. I'll be right out. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from his room, only to find Pizza's countenance etched with seriousness. General Pizza, what troubles you? Your expression appears quite grave. Has something occurred? Indeed, a significant incident has transpired. A celestial dragon was murdered before the auction house. By the way, you have been cooped up in your room all afternoon, have you not? What kind of question is that? If I weren't in my room, where else would I be? I have no grievances with this celestial dragon. It would be absurd for me to seek him out just to cause trouble. Karl shrugged, donning an expression of mock innocence, as if to say, surely you jest. Upon hearing Karl's denial, Pizza exhaled a sigh of relief and gently patted his shoulder. This sufficed. Due to my negligence in this incident, I was not afforded any opportunity for investigation, and my rank was directly reduced, relegating me back to headquarters for punishment. Your transfer order has yet to arrive, so I implore you to remain composed and refrain from wandering about aimlessly until the new commander arrives. I cannot guarantee that my successor will be as accommodating as I have been. Pizza spoke earnestly, evoking a sense of solemn respect from Karl. He had not anticipated that merely slaying a celestial dragon would lead to Pizza's demotion. This outcome was unforeseen, and more importantly, it was touching that Pizza expressed such concern for him before departing. Karl felt a surge of emotion, thus he solemnly nodded in response, assuring, rest assured, I shall not wander off during these few days. Only for this brief period. Karl silently added a thought to himself. Pizza seemed to see through Karl's intentions and shook his head in resignation. Well, I cannot control you anyway. I merely hope that whoever replaces me can apprehend the murderer of the celestial dragons. Otherwise, I may have to part with half of the wealth I have accumulated over the years just to evade the celestial dragon's punishment. My money, Pizza lamented, his expression weary and despondent. Observing Pizza's distress, Karl's lips twitched slightly. After all this, you are merely concerned about your wealth. With your capabilities, earning money should not be a challenge, should it? Yes, earning money is indeed simple, but making it legally is an arduous task. Aside from the Sabay archipelago, where else can I find such lucrative prey as the celestial dragons? Pizza exclaimed, his eyes sharpening considerably at the mention of money. Karl could not help but shiver at the intensity of his gaze, and he chuckled in agreement. The celestial dragons, with their immense wealth, indeed serve as a splendid mobile treasury. Indeed, My own treasury has vanished just like that. Earning money will not be as effortless henceforth. You must not follow in my footsteps. If you find yourself in trouble with the celestial dragons, it is imperative to find someone to take the blame, lest you incur their wrath. I consider myself unfortunate this time, having never anticipated the emergence of a masked vigilante in the Sabay archipelago. If I ever discover his identity, I shall ensure he pays dearly for his audacity. How dare he sever my financial lifeline? I will make certain that his suffering is profound. The air around Pizza was thick with a chilling aura of murderous intent. Karl could not help but feel a deep-seated trepidation. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar masked figure. It must be said that for a person who is driven by greed, having their source of income abruptly severed is akin to a death sentence. Thus, Karl resolved to keep his identity as a masked vigilante concealed within the recesses of his heart, never to reveal it to anyone. However, he did not anticipate that his disguise would garner such immense notoriety in merely 5 days. This left him perplexed. Who could possibly be promoting his exploits? General Pizza, may I inquire about the masked vigilante you just mentioned? I seem to have never heard of such a character. Is he a pirate? No. The masked vigilante is not a pirate. He is a man of virtue, yet he possesses a devilish side. This individual has liberated numerous slaves and even slain celestial dragons. Thus, he is indeed a hero. However, he has also obstructed my means of income, forcing me to return to headquarters for punishment, making him a demon in my eyes. At this juncture, Pizza fixed his gaze intently upon Karl, gripping her shoulders tightly. Karl, by the order of my superior, I am assigning you one final task. Aid me in locating the masked vigilante and deliver a severe beating. But do not capture him. Simply ensure he receives a thorough thrashing. Do you understand? Understood, sir. Chapter 25. Don Quixote Doflamingo. After dismissing Pizza, Karl finally exhaled in relief. From his conversation with Pizza, he gleaned the reason behind the rapid spread of the masked vigilante's fame. It was entirely due to the efforts of the slave traders. After Karl had thwarted them twice, they began to frantically publicize his deeds, portraying him as a scourge to diligent merchants, warning all industrious traders to beware of anyone wrapped like a mummy. They advised that upon encountering a figure resembling him, one should take a wide detour. Gradually, the slaves absorbed this information and envisioned him as a hero. Furthermore, considering today's events, the masked vigilante's renown would not be confined to just a small region of the Sabay archipelago. The entire archipelago would soon be echoing with his legend. It was utterly astonishing. Who would have thought that these slave traders would assist in promoting my cause? Yet, alas, this identity could no longer be utilized after the slaying of a celestial dragon. Even if he wished to, it would likely be prudent to lay low for a few days. However, Karl did not wish to be perceived as a hero, as the rumors suggested. His intentions were rather simple: to ensure that the slave traders did not have it easy. He had no intention of rescuing all the slaves, for he understood full well that, with his current abilities, such a feat was beyond his reach. Thus, he could only silently apologize to those slaves who awaited salvation. Meanwhile, within the naval base, a man clad in a striking pink attire descended from the sky, landing before Pisa. Who are you? This is a naval base. What brings you here? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I have come to retrieve the corpse of a celestial dragon. If you know what is good for you, step aside, or face the consequences. That is impossible. Although I am soon to be relieved of my post, I am still the commander here. As long as I am present, no matter who you are, you cannot take the celestial dragon's body without Admiral Sengoku's orders. All Navy personnel, take aim at Doflamingo and be prepared to fire. Understood. This is quite amusing. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, do not blame me. In the hall of the naval base, the towering Doflamingo let out a peculiar laugh, crossing his arms suddenly. In an instant, blood erupted from every individual present, each suffering 10 grievous wounds that exposed their very bones. Only Pisa managed to withstand this onslaught, albeit with several shallow cuts marring his body. You scoundrel! I never expected you to be this formidable. Nevertheless, I cannot allow you pirates to rampage within the confines of the Navy's territory. Doflamingo, you shall perish. At this moment, Pisa was gravely injured. Fortunately, his foundation was strong enough to prevent him from being instantly felled like the others. Seizing the last remnants of his strength, he charged towards Doflamingo. His fist enveloped in haki, aimed directly at Doflamingo's face. Amir Trash still has so much to say. It is truly nauseating. Though Doflamingo laughed, his tone was laced with disdain. He merely lifted a hand, and an unseen thread shot forth in an instant. Pisa's naked eye could not perceive this thread. Yet his haki warned him to evade it, or face certain death. However, his body was no longer capable of dodging in midair, leaving him with no choice but to resign himself and close his eyes. Just then, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Pisa felt himself being propelled into the air. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had been transported into a room. His savior was none other than Karl. Initially, Karl intended to retreat to his abode for a much-needed slumber. However, upon hearing the sounds of a scuffle emanating from the courtyard, his curiosity was piqued. He ventured forth to ascertain who possessed such audacity, only to witness Pisa's valiant strike. Had he not intervened in time, Pisa would undoubtedly have met his demise. Karl, you have arrived. Indeed, I have. You may rest now. I have heard everything. While I harbor a profound disdain for the celestial dragons, this time, for your sake, I shall not allow him to succeed. Pisa nodded, gripping Karl's shoulder tightly in gratitude. Thank you. Suddenly, a projectile, akin to a bullet, soared towards Karl from behind with a whoosh. Karl turned around, raising his blade to deflect the bullet, then cast a glance at Doflamingo. Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, launching a sneak attack is hardly befitting of your stature. You two have disregarded my presence for so long. Yet you do not permit me a surprise attack? Has the Navy become so arrogant? How laughable. Doflamingo scoffed, crossing his hands once more. In that fleeting moment, Karl's observation haki alerted him to the imminent danger. Sharp threads surrounded him from all directions. With no escape in sight, he resolved to sever all those threads. Karl let out a light chuckle, brandishing his twin blades to sever the densely woven threads surrounding him. Without the slightest hesitation, he teleported directly in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the blades of his weapons, Kuroki and Sakura, he simultaneously aimed for Doflamingo's neck. A resounding clang echoed as Doflamingo, enveloped in his haki, slightly trembled, successfully blocking Karl's strike. So, you are the Navy's rising star, Karl? I never imagined I would be so renowned that someone of your stature would recognize me. I am truly taken aback. Karl let out a light chuckle, swiftly changing his stance. Doflamingo did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he blocked Karl's transformation and retreated several meters, once again revealing a smile. I originally thought that the old man Sengoku would place a promising talent like you in the New World. I never anticipated he would cast you aside in Sabay. Sengoku truly squanders potential. Why not come with me? Join the Don Quixote family, and I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Doflamingo, through their brief exchange, discerned that Karl's strength was not inferior to his own. Such talent languishing in Sabay evoked a desire in Doflamingo to recruit him. Yet Karl shook his head, the air around him beginning to swirl as he ascended into the sky. I apologize, but my dream is to become a marine. Your offer holds no allure for me. Moreover, as a warlord of the sea, your aggression against the Marines violates the treaty. I now possess the authority to execute a warrant for your arrest. Surrender, Doflamingo. In that case, let me see just what capabilities this renowned marine prodigy possesses. Chapter 26. The persuasion to withdraw. The sounds of clashing resonated continuously from the open air. Karl wielded the withered wood in Sakura 10, enveloping both blades in the fierce aura of haki as he engaged in a fierce battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the ability granted by the float fruit, Karl could reduce the air resistance surrounding his blades to nearly zero. Consequently, each strike could unleash his utmost speed, rendering both the withered wood and Sakura 10 even sharper. More importantly, he could harness the fruit's power to create a chilling sword aura, albeit without the haki's protective layer. This innovation afforded his slashes a dual layer of security. Even if the opponent withstood the initial strike, the second would follow in swift succession. The adversary would have to expend significantly more energy to block his onslaught. If his opponent underestimated him and neglected to defend, as long as they were not of the caliber of figures like Garp or the 4 emperors, they would find themselves in peril. Karl's method of attack undoubtedly serves as a lesson in humility for him. However, Doflamingo's strength is by no means negligible. Even a typical naval vice admiral would struggle against him. In response to Karl's assault, Doflamingo remains effortlessly composed, his expression as relaxed as ever, with a smile that shows no sign of fading. Is this all the new naval star has to offer? I've heard you vanquished the Golden Lion. It seems the rumors were mistaken. The rumors hold some truth. I merely got lucky in defeating the Golden Lion, which does not imply that I possess his formidable strength. Yet, with my modest abilities, Dealing with a lowly warlord like you is more than sufficient. Karl scoffed disdainfully at Doflamingo, causing a subtle shift in the latter's expression. A flicker of anger igniting within him. However, Doflamingo swiftly repressed his emotions, striving to maintain his composure. He exuded an air of tranquility, impervious to provocation. Mere words from Karl could never incite him to irrational fury. Thus, the resolution of their conflict would inevitably hinge upon their respective strengths. Ha 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 ha. If your prowess is truly so meager, then you might as well embrace death. With that, Doflamingo's figure flickered, closing the distance between them in an instant. And he unleashed a robust white thread, intertwined with multiple strands, hurtling towards Karl. Unfazed by such an assault, Karl raised his twin blades, summoning a formidable tempest that enveloped him. Underestimating others, he knew, comes at a price. Lioness might, thousand cuts. The tempestuous strike collided with Doflamingo's attack, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Their techniques obliterated the very courtyard of the naval base, rendering the stationed navy utterly helpless. Even the likes of Pizza could do naught but retreat to the safety of the rear, evading the ramifications of their fierce duel. Moments later, as the swirling dust and debris began to settle, the tumultuous scene transformed. The clash between Karl and Doflamingo has reached a temporary pause. Both of them remain suspended in the air, unscathed. The recent exchange can be deemed a stalemate, with neither emerging victorious. The mastery of swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman, combined with the powers of the float fruit, is capable of such formidable might. You remind me of the tumultuous scene when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford. To prevent you from evolving into a being akin to the Golden Lion, it appears I must eliminate you preemptively. Doflamingo adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest and will not allow a potential threat to linger. Although his arrogance leads him to disdain most pirates and marines, Karl's potential is unmistakable. Furthermore, the float fruit once wielded by the Golden Lion had unleashed cataclysmic power. Though Doflamingo has never battled the Golden Lion, he is acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. To thwart Karl from becoming such a force, he feels compelled to extinguish this naval prodigy in its infancy. Doflamingo, as a warlord of the sea, do you not fear the loss of your status by taking action against me? In the face of Doflamingo's intimidation, Karl remains unperturbed. With his current prowess, Doflamingo could never hope to subdue him. There is no cause for fear. With my standing, even if I were to slay a naval recruit, do you truly believe Sengoku could take action against me? My methods are far more numerous than you can conceive. Doflamingo, wearing a defiant smile, raises his hands, ready to strike. However, with Karl's next utterance, he abruptly halts his movements, his expression morphing into one of profound astonishment. Indeed, you are shielded by the 5 elders. Having once been a celestial dragon, and possessing a secret of a celestial dragon, it is no wonder you feel invulnerable. Karl tilted his head, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Am I right, Mr. Night Demon? You scoundrel, what else do you truly know?" At that moment, Doflamingo's emotions began to shift. He had not anticipated that Karl was privy to such extensive knowledge. Doflamingo's identity was not concealed. It was common knowledge among the upper echelons of the Navy and certain formidable pirates that he had once been a celestial dragon. However, the fact that he held secrets regarding the celestial dragons was known only to the elders and high-ranking officials of CP0, remaining a mystery to all others. Karl's words sent a chill coursing through him, provoking a visceral urge to eliminate him to silence his secrets. There is no need for you to speculate on how I came to know your hidden truths. Simply acknowledge that my knowledge surpasses yours. Therefore, should you choose to remain, I am unperturbed by the prospect of revealing your other secrets, such as the existence of artificial devil fruits. You scoundrel! Don Quixote Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Yet he resolved against taking action against Karl. Initially, he had doubted that Karl possessed any real knowledge of his secrets, believing them to be mere conjecture. However, the matter of artificial devil fruits was one he personally oversaw, conducting transactions under the guise of the Dark Underworld. The number of individuals privy to this information scarcely exceeded 10. Should it come to light, he would face the dual onslaught of the Navy and Kaido. Thus, he felt a genuine trepidation towards Karl potentially disclosing this information. "Now, you may take your leave, Doflamingo," Karl remarked. "Heh. I didn't anticipate you to be such a formidable pest, little one. But fear not, you shall eventually step into the new world, and we shall meet again. I will await you there, Navy Supernova." Doflamingo cackled ominously as he ascended into the air, gradually distancing himself. With Karl having grasped his Achilles heel, He found it unwise to act, thus resorting to veiled threats as he departed. After considering the risks, Doflamingo concluded that silencing Karl here could be perilous. Should a Navy admiral be summoned, he would incur significant losses, and retreating for the time being would be of minimal consequence. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of the celestial dragon's corpse, as it hindered his ability to extort the Gorosei further. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Prestige with a Sigh. Karl noted the departure of this formidable adversary. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle with him could yield unpredictable results. Fortunately, this individual was hindered by numerous constraints, and merely hinting at a couple of these would compel him to forego combat. As long as he steered clear of Dressrosa, Karl felt little cause for concern. It was only after Doflamingo's presence had completely vanished that Karl exhaled in relief, sheathing his twin blades. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the devastation wrought upon the Navy Plaza. The edifices had been reduced to ruins, leaving nothing intact. This was the aftermath of their brief skirmish. Although the confrontation lasted merely a few fleeting minutes, the destruction it left in its wake was not to be underestimated. Colonel Karl, my sincere gratitude for your assistance. Without you, we would have met our doom. A colonel, who shared a close camaraderie with Karl, stepped forward to express his gratitude. Moments later, the rest of the naval personnel emerged, all extending their thanks to Karl for his heroic rescue. Despite their injuries, they were undeterred in their appreciation. Colonel Karl, your actions were commendable. Without you, none of us would have survived, and even the corpses of the celestial dragons would have been seized. While we may not care about the fate of such scum, this issue pertains to the dignity of the Navy. The night demons have shown utter contempt, striking a blow to our reputation. You have performed brilliantly, and upon my return to headquarters, I shall commend you to the Admiral. Pisa, now wrapped in bandages, had regained some of his vitality. Karl scratched his head, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired. To be honest, I find it difficult to comprehend why Doflamingo would return to seize a corpse. Is the body of a mere celestial dragon truly of such significance? Could it be that he intends to conduct some form of human experimentation? Haha. What an absurd train of thought. The Knight Yasha's actions are merely a means to extort a sum from the elders. This individual is not unfamiliar with such tactics. He had engaged in similar acts even before my tenure began, during the initial rise of the Seven Warlords. If memory serves me right, the elders were extorted for a considerable amount of berries back then. Thus, it appears that this is not his first offense. What a habitual offender. Karl snorted disdainfully, clearly looking down upon Doflamingo's behavior. Pizza chuckled softly and then patted Karl on the shoulder. We truly owe you this time. None of us anticipated that Doflamingo had been conducting business in Shambordi during this period. It turns out that, much like before, it was merely a matter of coincidence that he seized the corpses. One could only say we were unfortunate. Oh dear, if that's the case, you are indeed rather unfortunate. Just as Pizza was contemplating their misfortune, a lewd voice suddenly emerged from behind the crowd, startling several members of the Navy. Karl and Pizza simultaneously became alert, turning their heads towards that direction. Neither of them sensed the presence of an approaching individual. Karl had just emerged from a fierce battle and was now entirely at ease, his observation hockey dormant. When he detected the approach of another, he was initially taken aback. However, upon recognizing the newcomer as Admiral Borsellino, he exhaled in relief. It became evident that even after the conclusion of a skirmish, one must remain vigilant. Otherwise, the proximity of others could go unnoticed, which was exceedingly perilous. In his heart, Karl silently established a rule for himself before bowing to Admiral Borsellino. Welcome, Admiral Borsellino. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Oh, weren't you the ones who summoned me for assistance? I have arrived, but where are the enemies? Have they fled or met their demise? Borsellino inquired with his signature lewd tone, tilting his head as he addressed Karl and Pizza. Report. The invader, Don Quixote Doflamingo, has been driven away by Colonel Karl. The crisis has now been averted. Is that so? That is splendid news. I never anticipated that you, young lad, would manage to repel even the formidable night demon. It seems I have underestimated you, Borsellino remarked, casting a surprised glance at Karl upon hearing Pizza's report. Although he had witnessed Karl in action before, it had been under circumstances that favored him, resulting in a forced draw with Garp. In Borsellino's eyes, Karl's strength was merely that of a mid-ranking officer, between the ranks of Rear Admiral and Major General. However, the fact that he had successfully repelled Doflamingo genuinely astonished Borsellino. Pizza, you will escort the corpse of the celestial dragon back to the Navy headquarters with me. As for the situation here, you shall manage it until the new commander arrives. Is that acceptable to you, young Karl? Me? Karl was taken aback by Borsalino's sudden appointment, but quickly stood at attention. I assure you I will fulfill this task. Very well, that will suffice. I shall head to the naval port now. Pizza, tidy up and hurry along. I do not wish to be kept waiting, Borsalino nodded. His voice still laced with its usual lewdness, yet his expression was notably more serious this time. Continue to strive for entry into the new world. That is where the true battlefield lies. Pizza firmly squeezed Karl's shoulder, offering him an encouraging glance before proceeding to gather his belongings. Before long, Pizza, accompanied by several naval soldiers, carried out the corpse of the celestial dragon. Karl watched him depart, then cast a glance at the battered naval base. Letting out a deep sigh, all naval personnel, heed my command. Admiral Paulicelino has temporarily assigned me to oversee this place. If anyone harbors dissent, now is the time to voice it. I shall grant you the opportunity. Should you remain silent, it shall be taken as unanimous consent. We have no objections. None at all. Indeed, we express no dissent. The naval soldiers instinctively fell into formation, some with injuries, yet still standing resolutely. Witnessing this scene stirred emotions within Karl. Given this, all those with mobility issues or severe injuries shall proceed to the medical ward for treatment. The rest of you, join me in repairing the naval base. Understood. With Karl's command, the wounded were directed to receive care, while the remaining personnel followed him to mend the naval installation. Under Karl's leadership, despite their exhaustion, the sailors voiced no complaints. Karl saved their lives, and now, even if they were asked to repay him with their lives, they would have no objections, let alone the trivial matter of repairing the naval base. With Karl's fruitability, the restoration of the base proceeded with remarkable speed. In the subsequent days, beyond the repairs of the naval compound, they also accomplished a considerable amount of routine work. Under Karl's command, the naval subbase of Sabay encountered no issues whatsoever. Chapter 28. Welcoming Colonel Karl. I am aware of the considerable effort you invested over the past 5 days for the sake of the Sabay naval base. However, you must also recognize that the rank of colonel is insufficient to oversee the Sabay naval base. Therefore, I have already dispatched the appointment order, which will soon take effect. You should ensure a smooth handover with her and perform your duties diligently under her command. You are still a little distance away from the rank of Brigadier General. You must continue to strive. I understand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Thank you for your kindness. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will work hard to achieve the merits required for promotion to Brigadier General. Haha. Excellent. That is the spirit I seek. You must not let me down. Sengoku excitedly hung up the phone and turned his gaze towards Paulicelino and Pizza at the table. After observing Karl for 5 days, it was evident that he had been diligent, personally leading soldiers in the repairs of the naval base. He even expanded the patrol range slightly, capturing numerous slave traders and pirates. These accomplishments are truly remarkable for a naval colonel. This young lad possesses the potential to become a naval leader. Truly a promising talent that I have valued. Haha. During these 5 days and nights, Sengoku had not been idle either. He utilized his highest authority to observe Karl for 5 days, allowing him to command the Navy to the fullest and assess his capabilities. However, 5 days is the limit. The naval forces in Sabay require the presence of a rear admiral or higher. Therefore, he must appoint someone today. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The moment I first laid eyes on this lad, I sensed his potential was quite promising. Upon seeing him again, I discovered he had repelled the night demon. And yet he is only 20 years old, such potential. Though Paulicelino appeared indifferent while clocking in, he sincerely devoted himself to the Navy. Indeed, I concur with Admiral Paulicelino. This young lad, Karl, possesses significant potential, and most importantly, he is still young. Yes, Pizza, you are somewhat of an elder now, having witnessed the rise of many formidable individuals. After 5 days of confinement, do you have any thoughts to share? If you are amenable, I could assign you to Shambord. Though your rank might be reduced to Brigadier General, thereafter assisting Peach Rabbit. However, should you wish to retain your position, you may serve under Zephyr, aiding in the training of new recruits. These are the 2 most favorable options. I have no desire to send you to guard the New World, as your body can no longer endure its battles. Aware of this, I intend to train the troops. Pizza exhaled deeply, having made his decision, while Sengoku nodded and, with a flourish of his hand, prepared the transfer order to give to him. By the way, when you depart, please inform Peach Rabbit to set off promptly and not to be late. That fellow has become increasingly unruly under Crane's influence and is growing lazier by the day. Certainly, I shall do so, Pisa replied with a resigned smile before exiting the marshal's office. Once Pisa had left, Sengoku turned his attention to Borsalino. So, has Ace been relocated to the secret prison? Kazan is on his way and will arrive shortly, however. I have not gleaned any information from Whitebeard regarding their intentions to break into the prison. Instead, another pirate crew, seemingly incited by someone, has declared their intent to overthrow Impel Down. At this juncture, Borsalino's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Which pirate crew possesses such audacity? Sengoku was taken aback, as it was his first encounter with a pirate crew daring enough to undertake such an endeavor. Borsalino sighed softly and remarked, remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, Karl gazed at the office he had occupied for 5 days, feeling a twinge of reluctance. During those 5 days, due to the absence of an official appointment, he had taken command of the naval operations here. This period had been profoundly fulfilling, far more so than his previous aimless wandering. In fact, he had even forgotten to visit Shaki's bar for a drink. Alas, such enriching days are fleeting, and now he found himself compelled to resign. A thought that filled him with regret. Being merely a temporary commander, he would inevitably be replaced. However, the personnel had already acknowledged his leadership, and even if the newcomer wished to marginalize him, he had no reason to fear. Yet, he had no intention of vying for power. It was merely a trivial position with little to gain. As long as he was not sidelined, he would refrain from confronting the new officer. Sir Karl, do you know whether the new officer is male or female, and is he a vice admiral or a rear admiral? Who am I to ask about such matters? The marshal merely mentioned that an officer would be arriving. Who knows their gender? Just be patient, and when the time comes, we shall assemble to welcome them, ensuring they feel respected. Understood, sir. There is no need to call me sir anymore. Simply use my name. Now, let us prepare to greet this new officer. Karl cast a fleeting glance at the major before stepping out of the room, while the major, adorned with a broad smile, followed closely behind. Time trickled away. Moment by moment, Karl, accompanied by the naval forces, awaited the imminent arrival of the commander. However, from the afternoon until nightfall, nearly 4 hours elapsed without a single sighting. Sengoku had made a call in the morning, stating that the appointment order had already been dispatched. Judging by the timeline, even accounting for unforeseen circumstances or a delayed departure, it was still perplexing. As Karl and the Navy awaited the arrival of their counterpart, the timing seemed perfectly aligned for a seamless rendezvous. However, nearly 4 hours had elapsed without a single vessel in sight, inciting a growing sense of frustration among the sailors. Who is this person? At this rate, we should have completed our reception and enjoyed a meal by now. They grumbled, expressing discontent over the new commander's apparent arrogance. Does he think he is a general? How presumptuous. Even a general should not be so tardy. It has been nearly 4 hours. I am on the verge of starvation. Will this wretch ever arrive? This is utterly intolerable. The initial impression of this individual was already dismal, and doubts loomed large over whether they would heed his commands. Even if he ordered them to labor, they would surely feign compliance, resolutely refusing to offer him any semblance of respect. The surrounding sailors chattered incessantly, with some even taking a seat on the ground in protest. Karl paid no heed to the individuals around him. Instead, he grasped his telescope and fixated intently upon the surface of the sea. He had been standing in this position for an extended period, scarcely moving at all. Such unwavering resolve astonished the other sailors, who simultaneously felt a profound respect for him. They believed they could never endure standing still for 4 hours. At that moment, Karl narrowed his eyes and spotted a naval vessel approaching not far off. All hands, stand up. Prepare to welcome our new commander. Chapter 29, Admiral Peach Rabbit. Admiral Peach Rabbit, we are nearing the Shambodi Islands. Please prepare yourself. I am aware there is no need to rush me. This is not my first experience as a base commander. The naval officer known as Admiral Peach Rabbit stood tall at over 2 meters, with long legs that accentuated her striking beauty. Upon hearing her name called, she removed her sunglasses and rose from her lounge chair. She then proceeded to the bow of the ship, taking up the telescope to observe the welcoming party at the naval port. What is the meaning of this? Are they here to welcome me? Peach Rabbit mused, intrigued by the lined-up figures, particularly the one standing at the forefront, Karl. This is my first time entering a naval base to be greeted with such ceremony. In other locations, the former commanders could hardly wait for my departure, fearing a loss of their authority. In truth, she held little regard for the power of such small places. However, the attitude exhibited here was clearly distinct from her previous experiences. Peach Rabbit was recognized as one of the candidates for the rank of Admiral. She possessed not only beauty but also remarkable prowess, rivaling seasoned vice admirals. More significantly, she was still young, not yet 30 years of age. Given her age and capabilities, it was absolutely fitting to be considered a candidate for admiral. With an additional 5 to 10 years, she would undoubtedly ascend to become the next admiral, shouldering the mantle of the Navy. It could be said that Peach Rabbit was once a rising star in the Navy, one of its most promising young talents. However, in comparison to Karl's current stature, her potential appeared somewhat diminished as she was a few years his senior. Admiral Peach Rabbit, you have been away for some time and may not be fully aware of the happenings at headquarters. The individual standing before you is none other than a naval prodigy who has recently joined the Navy and, within a month, attained the rank of colonel. With countless accomplishments to his name, a sailor beside Peach Rabbit exclaimed with fervor, visibly animated. As the ship approached the shore, the sailor enthusiastically recounted Karl's recent deeds, revealing himself as a devoted admirer, for he could not possibly retain such an abundance of information without deep admiration. Not a detail was overlooked. So this is how it is. Now I understand what you mean. No wonder the commander of the Warring States period kept insisting that I take care of someone named Karl after my arrival. However, is this fellow truly as formidable as you claim? Even when I faced Doflamingo and Boa Hancock, I could not secure a definite victory. The fact that he single-handedly repelled these two warlords of the sea seems somewhat exaggerated, does it not? Lady Rabbit. Although there is the presence of Admiral Mongoose supporting the Empress, the actual combat against her is solely undertaken by Colonel Karl. As for Doflamingo, there were at least 1,000 witnesses on the Sabay archipelago. Moreover, you are well aware of the nature of the combat power here, apart from Colonel Karl. No one can withstand even a single blow from the Night Demon. Thus, there is no need for doubt. Colonel Karl is indeed formidable, though he may still fall short in certain aspects for you. This naval officer expressed admiration for Karl and inadvertently praised Lady Rabbit as well, an act that she found quite gratifying. In light of this, let me observe this young man and discern his true capabilities. Anchor the ship. Everyone, disembark with me. As commanded, the Navy personnel accompanying Lady Rabbit promptly descended to the naval port. As Karl caught sight of the arrival of Major General Peach Rabbit, he squinted his eyes and then shouted, "Salute! Welcome, Major General Peach Rabbit! Welcome, Major General Peach Rabbit!" A tumultuous wave of cheers erupted, echoing in succession. The grandeur of this welcoming ceremony was remarkable. Had it taken place during the day, the spectacle would have been even more magnificent. Alas, Major General Peach Rabbit, having succumbed to sloth, overslept, and thus arrived at the Shambody archipelago in the evening. "Do you know me?" Peach Rabbit inquired, gazing quizzically at the assembled naval officers. Karl nodded, presenting a quintessential smile. "Certainly, as one of the candidates for the Vice Admiral position in the Peach Rabbit Navy, your reputation precedes you. I am indeed familiar with you. I initially presumed you to be an arrogant young lad with lofty aspirations, yet I find you rather commendable. It appears that the Marshal's discernment is indeed quite astute. Without a doubt, the insight of Marshal Sengoku is infallible. Should anyone dare to claim he misjudged a person, I would be the first to contest such a notion." Karl feigned an air of pride, raising his head high. "Although I am aware that you are the newly appointed commander, protocol must still be followed. Kindly present your letter of appointment, and all shall be well." What if I were to say that my letter of appointment has been misplaced? Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit narrowed her eyes, emanating an intimidating aura. The surrounding Navy personnel, who had previously been laughing, immediately changed their expressions upon hearing her words. Even Peach Rabbit's own subordinates were taken aback by their commander's audacity in confronting a mere captain. This was clearly instigating trouble. It was a rear admiral picking on a captain. Such incidents, if leaked, could tarnish Peach Rabbit's reputation. However, they dared not intervene. Although Peach Rabbit appeared affable, once she became serious, no one could deter her save for Admiral Crane, whom she had taken under her wing. "I apologize, but unless you present your letter of appointment, I cannot allow you entry. That is the rule. Not one to back down in the face of provocation." Karl unleashed his conqueror's haki, overpowering Peach Rabbit's intimidation. If she intended to assert her authority, he certainly would not cower, even if she was a candidate for admiral. As long as they refrained from actual combat, he had no reason for concern. While Guillaume possessed considerable strength, it was merely on par with that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although she was referred to as a candidate for admiral, her prowess fell just short. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Kaido would not have had to recruit 2 admirals while sidelining the candidates. It was evident that her strength was insufficient. Is this conqueror's haki? The pirates accompanying Peach Rabbit were immediately taken aback by the overwhelming aura. However, since Karl had directed the full force of his haki solely at Peach Rabbit, the others only sensed the pressure without being affected by its full force. In stark contrast to their astonishment, Karl's crew had grown accustomed to his display of haki on his very first day, which had intimidated everyone. Now, they merely wished for Karl to take action and deliver a sound thrashing to Peach Rabbit. After all, who did she think she was? Being so arrogant just because of her looks? The audacity. Chapter 30. An assertive display? Who would have thought there would be Conqueror's haki involved? The expression on Peach Rabbit's face was somewhat displeasing. She had never heard of Karl wielding Conqueror's haki, as such information was not deliberately circulated by others. Although the higher-ups, like Sengoku, were aware, they chose not to disseminate it widely. Possessing Conqueror's haki is not inherently a disadvantage, yet there is no necessity for everyone to be informed. After all, in the New World, nearly every dominant warrior possesses this formidable ability. It is not particularly rare and, consequently, has not garnered the attention of the Navy. Peach Rabbit's nature does not incline her towards inquisitiveness. She did not inquire, and thus, no one informed her of Karl's prowess. Hence, during her first encounter with Karl today, she found herself at a disadvantage. Her aura was indeed formidable, overwhelming for ordinary individuals. However, Conqueror's haki was even more powerful, completely overshadowing the intensity of her own presence. This was an inherent advantage, one beyond her control. Consider this your victory. Here, this is my commission order. Is it now compliant with the procedure? Seeing her aura unable to surpass Karl's, Peach Rabbit opted to take a step back and produced her commission order. Karl glanced at the commission order before returning it to Admiral Peach Rabbit, allowing her to proceed. Welcome, Commander Peach Rabbit of the Shampoo Navy Branch. Welcome, Admiral Peach Rabbit. After Karl's voice echoed, cheers resounded throughout the naval port once more. The applause persisted until Peach Rabbit officially entered the naval base, at which point the crowd gradually quieted. However, this display of enthusiasm brought Peach Rabbit a sense of enjoyment. It was her first time receiving such a warm welcome, regardless of the sincerity of the crowd. She felt a sense of comfort in the moment. Admiral Peach Rabbit, do you have any instructions for tonight? Inquired a naval officer who had been closely following her. Sitting at the table, Peach Rabbit pondered for a moment before responding, let us call it a night. It's too late for them. Disperse and let everyone return to rest. However, tomorrow morning, we shall adhere strictly to naval protocol. No one is allowed to be late. Understood, replied the officer, promptly exiting to relay Peach Rabbit's orders. Moments later, a handsome man entered without knocking. Who dares enter my office without a knock? Peach Rabbit's initial reaction was one of indignation upon hearing footsteps. However, upon recognizing Karl, she paused for a second, then deflated, choosing not to pursue her irritation further. I've come to hand over the matters I've been handling these past few days. Here are the documents I've organized. This includes information on the traffickers I've apprehended, details on areas that require continued maintenance, and here, one after another, Karl recounted to Peach Rabbit all that he had accomplished over the past 5 days. Though this short span of time seemed fleeting, Karl had indeed engaged in numerous endeavors, many of which he had yet to report. By sharing these achievements, he effectively bestowed them upon Peach Rabbit. While this might slow the accumulation of his accolades, Karl remained indifferent. Given his current prowess, a mere day spent in the field could easily yield the capture of a couple of pirates. After all, he was no longer a temporary commander, and thus had no need to languish within the confines of the base, staring at the ceiling in worry. Once he had finished detailing his exploits, Peach Rabbit stifled a yawn and casually inquired, did you accomplish all of this in just 5 days? Isn't that a bit excessive? To which Karl replied with unwavering confidence, excessive? I believe I have yet to reach my full potential. If it weren't for the repairs at the naval base that consumed a considerable amount of my time, I could capture twice as many pirates and slave traders. Hearing Karl's fervent declaration, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Though she too was a dedicated and responsible naval officer, she did not relish the prospect of working overtime. Instead, she preferred the routine of a more regulated schedule, akin to that of Borsalino, who adhered to a strict clock-in and clock-out rhythm. Consequently, upon her first glance at the documents, she felt a surge of anxiety. In Karl's recollection, he transformed from a burgeoning naval star into a workaholic akin to Sakaski. Karl was unaware of the commendations he had received. He remained engulfed in regret. Had he possessed ample time, he could have apprehended more slave traders. Given such authority, it would be a travesty to squander it. In his previous life, he harbored a profound disdain for human traffickers. although transported to the world of One Piece. Where human traffickers had transformed into slave traders, their essence remained unchanged. Thus, when confronting these scoundrels, he exhibited even greater ferocity than when dealing with pirates. Very well. You may return to rest. I shall take some time to reflect alone. Karl nodded, casting a nostalgic glance at the room before departing. Once he left, Peach Rabbit slumped into a chair, pulling out a stack of documents and scratching her scalp in disbelief. She never anticipated that this legendary pirate newcomer would possess such a facet. Whenever he wielded a modicum of power, he transformed into a workaholic, reminiscent of Senior Sakazuki. Fortunately, unlike Sakazuki, he was not as extreme. Otherwise, I would be in quite the predicament. With a resigned sigh, Peach Rabbit began to peruse the documents, preparing herself to take over this place. Throughout the night, the lights remained aglow. In the naval base, the other officers had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Peach Rabbit to toil away. By dawn, she had finally reviewed all the materials, and after a brief refreshment, she made her way to the naval compound. The area had been renovated, with some paint still drying in certain spots. Peach Rabbit observed this with clarity, feeling a renewed sense of astonishment. According to the original documents, the naval compound had been utterly devastated by the battle between Don Quixote Doflamingo and Karl. What stood before her was entirely temporary construction, yet it appeared quite presentable. It could easily pass for a completed project. At last, I comprehend why the Admiral holds him in such high regard. With such formidable execution capabilities, coupled with attributes of both a workaholic and a combat enthusiast, along with his profound disdain for evil and genuine concern for ordinary people, he is, without a doubt, the quintessential model of a naval officer. Peach Rabbit sighed inwardly, then glanced around at the assembled Navy personnel. Everyone had gathered punctually, but where was Colonel Karl? Why was he absent from the ranks? Initially, Peach Rabbit felt invigorated by their swift assembly, believing it would facilitate management. However, upon surveying the area, she found no trace of Karl, which left her perplexed. Colonel Karl must have gone to drink. Chapter 31. The disheartened Peach Rabbit. Karl, you scoundrel. I instructed the entire Navy to assemble yesterday, and you dared to disregard my orders and go off to drink. Do you even acknowledge my authority as your superior? Admiral Peach Rabbit learned from other naval officers that Karl frequently visited a bar, specifically Shiki's establishment. She abandoned her training sessions with those officers and rushed over to apprehend him. Yesterday, Karl had left an impression on her as a humble yet exceptionally capable and responsible rising star in the Navy. However, upon arriving this morning and witnessing Karl indulging in drink, her perception of him plummeted. She could hardly fathom how a workaholic could abandon his duties to drink in such a place. Admiral Peach Rabbit found it incomprehensible why Karl would act in such a manner. Please do not be angered, Admiral, she implored. General Pizza did not assign me any duties, so even if I were to assemble, there would be no position for me. Furthermore, I did not come here to be idle. Do you think I have captured so many pirates and slave traders by mere chance? If I did not venture out every day, how could I possibly gather such extensive intelligence? I assure you, I am not without my responsibilities. Karl shook his head, evidently unconcerned with the responsibilities that lay upon Tao Tuesday. Observing Karl's nonchalance, as he continued to indulge in drink, Tao Tu felt a twinge of frustration. Could it be that I have misjudged you? Perhaps your presence here is driven by your own intentions? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Karl nodded, his deceit delivered without a hint of embarrassment. Peach Bunny touched her nose and then slammed her palm down onto the table. Humph, do not think you can deceive me. You merely slipped away to indulge in idleness. Let me ask you, was the demeanor you exhibited not long ago merely a FAA for the Marshal of the Warring States? As soon as I arrived, you revealed your true self. Did you not? Humph, I knew it would come to this. You are certainly not a workaholic, nor are you so dutiful. You simply wish for the esteemed Marshal to perceive your efforts. How does it feel to be exposed, rendered speechless, with hands on her hips? Peach Bunny showcased her graceful figure, exuding an air of assured victory. Karl let out a sigh and gestured towards the area behind Peach Rabbit, with a hint of confusion. She turned to look. In the dim corner of the bar, several pirates lay incapacitated, discarded carelessly. Their wrists were shackled with handcuffs designated for naval use. It was evident that these individuals had been apprehended by Karl. I mentioned that my venture out was merely incidental. My primary objective remains the capture of pirates and slave traders. These two scoundrels are engaged in the abhorrent trade of slavery. Since you are here, why not assist in bringing them back? It would save me an extra trip. Upon hearing Karl's words, The corners of Peach Rabbit's mouth twitched slightly. Initially, she believed she had found a weakness in Karl, only to discover that his outing was indeed for the purpose of apprehension. Such maneuvering was unprecedented in her experience. Nevertheless, as his superior, she could not afford to concede defeat. Even so, this does not serve as an excuse for your unauthorized departure. Come along and help me train the Navy personnel. You are far more familiar with this place, and I require your assistance. Peach Rabbit, with her right hand extended, clearly intended to escort Karl back. She had lowered her guard, opting to avoid further disputes with him. Their relationship bore no animosity. Her only grievance was that Karl had failed to assemble the troops, a matter she deemed trivial. Moreover, his capture of the 2 human traffickers sufficiently counterbalanced his infraction of not assembling. This was not the naval headquarters, where regulations were stringent. Peach Rabbit understood that rules varied from place to place. Thus, she was not inclined to impose strictness upon her subordinates unless a significant transgression occurred. You should return first. I am quite all right here. Karl shook his head, having no intention of returning with Peach Rabbit. If you refuse to go back, then I shall not return either. We shall linger here together. Peach Rabbit, noticing Karl's indifference, found her own temper rising. With a flourish, she tossed her cloak aside and took a seat, gesturing grandly. Barkeep, bring me the finest wine you have. I demand to drink. Upon hearing her words, Karl's eyes sparkled, and he cast a sinister glance in her direction. Do you even have any money? This establishment is notorious for its exorbitant prices. My wealth surpasses your wildest imagination. Peach Rabbit retorted with a cold laugh, resting her long legs upon the table opposite her. Fortunately, the absence of other patrons meant her audacious posture would not attract the attention of any pirates. Miss Navy, I would advise you to take a look at the drink menu. Mr. Karl is indeed correct. Our prices here are exorbitant. Xiachi smiled as she glanced at Tao Tuesday. She had heard rumors about Tao Tu's reputation, while she did not fear her. It was prudent to avoid antagonizing someone of her naval standing. This was the way of survival in Sham Body, a truth Xiachi understood well. Very well. Then I shall take a look, Tao Tu said resignedly as she took a glance at the drink menu, only to collapse onto the floor. Indeed, it was quite literal. She had overturned her chair and fallen to the ground. Her display of such disarray was entirely due to the shocking prices. What is the meaning of this? A mere jug of liquor costs 10,000 berries. Even the appetizers are 3,000 berries. And what is this? A bottle of wine for 300,000 berries. This is a complete ripoff. You are nothing but a scam establishment. I shall have you shut down. General Tao Tu stood up, storming toward the bar with an imposing demeanor. Xiachi simply shook her head and produced a business license. Upon seeing the license, Tao Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized a familiar signature, Sengoku's. How could it be? How could the fleet admiral issue a business license to such a humble establishment? The answer to that question will be revealed when he emerges. For now, why not return to your seat and indulge in a drink with me? Karl chuckled mysteriously. Peach Rabbit cast a glance at Karl, then turned her gaze to the composed and unwavering Shiki, who continued to observe his pipe. With a disdainful huff, she exclaimed, "Humph! Bring me a glass of cold water." Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's demand, Karl nearly spat out the sip of wine he had just taken, while even Shiki at the bar could not suppress a laugh. "What is the matter with you? What is wrong with asking for a glass of cold water? I didn't bring any money today, so what if I want a glass of cold water?" Fuming, Peach Rabbit righted her chair and sat down opposite Karl. "It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with it, truly." Karl chuckled and shook his head, unwilling to divulge his past transgressions. However, Xiachi was not one to let him off easily. This naval lady, much like you when Mr. Karl first arrived, had little money and only ordered a glass of cold water. When viewed through this lens, one could argue that the two of you are somewhat well-matched. Chapter 32, The Adorable Bunny. Wait, don't say such things. How could I possibly be compatible with her? Karl exclaimed, incredulous. Though Tao Tu was a vice admiral and in her 20s, she had spent most of her life within the confines of a naval base, shielded from the harsh realities of society. Thus, upon hearing Xiachi's remark, her initial reaction was one of bashfulness. However, upon catching sight of Karl stifling a laugh, an inexplicable anger surged within her. "Quickly, buy me a bottle of wine. Spend your money, or I shall hold you accountable today." All right, I understand. Xiachi, please bring this beautiful naval officer the finest wine you have. Coming right up. Xiachi acknowledged with a nod before departing to fetch the drink. Although she harbored a deep disdain for the Navy and an even greater contempt for Karl, The events surrounding Ace had left her and Rayleigh yearning to treat their patrons with indifference. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, they were unable to act, leaving Karl to revel in his sense of superiority. Fortunately, his presence, indulging in drinks and meals at the establishment, provided the bar with a much-needed source of revenue amidst its dwindling business. Today, witnessing the adorably charming naval officer, Shachi's mood brightened considerably. In her eyes, at least not all members of the Navy were as detestable as Karl. By the way, why do you come here every day? Is the wine truly that delightful? Tao Tu inquired, her eyes blinking curiously. Her innocent expression was undeniably endearing, yet Karl paid little heed, merely taking a sip and shaking his head. The wine here is rather unpalatable, but I do not come for the drinks. I come to irritate people. Irritate people? Tao Tu questioned, bemused. As Shachi approached with the wine, the corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief. After placing the bottle down, she wordlessly departed, even too disinterested to remain at the bar. Indeed, I come here solely to vex others. You have no idea. That old codger glares at me every time we meet, his face contorted in a most amusing manner. I find it truly delightful. If I go a day without seeing him, life feels somewhat lacking. With a smile, Karl responded, while the little rabbit, still somewhat puzzled, chose not to press further. Hey, you mischievous imp, what else can you do besides vexing me? If you possess any skill, why not accompany me, this old man, for a one-on-one challenge? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back door, sounding somewhat aged yet robust. Shachi summoned Rayleigh, as she was uncertain of what further audacious remarks Karl might utter. Oh, weren't you just saying this morning that you didn't want to see me? What brings you out now? Karl raised his glass towards Rayleigh and then downed the drink in one go. Peach Rabbit observed Rayleigh, finding him somewhat familiar. Are you not General Peach Rabbit? I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, yet I never expected you to grace my humble establishment, my bar. Summer Chi interjected from behind. Rayleigh cleared his throat, feigning ignorance. Is this the person you just mentioned wanting to provoke? If you truly managed to infuriate this elder, would you not feel a pang of guilt? Peach Rabbit declared with righteous indignation, but her words nearly left Rayleigh gasping for breath. What did she mean by feeling guilty if he caused the old man distress? If he truly succeeded in irritating him, he would be the happiest one of all. As Karl was about to retort, poised to utter a few words, Tao Tu, with her chin delicately pinched between her fingers, unconsciously revealed her exquisite beauty, her pair of sparkling, luminous eyes fixated on Rayleigh, studying him as though he were a rare specimen of fauna. Truly, she was a paragon of beauty. In comparison to Hancock, she was equally enchanting. As an old gentleman, Rayleigh's gaze was always discerning. Upon noticing Rayleigh's expression, Shiki wasted no time in delivering a firm punch to his head. Old man, behave yourself. Oh, Shiki, must you resort to such violence? If you weren't ogling at beauties, would I have to lay hands on you? The two of them appeared as an elderly couple, exuding a natural ease, devoid of any pretense. Suddenly, Tao Tu sprang to her feet, hand resting on her sword, prepared for action. I remember now. No wonder you look familiar. You are a pirate. Indeed, I am Ray. You are the vice captain of the sewer pirates. Ray Dog. Tao Tu interrupted Rayleigh with a loud exclamation, producing a wanted poster from her pocket. This poster featured the notorious captain of the sewer pirates, Ray Dog. His bounty was a staggering 210 million berries, marking him as a formidable pirate. Most notably, the likeness on the wanted poster bore a striking resemblance to Rayleigh. From the shape of the face to the wrinkles, they were nearly identical. The only distinction lay in the perpetual sinister grin of Ray Dog and his deep red hair. In contrast, Rayleigh wore a hearty smile, his hair a natural silver gray. Disregarding these differences, at first glance, Ray Dog could easily be mistaken for a high-quality imitation of Rayleigh. Ha ha ha, this truly cracks me up. Tao Tu, you are quite the talent. I never connected Rayleigh and Ray Dog together. How did you come to this conclusion? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Karl incessantly pounded the table, laughter erupting from him in such a manner that it left others gasping for breath, even shedding tears of mirth. Rayleigh and Shiki exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Rayleigh had initially believed that Peach Bunny had indeed recognized him, prompting him to prepare for a modest introduction. However, not only did she fail to recognize him, but she even mistook him for a mere pirate, leaving Rayleigh feeling quite embarrassed. Shiki, on the other hand, stifled her laughter from the sidelines. She was aware of the lightning dog and its mysterious disappearance, likely a sign of demise, which added to her amusement. Peach Bunny scrutinized the wanted poster, comparing it meticulously with Rayleigh, only to awkwardly scratch her head and retract the notice. It seems I was mistaken. You are Riley. And this is Lightning Dog. Though you bear a resemblance, you are not the same individual. Wait a moment. Your name is Riley. The Pirate King Riley. It was only then, a beat behind, that Peach Bunny recalled Karl mentioning his name. She immediately connected the dots between Riley's wanted poster and the visage of the elderly man before her, resulting in her being taken aback, drawing her sword with urgency. At last, you have recognized me. It was not an easy feat, Riley remarked, shaking his head in bemusement. With Riley's acknowledgement, Peach Bunny's demeanor turned increasingly grave. Karl, keep him occupied here. Swiftly inform Admiral Sengoku that the Pirate King Riley is present, requesting the dispatch of a general to apprehend him. Chapter 33. The pretending Riley. Peach Bunny found herself in a state of heightened anxiety. She could not fathom why the notorious first mate of the Pirate King, the legendary Pirate King Riley, would appear in this location. Yet, the presence of such a legendary pirate would undoubtedly stir significant commotion, which was why she felt so tense, fearing that Riley might turn against the two of them. What an endearing girl. It has been a long time since I encountered such a charming member of the Navy. If only all the Navy personnel were as delightful as you. Riley chuckled, shaking his head once more, his gaze fixed intently on Karl. Karl remained unfazed, rising to firmly seat the tense Tora. You need not be anxious, he assured her. Admiral Sengoku has long been aware of Rayleigh's presence here. I was the first to notice his arrival among the Navy and promptly informed Admiral Sengoku. However, he does not intend to intervene. As long as Rayleigh refrains from any indiscreet actions, he may remain here undisturbed. Moreover, do you wonder how that signature came to be? Clearly, Admiral Sengoku had knowledge of Rayleigh's presence here even before us. Is that truly the case? Toru inquired, somewhat bewildered. She had never anticipated encountering the legendary pirate Rayleigh in this place. More importantly, she realized that Admiral Sengoku was already privy to this information, which left her mind in a state of confusion. Karl then settled down and slowly explained to Peach Rabbit. In simple terms, Rayleigh possesses formidable strength, and to apprehend him, at least 2 admirals and a dozen vice-admirals would be required. Launching such a significant operation to capture him would be utterly counterproductive, potentially attracting other allies, which would complicate matters further. Moreover, the primary reason why Fleet Admiral Sengoku has chosen to overlook him is to prevent the resurgence of the Roger pirates. Otherwise, do you think Rayleigh would be here? Additionally, there is someone here with an even more legendary reputation than Rayleigh. More legendary? Could it be this boss? Upon hearing Karl's words, Peach Rabbit became somewhat intrigued and directed her gaze toward Shiki. Don't look at me like that. Although I was once a pirate, I was merely an unremarkable pawn. When it comes to notoriety, I certainly do not compare to Rayleigh. Indeed, your notoriety pales in comparison to Rayleigh's. But the pirate crew you once belonged to is, in the memories of the older generation, a figure of great terror. Karl chuckled softly, while Xiachi also smiled. And Rayleigh stood aside with a forced grin, his gaze sharpening perceptibly. Observing the enigmatic exchange among the three, Tao Tu felt her intellect somewhat inadequate. Never mind, she thought. Let us hasten to drink. Once the drinks are finished, we shall return together. Tao Tu was weary of entangling herself in such matters. Whether it was Rayleigh or any other issues, she felt she had no right to intervene. At present, her primary focus must remain on the tasks at hand. Karl nodded, then approached Rayleigh with a smile, raising his glass. Senior Rayleigh, you are no longer a pirate. Why not join me for a drink as an ordinary man? Moreover, let's discuss the Straw Hat Pirates. I have heard that they have declared war on the world government and plan to overthrow and pell down. The Straw Hat Pirates? The crew founded by Luffy, the grandson of Garp? What does their prison break have to do with me? Am I supposed to assist them? Rayleigh shrugged dismissively. Even if I were to break into a prison, it would only be to rescue Ace. Who is Luffy to me? Why should I help him? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Karl chuckled and pointed to the military cap atop his head. That straw hat belongs to Roger. Additionally, you are regarded by Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. He was once your crewmate, and surely he has shared these matters with you. Thus, it would not be surprising if you chose to assist him. Moreover, I have heard that during my time working here, Shanks made a brief visit to Sabay Archipelago. It is unfortunate that I did not encounter this legendary emperor. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to spar with him. When the topic of combat arose, a fervent glimmer sparkled in Karl's eyes. Though it lasted but a fleeting second, the strength of those present allowed them to perceive his zeal. This feigned enthusiasm only served to convince Rayleigh and the others further of his identity as a battle fanatic. What does it matter to me? I hardly know Luffy. Do you think an old man like me could command those arrogant youngsters to obey? Rayleigh remained indifferent, steadfast in his refusal to acknowledge Karl's assertions. Karl chose not to press the issue further, downing his drink and remarking, "Very well, I shall not inquire further. Your choices are your own, and they bear no consequence for me. However, should certain individuals meet their demise in vain, that will be your responsibility." Ha. Karl exited the bar with a smile, while Peach Bunny followed behind him, perplexed. Karl exuded a formidable aura, leaving Peach Rabbit bewildered as she trailed behind him, her demeanor suggesting that this vice admiral was more akin to a mere attendant. Karl unexpectedly became her superior. However, Tatu paid no heed to this. Her sole desire was to hastily bring Karl back. After Karl and Tatu departed, Rayleigh fixated intently on the empty wine bottles they had left behind. After a brief moment, he exhaled a sigh, relaxing his body. He never anticipated that this little brat, Karl, could be so astute. Having been in this place for less than half a day, he had already connected the Straw Hat Pirates' declaration of war against the world government to me. This young lad possesses wisdom rivaling that of Sengoku and has an exceptional ability to read people. He is privy to all the information. Had I not learned from Shanks that the straw hat atop Luffy's head belonged to the captain, I would likely have regarded him as nothing more than a sacrificial pawn. Opting not to rescue him, Rayleigh shook his head. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to age several years. Shaki stood behind him, massaging his temples and scalp to help him unwind. "What do you plan to do next? Will you proceed with the original plan, or shall we wait a while longer?" "Let us wait for a time," he replied. "Karl is far too clever. It would not be wise for me to act while he is here. Fortunately, he will not linger for too long. During this interval, I shall have Shanks diligently train the Straw Hat Pirates to enhance their strength. When the time comes to rescue, they will prove invaluable. However, this time, I cannot remain a mere bystander. I must personally take the field. Karl, that little rascal, is truly a handful. Shall I assist you in contacting a few old friends?" A glimmer flickered in Shaki's eyes, but Rayleigh shook his head. "No, I can manage with Shanks and those little rascals. Besides, we are not without external support. That lad, Dragon, certainly wouldn't stand idly by when it comes to his son." Rayleigh chuckled softly. The mere thought of Dragon never failed to amuse him. The imprints of shoes on Dragon's face, coupled with his serious demeanor, inexplicably struck Rayleigh's funny bone every time. "Uncle Rayleigh, I happened to be passing through Sabay and thought I would drop by to see you." Just as Rayleigh was relaxing, a statuesque woman graced the bar with her presence. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, Rayleigh squinted slightly and revealed a charming smile befitting an old gentleman. It was Hancock. Chapter 34. Another Warlord of the Sea. After a tumultuous morning, Peach Rabbit finally returned to the naval base with Karl in tow. The other Navy personnel, having enjoyed a brief respite, were now brimming with excitement. However, by afternoon, they could not escape the fate of reprimand. Yet, Karl still did not gather with them. He continued to follow his own whims, remaining in his room and refusing to emerge. Peach Rabbit found herself at a loss, left with no choice but to let him be. Karl possesses formidable strength and has garnered numerous achievements, further enhanced by the esteem of the Warring States Marshal, which empowers him to disregard the orders of Peach Rabbit. There are many naval officers like him, most of whom are proud and boast considerable capabilities. Peach Rabbit is accustomed to such behavior and chooses not to intervene, provided that Karl does not falter during critical moments. That is all for today. Disband and return to your posts immediately. Understood. After dismissing the naval officers, Peach Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief. Every naval commander, upon arriving at a new location, tends to discard the existing regulations and establish their own. This is one of the reasons for convening all naval personnel. However, the primary purpose remains to ensure that the commander is visible before all the naval officers. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward if some were unfamiliar with the commander. Notable naval figures can often bypass this step, while those of lesser renown view it as an opportunity to strengthen their rapport with the fleet. A beauty like Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit can forego such tedious procedures, yet she is reluctant to relinquish the chance to establish her own regulations. After concluding her address, Peach Rabbit returned to her command room, finally able to relax. However, upon seeing the documents laid out on her desk, she felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, she had reviewed these materials late into the previous night and was now ready to categorize and report them methodically. The subsequent tasks appeared straightforward and would not take long to complete. Nevertheless, Peach Rabbit had no intention of diving into them immediately. She was not a workaholic and preferred to take a break when time allowed. To her surprise, Karl did not hinder her in any way. indicating that his ambitions extend beyond that of merely a base commander. This young man likely harbors even grander aspirations, though she remains unaware of his true objectives. Observing his composed conversation with Rayleigh today, she surmised that this young lad has an immeasurable future ahead of him. He might even ascend to the rank of admiral before her. It is no wonder he is favored by the marshal. Peach Rabbit sighed. After today's observations, she realized that she was somewhat out of sync with Karl in various aspects. Particularly during his dialogue with Rayleigh, she found herself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend a single word. This left her questioning her own intelligence. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, resolved to take a nap before continuing her work. Just as she settled down, a commotion erupted outside. What could possibly be happening now? Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow, preparing to step outside and investigate. At that moment, a statuesque beauty made her entrance into the naval courtyard, specifically requesting to see Karl. The surrounding Navy personnel were in a state of disarray. Some even found themselves utterly captivated by her allure, eager to ingratiate themselves. In response to such feeble displays, the enchanting woman unhesitatingly delivered a swift kick that sent one of the men flying. Though the unfortunate sailor experienced partial petrification, he did not meet his demise. Her purpose here was not to take lives. Otherwise, none present would have survived. The Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What brings you to this place? This is a stronghold of the Navy, not a realm where pirates can tread freely. Upon witnessing the striking beauty, Peach Rabbit was taken aback. Hancock's reputation was legendary, far surpassing her own. Few in these waters were unaware of her striking visage, and Peach Rabbit instantly recognized her identity. Humph. I am here to find Karl. Who do you think you are? Step aside, Hancock declared haughtily, striding toward Peach Rabbit with her chin held high. Those still in possession of their senses hurriedly attempted to escort others away, for this place was no sanctuary for them. Some of the Navy had already succumbed to her charm, while others fought through pain to remain alert, aiding their entranced comrades in retreat. Peach Rabbit was well aware of Hancock's formidable abilities. Even her beauty stirred something within Peach Rabbit. With each step Hancock took, the perspiration on Peach Rabbit's forehead intensified, and her heart raced ever faster. By the time Hancock stood before her, Peach Rabbit felt parched, her body ablaze with an overwhelming heat. This was the power of the sweet fruit, combined with Hancock's innate grace. Few could resist the mesmerizing beauty she exuded, whether male or female. Though Peach Rabbit herself was a striking woman, upon encountering Hancock, she realized that her own beauty paled in comparison. More alarmingly, she discovered that she was inexplicably drawn to the proud woman before her. Such a revelation sent Peach Rabbit into a frenzy, teetering on the brink of collapse. No, I must hold on. I do not have a boyfriend. I absolutely cannot fall for a woman. This is simply unacceptable. Peach Rabbit's struggle and turmoil captured Hancock's attention. With a sultry smile, Hancock narrowed her eyes slightly, delicately grasped Peach Rabbit's chin, and traced her long fingers along Peach Rabbit's lips. My dear Navy maiden, have you also succumbed to my beauty? Hancock's sudden inquiry jolted Peach Rabbit back to reality. She pushed Hancock's delicate hand away, her brow glistening with sweat, and took a step back, drawing her weapon. Get away from me. This is no place for pirates. Cackling with amusement, she conceded to her innermost desires, acknowledging that she had indeed fallen for her. There was no need for doubt or self-denial. It was entirely natural to be enamored with her, for she was the most exquisite woman in the world. Boa Hancock, with a captivating smile, readied herself to grasp the chin of Peach Rabbit. At that moment, Peach Rabbit's eyes were already filled with the blossoms of desire, evidently ensnared by Hancock's allure. She was acutely aware that if she did not regain her composure soon, she would succumb entirely. This was something Peach Rabbit understood well, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Hancock's greatest strength lay not in her might, but in her enchanting charm. Even a seasoned vice admiral, devoid of vitality, could not extricate themselves through sheer willpower. The example of Vice Admiral Squirrel served as a poignant illustration. He broke free from Hancock's enchantment solely through self-harm. As for others attempting to escape her charm, they either possessed Conqueror's Haki or were formidable enough to obliterate Hancock's enchanting aura. Alternatively, they might be somewhat simple-minded, lacking a particular strand of reason, or perhaps outright foolish, allowing them to be entirely immune to her allure. Chapter 35. The Battle with Hancock Resumes. Hancock, I advise you against taking action against Guion. She is none other than the renowned Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy. Should you dare to make a move against her, rest assured that Elder Crane will undoubtedly seek you out for a serious discussion about life. just as Peach Rabbit believed she was on the brink of total surrender. A youthful yet immensely dependable voice resonated from behind her. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself cradled in Karl's embrace, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Moments ago, her mind had been a blank slate, devoid of any memory. By the time she collected her thoughts, Karl had appeared and enveloped her in his arms. Feeling the warmth and reliability of Karl's embrace, Peach Rabbit contemplated closing her eyes and indulging in a restful slumber. Even if Vice Admiral Crane were to arrive, I would not fear. However, it would be preferable to avoid unnecessary complications, for I did not come today to trouble the Navy, but rather to seek you out. Hancock was certainly not intimidated by Vice Admiral Crane. She simply wished to sidestep any entanglements with such an established figure of the Navy. The naval officers of Karl's era had all become legends, and Vice Admiral Crane was no exception. In particular, Hancock was privy to the tales of how Doflamingo was pursued relentlessly across the globe by Crane. She was well aware of the formidable strength he possessed. Since you are here for me, let us speak outside. After all, this is a naval base, and it is rather inconvenient to converse here. As Karl observed Hancock's perceptiveness, he refrained from further conversation and simply placed Tautu down before exiting. As Tautu felt the warmth dissipate, a sense of melancholy washed over her, prompting her to open her eyes and gaze at Karl's retreating figure. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an impulse and softly called out, "Be careful, the Empress is formidable." Taken aback by Tautu's unexpected concern, Karl paused briefly, turned around, and, with a smile, reassured her, "No need to worry, she is no match for me." "Ah, you remain as confident as ever," Hancock scoffed, following closely behind Karl as they departed. Watching their silhouettes fade away, Tautu suddenly came to a realization, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. What was I just saying? How utterly embarrassing. Yet, she mused, surely Karl would be fine. After all, he had previously repelled Doflamingo, and this was not his first encounter with the Empress. No, I must go out and see for myself, if Karl is indeed in danger. I want to assist. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Tautu resolved to follow him outside. Simultaneously, the other Navy personnel observed Tautu's unusual demeanor. Their expressions filled with curiosity. "I never imagined Colonel Karl possessed such charisma," one remarked. Indeed, not only did he attract the Empress's attention, but he also managed to capture the heart of Vice Admiral Tautu. If he isn't a seasoned romantic, I would be utterly astonished. How enviable for those two beauties. I wonder how many others Colonel Karl has charmed in the past. Now, what exactly did you summon me for? Karl cast a frigid gaze upon Hancock, unaware of the opinions held by the other Navy personnel regarding him and Hancock. Karl now merely wishes for Hancock to depart swiftly, as her presence easily influences the other Navy personnel and is exceedingly bothersome. Indeed, the woman hailed as the most beautiful in the world, the Empress, is, in Karl's eyes, merely an irritating pirate. If Hancock were to learn of Karl's assessment, she would undoubtedly regard him as a lifelong adversary. I have come here for two matters. The first is to express my gratitude for your capture of so many slave traders. I harbor a profound disdain for such traffickers, and this has led me to view you with a different perspective, prompting my visit. Do not assume that this will endear you to me. You are still unworthy." Hancock scoffed, and though she claimed to be grateful, her tone bore no distinction from that of an accusatory inquiry. "Spare me the pleasantries. What is the second matter?" Karl furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage in trivial conversation with her. Hancock, on the other hand, chuckled softly and promptly delivered a swift kick. Upon witnessing this, Karl's gaze instantly sharpened, and he swiftly raised his hand to block her strike. However, Hancock's kick not only employed the power of hockey, but also activated her devil fruit abilities. Although Karl managed to defend himself using armament hockey, he was still pushed back by 2 meters. The sleeves of his uniform disintegrated into shards of stone, falling to the ground in disarray. "Is this the second matter you sought me for? As one of the 7 warlords, openly attacking the Navy is a grave offense. Heh, I had no intention of confronting you, but you have made things difficult for Senior Rayleigh. He, bound by his position, will not challenge you. But I am not so restrained. This is a personal vendetta, and with war on the horizon, I trust that neither the results of the battle nor the Gorosei will strip me of my title as a warlord over such trifles," Hancock declared with confidence, lightly tapping her lips, which conjured a heart-shaped object before her. Without hesitation, she launched the arrow of captivation at Karl. As he observed the pink arrow, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly pressed his hands downward. In an instant, A tremendous gust of air surged from above, shattering all the arrows to pieces. Seeing this, Hancock's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively attempted to retreat. At that very moment, a colossal ring with a diameter exceeding 10 meters materialized around Karl. The depth of the ring surpassed 3 meters, leaving only the spot where Karl stood completely unscathed. What do you think of my newly developed technique? Air pressure? A subtle smile graced Karl's lips as he leaned slightly forward, a fleeting glimmer of fervor igniting in his gaze. The desolate wood and the late-arriving Sakura finally emerged from the depths of the base, landing gracefully in his hands. Meanwhile, the long-awaited voice of the system reverberated through the air. Yet this time, the options presented took Karl by surprise. Ding! A divine choice has been triggered. Option 1. Cease combat and win Hancock's heart, rewarding the host with Hancock's loyalty. Option 2. Eliminate Hancock and acquire Guillaume's affection, rewarding the host with Guillaume's loyalty. Option 3. Repel Hancock and reject Guillaume's love, rewarding the host with an elevation of all skills and attributes by 1 level. This selection diverged somewhat from previous choices. However, for Karl, the first 2 options were scarcely worthy of consideration. His singular desire was power. In this world, without strength, one is rendered insignificant. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose the 3rd option. Let him be a straightforward man, for in his pursuit of strength, he must cast aside unnecessary burdens. Chapter 36. Fierce Battle. Boa Hancock. Your repeated provocations against the Navy leave me no choice but to treat you without leniency. Now, in the name of the Navy, I shall proceed to arrest you. Humph. If you possess the ability, then come and test it, you insolent brat. Upon hearing Karl's declaration, Hancock would not concede easily. In an instant, the 2 of them unleashed their conqueror's haki, causing the very skies to erupt in a cacophony of thunder and lightning, as if heralding the apocalypse. Dark crimson lightning crackled through the heavens, relentlessly shattering all clouds in its path. Karl's expression remained stoic, his hands tightly gripping his twin blades, his eyes alight with a flicker of fervor. He resembled a lion poised to pounce upon its prey, his gaze fixated intently on Hancock, as if he were on the verge of tearing apart the quarry before him. At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hancock's forehead. She had not anticipated that Karl's progress would be so rapid. It had been a mere month since their last encounter. Although Karl had displayed the nascent form of conqueror's haki and possessed the potential of a king, he had not yet truly awakened this formidable power. However, upon seeing him today, Hancock realized that not only had he awakened his conqueror's haki, but he had also enhanced its potency to a level comparable to her own. It is worth noting that Hancock had spent considerable time cultivating her conqueror's haki to reach her current degree of mastery. Even on the day Karl awakened his conqueror's haki during his encounter with Hancock, achieving such a remarkable level of mastery within just a month is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, Hancock was acutely aware at that time that Karl was not her equal. Yet now, he not only stands firm against her, but has even repelled Don Quixote Doflamingo. With such formidable strength developed in a mere month, Hancock comprehends that the potential of this individual before her is extraordinary. Nevertheless, this realization only fuels her determination to defeat Karl. As they faced each other, Hancock opted for a preemptive strike. She instantly appeared before Karl, her foot enveloped in armament haki, launching a powerful kick aimed directly at his face. Most would be unable to react to such an assault. Even some vice admirals would hastily attempt to defend themselves. However, Karl remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed intently on Hancock's leg. By the time she initiated her attack, Karl was already prepared. This was not solely due to his observation haki. Rather, it was primarily a testament to his unwavering concentration. He swiftly raised his twin blades, successfully blocking Hancock's kick. Before she could mount a further offensive, Karl counterattacked with a fierce roar, invoking the might of the lion's roar, earthquake. The ground itself began to lament, as 2 colossal whirlwinds erupted around them, ensnaring Hancock within their tempestuous embrace. Is this the power of the Golden Lion? Upon witnessing the swirling winds, Hancock wasted no time and retaliated with 2 powerful kicks. Her strength was formidable, with her devil fruit abilities complementing her strikes. Anything tangible was subject to her petrifying touch. Even these whirlwinds were no exception. Unless they were enveloped in armament haki, they too would succumb to the fate of petrification. Karl furrowed his brow, astonished that Hancock Petrochemical's prowess could extend even to the whirlwind. Could this possibly be the ability accompanying the awakening of the fruit? Oh, you are aware of the awakening of the fruit? In response to Karl's inquiry, Hancock did not answer directly but instead offered a beguiling smile and posed a question in return. Karl did not engage, but instead descended from the sky in an instant. The cross slash, a rather unadorned technique, involved enveloping his twin swords in haki and executing a rapid assault. Yet, it is often the simplest techniques that yield remarkable results. As Karl launched his attack from the air, the dual acceleration from his fruit ability and gravity allowed his speed to exceed the sound barrier in that fleeting moment. Hancock barely had time to react before his strike was upon her. That damn man. Accompanied by a resounding boom, the earth was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Moments later, Karl's figure re-emerged from the sky, yet his assault remained relentless. Continuous distant slashes, combined with the whirlwind generated by his fruit ability, rendered his attacks ever more lethal. The dust on the ground intensified, soon enveloping a radius of 100 meters. However, with his observation haki, Karl could still distinctly perceive Hancock's position. His onslaught did not waver. Like a machine gun, 2 slashes would be unleashed upon Hancock every second without pause. While Karl may not match Hancock's speed, in terms of strength and stamina, he undoubtedly surpassed her. 5 years of rigorous training, amounting to 3 million push-ups, established a foundation that would not be easily surpassed. In this world of elite warriors, regardless of their abilities, physical prowess reigns supreme. Without a formidable physique, even the mightiest of powers are rendered futile. The aged and incapacitated Shiki the Golden Lion serves as a poignant example. His time in Impel Down nearly hollowed out his body, and even after escaping, his foundation was ruined. Coupled with underestimation and certain ailments, he languished for over a decade, ultimately falling to Luffy and meeting his demise at Karl's hands. From these observations, Karl recognized the paramount importance of possessing exceptional physical condition. You damned man. Dare to confront me head-on. Utilizing such techniques, what kind of man are you? Hancock, feeling increasingly beleaguered under Karl's pressure, was now infuriated and sought to retaliate with words. Yet, Karl remained unmoved. His sole objective was to defeat Hancock swiftly and claim the system's rewards. Her words were of no concern to him. And he would not relent simply because she was a beauty. That would be an affront to both Karl and Hancock. You despicable scoundrel, the arrow of captivity. Hancock realized her defensive stance left her trapped in Karl's relentless onslaught, prompting her to choose to counterattack. However, this maneuver proved equally ineffective against Karl. Karl effortlessly utilized his fruit abilities once more, dispersing all arrows in an instant. Along with the arrows, the swirling dust upon the ground was also swept away. Seizing this moment of distraction, Hancock circled around to Karl's rear. With a fierce expression, Hancock unleashed a merciless kick aimed directly at the back of Karl's head. However, this strike was anticipated by Karl's observation haki, and he swiftly wielded his sword with his right hand, blocking the blow in a split second. Yet, his defense was somewhat hasty and lacked sufficient force, causing him to be sent flying by Hancock's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Hancock charged at Karl again, delivering another kick. Chapter 37. Repulsion indeed. The rumors hold true. Colonel Karl is remarkably formidable. Although he previously repelled Confronting Doflamingo, their encounter lasted less than 10 minutes. Now, however, he has been engaged in a fierce battle with the Empress, another member of the Shichibukai, for over half an hour. Such prowess is likely unmatched by most vice admirals. Wouldn't you agree? Let us not be so quick to judge. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is present as well, and she is undoubtedly capable. Indeed, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but her strength is also impressive. She can certainly handle the Empress without difficulty. Nonetheless, Colonel Karl's strength is undeniably exceptional. It seems that only seasoned vice admirals could possibly surpass him. As for future promotions, I remain uncertain. It is clear that he will not surpass an admiral's strength anytime soon. If the 3 admirals were to arrive, the Shichibukai would surely not dare to act so arrogantly. That is hardly surprising. The 3 admirals represent the pinnacle of our naval power, and even the 4 emperors would hesitate to confront them directly. Speaking of admirals, when might Colonel Karl ascend to that rank? Achieving such a status requires not only strength but also military merit, does it not? It's unlikely he will attain it within a mere decade. However, given Colonel Karl's rapid advancement, he could easily rise to Rear Admiral within a year. I wager 2 berries that he will achieve the rank of Rear Admiral in just 6 months. I bet that Colonel Karl will attain the rank of Vice Admiral in 3 months. The surrounding Navy personnel were fervently extolling the prowess of their Navy. In their eyes, Karl possessed formidable strength, capable of rivaling seasoned vice admirals. As for the admirals, they believed he could easily surpass the 4 emperors. Moreover, the potential Karl had revealed was deemed even more extraordinary than that of Peach Rabbit. Thus, the question of when he would ascend to the rank of admiral became a topic of great fascination among them. At that moment, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit observed the fierce battle between Karl and Hancock, listening intently to the discussions around her. She bit her lip, her heart racing. She was acutely aware that her capabilities were comparable to those of the current Karl. Yet, in the face of Hancock's enchanting allure, even as a fellow woman, she found herself unable to resist a budding admiration. Although this was merely a manifestation of Hancock's devil fruit ability, which could be resisted with a steadfast will, Peach Rabbit lacked such resilience. At best, she could maintain a semi-conscious state, which severely diminished her strength, rendering her no match for Hancock. This explained her palpable anxiety and the beads of sweat that formed when she faced Hancock. However, now that she had regained her composure, her respect for Karl had only deepened. In her eyes, Karl had transformed into a hero. Had it not been for his intervention, she might have genuinely fallen for Hancock and subsequently faced petrification. The mere thought of such a consequence sent shivers down her spine. "Colonel Karl, please do not lose," she silently prayed, wishing for his victory. Should Hancock triumph, the Navy's reputation would undoubtedly plummet, and she herself would face severe repercussions as the commanding officer. Although Karl would also face consequences, they would certainly not be as grave. Therefore, whether for her own sake, the honor of the Navy, or for Karl himself, Peach Rabbit was determined that he must not lose. No one was privy to her thoughts. She merely continued her silent prayers. Meanwhile, the battle between Karl and Hancock was drawing to a close, characterized by their audacious fighting styles. The style of Karl, along with the dynamic effects of his fruit abilities, creates a considerable commotion. Although Hancock is a woman, she is indeed the Empress, and her fighting stance may not be particularly graceful, yet it exudes a sense of boldness. This audacious approach to combat is quite pleasing to the audience's eyes. "Karl, I acknowledge that your strength is on par with mine. I never anticipated that within just a month you would reach such a level. Given another year or two, you might possess the power of an admiral, or even that of the 4 emperors. Therefore, I concede defeat in this battle, but you must promise me not to seek trouble with Rayleigh. He is my benefactor, and if you agree, I shall owe you a favor." Hancock recognizes that continuing the fight would render her incapable of defeating Karl. Both warriors, having engaged in an intense struggle, are drenched in sweat. However, Hancock bears numerous injuries, while Karl, despite significant fatigue, shows no visible wounds. Most importantly, Karl maintains smooth breathing, and his eyes remain sharp. This clearly indicates that Karl's physical prowess surpasses that of Hancock. They both consider prolonging the battle, believing that ultimately, it will be Karl who stands victorious. Hancock is well aware of this, and thus, she does not intend to persist in their conflict. Upon hearing Hancock's proposition, Karl shakes his head and steps forward, unleashing his conqueror's haki once more. Regrettably, Rayleigh is the first mate of the Pirate King, Roger, regardless of the reasons. As long as I am here, I shall not cease my vigilance over him. Therefore, your request holds no validity, and our factions are inherently adversarial. Why should I acquiesce to you? Karl tilted his head, feigning a look of confusion. Such an expression irked Hancock, yet she felt powerless against it. Continuing to press the matter would only lead to unnecessary delays. Hancock had merely passed through Shambadi. She had not come to seek trouble. "Humph, you foul man. Remember your words. Although I may have lost this time, when we meet again, I shall have you begging at my feet for mercy. Just wait and see, Colonel Karl." With a disdainful snort, Hancock took a step back, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Karl watched Hancock depart until she vanished from his line of sight, at which point he sheathed his twin blades and exhaled a sigh of relief. What a troublesome woman, however. This experience has allowed me to truly comprehend the extent of my current strength. Karl walked towards the naval base with a smile. Following the recent battle, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength and the level at which he stood. With the completion of his chosen mission, all his attributes and abilities would ascend to a higher tier. Consequently, his power would experience yet another enhancement. Should Hancock return in time, Karl would be ready to impart some life lessons to him. Attribute panel. Name: Karl. Strength: C. Agility: D. Dexterity: D. Stamina: C. Abilities: Military Fist: F. Float Fruit: S. Armament Haki: Mastered. Observation Haki: Mastered. Conqueror's Haki: Proficient. Dual Sword Style: C. Upon opening the attribute panel and glancing at his latest stats, Karl felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he made his way back to the base amidst a throng of naval officers. Even Vice Admiral Momosaji had tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with joy for him. Chapter 38. The excited Sengoku Colonel Karl, you truly exude authority today. You have genuinely repelled one of the 7 warlords, the Empress. If this news spreads, it will stir even more excitement than the previous incident with Doflamingo. I never anticipated Colonel Karl's strength to be so formidable. He truly lives up to the esteem placed upon him by Admiral Sengoku. Indeed, such a man is admirable. Enough of that. You're all men. What are you fawning over him for? If anyone should have admiration, it would be for Vice Admiral Momosaji. A beauty among the Navy. You rough fellows should step aside. Ahem. Calm down, everyone. While excitement is warranted, what do you mean by that? Do you wish to face punishment? Return to your posts immediately. If I catch anyone slacking off, I will have them run an entire lap around the Sabay archipelago. Yes, sir. Suddenly called out, Vice Admiral Momosaji blushed, reprimanding the sailors who had spoken out of turn. After receiving her scolding, the sailors promptly fell silent and returned to their duties. The Sabay archipelago was vast, and running a lap could take a day and night to complete. Thus, they all kept their mouths shut, fearing Momosaji's ire. Once the sailors were dispatched, a rosy hue still lingered on Momosaji's cheeks, though her expression had relaxed considerably. These rascals only know how to stir trouble. I have no real connection with Karl, yet they insist on creating one. Such lack of decorum. Yet, one must admit, Karl possesses immense potential, is quite handsome, has a commendable physique, and, most importantly, is slightly taller than I. If I were to seek a partner in the future, he would indeed serve as an excellent reference model. Oh, what am I thinking? Guillaume, now is not the time to be contemplating romance. Get a grip on yourself. Peach Rabbit gently patted her own cheeks, compelling herself to regain her composure. Only then did she return to her chamber to attend to her official duties. Regarding the events that transpired today, she recounted everything in detail to General Warring States. Karl had returned to his chamber, blissfully unaware of the rumors circulating about him outside. Nor was he cognizant of the fact that after repelling Hancock, he had touched the heart of Toru. At present, all he desired was to rest and enjoy a meal, followed by a visit to the training room to master the newfound power he had recently acquired. An enhancement in strength is merely a numerical improvement. Without the ability to perfectly control one's body, such an enhancement could become a burden. Thus, Karl dedicated several hours each day to training. This diligence is one of the reasons the Navy holds him in such high regard. He is not only approachable, but also incredibly inspiring. Having achieved his status solely through merit, without any advantageous background, truly a model of grassroots triumph. Consequently, the Navy personnel view him with great optimism, with some already regarding him as a role model. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the din mushi, revealing a satisfied smile. In less than a month, Karl had made significant advancements in his strength. Previously, he had driven back Don Quixote Doflamingo due to certain circumstances that necessitated a retreat. However, this time, he had genuinely repelled Hancock. Such prowess could rival even some of the vice admirals. Even if Toru is a candidate for admiral, it is likely that, at her current strength, she would not stand a chance against Karl. Haha, I never anticipated that the weasel would bring forth such a promising talent. Truly remarkable. Sengoku was exhilarated. Individuals like Karl are exceedingly rare within the Navy. Since the likes of Akainu and his contemporaries became the pillars of the Navy, the subsequent generation has been somewhat lacking. Aside from Smoker and Toru, there has been no one capable of bearing the burden. Moreover, even these individuals are still in their formative years, requiring at least a decade for their growth. During this interim, the Navy is poised to experience a period of weakness, which is Sengoku's greatest concern. Fortunately, Karl's displayed strength and talent could effectively bridge this gap, and this is the true source of Sengoku's elation. Humph. Even so, I cannot forgive that little rascal for imprisoning my 2 grandsons. Had it not been for him, that scoundrel Teach would not have publicly revealed Ace's identity, leading the Gorosei to seek his execution. If I had not intervened on his behalf, the execution would likely have occurred this month rather than 3 months from now. Garp let out a cold snort, clearly expressing his discontent towards Karl. However, his dissatisfaction was merely that, discontent, devoid of any deep-seated animosity. In the eyes of everyone in this world, the revelation of Ace's identity was propagated by Teach. While it is true that he disseminated the information across the seas, the true orchestrator of this revelation was Karl, a fact known to no more than 5 individuals. Most importantly, those privy to the truth are, for their own reasons, unwilling to disclose it. Furthermore, Teach, eager to enhance his own reputation, tacitly accepted this situation. Consequently, the high-ranking officers of the Navy, who share a strong rapport with Garp, harbor intense hatred towards Teach. Garp, he continued, despite what I have just said, I must advise you to remain calm. Whether faced with Karl or Teach, it is imperative that you maintain your composure. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness lead to ruin. Luffy is still confined on the 6th level, and if you wish to see him freed, you must spend the next 3 months training diligently alongside Zifa. In 3 months, we shall confront Whitebeard, and we cannot afford to lose. This is the order of the Gorosei, and it represents our Navy's finest opportunity to showcase our might to the world. I will ensure that this war reveals to all that the Navy is the true sovereign of the seas. The mere 4 emperors are nothing but trifles, unworthy even to polish the Navy's boots. Sengoku's commanding presence radiated, casting a palpable weight upon the surrounding atmosphere. Garp let out a cold snort without uttering a word and strode out of the room. Although he relished acting on impulse, he understood the gravity of the situation. At least his heart remained aligned with the Navy. Crane, do you have anything to say? Sengoku glanced at Garp's departing figure before turning his attention to the silent Admiral Crane seated beside him. Admiral Crane took a sip of tea and then presented Karl's dossier, stating, it is time for him to be promoted to Rear Admiral. While the Navy currently possesses sufficient strength, given his talents, he is bound to achieve further breakthroughs before the onset of war. We can provide him with a ship and some troops, allowing him to venture into the New World. To confine him to the Grand Line and Sabay would be a waste of his potential. That makes sense, Sengoku mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Karl's photograph once more. Let us wait a couple more days. Once Sabay stabilizes, I will assign him to the New World. We cannot allow Momonosuke to toil alone. She is still young and requires growth. Agreed. Chapter 39. The orders 1 week later. The Navy base at Sabay. After enjoying a drink outside, Karl casually captured a few pirates and tossed them into a corner, entrusting them to other naval soldiers for handling. He then intended to return to his quarters for a brief respite. However, upon entering the naval base today, he distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The emotions of those around him appeared rather abnormal, and alarmingly, some individuals were even in tears. With tear-filled eyes and choked voices, they seemed profoundly out of sorts. What are you all staring at me for? Hurry back to your posts. Do you wish to incur the wrath of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Karl furrowed his brow, uncertain about the purpose of their gathering. At that moment, Major Tautu emerged from the room with an elegant stride. You scoundrel, you didn't even bring the phone book. Had you not returned in time, I would have sought you out myself. Tautu's tone carried a hint of melancholy, deepening Karl's perplexity. Following their prior encounter where they had repelled the Empress and a week spent together, the relationship between Karl and Major Tautu had evolved from strangers to acquaintances. Notably, during this week, Tautu frequently visited Shiki's bar to share drinks with Karl, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Rayleigh. This behavior exasperated Rayleigh, leaving him unable to attend to his own affairs. However, it was precisely due to these experiences that Karl had witnessed the charming side of Tautu when she was inebriated. What brings you here? You seem rather anxious. Given the rapport they had developed, there was little need for formality between them. This was largely attributed to Karl's strength and prestige. Had he been merely an ordinary Navy officer, he could never engage with Tautu on such equal footing. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Don't keep me in suspense, just speak plainly. If you don't, I shall take my leave. Karl refrained from idle chatter and urged Peach Rabbit to divulge the matter at hand. Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow and pouted her adorably, expressing her discontent. Humph, you remain as dull as ever. To speak candidly, the bad news is that you are soon to part ways with a breathtaking beauty such as myself. How does that make you feel? Are you not filled with a sense of loss? She squinted her eyes, seemingly anticipating a reaction. However, Karl merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," leaving the conversation hanging. This provoked Peach Rabbit to stamp her foot in frustration, swiftly diminishing her enthusiasm. She then produced a piece of paper and tossed it to Karl. This is your transfer order. The Grand Admiral demands your return to the naval headquarters within 3 days. Based on my conjecture, your gilded mission has reached its conclusion, and remaining in Sabay would only squander your talents. Thus, I am convinced that the Admiral shall send you to the New World for further training. I hope that upon your arrival, you will remain as carefree as you are now. Humph. With that, Peach Rabbit angrily flung the transfer order before Karl and retreated to her quarters. What a scoundrel! Even after my words, he fails to utter a single compliment. No wonder he remains single. Over the course of their interactions, Major Peach Rabbit's fondness for Karl had soared. Presently, she harbored a certain affection for him, though she remained uncertain of her feelings. Yet, should Karl take the initiative to confess his feelings, she would undoubtedly accept. Such was her current state of mind. Nonetheless, Karl's oblivious demeanor irked her, albeit also brought her a degree of joy. At the very least, his character ensured that no one else could take advantage of him. Meanwhile, Karl received his transfer order, and his heart was filled with joy. He was unaware of the inner thoughts of Peach Bunny. He merely sensed that she had been particularly affectionate towards him these past few days. Although he had contemplated the possibility of her feelings, he dismissed the notion, believing he lacked such allure. Despite his handsome appearance, impressive physique, and status as a promising rising star in the Navy, Karl did not perceive that Peach Bunny could harbor feelings for him. In terms of status and future prospects, Peach Bunny was currently far superior, capable of surpassing Karl by a significant margin. After a long wait, the long-anticipated transfer order finally arrived, leading him to conclude that his comrades had gathered here. Aware of his impending departure, as he gazed upon his dear brothers, tears of emotion welled in his eyes. Tonight's banquet is on me. Let us celebrate. Karl pondered for a moment before uttering a remark. The naval officers erupted in joyous celebration, eagerly preparing for Karl's farewell banquet. His departure stirred a sense of reluctance among many sailors, as his presence had significantly eased their burdens. The Shambadi archipelago was rife with pirates and slave traders, and many engaged in clandestine dealings here. The Navy longed to intervene, yet their soldiers lacked the strength to confront the powerful forces lurking in the shadows, which could easily retaliate. Particularly during the time when Pika was stationed there, they had been unable to interfere with operations of the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose formidable organization had flourished. However, upon Karl's arrival, he single-handedly dismantled numerous factions. Now, with the addition of Rear Admiral Tontada, the duo had conducted a thorough sweep of the Shambadi archipelago, successfully eliminating a considerable number of slave traders and pirates. The organizations formed by Doflamingo, the Golden Emperor, and other underworld lords dared not provoke them. Consequently, the naval officers found their duties considerably lightened, merely required to fulfill their assigned tasks each day, resulting in a more relaxed atmosphere. Even the residents of the Shambadi archipelago held the Navy in higher regard. Much of this improvement could be attributed to Karl's efforts. His imminent departure left many feeling a genuine sense of loss. Yet, everyone understood that such orders were inevitable, and thus, there was little room for regret. The evening's festivities commenced as usual. Except for those on duty, all others gathered for the banquet. Even Tontada joined in the merriment, though she abstained from alcohol. Having already embarrassed herself in front of Karl, she was determined to avoid further humiliation before the assembled naval personnel, lest her reputation be irreparably tarnished. As time slipped away, night deepened. Most of the sailors became thoroughly intoxicated, collapsing where they stood and succumbing to slumber. Karl was not intoxicated. In fact, it was quite rare for him to abstain from alcohol, as he merely accompanied others in conversation and gazed at the stars. "Karl, I have a question for you," said Peach Rabbit as she leaned closer, sitting beside him, her lips slightly parted, exhaling a fragrant breath. "Do you have any dreams? In this world, many people harbor aspirations. For instance, the dream of the Warring States General is world peace, while Lord Sakaski envisions absolute justice. As for me, my dream is to become a general and safeguard a realm of tranquility. What about you? Why not share your dreams with me?" Peach Rabbit's cheeks flushed. Yet she was not inebriated. She merely appeared exceptionally relaxed. Her demeanor was undeniably alluring, yet Karl remained unmoved, shaking his head with a sigh. "My dream? It is quite simple, really, to become the strongest in the world." Karl's gaze was serene and focused, not at all reminiscent of casual words. Upon noticing this, Peach Rabbit nodded slightly and let out a barely perceptible choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 40. Promotion to Brigadier General. The following morning, the banquet that had persisted throughout the night had finally come to a close. Karl swiftly gathered his belongings, shouldered his pack, and bid farewell to the crowd before departing from Shambadi. His remarkable abilities rendered the need for a naval vessel unnecessary, allowing him to soar directly to the Navy headquarters. In fact, given his speed, not even the swiftest Navy ship could match his pace. The journey from Shambadi to the Navy headquarters would typically require at least 3 hours by ship. Even under ideal conditions, it would take no less than 2. However, thanks to his flying prowess, Karl could reach the headquarters in under an hour. while his speed paled in comparison to that of Borsalino, who could traverse the distance from the Navy headquarters to the Shambadi archipelago in a mere 10 minutes. It remained impressive nonetheless. Karl is incomparable to him. However, Karl possesses greater potential for growth. Given time, he will undoubtedly reach the level of Borsalino. An hour later, Karl arrived above the Navy headquarters. Observing the sailors below who were still in training, he felt a sense of nostalgia and subsequently completed a brief registration. Before long, Karl found himself in the office of the Admiral, where he met Sengoku. "Captain Karl of the Navy, reporting to you, Admiral." Karl flashed a smile and rendered a formal military salute. In the Marshal's office at that moment, apart from Karl and Zhangguo, there were no other individuals present. Thus, Zhangguo waved his hand, indicating that Karl need not be so formal, to which Karl responded with ease. "Relax a bit. By the way, how are things at Chambo? I trust your first experience stationed at the base has been rather pleasant? To be frank, life on the Chambo Islands, spending each day enjoying drinks with Rayleigh and dealing with pirates and human traffickers, has been quite leisurely." Karl spoke candidly. This lifestyle was undeniably pleasant for him. However, even an ordinary naval officer, let alone a rabbit of the sea, would hesitate to claim that such a life was leisurely. During his month in Chambo, he had scarcely a moment of idleness. His military achievements had already earned him the rank of Brigadier General, and the slight delay in his reassignment was merely to allow him to assist the Rabbit of the Sea and become well acquainted with the nuances of Chambo. Now that the Rabbit had fully mastered the affairs of Chambo, it was time to recall Karl. "Colonel Karl, I am well aware of your endeavors in the Chambo archipelago, and I am thoroughly pleased with your performance. I hereby officially bestow upon you the rank of Brigadier General in the Navy, granting you command of your own warship and 50 soldiers willing to follow you into service. This represents the military force at your disposal. Your upcoming mission will be to patrol the New World." Are we truly embarking for the New World? I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Karl's eyes flickered with excitement. Although he had anticipated being assigned to a new world, he had not expected to be patrolling rather than stationed at a base. This revelation opened up a plethora of possibilities. Indeed, with your remarkable talents, being confined to a base would be a tremendous waste. Only through patrolling can you truly evolve. However, caution is imperative, for the New World harbors great dangers, particularly within the territories of the Four Emperors, which you should avoid at all costs. While your current strength is commendable, you remain no match for the Four Emperors. I understand. Although I relish the challenge of confronting formidable opponents, I shall defer such encounters with beings of that caliber for a time. At present, I am acutely aware of my limitations and acknowledge that I am not yet their equal. Karl scratched his head and spoke candidly. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, which were only slightly superior to those of the 7 warlords and the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. However, he was still considerably distant from the level of the 4 emperors and admirals. The might of the admirals and the 4 emperors could easily obliterate the majority of the 7 warlords and vice admirals. With such prowess, he could at most hold his ground for a few exchanges, much like Jinbei from the original narrative, but he was certainly not a match for them. Naturally, he would avoid direct confrontations with the 4 emperors. Possessing such self-awareness was essential. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction and then stepped forward, firmly patting Karl on the shoulder. "Young man, from this moment forth, you shall hold the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, endowed with a modicum of authority to command troops and the liberty to set sail. However, for the next few days, you should take some time to rest. I will arrange for a new naval uniform to be delivered to you tomorrow. During this period, take the opportunity to select a warship and your subordinates. Preparing for your voyage." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Karl nodded, but then his expression shifted to one of uncertainty. "What is the matter? Is there something troubling you?" Sengoku inquired with concern, noticing Karl's demeanor. Karl touched the tip of his nose, his tone slightly awkward. "May I venture out to sea alone? You are well aware that I lack experience in commanding troops and have not received any training in that regard. Even during my time in the Shambadi archipelago, I merely issued orders while others assisted me in leading the men. Therefore, I am concerned about my ability to manage these 50 individuals effectively." When Karl uttered these words, he himself sensed the palpable awkwardness that enveloped the room. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that someone would willingly relinquish command. This marked an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Navy. However, upon reflecting upon Karl's background and recent experiences, Sengoku came to realize that Karl was indeed a competent lone wolf, albeit lacking in notable leadership qualities. This posed a dilemma. Venturing into the new world without a crew could prove perilous, yet there was also a certain convenience in solitude. Please, do not leave just yet. I shall make a call to inquire about her opinion and hear her thoughts on this matter. Sengoku found himself at an impasse regarding this issue. Although he was a strategic mastermind and the fleet admiral, he had never encountered such a request from someone like Karl before. Thus, it was imperative for him to consult with Admiral Tsuru, the chief of naval staff, to deliberate on the feasibility of this course of action. Upon encountering the warring states, Karl did not outright refuse, which brought him a sense of relief. His reluctance to lead troops stemmed not only from his lack of experience, but also from the fact that he was unable to realize certain plans of his own. Some of these endeavors required solitude for their successful execution. The presence of others would only hinder his progress. Thus, Karl gazed at the warring states, who was engaged in a phone conversation with hopeful anticipation. After a brief moment, the warring states sighed, ended the call, and returned to his chair. Brigadier General Karl, I have approved your request. Really? Karl exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the warring states' words, but the latter shook his head and tapped the table, stating, however, you cannot venture out to sea alone. Therefore, continue selecting personnel over the next few days. You must recruit at least 7 individuals, or I shall not permit you to set sail. Chapter 41. The disheartened Karl. In the end, it appears I must still lead troops, which is rather disheartening. Fortunately, I have been granted permission to recruit in other locations. Could this be considered a special privilege? Karl scratched his head and returned to his quarters at the naval headquarters, contemplating his next course of action. Although Sengoku had permitted him to set sail with only a limited number of sailors, Karl found himself somewhat uneasy. Should danger arise with these individuals, he could not wholly guarantee their safety. Thus, he had to select members who held lower ranks yet possessed considerable strength. He required at least 7 crew members, which would nearly complete the ship's essential configurations. By recruiting one each of a ship's doctor, chef, navigator, and carpenter, he would have a nearly comprehensive crew. This could be seen as standard fare for pirates, yet it was a novel approach within the Navy, leaving Karl uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, after Karl's insistence, Sengoku granted him permission to recruit beyond the confines of the naval headquarters, extending the time frame for enlisting soldiers indefinitely. He would not be allowed to set sail until he had successfully recruited 7 individuals. If Karl were to dawdle in his recruitment efforts, he would find himself confined to the naval headquarters for the entirety of his life. Though Sengoku was reluctant to impose such a fate, it was his duty. This strategy would suit both Akiji and Kizuru, who would likely relish the prospect of remaining in one place for eternity, as they preferred idleness over movement. However, Sengoku understood Karl's nature. He was not one to remain stationary for long. Thus, he set forth this requirement to compel Karl to swiftly find suitable soldiers, enabling him to venture into the new world, enhance his abilities, and broaden his horizons. After contemplating this, Karl decided to visit the naval training camp after lunch, hoping to discover promising candidates. He would also take the opportunity to inspect the ships. Aside from a few specialized vessels, most Navy ships were quite similar, and there was no need for meticulous selection. One merely needed to choose a suitable option. Nevertheless, the primary challenge remained, selecting the right crew members, a task that proved to be exceedingly difficult. Karl shook his head, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. He intended to take a nap before having lunch, planning to select a boat and companions later in the afternoon. Time passed gradually, and before long, the afternoon arrived. After Karl arranged for a visually appealing vessel at the dock, he conveyed his modification plans to the dock staff. After spending some time collaborating with them to finalize the design blueprints, he strode purposefully towards the recruit camp and training grounds. However, the recruit camp was indeed filled entirely with novices. Most of these individuals possessed abilities comparable to that of a junior major, while only a few with exceptional talents reached the rank of lieutenant colonel. Furthermore, these recruits were utterly lacking in the confidence necessary for survival in the new world. After meandering through the new recruit camp for over half an hour, Karl departed and made his way to the elite training camp. The majority of individuals here possess strength at the colonel level, although not all of them exhibit the domineering presence. They have at least qualified to learn the art of hockey. Each of these individuals has ascended from the new recruit camp, representing exceptionally promising young talents. Had Karl not been recommended by the Weasel, he too would now be among the ranks of the elite training camp. Here, one can systematically study the 6 forms of the Navy, along with various other combat techniques, and even theoretical knowledge regarding both armed and observation hockey. However, if Karl had not received the recommendation and had instead pursued his studies here, his growth in strength would undoubtedly have been considerably slower. He possesses a system, thus, failing to venture forth and fully utilize this system to enhance his capabilities would be an utter waste. Before long, Karl arrived at the elite training camp. However, upon his arrival, he was greeted by a familiar face who was busy instructing the soldiers. Pizza? Spotting Pizza there filled Karl with both surprise and delight, prompting him to rush over and envelop this senior in a warm embrace. Initially, Pizza had been intently focused on the training, and the sudden hug momentarily took him aback. He was somewhat irked, suspecting it might be a prank by one of the recruits, but upon turning around, he was astonished to find it was Karl. This revelation brought him immense joy. Karl, you've been reassigned. It aligns with my calculations. A month is ample time for you to polish your skills in Shambord. Are you planning to select soldiers to accompany you on your journey to sea? Indeed. I intend to select at least 7 crew members to join me in the new world. Carlo touched his nose awkwardly and replied. Typically, a naval commander would embark with at least 50 personnel. However, Carlo required merely 7. Even Pissa couldn't help but open his mouth, words swirling within yet remaining unuttered. After a brief explanation from Karl, Pisa reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Very well, since that is the case, I shall refrain from further comment. Here is the list of personnel. You may review it at your convenience. Understood. Thank you, Senior Pisa. Karl maintained a serious expression and rendered a military salute, while Pisa chuckled and patted Karl on the shoulder. Haha, don't be so solemn. It makes me feel quite out of sorts. The camaraderie between Pisa and Karl was quite remarkable, as they had supported each other during their time in the Shambody archipelago. Most importantly, Karl had once saved Pisa's life, which only strengthened their bond. By the way, Pisa, would you care to join me at sea? Karl inquired. Forget it. I'm over 40, devoid of potential. Accompanying you would only hinder your progress. Without allowing Karl to finish, Pisa promptly declined the invitation. He understood that Karl's offer stemmed not from a judgment of strength, but from a place of friendship. Thus, regardless of how Karl continued, Pisa resolutely rejected the invitation. Seeing Pisa's unwavering determination, Karl relinquished his intent to persuade him further and shifted his attention to the personnel documents before him. The dossier was divided into 2 sections. The first comprised merely 3 individuals who had only recently joined the Navy yet exhibited remarkable potential. Their capabilities were highly regarded, particularly that of Melinda Nalu, who ranked first in the elite training camp. Her prowess had already reached the level of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Notably, a brief summary accompanied her profile, indicating her battle against Pisa. Although she was defeated, it was merely due to her lack of combat experience compared to Pisa's seasoned skills. Given time to mature, she would undoubtedly surpass Pisa. Her background was equally intriguing. Melinda Nalu was raised by a nomadic giant. Through the training and cultivation she received from the giants, she inherited a portion of their formidable strength. Although her power was not as formidable as that of the giants, to the average person, it would be considered extraordinary strength. Even Pisa's strength paled in comparison to hers. Chapter 42. Recruitment. This Melinda Nalu is quite fascinating. Being nurtured by the giants and inheriting a portion of their power is no trivial matter. The giant's strength should not be underestimated. Even inheriting merely a fraction would render her significantly stronger than an ordinary person. However, according to the information, it appears she has inherited nearly half the strength of a fully grown giant. At just 22 years of age, only 2 years my junior, she possesses such potential. Truly impressive. Most astonishingly, she is a woman who nearly bested you. How extraordinary. Karl could not help but exclaim in admiration, completely disregarding Pizza's feelings. Standing beside him, Pizza fixed his gaze upon Karl, his lips twitching slightly. He yearned to declare that Karl was the true monster, yet the words remained unspoken. With a resigned sigh, Pizza continued to accompany Karl in reviewing the materials. Amidst Karl's continuous exclamations of wonder, Pizza turned to the second page, where he encountered an exceptionally skilled swordsman. This individual, named Enzo, was a wandering samurai from Wano country. According to his own account, he escaped the oppressive rule of Kaido and Orochi, aided by the self-sacrifice of his fellow samurai. However, upon his escape, he found himself without a place to call home, and his pride as a samurai forbade him from becoming a pirate. Thus, he resorted to hunting pirates to earn bounties for his survival. Eventually, by a stroke of luck, He seized the opportunity to join the Navy and entered an elite training camp. He joined the training camp half a month later than Melinda Nilu. Both had joined midway but exhibited strength that overwhelmingly surpassed their peers, particularly Enzo, who had already brushed the threshold of a swordsman, given the right opportunity. His power would undergo a transformative change. Consequently, Karl held high hopes for him, recognizing that Enzo's strength had already reached the threshold of a brigadier general. This was particularly suitable for Karl, as such strength would suffice for self-preservation in the New World, provided he did not provoke the four emperors. Subsequently, Karl shifted his attention to the final name on the list. This was also a young woman, yet upon seeing her, Karl's expression became somewhat peculiar. She was none other than Ein, one of Zephyr's most cherished disciples, who later defected from the Navy alongside Zephyr. Ein's strength had also reached the brigadier general threshold, nearly on par with Enzo. However, she had been trained under Zephyr from a young age and had undergone 7 to 8 years of rigorous training, making her prowess entirely justifiable. Were it not for Melinda Nilu and Enzo, she would undoubtedly be the top contender of this cohort. Moreover, she had already become a user of the retrogressive fruit. Let us observe Enzo and Melinda for now, and you can help me inquire about them. It would be best if they are willing, but I will not force them if they are not. Understood, but Karl, Ein's strength is commendable as well. Have you considered her? Pizza said with a mischievous grin directed at Karl. However, without hesitation, Karl delivered a light slap to Pizza's back. Though gentle, the impact was sufficient to briefly evoke a sense of pain within Pizza. Ouch, what was that for? Don't you understand the concept of respecting your elders? Who do you think you are to put me in a bind? You think I don't know that Ein is one of Zephyr's most valued disciples? Are you suggesting that I compete with senior ZFA for individuals? I certainly wish to avoid any unpleasant repercussions. Karl cast a disdainful glance at Pizza, his eyes seemingly conveying a message: do not attempt to deceive me. To my surprise, your sources of information are rather astute. To prevent any misunderstandings, the documentation did not indicate that her mentor was Zephyr. However, such matters are easily discerned by those who seek the truth. I did not anticipate that you, having just returned to the naval headquarters, would possess such comprehensive knowledge. Pizza shook her head, displaying a hint of disappointment at failing to deceive Karl. Karl smiled faintly, remaining silent as he continued to peruse the profiles of others. However, he found each of these individuals lacking. Their abilities merely grazed the threshold of the rank of colonel. Although they possessed considerable potential, their growth trajectory was painfully protracted, a luxury Karl could ill afford at this juncture. What he required were individuals like Melinda Nilu and Enzo, capable of self-preservation and exhibiting remarkable potential. Such talents were exceedingly rare to find, and after a thorough search, he regrettably discovered no suitable candidates, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The day was drawing to a close. Perhaps it was best to return and revisit this matter in a couple of days. Are you leaving already? Did you find no suitable candidates? No, none of them meet the criteria. Karl shook his head and subsequently departed from the training camp. Pissa was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Karl's expectations would be so elevated. In his view, there were indeed several commendable individuals within the elite training camp. However, Karl regarded these individuals with indifference. Though they were competent, in the original narrative of his previous life, they were but nameless figures. Even Melinda Nilu and Enzo were classified as anonymous entities. It was evident that in the original text, their fates were either truncated prematurely or halted at this juncture, displaying no further prowess. If these two individuals, brimming with potential, faced such a fate, one could only imagine the circumstances of others. This epitomizes the current state of the Navy, a disconnection between generations. There exists a significant gap between the elder and younger cohorts, with no suitable personnel to bridge it. Karl is arguably the sole individual capable of filling the void, which is one of the reasons he is held in such high regard by everyone. Thus, today's selection of Karl can be deemed a task accomplished. However, the subsequent selections are becoming increasingly arduous. Karl visited various training camps, even exploring the docks and kitchens. He managed to select a suitable helmsman and chef. However, their skills were somewhat lacking. Not only were they incapable of displaying dominance, but they had also not fully mastered the 6 styles of the Navy. Thus, they were assigned to logistical duties. Nonetheless, they could be considered among the more capable and promising young sailors in the realm of logistics. Karl, opting for a more pragmatic approach, lowered his standards and included both a chef and a helmsman in his crew. Subsequently, he sought out a seasoned sniper, whose prowess lay somewhere between that of a colonel and a brigadier general. He adeptly wielded the Navy's sixth style and possessed the ability to utilize observation haki, though he had yet to master armament haki. However, this was of little concern to Karl, for he valued not his combat skills but rather his exceptional navigational expertise. This individual was a highly skilled sailor, albeit somewhat reclusive, which led him to seldom venture out to sea with other crews. Undeterred by the eccentricity of this peculiar character, Karl promptly extended an olive branch, which the sailor accepted with alacrity, much to Karl's delight. Chapter 43. One more to go. Pizza. Is this the ship's doctor you have introduced to me? While her appearance is quite pleasing, how competent is she in her profession? Her credentials seem rather unremarkable, lacking any standout qualities. For days had elapsed, yet Karl remained embroiled in his search for a ship's doctor. Within the Navy headquarters, numerous exceptional ship's doctors existed, but most had already aligned themselves with other crews. Thus, Karl was compelled to scour the ranks of the new recruits for a doctor who exhibited both medical prowess and combat capability. Pizza had also sought out several doctors, but most were dismissed by Karl. The ship's doctor is undeniably one of the most critical components aboard a vessel, as their skills can determine the life and death of the crew. Therefore, the ship's doctor must be reliable, even if their combat abilities are lacking. Their medical expertise must be impeccable. Karl's standards for a ship's doctor were exceptionally high, arguably exceeding those he held for combat personnel. This was precisely why, after 4 days, while others were nearing the completion of their searches, he had yet to secure a doctor. Even Pizza had expended considerable effort to present Karl with this seemingly suitable candidate. However, she was rather young, merely 17 years of age, which raised doubts in Karl's mind regarding her skills. Were it not for Pizza's fervent endorsement, he would have dismissed her outright. Follow me, and you will see, her skills are undoubtedly commendable, and she is also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing a certain degree of life-preserving capability. Zoan-type users exhibit remarkably enhanced physical abilities, a fact you are likely aware of. Although her skills may not be top-tier, she certainly excels among her peers, surpassing even some practitioners in their 20s. The only drawback is her somewhat sensitive background, which has deterred others from bringing her aboard. Yet, I trust that her identity will not be a concern for you. What sort of sensitive background could possibly dissuade others from welcoming her aboard? Could she be a descendant of the celestial dragons, or perhaps a former slave to them? Karl found a certain amusement in Pizza's words. However, Pizza was unable to share in the laughter and solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was once one of the rescued slaves. And I trust you are well acquainted with the tales of Tiger. At that time, fortune smiled upon her, as she had not yet been branded with the mark of the celestial dragons when she was liberated. Even as a child, she had consumed a devil fruit and exerted all her strength to soar to the naval base. The compassionate Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru took pity on her plight, offering her shelter and the opportunity to study medicine, thus becoming a healer. Therefore, her identity is well known among both the Gorosei and the Navy. However, due to the absence of the Celestial Dragon's brand, the Gorosei showed little inclination to investigate further. Nevertheless, the Celestial Dragons have continually sought to recapture her, and had it not been for Admiral Sengoku's intervention, she might not have survived. This is also the reason others hesitate to take her to sea, as she could easily become a target for those foolish Celestial Dragons. As Pizza reflected on the identity of the young girl, she could not suppress a sigh, clearly filled with deep sympathy for her plight. Upon hearing such a tale for the first time, Karl was somewhat taken aback, his smile fading. He had been in the Navy for barely 2 months, and his knowledge of certain individuals within its ranks was still quite limited. There were countless individuals with intriguing stories within the Navy. In that case, do lead me to meet her, after all. The Celestial Dragons do not pose a significant challenge for me. Should her skills prove satisfactory, I shall take her out to sea with me. Karl is utterly indifferent to the Celestial Dragons, and his destination lies within the New World. Here, one cannot merely tread lightly. Even the Navy must exercise utmost caution. The presence of the Celestial Dragons here signifies but one word: death. The 4 emperors harbor no fear of the Celestial Dragons, nor would they forsake the opportunity to plunder such a lucrative target. Once they enter the New World, even if the Celestial Dragons seek to target him, they must weigh their options carefully. Furthermore, Karl's potential has drawn the attention of the 5 elders. These 5 individuals would not allow harm to befall one of their own, especially not a rising star within the Navy. In their eyes, a battle-hungry individual like Karl is the easiest to manipulate. This is precisely the persona Karl has deliberately portrayed during this period, and it has already begun to yield results. Moments later, Pisa escorted Karl to the Navy's hospital, where they found the girl Pisa had mentioned. This girl had transformed her hands into a pair of wings and was employing her abilities to assist the patient before her in healing their injuries. Karl could clearly see that the girl possessed an exquisite mastery over every feather on her wings. Utilizing the convenience of these feathers, she swiftly assisted the patient by suturing the wound with remarkable skill. After completing this seemingly effortless procedure, she transformed her hands back to their original form, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like hands, and continued to administer medication to the injured. Her technique was indeed impressive, and as a fruit user, she perfectly met my expectations. Karl nodded with a smile, pleasantly surprised to find that the girl Pizza had discovered exceeded his expectations. Pizza chuckled softly and, waiting for the completion of the surgery, called out, "Hey you, come out for a moment. Someone is looking for you." Hey you, upon hearing her name, glanced at Pizza and nodded slightly. After tidying up her belongings and removing her white coat, she approached Pizza. "Greetings, Commander. How may I assist you? Isn't it true that you've always yearned to set sail? This is Brigadier General Karl, a dear friend of mine. He is currently seeking crew members, and both he and I believe you would be a perfect fit. We wanted to inquire about your willingness to embark on this journey." At the mention of setting sail, Heiyu's previously indifferent expression transformed, a subtle blush illuminating her features, revealing her excitement. However, this exhilaration quickly waned, and she reverted to her icy demeanor. "I apologize, Commander, but you are aware of my precarious identity. The celestial dragons would never spare any slave, hence. There are no hints. As long as you agree, from this day forth, you shall be under my protection. Even if the celestial dragons come seeking trouble, I will shield you without fail. This is my promise to you and all the crew." Suddenly, Karl's voice broke the silence, causing Black Feather to momentarily pause, yet she shook her head, clearly displaying a hint of trepidation. However, her eyes betrayed her true feelings, deep within. Black Feather yearned to accompany the warship out to sea. She was eager to behold the vastness of the ocean and discover what it truly looked like. "Fear not, Black Feather. He is aware of your identity. You can rest assured that Karl will undoubtedly protect you. I vouch for it with my very character," Pisa declared, thumping his chest with conviction, while Karl wore an innocuous smile. Black Feather felt a flicker of excitement, and as she turned to glance at her colleagues, she noticed them all regarding her with encouraging eyes. This stirred her heart, reviving a long-forgotten vitality and dispelling her previous gloom. I agree." With Black Feather's consent, Karl broke into a grin. "Now, we are merely one short." Chapter 44, Enel Day 5. Karl has successfully recruited 6 members at the naval headquarters. Each of them has agreed and taken on their respective roles. However, there is one truth that Karl has withheld from them. They remain unaware of when they will set sail or the number of individuals who will accompany Karl on this journey. Yet, given the opportunity to embark on this adventure, they refrain from asking too many questions. Generally, the number of individuals accompanying a brigadier on such expeditions hovers around 50. Yet Karl is different. His primary reason for concealing the truth lies in his concern that these individuals might have second thoughts mid-journey. Once aboard, they would have no means of retreat, which reflects a hint of Karl's selfishness. Nonetheless, the recruitment process is not yet complete. He is still in search of the final core member. Once he secures this individual, the ship's crew configuration will be finalized, allowing them to carve out their own domain even in the new world. Is this the Sky Island? How breathtakingly beautiful. Following the memories of the original work and the naval maps, Karl located Gaia Island, and subsequently, he traced the path of the White Sea to find the Sky Island. Sengoku granted Karl the authority to recruit crew members from other locations, yet Karl did not explicitly state that he would enlist naval personnel. Thus, he reserved his final position for Enel. According to the timeline, Enel had only been defeated by Luffy less than 2 months prior, making it improbable for him to have reached the moon in such a short span. It would be most prudent for Karl to seek out Enel during this interval and compel him to join the crew. At this juncture, Enel not only had his pride shattered by Luffy, but was also acutely aware of the formidable beings dwelling beneath the Sky Island. Were it not for his persistent desire to reach the infinite land, his adventurous spirit would undoubtedly lead him to explore the Grand Line thoroughly. Karl was well aware of Enel's character, which is why he intended to recruit him. As for how Sengoku would react, that was not within Karl's realm of consideration. After all, Enel's current strength was positioned between that of a rear admiral and a major general. Karl summoned a remarkably gifted individual, yet still under 30, possessing the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit, to join the Navy. Although this may merely constitute Karl's private army, it nonetheless represents a significant enhancement for the Navy. Once Sengoku manages to navigate the situation, the 5 elders will be more amenable to discussions. These 5 individuals, regardless of your intentions, will turn a blind eye as long as you remain focused on the Navy and the world government. At times, they may even lend a helping hand. Thus, Karl intends to adeptly leverage his position to further persuade the 5 elders to bolster his endeavors. On the outskirts of God's Island, Karl strode in unperturbed, catching the attention of Enel, who dares to tread upon the domain of the divine. He thundered, "You insignificant mortal, if you wish to avoid death, depart immediately, otherwise bear the consequences." As Karl soared through the air in search of the island, Enel's voice resonated ominously from above. His observation haki was extraordinarily potent, capable of enveloping the entire island. Coupled with the abilities of the Rumble fruit, he appeared as a true deity, commanding all who resided in Sky Island. His voice, deliberately honed for long-range communication, was intended to reinforce his divine persona. Any ordinary person hearing such a resounding utterance would instinctively revere it as the voice of a god. However, for Karl, this was mere child's play. He wholly disregarded Enel's warning and continued his flight toward the island. Seated in his temple, Enel's anger flared upon witnessing Karl's dismissal of his caution as he approached. "Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me." Following a humbling defeat at the hands of Luffy, Enel's temperament had tempered somewhat. Otherwise, he would not have first issued a warning before taking action. Observing Karl's unwavering resolve and even a surge in speed only fueled Enel's fury, prompting him to unleash a divine retribution without hesitation. This strike was immensely powerful. After being bested by Luffy, Enel had engaged in extensive training, thus honing his mastery over his fruit abilities to a new level. Should Luffy and his companions confront Enel again, the outcome would be uncertain. Yet for Karl, Enel's attack proved utterly futile. With a mere snap of his fingers, the surrounding air began to swirl, coalescing into a barrier that obstructed the divine punishment. "Enel, emerge from your temple," Karl proclaimed, hovering at the entrance of God's Island without directly intruding. He wished to preserve the beauty of this place and thus opted to wait for Enel's arrival. Enel, incensed by the sight of his attack being thwarted and the taunt from Karl, transformed into lightning and charged forth without hesitation. "Mortal, you have angered the divine. Prepare to face divine retribution. Divine punishment, 10 million volts." An energetic introduction by Enel, devoid of superfluous chatter, plunging straight into the fray. Karl shook his head. His prepared words rendered futile in that moment. It seemed that only by besting you could a seamless exchange of ideas transpire. Karl remained unmoved. Yet the surrounding currents began to swirl on their own. In the face of Enel's thunderous assault, the cyclone conjured by Karl could effortlessly defend against it. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. Karl could easily overpower his opponent. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated, and choices materialized once more. Ding. Encountering Enel. A divine choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Eliminate Enel and reward the host with the ability of the Rumble fruit. Note, no side effects. Will not conflict with the Float fruit. Choice 2. Eliminate Enel and reward the host with the title of the sole deity of Skypiea. All attributes enhanced by 3. Choice 3. Shatter Enel's confidence, instilling despair, rewarding the host with Enel's loyalty and observation haki at the same level as Enel. Upon witnessing these 3 options, Karl paused for a moment. Each choice was remarkably enticing, causing him to hesitate about whether to abandon his original plan, particularly the acquisition of the Rumble fruit, which would not conflict with the abilities of the Float fruit. This option could lead to a transformative enhancement of Karl's power. However, such a decision would render his meticulously set plan in vain. While the second choice appeared promising, becoming the god of Skypiea held little practical value. Despite the significant boost of 3 in all attributes, the final choice aligned perfectly with his strategic intentions. After a brief contemplation, Karl resolved not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, but instead to proceed methodically, step by step. Although eliminating Enel would yield an immediate and substantial enhancement to his strength, Enel's innate talent was considerable. Given a year or 2 for development and structured training, he would undoubtedly rise to a level comparable to a Marine admiral. After further reflection, Karl ultimately opted for choice 3. While the immediate gains from hasty actions could be tempting, Karl preferred to cast his line for larger fish. A broader vision would undoubtedly yield greater rewards in the long run. Chapter 45. Intense battle. How dare a mere mortal cast such a gaze upon me? Seeking death. Karl gazed at Enel with a look of disdain, which greatly displeased the self-proclaimed god of thunder, igniting a spark of anger within him. Without hesitation, Enel unleashed another barrage of thunderbolts directed at Karl. Yet, none of his attacks found their mark, causing his frustration to escalate. Damn mortal, you have thoroughly provoked me. Prepare to perish. With a thunderous roar, Enel summoned a colossal thunder giant before Karl. The sheer presence of such a formidable entity was suffocating, even causing Karl to feel a sense of trepidation. It seemed improbable to vanquish such a titan in an instant. However, it mattered little. For my true objective was not to slay Enel. Karl contemplated for a moment before launching himself forward, confronting the thunderous onslaught of Enel. How audacious! Enel bellowed in fury as the colossal figure of thunder unleashed a devastating punch downwards. The overwhelming force of the lightning instantly engulfed the entirety of the front half of God's Island. The clouds and vegetation here were ruthlessly obliterated, as if a cataclysmic force had descended upon the land, completely saturating the area. In the face of such an assault, Karl merely chuckled disdainfully, crossing his twin blades before him. With a low growl, he invoked the might of the lion's roar, unleashing twin strikes capable of cleaving mountains and rending the earth, which surged towards the heavens with ferocity. This formidable power cleaved through the misty heavens above. Enel's attack, meanwhile, was descending with tremendous ferocity and an overwhelming presence. Yet, when the fist of the thunder giant met Karl's slashing assault, it disintegrated instantaneously, rendering it utterly powerless. Enel, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, concentrated once more to gather lightning in an attempt to fend off Karl's onslaught. However, regrettably, under the weight of that cross-slash, the form of the thunder giant swiftly dissipated, as if it had merely existed in a fleeting moment. Enel's own body was severed as well, yet he did not perish, instead transforming into lightning to reconstitute himself. Nevertheless, even in his renewed form, he gasped for breath, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. He had not anticipated that this mere mortal would possess such formidable strength. His own attacks were not only ineffective but had been decisively countered. This realization stirred within Enel unwelcome memories associated with the Straw Hat crew. However, upon inspecting his body and ensuring he bore no injuries, he regained his arrogance. Aha! This mere mortal, though endowed with considerable strength, cannot harm one as divine as I. I, Enel, the Thunder God, am an invincible entity. Unless you possess the rubbery resilience of that Straw Hat brat, you stand no chance of defeating me. The mere mention of Monkey D. Luffy made Enel's teeth grind, revealing his deep-seated animosity. During their previous encounter, he had held a distinct advantage, believing that by leveraging speed and the burning aspect of lightning, he could inflict fatal damage upon Luffy. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had engaged in close combat, resulting in a thorough beating. This conclusion emerged from a meticulous analysis of his capabilities following his defeat. Thus, every recollection of Luffy ignited a furious blaze within him. Karl could distinctly sense the overflowing wrath emanating from Enel at that moment. He chuckled softly and then spoke. The taste of defeat is quite unpleasant, isn't it? You, who claim to be the god of thunder, brought low by a mere rubber boy. Your confidence must have suffered a severe blow. However, fret not, for I can now reveal that the Straw Hat Boy has also fallen into my grasp. His strength, beneath the sea of Skypiea, is but the lowest tier. With your talents and abilities, remaining here is indeed a waste of potential. Thunder God Enel, would you be interested in accompanying me for a stroll beneath the sea? Allow me to introduce you to more formidable adversaries. Having fought for an extended period, Karl seized the opportunity presented by Enel's momentary hesitation to articulate his true intentions. Enel's pupils abruptly contracted upon hearing this, his expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. He had not anticipated that Luffy would be captured, and by the very individual standing before him. More importantly, the thought that Karl considered Luffy's strength to be merely the lowest tier beneath the sea piqued Enel's interest significantly. Humph! Had it not been for the fruit's ability countering mine, would I truly have been defeated by that boy? Enel retorted. Yet, since you have posed such a statement, allow me to inquire, what is your standing among the inhabitants of the Blue Sea? His question revealed a burgeoning curiosity regarding Karl's prowess and rank within the depths of the ocean below. What Karl must do now is to seize the moment and make Enel submit completely. My strength, to put it plainly, is merely above average. Yet you cannot even overcome someone of such capability and still have the audacity to call yourself a thunder god? I feel a sense of embarrassment on your behalf. With your level of power cast into the ocean, you wouldn't even stir a ripple. Though Karl's words may be somewhat exaggerated, they hold a grain of truth. The Thunder Fruit, while formidable, can only assert its dominance in the first half of the Grand Line. Once he maintains such power and ventures into the New World, he may easily encounter someone proficient in Haki, capable of defeating Enel. Mastery of Haki represents a significant threshold, leading to a qualitative leap in strength. Although Enel possesses the power of the mind, he remains far from the pinnacle. Haha. How amusing it is that you claim your power yet are not even among the elite of the Blue Sea. My curiosity about the world below has only intensified. However, before that, you, the blasphemous mortal, must meet your end. Your attacks cannot reach one of my elemental nature. So I now present you with two choices. Either perish or kneel and submit to me. Clearly, Enel has recognized Karl's strength and seeks to recruit him. Yet this approach only prompts Karl to chuckle. Karl had not anticipated that Enel's thought process was so peculiar, even attempting to recruit him. This behavior was indeed somewhat amusing. A mere mortal dared to mock a deity. Such audacity was a recipe for disaster. Upon witnessing Karl's smile, Enel's fury was rekindled once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full wrath. A torrent of lightning rapidly enveloped the entire space, creating an intricate web of electrifying energy. Chapter 46, Submission. The development of the fruit's abilities was commendable, yet regrettably misapplied. If one were to forego the pursuit of spectacle and grandeur, instead concentrating the power of the rumble fruit on a singular facet, one's strength could ascend to an entirely new echelon. What a pity. Karl shook his head, crossing his dual blades once more. Although the thunder network was indeed terrifying, with dozens of lightning strikes occurring every moment, even a standard vice admiral of the Navy would be compelled to remain on high alert in such a situation. The power of the thunder was exceedingly formidable. Even a glancing touch could induce a slight paralysis in the body. This adverse effect could prove to be utterly fatal in the heat of battle. If Karl were not a user of the float fruit, he could effectively isolate the scattered thunder from his body. He would not have come here to provoke Enel. Haha. Mortal perish. With Enel's furious roar, a torrent of thunderous energy descended upon him, confronted by an overwhelming force akin to an apocalypse. Karl let out a light chuckle as his conqueror's Haki erupted with tremendous intensity. The formidable aura momentarily halted the surrounding thunder, leaving even Enel, typically unfazed, awash with a look of incredulity in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, Karl seized the opportunity, enveloping his twin blades in Haki, and swiftly appeared before Enel. The cross slash, seemingly a mundane strike, directly struck Enel's physical form, leaving a gaping X-shaped wound upon his chest. Blood flowed incessantly, and Enel, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, succumbed to unconsciousness. Karl sheathed his twin blades, gazing at the vanishing thunder and the descending Enel. He couldn't help but shake his head. The young man's physical prowess was indeed lacking. He had not even exerted his full strength, yet Enel was unable to withstand it. However, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise, as it indicated that he still possessed ample room for growth. First, he would administer a simple bandage to prevent him from perishing in this place. Karl caught Enel with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he made his way into the temple. Utilizing his observation Haki, Karl discovered a multitude of medical supplies. After administering a rudimentary bandage to Enel, he temporarily left him in this place. Karl proceeded towards the golden land behind him. After a brief moment, Karl arrived at the location of the golden clock, gazing upon the abundant gold surrounding him, as well as the magnificent golden clock before him and the historical text inscribed beneath it. Karl fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, it was not the script of this world. At least not one recognizable in the present. It was utterly incomprehensible. Karl shook his head, dismissing the notion of delving into the historical text of the ninth tier. Such knowledge held little value for him, as he had no intention of seeking out Laughtrue, nor did he aspire to become the Pirate King. His purpose for being here was straightforward, to amass a quantity of gold to serve as his initial capital. However, it was imperative that this gold remained undetected by Sengoku. Otherwise, his modest treasury would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, there were ample large chests available. He merely needed to place the gold within them and ultimately transport it back to his ship. Given his status, as long as Sengoku did not personally investigate, it was unlikely anyone would scrutinize what he brought from the outside. After spending over an hour, he successfully filled 6 large chests with gold, returning to the temple with a sense of fulfillment. Despite acquiring these 6 chests, the overall quantity of gold in the area seemed virtually unchanged. When the time came for financial needs, this location would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional treasury. This was a strategic move on Karl's part for future endeavors. It suddenly occurred to him that after defeating Enel, he would receive the reward of observation haki. Upon returning to the temple, Enel had yet to awaken. But Karl's thoughts drifted to the reward awaiting him. Without hesitation, he accessed his personal attributes to take a brief glance. His physical attributes remained unchanged, and the levels of his abilities had not seen significant alterations. The only noticeable change was a subtle enhancement in his observation haki. Karl's observation haki, although unchanged in its basic level, undergoes a transformative evolution when he fully unleashes its potential. He discovers that his observation haki has attained a remarkable qualitative shift, enabling him to hear the sounds across the entire expanse of the Sky Island. Even the softest whispers are crystal clear to him. However, unlike Enel, Karl possesses the ability to freely control the range of his observation haki. Should he choose, he can concentrate it on a small area, even creating an effect akin to X-ray vision. While not true clairvoyance, it allows him to perceive everything within that space with utmost clarity. Even the tiniest insect would be distinctly captured in his awareness. Such a development fills Karl with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that his observation haki could become so agile and versatile. If he were to master the foresight aspect of this haki, he would truly soar to new heights. Karl felt a surge of excitement, and at that moment, Enel, who had been thrown to the ground and was wrapped in bandages around his chest, let out a pained groan. Under Karl's watchful gaze, Enel slowly rose to his feet. He gingerly touched his wounds, the intense agony causing him to wince. In the vast expanse of the sea below, countless individuals of my caliber exist, all capable of effortlessly defeating you. Although you are a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, there are many elements that can counter you. The sea prism stone and the ocean itself are but a few examples. Moreover, Busashoka haki is a formidable weapon against Logia-type users, though it requires the wielder's strength to unleash its full potential. However, the place I intend to take you boasts that over 80% of its inhabitants possess such power. So, are you now inclined to accompany me on this journey? With a smile, Karl extended an invitation to Enel to join his crew. Enel furrowed his brow, remaining silent. In the instant he was defeated by Karl, thoughts of Luffy resurfaced in his mind. However, this occasion was markedly different from the last. Previously, Enel had encountered an unfortunate circumstance, facing an adversary whose abilities countered his own. In terms of sheer strength, he might not have been so easily vanquished. Yet, he found himself swiftly eliminated by Karl. The stark disparity in their powers illuminated a harsh truth for Enel. His strength was woefully inadequate in the East Blue. I have little time to spare. Consider your decision carefully. If you choose to join me, come along. Otherwise, I cannot afford to harbor a potential threat like you. Once again, Karl unleashed an astonishing aura. The overwhelming might of his conqueror's haki caused Enel to break into a sweat. Even the wounds that had begun to heal oozed a trace of fresh blood. Karl made it abundantly clear, to follow him is to live. To defy him is to perish. Faced with such insurmountable pressure, Enel had no choice but to acquiesce. Humph, even if I am defeated by you today, do not let me find an opportunity. One day, I shall triumph over you and return to Skypiea. Enel remained resolutely confident in himself. Chapter 47, Return. That very night, Karl swiftly departed from the Sky Island with Enel, and within a few short hours, they returned to the Navy headquarters. However, by the time they arrived, it was already late at night. Most of the personnel, aside from those on duty, had already retired for the evening. Seizing the opportunity, Karl cast his 6 large boxes of gold into the hold of his warship. Subsequently, he accompanied Enel to the infirmary for treatment. Lord Karl. He is not one of our Navy members, is he? And how did he sustain such a deep wound? You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply know that starting tomorrow, he will also be one of us. Upon hearing Karl's words, Heiyu refrained from further inquiries, nodding instead as she commenced the treatment. At the very first glance, Heiyu recognized that Enel was not a member of the Navy. Having worked in the infirmary for nearly a decade, she could not claim to have met every single naval officer, yet she had encountered a considerable number. Coupled with her exceptional memory, she could vaguely recognize individuals even after several years. Thus, she was certain that Enel did not belong to the Navy. Although the wound was indeed deep, it posed no challenge for Heiyu. With her hands transforming into wings, she deftly manipulated the dense array of black feathers to begin stitching Enel's injury. Heiyu, I have always been curious. What is your limit? How many feathers can you control simultaneously? 13,000, my lord, she replied. 13,000 feathers is the total number when my arms are fully extended, and it matters not if some feathers fall, they will regrow. It has taken me nearly a decade to reach this level. Impressive, is it not? Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, Heiyu was still quite young at merely 17. An age that encapsulates the essence of girlhood. Her statement clearly reflected her desire for acknowledgement and praise from others. Karl is not one to withhold praise. He offers it without hesitation, which causes a faint blush to rise on Blackfeather's cheeks, clearly flattered by his commendation. By the way, who exactly is this individual? He is not a member of the Navy, yet he can join our ranks? At this moment, Enel lies in a deep slumber, rendered unconscious by the anesthetic. No matter how Karl and Blackfeather discuss, he will not awaken. His name is Enel, and as for his abilities, I shall reveal them when all of you convene tomorrow. For now, I shall keep you in suspense. But I can say that his strength ranks just below my own among those I have selected. Is he truly that formidable? Although Blackfeather remains unaware of the caliber of individuals Karl has chosen for his crew, the fact that he has garnered Karl's admiration leads her to understand that the man she has treated possesses considerable prowess. However, this only deepens her confusion. If his strength is indeed so great, who could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon him? With this question in mind, Blackfeather inquires of Karl. But the response she receives leaves her at a loss for words. Karl briefly explained his recruitment plans, and only then did Heiyu comprehend the situation. It appeared that he too was a rather proud individual. However, dear Lord Karl, might not such actions undermine his confidence? Fear not. For Ainullo's self-assurance is not so easily shaken. To aspire to greatness, be it in combat or any other realm, confidence is indispensable. Even if one faces defeat 1,000 or 10,000 times, the courage to rise again must prevail. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's abilities may be, they shall never attain true strength, for they are unworthy. At this juncture, Karl recalled the Golden Lion. This individual was indeed a legitimate maritime powerhouse before being captured and confined and impelled down. Yet, upon severing his own legs and escaping from the fortress, he transformed. He lost his confidence, his warrior spirit, and consequently became increasingly ineffective. Ainullo is entrusted to you. Do not forget our gathering tomorrow afternoon. I must return to compile Ainullo's dossier. It must be meticulously crafted to withstand scrutiny from Admiral Sengoku. Rest assured, dear Lord Karl. Placing him in my care poses no issues whatsoever. Despite her icy demeanor, Heiyu revealed a sweet smile, leading Karl to suspect that this was her true nature, and that her previous frosty facade was merely a disguise. However, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. Her childhood experiences were undoubtedly complex, and self-preservation is a perfectly natural response. Once again, I find myself facing another sleepless night, and I fear my hairline may recede a few more millimeters. Truly, it is a challenging ordeal. Karl shook his head, then returned to his dormitory. The following morning, in the office of the Warring States Marshal, Karl stood there, awaiting the admonishment from Sengoku. 7 personnel had been located. The first 6 were commendable naval soldiers, each brimming with potential. However, the final individual, Enel, remained shrouded in mystery, as Sengoku could find no information regarding him. While Karl's dossier indicated that he was a prodigy discovered in the first half of the Grand Line and a wielder of the Rumble fruit, his enigmatic identity and obscure origins rendered Sengoku unable to accept him. Karl, you must contemplate this carefully. Venturing into the new world is no mere jaunt. It is fraught with peril. Are you certain there will be no issues with someone of such uncertain identity accompanying you? Moreover, he bears no rank. Merely an outsider you have recruited. How am I to create a file for him? What issues could arise? Admiral, I have already devised a solution. Simply assign him a logistical role. Given that he is inherently a shipwright, skilled in both shipbuilding and repair, granting him a title as an intern shipwright would suffice. This arrangement not only simplifies matters, but would also withstand scrutiny, even from the Gorosei, as interns typically possess minimal documentation. Karl exhibited a rather cunning side, leaving Sengoku feeling somewhat exasperated. He was reluctant to reprimand Karl too harshly, yet this time his actions had indeed crossed a line. Not only did he fail to consult beforehand, but he also proceeded to make unilateral decisions. While such an approach may be efficient, the method of acting first and reporting later was something Sengoku found difficult to accept. Commander, why are you still hesitating? Moreover, consider this from another perspective. Enel possesses formidable strength. If I do not recruit him, he is highly likely to become a pirate. With the power of the Rumble fruit, coupled with the ability to wield observation haki that can encompass an entire kingdom, such capabilities could easily allow him to replace Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, I have chosen to enlist him as an ally. This decision not only bolsters the Navy's strength but also diminishes potential adversaries, making it a truly advantageous move. Would you not agree? Upon hearing Karl's twisted rationale, Sengoku felt an even greater headache brewing. In his memory, Karl was meant to be quite serious. However, this time he truly realized that even those who appear earnest can engage in unexpected antics, leaving one even more troubled and with a clearer line of thought. Karl's words, along with the information he presented, left no room for doubt in Sengoku's mind. Reluctantly, Sengoku had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, Karl would continue his incessant prattling. Sengoku was not inclined to endure further lectures and thus allowed him to proceed. Chapter 48. A gathering of all. After nearly an entire morning, Karl expended considerable effort and, with the eloquence of his silver tongue, finally persuaded Sengoku. Ultimately, Sengoku, having exhausted all other options, consented to Karl's request, which was not entirely unreasonable. Moreover, Karl's reasoning held merit. Rather than permitting Enel to become a potential adversary to the Navy, it would be far more prudent to recruit him directly. This approach not only bolstered the Navy's strength, but also alleviated some of Sengoku's burdens. Truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, regarding Enel's identity, it sufficed to assign him the role of an apprentice shipwright. Such a ruse would neither raise suspicions nor impede Karl's voyage, making it a rather effortless arrangement for Sengoku. All of Karl's preparations were impeccably executed, with the sole exception of Enel's rather obscure background. There were no discernible flaws, leaving Sengoku with no choice but to acquiesce to Karl's request to include Enel in his ranks. However, regarding Enel's mysterious identity, Sengoku vowed to pursue the matter to the very end, while Karl remained indifferent. After all, no matter how thoroughly Sengoku investigated, it would be a considerable time before he could uncover that Enel was indeed the god of Skypiea. Even if he were to eventually discover this truth, Sengoku would find himself in an untenable position, unable to deny Enel's affiliation with the Navy. Karl has obstructed all paths, causing significant discomfort for Sengoku. As for how he will respond to the inquiries of the five elders, that is solely his own affair. Karl remains indifferent. Although the five elders take an interest in him, Karl is acutely aware that he lacks the standing to engage in direct dialogue with them. Sengoku, serving as the intermediary, bears the brunt of this predicament. After finishing lunch, it is now time for the team to assemble. Karl concealed himself, deliberately choosing to appear last, eager to observe the reactions of those around him. When 6 individuals clad in naval uniforms arrived at the assembly point, their gazes collectively fell upon the sole figure not adorned in such attire. Enel. Enel, where is the uniform I provided you this morning? Black Feather furrowed his brow, perplexed by Enel's choice to forego the naval garb. That attire is too cumbersome. I find this way much more comfortable. Besides, I have not disrespected you, Enel retorted, gesturing to his tattered naval cloak, which he then draped over his shoulders. Melinda Nilu's brows knitted in displeasure at his appearance. Are you even a member of the Navy? Your actions show a blatant disregard for the naval uniform. Ha ha ha. Do not take it so seriously. I harbor no disrespect. There are many formidable individuals within the Navy, all of whom I aspire to defeat in the future. As for you lot, you lack the qualifications to teach me a lesson. We shall see what happens when that scoundrel Karl arrives. Enel remained defiantly nonchalant, entirely ignoring the disapproving gazes of those present. He emphasized the word scoundrel when referring to Karl, which irked those nearby, even Black Feather. He is not part of the Navy. Just as the crowd's frustration mounted, a bearded man who had remained silent finally spoke. How would you know? Black Feather, already aware of Enel's non-naval status, expressed his surprise. The man merely shook his head and pointed to his eyes. I have an impeccable memory and have encountered every member of the naval headquarters, yet I have never seen him. Very well. If you are not a naval officer, what is your purpose here? Melinda Nilu, already irritated with Enel, felt her anger escalate upon realizing he was an outsider. She could not fathom why a non-naval individual would be present. Nilu stepped forward, her demeanor radiating authority, clearly intending to confront Enel. However, Enel merely smirked, dismissing her entirely. As Karl had remarked to Black Feather, they all lacked the power to intimidate, with Enel standing as the second strongest among them, aside from Karl. Nilu had no chance against him, yet she was oblivious to Enel's capabilities and thus prepared to engage him. Melinda, calm yourself. Regardless of his current identity, we are all chosen by Brigadier General Karl. Since we have elected to accompany him on this voyage, we must adhere to his commands. Is that not common sense? Enzo interjected, his expression devoid of emotion. attempting to mediate the situation. His serious demeanor, coupled with his handsome features, was somewhat diminished by his lifeless eyes. Humph. Once Lord Karl arrives, I shall earnestly interrogate him regarding this matter. Nilou possesses a tempestuous temperament, evidently embodying a spirit unafraid of the heavens or the earth. Although she has consented to join Karl's ranks, this does not imply that she will willingly submit to his command. She must personally assess Karl's strength. During this period, Karl's reputation has resonated profoundly within the naval headquarters. Nilou joined the Navy approximately half a month after Karl. Thus, she harbors a desire to uncover the truth. What manner of person is Karl, that he has been deemed a little monster by the other naval officers? It is quite peculiar, if memory serves. A brigadier's contingent typically requires at least 50 naval soldiers. Yet here we stand, merely 7 in number. Could it be that the others have indulged in some manner of feast? Meow? A delightful girl adorned with cat ears and a tail blinked her sparkling eyes and inquired of her companions. Upon hearing her words, everyone, save for Enlistment, began to realize that this gathering seemed somewhat amiss. Not only had the others failed to arrive, but even Karl himself was conspicuously absent. What is the meaning of this? Enzo furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings, yet Karl's presence eluded him. The others likewise commenced their search for Karl, but to no avail. Only Enlistment cast a disdainful glance at the others before directing his gaze toward the sniper. I can sense that you possess observation haki. Have you discerned the whereabouts of that scoundrel Karl? Indeed, I have spotted Lord Karl. He is approaching us swiftly. Yet, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Do you too possess observation haki? The sniper, Jess, regarded Enlistment with astonishment. He was well aware that most present were mere recruits, entirely incapable of wielding haki. Even Nilou and Enzo had only just reached the threshold of learning it. Thus, Enlist's words piqued his interest. Ha 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 ha, I am a god. How could I possibly be without haki? Enlistment let out a hearty laugh, recalling how Karl had enlightened him about the 3 types of haki the previous day. It was at this moment that he comprehended that his own mind's eye was indeed referred to as observation haki. Chapter 49, The Test. Meanwhile, Karl leisurely soared towards the assembly point, having observed the reactions of each individual through his observation haki. The helmsman, Erland, remained the most composed, uttering not a word as he quietly awaited Karl's arrival. Enel, though still boastful as before, had tempered his arrogance considerably since their time on Skypiea. Following Karl's guidance, Enel had come to a profound realization regarding the multitude of formidable beings in this world. Karl had also informed him that within the Marine headquarters alone, there existed hundreds of individuals of comparable strength, with dozens surpassing his own. This revelation instilled a sense of caution in Enel, who now feared for his life. Aware of his status as an outlaw with no recognition at Marine headquarters, should he meet his demise, Karl could merely mourn him in silence and find a suitable grave. Unable to do anything beyond that. Next was Melinda Nilou. True to her nature, she exhibited a fiery temperament, embodying the attitude of the heavens are the greatest, the earth the second, and I am third. This disposition resonated with the characteristics of the majority of her giant kin. As a human raised among giants, and endowed with a unique physique that granted her half of their strength, she possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Following her was Enzo. With a pleasant demeanor, striking appearance, and a rational mindset, he stood out positively. The only aspect that Karl found somewhat lacking was Enzo's naturally dull gaze, which detracted from his overall attractiveness. Blackfeather spoke little, maintaining her aloof demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Karl believes that once they all become familiar with one another, the aloof demeanor of the enigmatic Blackfeather will gradually dissipate. Next, there is the chef cat demon. Indeed, the adorable little girl with cat ears and a tail is the chef that Karl personally sought out. Her culinary skills are rather mediocre. However, she possesses a unique insight into the art of desserts. While the meals aboard the ship may be average, the post-dinner treats must be exquisite. Additionally, she is an animal-type devil fruit user, possessing the abilities of the leopard cat fruit, which affords her a modicum of self-defense. Nonetheless, she delights in utilizing her powers in a manner that keeps her tail and cat ears prominently displayed. Although this adds a charmingly cute and endearing quality, it also renders her somewhat of an outlier. Consequently, she finds it difficult to relate to her peers, attracting the admiration of only a few elderly gentlemen. Lastly, there is the sniper, Jess. As Enel has remarked, he possesses the ability of observation haki. While the range of his haki may not be extensive, its linear reach is remarkably long, which serves as an advantage in his role as a sniper. Furthermore, he is not only a skilled marksman but also an exceptional navigator. Had it not been for his reclusive nature, which has alienated him from numerous naval officers, Karl might not have had the fortune of recruiting him onto the ship. Upon closer inspection, this group indeed appears to be a collection of troubled youths. If one were to identify a semblance of normalcy amongst them, it would likely be found in Ireland, the sole individual who stands out as relatively sane. Karl shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the majority of those he had recruited would turn out to be troubled individuals. However, on the flip side, these individuals possessed potential and considerable strength. Their issues were of little consequence. By conventional standards, Karl himself could also be deemed a troubled individual. After a brief moment, Karl arrived at the assembly point, where the others were beginning to adopt a more serious demeanor. Even Enela refrained from speaking casually, fearing another reprimand from Karl. The memory of the previous day's harsh lesson lingered vividly in his mind. I apologize for my tardiness. I was preoccupied with other matters. I trust you will not hold it against me. Karl smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance. His words were intended to gauge the sentiments of those present. My lord Karl, we were scheduled to assemble half an hour ago. Your tardiness necessitates an explanation, does it not? Or do you believe that your position as commander exempts you from the constraints of time? Is this not somewhat unjust to us? As anticipated, Nilu was the first to step forward, eager to challenge Karl's authority. The others remained still, even Enelu, who merely wore a look of schadenfreude, curious to observe Nilu's fate. Beside them, Enzo sighed repeatedly. He shared a good rapport with Nilu and had just advised her to remain composed. Yet, he was unable to restrain her, as her strength was formidable. He had never bested her even in an arm wrestling match, so it was futile to try. You seek an explanation, do you? Very well. Defeat me, and I shall provide one. Karl, without unnecessary words, understood that Nilu sought to challenge him, which is why she took the initiative. Given this, he thought it best to grant her the opportunity to confront reality. Meanwhile, Nilu felt a surge of excitement. She had anticipated Karl's directness. Since you, Lord Karl, have said so, I shall not hold back. As a Navy recruit, Melinda Nilu officially challenges you, Lord Karl. I wish to witness the prowess of this rising star, who has been in the Navy for less than 2 months, and see how you measure against us elite recruits from the training camp. Crushing fist, Nilu shouted, summoning all her strength to deliver a powerful strike at Karl. Indeed, she aimed to smash. Her force was immense. Upon impact, it created a 1-meter-deep crater in the ground. Even Enelu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight of the pit. While his rumble fruit was formidable, he knew that such power could not be achieved solely through physical prowess. The others, apart from Enzo, had their eyes widened in disbelief. They had heard tales of Nilu being the strongest recruit in the training camp, yet they never imagined her strength could be so great. Enzo, as Nilu's longtime rival and teammate, observed the scene with surprise, but sighed. Comparing strength with Brigadier General Karl was indeed a disadvantage. If what Major Pisa said was accurate, Karl's power surpassed that of most vice admirals, and in terms of sheer strength, he was a veritable monster. Nina, your strength may be formidable, but it is still no match for Brigadier General Karl, Enzo murmured, and those around him nodded in agreement. At that moment, Karl stood firm, absorbing Nilu's full-force punch head-on. No matter how hard she tried, she could not advance an inch. Undeterred, Nilu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Karl, yet he effortlessly defended himself, using only his left hand. The disparity was astonishing. Nilu could hardly believe the gap between herself and Karl was so vast. Yet, rather than diminish her confidence, it ignited her determination to push forward. Chapter 50, Embarking. How can you be so strong? You've only been in the Navy for about half a month longer than I have. How did you become so powerful? Nilu struggled to comprehend the monumental difference in strength between herself and the man before her. She knew that while her abilities may not rival those of a rear admiral, she could at least hold her own against one for an extended period. Yet Karl held merely the rank of brigadier general. She could scarcely believe that someone with such prowess could only be a brigadier general. Ha ha ha, that fellow Karl is truly a monster. And you are remarkably naive. Before Karl could respond, Anelu couldn't help but mock from the side. Upon hearing Anelu's derision, Nilu turned around with wide, furious eyes. As a girl, such an expression seemed rather unbecoming. While Nilu's appearance and figure might not be described as breathtaking, she was certainly above average, essentially. She was quite pleasant to behold, the kind that grows increasingly agreeable upon further observation. Her short orange hair added to her spirited demeanor. Her only drawback lay in her physique, lacking in any notable attributes. Furthermore, under the training of the giant race's wild faction, she had wholly abandoned the notion of viewing herself as a girl. What? Are you dissatisfied? Observing Nilou's expression, Analyst sneered and then activated his abilities, instantly teleporting to her side. If you can touch me, I shall concede your victory. How is he so fast? Nilou was taken aback by Analu's speed. But she did not back down. She retaliated with a punch. Without exception, Analyst stood there, allowing Nilou to strike him with punches and kicks. He even had the leisure to yawn, as Nilou's attacks passed right through his form, causing no harm whatsoever. After a series of futile punches, Nilou returned to her group. Flustered, her confidence had indeed taken a significant blow, yet she did not concede defeat. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Karl and inquired, "When can I learn hockey? I must teach that natural-type scoundrel a lesson." The personnel from the Navy headquarters were quite knowledgeable. They had systematically studied the devil fruits. So Nilou was acutely aware that Analu's powers stemmed from a natural-type devil fruit. As for the specifics of his abilities, she could not yet deduce, as Analu had not made a move. Others who witnessed Analu's powers were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Karl had recruited a wielder of a natural-type devil fruit. It is well known that the current 3 admirals are all users of natural-type devil fruits, their strength evident to all. Though Analu may not compare to the 3 admirals at present, his future prospects are undeniably bright. Nilou, be patient. Your strength is sufficient, but your mindset is lacking. You must remain calm for a while. However, once aboard the ship, I shall personally instruct all of you in the methods of hockey training. As for how much you learn, that will depend on your own efforts. Karl does not hesitate to impart his formidable teachings. Those individuals will eventually become his own foundation. And the quicker their abilities enhance, the better it is for him. Following a brief interlude, Karl once again addressed everyone present, emphasizing repeatedly that the New World is entirely different from the Grand Line. Their strength, among these individuals, could be considered above average within the Grand Line. Enel's prowess, in particular, ranks as a pinnacle level in the first half of the Grand Line. However, in the New World, such strength would merely suffice for survival. Karl must emphasize this matter. Without his command, no one is permitted to act against the pirates. Subsequently, he requested that each person introduce themselves, fostering familiarity and future collaboration. Once this was accomplished, Karl glanced at the time, noting that it was nearly evening, and prepared to lead everyone aboard the ship for their voyage. Although venturing out at night carries certain risks, the surrounding waters are under the jurisdiction of the Navy, so there is no cause for concern. However, as everyone was about to board, the cat demon glanced around before voicing a lingering query that had occupied her since her arrival. "Commander, why does our team consist of only 8 members, including you?" "Meow? To my knowledge, a commander's team typically comprises 50 to 100 individuals, does it not?" "Meow? It is truly peculiar." "Meow. There is nothing peculiar about it," Karl replied. "I am assembling an elite force. I do not require numerous personnel. I only need those with potential and strength to accompany me." Karl did not speak candidly. Instead, he employed an alternative approach to present these individuals as paragons of excellence. While this might leave them with lingering doubts, it would not instill excessive concern. More importantly, upon hearing Karl's words, these individuals were filled with excitement. Within the naval headquarters, they were merely a group of ordinary soldiers. Even Enel, at this moment, remained on Sky Island, assuming the role of his own indigenous deity. The praises bestowed by Karl are immensely beneficial to these individuals. However, only Karl himself is aware that these are merely his words spoken in front of them. The true reasons remain known solely to him, Sengoku, and Admiral Crane. From this perspective, one might wonder if my vessel, devoid of the Navy's flag, would appear more akin to a pirate crew. Karl suddenly pondered a question and could not help but voice his thoughts. "Hey you, walking at the rear." Overheard Karl's remarks and unexpectedly burst into laughter. However, only Karl witnessed her amusement, as the others remained oblivious. She quickly composed herself, adopting her icy demeanor, and proceeded step by step onto the ship. Karl looked at the state of Black Feather and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. Her original disposition must have been exceedingly cheerful, had it not been for her identity as a celestial dragon's slave. She would never have adopted such a fade of coldness. I hope she can genuinely find joy aboard the ship. Maintaining such a stern expression must surely impose considerable pressure on her. Although Karl can comprehend the psychological transformations experienced by freed slaves, much like Hancock, who was once a slave herself and did not possess the same fortitude she exhibits now, The facade of aloofness she presents is a deliberate effort to conceal her past. This assertive demeanor serves to intimidate those who might approach her. Black Feather shares a similar sentiment. However, her youth prevents her from fully embodying this act. Nevertheless, these individuals are all problematic in their own right. Thus, embarking on their maritime journey is the priority, and their issues can be addressed gradually thereafter. Chapter 51, Arrival at the New World. A naval warship sails alone upon the vast sea. The dense clouds overhead forewarn of an impending storm. Yet, the crew aboard this vessel remains untroubled. Despite the unpredictable and often harsh weather of the New World, they perceive no imminent threat. Karl could effortlessly harness the power of the float fruit to elevate his ship, evading the harsh tempest. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Instead, the crew found themselves in the training room, receiving a stern lecture from Karl. Today marked our inaugural day at sea, and after a night of passage, I cared not whether you had rested adequately. Henceforth, all must heed my commands. 1,000 push-ups daily to fortify your physical condition. Black Feather and Cat Demon, you too may reduce this number to 500, as you are not combatants and have yet to partake in battle. However, the rest must not waver. Possessing robust physicality will be paramount for your survival. Indeed, in the New World, do not entertain notions of capturing pirates. With your current abilities, merely preserving your lives is a formidable challenge. Karl sternly admonished the individuals before him. He was acutely aware that most of them were rather arrogant, particularly Nilou and Enlistment, who exemplified this trait. Thus, it was imperative for Karl to temper their hubris. Only through this could they hope to survive in the New World. Although Nilou was uncertain about the rationale behind such training, she was unconcerned as long as it enhanced her abilities. Enlistment, however, appeared somewhat disconcerted. As a user of the rumble fruit, his powers were formidable. Yet he had never engaged in physical training. Completing 1,000 push-ups each day posed a considerable challenge for him, while others were somewhat perplexed. They ultimately acquiesced to Karl's directives and commenced their exercises. Lord Karl, you need not be so solicitous towards us. I conferred with the Cat Demon, and they can accomplish what we can as well. Moreover, do not forget, we are Zoan-type devil fruit users. Our physical stamina is certainly on par with theirs. Indeed, we shall not fall short. Upon hearing the words of Kuroha and the Cat Demon, Karl was taken aback. He had not anticipated their enthusiasm. However, upon reflection, he recognized that he had underestimated both of them. As Zoan-type devil fruit users, their physical prowess would indeed rival that of others, even if they seldom participated in combat. Possessing additional means for self-preservation could only be advantageous. Consequently, Karl acquiesced to their request. Henceforth, the daily regimen of 1,000 push-ups would become a mandatory practice for all. Karl himself typically produced over 2,000 daily, and during moments of heightened vigor, he could even reach 3,000. After 7 tranquil days, Karl arrived at Punk Hazard. According to his original itinerary, he intended to head to Dressrosa. However, Sengoku informed him that an unidentified toxic gas had emerged in Punk Hazard and instructed him to conduct an investigation. Karl accepted the command from the warring states and then turned the ship's bow towards Punk Hazard. Everyone rested in place, and in an hour, we would arrive at Punk Hazard. Nilou and Enlistment, you shall accompany me ashore. The rest of you remain aboard, safeguarding our vessel. Should you encounter any foes, promptly notify me via the snail phone. Understood. Upon hearing Karl's words, all ceased their training and began preparing for the forthcoming tasks. Each person diligently performed their duty. Doralyn commenced studying the nautical charts, seeking concealed spots for docking the warship. The sniper Jay stood vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of pirates. The Cat Demon and Black Feather busied themselves in preparing the upcoming meals. Although Black Feather was the ship's medic, she typically refrained from labor. However, her interest in the culinary arts often led her to collaborate with the Cat Demon in crafting delightful desserts. Enzo, on the other hand, rested his hand on his katana, leaning against the mast in contemplative silence. Nilou and Enlistment began their preparations to disembark with Karl. An hour later, the warship anchored in a secluded corner of Punk Hazard. Enlistment, here is an opportunity for you to shine. Utilize your observation haki to discern the situation of this island. Hey, no problem. Enlistment laughed heartily, unleashing his observation haki, enveloping the entire island within its scope. Karl discreetly unleashed his observation haki, allowing him to perceive everything on the island. Moments later, Enlist's expression soured, revealing a hint of irritation. What the hell is going on here? A horde of children. Though Enlist was not a virtuous man, he was not the type to harm children. However, he discovered numerous altered children on this island, which incited a sense of anger within him. Karl likewise discerned this situation. However, he had anticipated it and was not overly astonished. This must pertain to the matters concerning the warring states marshal, and the gas may merely serve as a ruse. These children are indeed our objective, and I have observed that some among them are precisely those who went missing a fortnight ago. At that time, Karl was still recruiting at the naval headquarters. He had heard that numerous children had inexplicably vanished. Notably, these missing children hailed from various corners of the world. Apart from the New World, victims have also been reported from the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Upon hearing the news, Karl initially paid it little heed. For in this world, the disappearance of children is all too commonplace. Most are abducted by slave traders and sold to the celestial dragons or other powerful elites. This reality is one of the reasons Karl harbors a deep-seated loathing for slave traders. Nonetheless, he took a moment to glance at the photographs of the missing children. To his astonishment, he discovered that all of them had been captured and taken to Punk Hazard. It appeared that the slave traders had unjustly borne the blame for Caesar's misdeeds. Simultaneously, within the clandestine laboratory of the Punk Hazard Castle, Caesar and Monet fixated intently on the naval warships, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and intrigue. It was rather amusing that the Navy had ventured here. Could it be that they were investigating the gas leak incident? The gas leak had been a deliberate act orchestrated by Caesar, aimed at gaining complete control over the secrets of the laboratory. The arrival of the Navy was entirely within his expectations. Monet, casting a discreet glance at Caesar, refrained from speaking and instead proceeded to exit. At this moment, Monet had not undergone the transformations depicted in the original narrative. She remained a strikingly beautiful woman. Monet, can you handle these Navy personnel outside? Caesar inquired with a sly grin. The commanding officer holds merely the rank of brigadier general. You should be able to deal with them, yes? His demeanor suggested that he held Karl and the others in contempt. If a vice admiral were to arrive, he might have felt a twinge of apprehension, but with only a brigadier general present, there was no need for fear. Those who could establish themselves in the New World would not easily succumb to the likes of a Marine brigadier general. Monet simply nodded and continued her stride toward the exit. Meanwhile, Caesar remained transfixed on the screen, observing as Karl and his companions approached the castle gates. A cryptic smile playing upon his lips. "Welcome to Death Island, Navy," he proclaimed with a flourish as he opened the castle doors, simultaneously activating the gas dispersal mechanism. Karl initially intended to employ his abilities to unlock the Grand Gate. However, to his astonishment, the castle opened on its own, surprising the trio. It seemed the master of this domain possessed a remarkable confidence. Not only did the gate open, but they even sent a solitary individual to confront us. I must admit, I have been underestimated. A smirk danced upon Enelu's lips as he strode boldly inside. His observation haki remained activated, effortlessly allowing him to overhear Caesar's mutterings from the basement. Similarly, Karl had no intention of taking direct action. Rather, he sought to observe Caesar's next move. Thus, accompanied by Nilou and Enelu, Karl ventured into the depths of the castle. It was not long before he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He was not alone in this realization. Enelu too detected the anomaly. This must be the toxic gas referred to by the Warring States commander. Aside from those possessing the powers of a natural fruit, it would indeed be quite perilous for anyone else to investigate here. The surroundings were entirely sealed, with ventilation ducts firmly closed. Even an admiral of the Navy would find themselves at a disadvantage in this environment. Karl chuckled softly, then employed his abilities to envelop himself and the two others in a pristine aura of clean air. In the face of such toxic gas, a Logia-type devil fruit user can completely disregard it. As long as they can transform into their elemental form, the noxious fumes will not infiltrate their bodies. Moreover, the float fruit similarly possesses the capacity to counteract this toxic gas. Karl was entirely capable of isolating himself from the noxious gas, rendering him impervious to its effects. Therefore, once they traversed the dense zone of toxic fumes, Caesar could no longer maintain his composure. He had never anticipated that Karl and his companions would exhibit such indifference to the poisonous mist, which left him somewhat flustered. In a hurry, he summoned his subordinates, intent on orchestrating an assault against Karl and his group as they approached the core area. Upon receiving the command, Caesar's followers sprang into action, eager to intercept Karl and his companions. However, before they could even initiate their attack, Enel snapped his fingers, conjuring forth bolts of lightning that obliterated them all. How utterly misguided. With a contemptuous snort, Enel recognized their every move long before they made it. He required no time to wait for their strike, as he could effortlessly resolve the situation in advance. Without any hindrance, Karl and his companions arrived at the underground level of the castle. This place also served as the entrance to the secret base. It must be here. This door appears rather formidable. Are you all right, Nilu? Rest assured. Leave it to me. Nilu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful punch. Her formidable strike instantly left a profound dent on the massive door. A web of intricate cracks spread across its surface. Nilu then delivered several more punches in quick succession. In an instant, the great door shattered with a resounding crash. Nilu exhaled in relief and stepped back behind Karl. Indeed, after this period of training, her strength had significantly increased. Karl nodded in satisfaction and took the lead into the room. Nilu did not feel joy from the praise. She was acutely aware that her current strength was no match for Karl. This meager power was hardly a source of pride. Beside her, Enel cast a glance at Nilu but said nothing. Currently, Enelu, confident in his abilities as a natural-type fruit user, considered himself the strongest member on the ship, second only to Karl. However, he understood that if he did not dedicate himself to training, once Nilu mastered the armament haki, he would no longer stand as her equal. During this period, Enelu had also reduced his leisure time, focusing on training his stamina, striving to reach the threshold required to cultivate armament haki. Nilu, go find those children and rescue them. Enelu, you will handle this woman and test your mettle in your first battle of the New World. Is that acceptable? As Karl and his companions entered the door, they were immediately greeted by the sight of Monet, who had been waiting for some time. Surrounded by swirling snowflakes, she sat gracefully on an ice seat crafted from the very snowflakes that danced around her, casually crossing her legs as she awaited their arrival. Leave it to me. With that command, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward without hesitation. Initially, Monet had dismissed the three before her, but upon witnessing Enel's formidable abilities, she was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Enel would also possess the powers of a Logia fruit user. This revelation caused the once self-assured Monet, who believed she could effortlessly handle the trio, to feel a flicker of anxiety. Accept the judgment of the gods, Enel declared, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. However, as a fellow Logia fruit user, Monet did not evade the strike. Instead, she allowed the lightning to envelop her. The tremendous impact obliterated everything in its vicinity. Yet Monet transformed into a snow woman, reconstituting her form anew. You too are a user of a Logia devil fruit? Enel observed his opponent, now recognizing her as a fellow Logia user, and his earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor. After some time spent in training, Enel understood well that without haki, it would be exceedingly difficult for two Logia users to determine a victor. Meanwhile, Niru seized the opportunity while Monet was preoccupied with Enel and swiftly darted in the opposite direction, armed with prior intelligence. She was aware of the location where those children were held. As long as she did not encounter another Logia user like Monet along the way, she could undoubtedly navigate unhindered and rescue the children. Karl casually chose a spot to sit and retrieved a communication device. Is the Marshal of the Warring States available? This is Brigadier General Karl, and I have vital matters to report. Chapter 53. A confrontation of nature. Is everything you said true? Brigadier General Karl, I command you to breach the defenses of Pankasad. I will immediately dispatch personnel from the G5 division to provide support. After Karl succinctly elucidated the situation at hand, it garnered the utmost attention of Sengoku. Although he had previously harbored doubts regarding Punk Hazard, he lacked substantial evidence, which prompted him to request Karl to investigate the toxic gas incident while concurrently examining for any other anomalies. To his astonishment, the investigation indeed uncovered irregularities, casting a shadow over Sengoku's expression. This location had once served as a naval research and testing base. Had it not been for the frequent outbreaks of toxic gas, the Navy would not have forsaken it. Consequently, this has rendered the area a clandestine site, shunned by all. Marshal Sengoku, I have received some whispers that there may be a pirate spy within the G5 branch, Karl continued. While I cannot ascertain the identity of the individual, for the sake of security, it would be prudent to refrain from sending the Navy from the New World. If possible, it would be best to dispatch an admiral to take charge. With an admiral present, even if there were a spy in the G5 branch, they would be unable to act. Is there truly a pirate spy within the G5 branch? Are you certain? Upon hearing Karl's words, Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern. If what Karl asserted were accurate, and spies had infiltrated the Navy, it would spell trouble for them all. Karl continued in a tone of skepticism. I cannot be entirely certain, but it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Moreover, I have heard that Admiral Kazan is present in the New World. Would it not be swifter to summon him rather than rely on personnel from the more distant G5 branch? Karl's words seemed entirely reasonable, and allowing Kazan to take charge while simultaneously reinstating him in the Navy provided an excellent justification. Consequently, the personnel at the G5 branch would hardly dare to voice any objections. However, Sengoku remained highly concerned about Karl's assertion regarding the presence of a spy within the G5 branch. To him, the notion of having a mole within the Navy was utterly inconceivable. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. Once the situation regarding Punk Hazard is resolved in a couple of days, I shall dispatch Kazan to oversee Punk Hazard. As for the matters pertaining to the G5 branch, should you acquire any evidence, do inform me, but I strongly disapprove of casting suspicion upon colleagues based solely on unfounded rumors. Understood, Marshal. I shall refrain from mentioning this matter again unless I possess substantial evidence. Now, I must attend to an approaching enemy. I shall terminate this call. With that, Karl ended the call and, with a mere snap of his fingers, swiftly eliminated all adversaries lurking nearby, poised to ambush him. Sengoku remained unwavering in his confidence, believing that his navy was as impenetrable as a fortified fortress, incapable of infiltration. Yet, were I not a time traveler, I too would find it hard to fathom that the diligent Virgo could indeed be an agent of Don Quixote Doflamingo. His concealment was remarkably adept, and he merely assisted Doflamingo in executing transactions within the Underworld, without deliberately seeking access to classified Navy information. In such circumstances, acquiring evidence to expose him as a spy proved exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, Karl remained unconcerned. Regardless of the situation, Virgo had already secured a place on Karl's list of targets. Likewise, Doflamingo also found himself marked for elimination. However, Karl was acutely aware that, given his current strength and status, he could at most create some disturbances for the two, compelling them to reveal their true intentions, but he could not engage them directly. Meanwhile, the battle between Enel and Monet appeared intensely fierce. Yet neither could gain the upper hand against the other. Monet could manipulate the surrounding temperature, plunging it into frigid cold, even causing snow to form upon Karl's person. She could even conjure blizzards to launch her attacks. However, this method of combat proved utterly ineffective against Enel. As long as he transformed into his elemental form, he could evade any of Monet's assaults, feeling no chill whatsoever. Conversely, despite the overwhelming might of Enel's lightning, he could not strike Monet. Whenever she elementalized, the lightning would simply pass through her form. Yet, one aspect left Monet feeling quite vexed. The tremendous power of the lightning required her to spend an inordinate amount of time reconstituting her form after each encounter. Thus, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage in her battle against Enel. The Thunder Fruit is renowned as the most formidable of the Logia-type devil fruits, and not without reason. Its offensive power is on par with that of the Magma Fruit, and its speed rivals that of the Lightning Fruit. Most importantly, being struck by the Thunder Fruit induces a paralyzing effect, akin to the immobilizing frost inflicted by the Ice Fruit. The Thunder Fruit amalgamates the advantages of all three Logia-type fruits, and when wielded skillfully, its ultimate potential is undoubtedly comparable to that of the three admirals. At this moment, Enel's dominance over Monet is entirely justifiable. The only lament is his inability to inflict fatal damage, forcing him to gradually exhaust her stamina. This method of combat is a common strategy among Logia users. In the absence of hockey, they typically engage in a war of attrition, where victory is claimed once an opponent collapses from sheer fatigue. Karl gazed upon the grand spectacle of battle before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Enel, engaging in combat with another user of the elemental powers, must be relishing this encounter, wouldn't you agree? The sensation of being unable to best one another must be quite novel for you. Ha ha ha. It is truly exhilarating. I never imagined that in a place like the Blue Sea, one could easily find individuals of such formidable strength. No wonder you assert that those who can enter the New World possess considerable prowess. I was initially skeptical, yet now I am a believer. Enel laughed maniacally, his eyes ablaze with fervor, his techniques growing increasingly fierce. Monet, gritting her teeth in determination, realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. She needed to devise a plan. With a swift glance, she turned her attention towards Karl. She recognized him as a commodore and the leader of this confrontation. If she could eliminate him, the opposing forces would surely retreat. Hence, Monet resolved to launch an assault on Karl. NLS attacks were ineffective against her. She merely needed to withstand the onslaught of thunder and eliminate Karl. This was Monet's intention. Enel, having discerned her thoughts, chose not to intervene, instead crossing his arms and adopting a demeanor of malicious amusement. Monet was perplexed by Enel's sudden cessation of hostilities, yet seizing the opportunity was paramount. "Perish, Navy!" she cried out. Chapter 54. Instant Kill. Blizzard Monet was acutely aware that no Commodore in the Navy was to be trifled with, thus she unhesitatingly unleashed her ultimate technique, aiming to vanquish Karl in one fell swoop. In an instant, a tempest of blinding snow transformed the entire room into a frozen wasteland. Monet morphed into a snow specter, her visage twisted in a fierce snarl as she charged towards Karl. In response to Monet's fierce advance, Karl merely shook his head, effortlessly grasping a gnarled branch in hand. With a single stroke, he did not employ any elaborate technique. Instead, he simply enveloped the wood in his armament haki and stepped forward. In that fleeting moment, Karl's figure vanished from Monet's sight. By the time she regained her senses, Karl had already appeared behind her, slowly sheathing his sword. Kaido. With the utterance of this word, Monet felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision suddenly became distorted. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she witnessed her own body plummeting to the ground. It dawned on her that she had been decapitated. After swiftly eliminating Monet, Karl felt no stirring within his heart. For him, slaying pirates had become a mundane affair. Although Monet was an undeniably charming young woman, Karl had no intention of welcoming her into his ranks. Her unwavering loyalty to Don Quixote Doflamingo was evident. Even if he were to forcibly recruit her, he could not guarantee her fidelity. In the original narrative, Monet was willing to perish rather than betray Doflamingo, demonstrating her resolute commitment. She possessed the capability to escape, yet she chose to follow the secret base to preserve the integrity of Doflamingo's plans, ultimately meeting her demise in the flames. Her loyalty was admirable, and her death, in a sense, offered her the most fitting resolution. Ha 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 ha. You truly are remarkable, managing to eliminate her with a single stroke. Enel squinted his eyes in amusement. The seemingly light sword wielded by Karl evoked memories of his previous battle with him. Although that clash appeared grandiose in reality, Karl had effortlessly dispatched him with merely 2 moves. Enel was acutely aware that had it not been for Karl's intention to recruit him, he might well have met his demise. It was high time for Enel to prioritize the mastery of haki, while the powers of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user are formidable. Without the enhancement of haki, the true potential of such abilities remains untapped. Moreover, in the New World, where formidable adversaries abound, his current strength is woefully inadequate. Karl patted Enel on the shoulder, signaling him to continue striving for improvement. Enel nodded, displaying a confident demeanor. Although he possessed a strong belief in his own abilities, he was acutely aware that he had once been a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, witnessing even a mere lackey from the New World wielding a natural-type Devil Fruit, he comprehended the paramount importance of haki even more profoundly. Meanwhile, Caesar, observing Monet's demise through the monitor, hastily dialed the snail phone to contact his enigmatic superior. "Joker, you must send someone to rescue me. Monet has been killed, and the test subjects have been freed. My own situation is perilous. If you do not dispatch assistance immediately, your plans will soon be exposed. Please, send help." Caesar frantically communicated, clearly anxious about the potential intrusion of Karl and his companions. Despite his confidence in the safety of his location, he understood that, given the prowess of these 2 individuals, he could only delay them for so long. Moreover, he realized that the ability to eliminate Monet in a single strike indicated that this brigadier's strength far surpassed his own rank, likely at least that of a rear admiral. Otherwise, such swift execution would be impossible. Most critically, Karl possessed haki. Caesar recognized that he could not evade capture for long and had no choice but to implore his shadowy benefactor for aid. I never anticipated that the Navy would go this far. Rest assured, Caesar, I shall send someone immediately. Hold on. After uttering these words, regardless of Caesar's frantic protests on the other end of the line, Don Quixote Doflamingo abruptly terminated the call and destroyed the snail phone. He could not allow the Navy to discover the connection between himself and Caesar. If the plans for the artificial Devil Fruits were to be unveiled, not only would he be pursued by Kaido's men, but the Navy would also not spare him. As one of the 7 warlords under the world government, openly collaborating with one of the 4 emperors, should such a matter come to light, even with his knowledge of the celestial dragon's secrets, he would be stripped of his title and hunted down once more. This was a scenario he refused to contemplate. Subsequently, Doflamingo returned to his seat, crossing his legs. His expression dark and brooding. The gaze concealed beneath his eyes radiated an intimidating intensity, silencing those around him. The sacrifice of the loyal Monet infuriated Doflamingo greatly. At that moment, Virgo's snail phone rang. Upon answering, Doflamingo's expression soured further. According to Virgo's report, the individual dispatched to Punk Hazard was none other than Karl, the very adversary he had previously encountered. Most notably, this time Sengoku directly bypassed the G5 branch, allowing Kazan, who was returning to the Navy headquarters, to conveniently rescue the children there. While Sengoku's maneuver seemed flawless, it aroused suspicion in Don Quixote Doflamingo. By not dispatching personnel from the G5 branch and instead sending Kazan, it was evident that he harbored distrust towards the G5 operatives. Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder if Virgo had been exposed or if some flaws had surfaced. Consequently, he instructed Virgo to remain concealed and to refrain from any communication with him during this period, particularly to avoid any attempt to rescue Caesar. Virgo acquiesced to the advice and chose to remain inactive. Doflamingo severed the connection with the snail phone and began to contemplate how he might rescue Caesar. Should Caesar perish, the artificial devil fruit project would be irrevocably compromised, and his alliance with Kaido would shatter. Though he was reluctant to take such measures, it appeared to be the only viable course of action. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he opened a drawer and dialed a number he was loath to call. Hello, is this Jack? This is Joker. I require your assistance. Meanwhile, at the very moment Doflamingo was seeking aid, Karl, accompanied by Enelu, has successfully located Caesar's whereabouts. The duo navigated effortlessly, encountering adversaries and traps that posed no threat to them. They approached Caesar with remarkable ease. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Even as a user of the gas fruit, Caesar was swiftly vanquished by Karl's decisive strike. However, just as Karl was poised to conclude his encounter with Caesar, the selection system was once again activated. Chapter 55, The Guardian Ding. Encounter with Caesar. The selection system has been triggered. Option 1. Recruit Caesar to become a member of your crew, rewarding the host with Caesar's loyalty. Option 2. Eliminate Caesar and destroy all artificial devil fruits, rewarding the host with a random devil fruit as a prize. Option 3. Spare Caesar, rewarding the host with increased favor from Doflamingo and Kaido, and randomly enhancing one attribute by 1 level. Is the reward this meager? Karl stroked his chin, feeling somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the reward would be so meager. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The figure before him, Caesar, posed little threat. Although the destruction of the artificial devil fruit factory had taken place, its impact on the narrative was negligible. At most, it would incite the ire of Kaido and Don Quixote Doflamingo. These two were already adversaries, harboring animosity towards him, a fact that Karl was indifferent to. Thus, the paltry reward was entirely understandable. Without a moment's hesitation, Karl unsheathed his weapon and swiftly executed Caesar, who was incessantly bowing and pleading for mercy. He had no intention of sparing him. Caesar was a malevolent figure, notorious for his numerous heinous acts and human experimentation, a true demon devoid of compassion. While Vegapunk also engaged in human trials, he at least refrained from abducting children as Caesar did so brazenly. Vegapunk still retained some semblance of humanity, only conducting experiments on those who consented. In stark contrast, Caesar was a monster willing to harm anyone without hesitation. Such scum had no place in this world and deserved to be eradicated. Afterward, Karl, accompanied by Enel, thoroughly ransacked the entire secret base. During this process, he stumbled upon an exceedingly grotesque little dragon. Without any hesitation, he struck it down, only to later discover that it was none other than Momonosuke. At that moment, Karl realized he had mistakenly taken the life of the wrong individual. However, he dismissed the error, reasoning that the victim's silence and aggressive approach, combined with their fearsome appearance, rendered them deserving of their fate. Thus, he meticulously organized the entire base's records and, once the children were safely extracted, commanded Inaru to obliterate the premises. Inaru, living up to expectations, transformed into a colossal thunder giant, towering 1,000 meters high. A tempest of lightning began to converge, and in the blink of an eye, the cataclysmic thunder descended from the heavens, instantaneously annihilating the vast castle. Ha 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 ha. Inaru laughed heartily as he reverted to his original form, admiring his handiwork with a sense of pride. Through the rigorous training of recent days, he had discovered that his mastery over his powers had significantly intensified. Nilu, observing Inaru's jubilance, tightened her fists. She was acutely aware that she was not a match for him at present, yet she refused to concede defeat. She believed that once she mastered the armament haki, she would not be considerably weaker than Inaru. In this manner, Karl inadvertently accomplished the secondary objective of his mission, successfully acquiring the snow fruit. However, he refrained from revealing the fruit immediately, as its sudden appearance could arouse unnecessary suspicion. Instead, he intended to take a leisurely stroll outside, allowing him the freedom to fabricate a plausible origin for the fruit. As for who should consume it, Karl deemed both Nilu and Enzo to be suitable candidates. Next, they would set up camp outside, awaiting the arrival of Admiral Kazan to escort them back to Marine headquarters. For the time being, the safety of the children would rest in the hands of his companions, while he planned to explore the surrounding waters. He assured them he would not stray too far and instructed that should they encounter any adversaries, they were to inform him immediately. Promising to return at the swiftest possible speed, Karl nonchalantly delegated the responsibility of caring for the pirates to the other members. Thus it was done. Karl departed from Punk Hazard without a trace of psychological burden, soaring towards the surrounding seas. It must be said that before it transformed into the island of ice and fire, Punk Hazard was a remarkably beautiful island. Regrettably, in the original narrative, the fierce battle between Kazan and Sakazuki irrevocably altered the climate, rendering it a fearsome place. One cannot help but wonder why these two chose such a picturesque and temperate island for their duel. Is this not a lamentable waste? Truly, it is a pity. Karl soared through the skies, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, the telephone bug began to ring incessantly. Karl halted his flight, suspended in midair as he connected to the communication device. Hello, who is this? Ah, you must be Brigadier General Karl? And you are? Upon hearing the somewhat languid voice, Karl felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately place it. I am Kazan. I heard from Admiral Sengoku that you rescued a group of children in Punk Hazard. Is that correct? Ah, it is indeed Admiral Kazan. Yes, in Punk Hazard. There were indeed a number of children, and I successfully liberated them. Furthermore, I have uncovered additional information, which I will present to you in due course. Is that so? How troublesome. I will have to take a detour. Did you manage to capture any of the inhabitants of that place alive? Regrettably, no. I eliminated all the adversaries. But you need not worry. That territory is under Caesar's control. All details of his actions are documented, and nothing shall be overlooked. Karl did not speak the truth. Although this evidence can substantiate that the artificial fruits were created by Caesar, it does not establish any connection between him and Doflamingo. The reason Karl acted in such a manner was that allowing Don Quixote Doflamingo to conclude the game prematurely would have been unduly lenient. Is that not so? It is indeed a pity. Had he remained alive, perhaps further intelligence could have been extracted from him. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. You have executed your task with remarkable precision. Now, you shall wait there for 2 days. In 2 days' time, my fleet shall arrive, and during this interval, it is possible that the enemy may take action, so exercise caution. Although Kazan may appear exceedingly languid, he remains quite concerned for his comrades. Karl responded with an acknowledgement before hanging up the phone. 2 days, you say? That should pose no significant issue. Virgo, under the orders of the warring states, would certainly refrain from any reckless actions. Furthermore, Don Quixote Doflamingo must have received word, aware that Kazan would be arriving shortly. Should he wish to make an appearance, he would require at least a day's time. If he desired to remain inconspicuous, he would not show himself personally. Consequently, the number of individuals capable of threatening me is quite limited. The only uncertain variable lies in whether Kaido will dispatch anyone from his side. Karl contemplated the situation. The sole threat he currently faced was the minions of Kaido. However, even if Kaido were to send someone, it would merely be that oaf, Jack. This individual appeared to be tough and resilient, yet for Karl, he posed the least amount of danger. Against such a brute, Karl had a myriad of methods to impose his will. While uncertain if he could bring about the other's demise, there was no doubt that the adversary could never match his prowess. This was the essence of Karl's confidence. Chapter 56. A chance encounter. The time had come. It was time to return. Though Karl ventured forth primarily to explore the surrounding seas, his true intention was to seek an excuse to acquire the snow fruit. Therefore, he did not need to remain out for an extended period. As evening approached, it was time for him to return and rest. However, just as he prepared to depart, a rather dilapidated small boat came into view beneath him. This vessel bore a distinctly recognizable pirate flag, one that Karl was all too familiar with. It belonged to the notorious Blackbeard Teach. Not only did Karl spot Teach, but Teach and his crew also noticed Karl. In fact, Teach even waved at him, sporting a rather mischievous grin. He pondered, "Since you are greeting me, would it not seem rather cowardly of me to avoid you?" With a cold sneer, Karl soared directly towards his destination. He bore no concern that Blackbeard would take action against him. There was no motive for the latter to strike at this moment given Karl's allegiance to the Navy. Teach, at the very least, needed to bide his time until the outbreak of the Dingshan War, when he would fully reveal his ambitions. If Teach claimed to be second in the art of patience, few would dare to assert themselves as the first. Faced with such a schemer, Karl too wished to eliminate him swiftly. Yet, Teach's strength was formidable, and given his current status as a warlord of the sea, Karl found it challenging to confront him directly. Thus, he required an opportune moment to strike down Teach. Meanwhile, Blackbeard had initially greeted Karl with the intention of mocking him. Yet he was taken aback when Karl, instead of being perturbed, approached with an air of confidence. This unexpected boldness left Teach momentarily bewildered and genuinely anxious. How should he conceal his intentions? This fellow has come to me directly? Engaging him in battle now would jeopardize my plans. It would be wise to endure a while longer. Surely this young man wouldn't he dare to attack me? Even if he did, it would be the Navy's fault. Wouldn't it? After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Teach concluded that as long as he refrained from initiating hostilities, even if a confrontation ensued, the responsibility would fall squarely on Karl, leaving him unscathed. With this realization, a sense of relief washed over his countenance, and his characteristic grin reappeared. Teach positioned himself at the bow of the ship to welcome Karl's arrival. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that Lord Karl would grace my pirate ship with his presence. Might I inquire if you have any counsel for us? Humph. I would never presume to offer you warlords anything of value, but if I must suggest something, how about exterminating all of you? The arrival of Karl was heralded by an overwhelming presence, as his formidable conqueror's haki erupted forth with astonishing intensity. Before the subordinates of Teach could fully comprehend the situation, more than half were rendered unconscious by this sheer force. The remaining members, excluding Teach himself, found themselves in a similarly dire predicament, compelled to muster nearly all their strength merely to withstand the impact of Karl's haki. Typically, Conqueror's haki is employed to subdue lesser foes. However, as one's power escalates and the mastery of this ability advances, it can significantly diminish the strength of adversaries. Even Blackbeard, confronted by the overwhelming aura exuded by Karl, was drenched in perspiration. He was obliged to divert a portion of his focus to counteract the effects of the haki. Truly, the rising star of the Navy, Karl, had attained the rank of Rear Admiral, a fact easily discerned by Teach as he noted the naval uniform adorning Karl's form. For pirates like Teach, the ranks of the Navy are acutely observed. The moment an individual dons a naval uniform unaltered, those of Teach's caliber can instantly recognize the rank of the pursuing Navy. Teach, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter, nor am I concerned with your intentions for being here. However, Punk Hazard is now under naval jurisdiction, and I have uncovered traces of Kaido's activities as well as some unspeakable secrets. Should you linger here any longer, I could very well apprehend you as an accomplice of Kaido. My information indicates that Kaido has dealings with one of the 7 warlords. While I cannot ascertain who it is, you are the first warlord to appear here. Ha ha ha. I am leaving. I shall take my leave. I have no intention of entangling myself in your Navy's affairs with the Yonko. Teach conceded without hesitation, fully aware that his current strength made it tantamount to folly to engage directly in the conflict between the Navy and the Yonko. At best, he could hope to glean some residual benefits from the situation, particularly now that the Navy possessed crucial intelligence regarding the Yonko. He recognized that it would be unwise to jeopardize his safety. This was entirely inconsistent with his patient nature. The time for Teach's rise had not yet come, and he understood that regardless of the allure of the events unfolding, he could not afford to remain in this place. Karl was taken aback by Teach's swift capitulation. Yet, given Teach's decision to depart so promptly, Karl refrained from uttering any words, instead hovering silently in the air, fixated on Teach. Little brat, you may bask in your fleeting glory now, but soon enough, you shall become the hunted. I, Blackbeard Teach, will keep a vigilant watch over you. A sudden, menacing proclamation escaped Teach's lips, resonating like a veiled threat. While ordinary individuals might dismiss such words, Karl discerned the underlying implications. It was evident that Teach had set his sights on him. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such a statement. Given Teach's nature, should he find an opportunity, he would undoubtedly take action against Karl. After a moment of contemplation, Karl revealed a cold smile and then spread his arms wide. In that case, allow me to escort you on your journey. With a light breath, a tempest erupted around him as the vast sea was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Towering waves crashed against Titch's frail vessel, rendering it precariously unstable. The ferocious storm further shredded the sails, and had it not been for the relentless pounding of the waves, the ship would have capsized by now. Damn it! Titch never anticipated that Karl would harness the power of nature against him. Yet, it was too late for him to retaliate. His ship was taking on water, and without immediate intervention, it would soon succumb to the depths. Karl couldn't help but chuckle at the disheveled appearance of Teach and his companions. However, at that moment, his din mushy rang, and a frantic voice of Black Feather came through. Lord Karl, it's bad. One of the calamities, Drought Jack, has arrived. Chapter 57. The welcoming ceremony. While Karl was teasing Blackbeard, an unexpected situation arose on Punk Hazard. Drought Jack, one of the calamities of the Beast Pirates, made a sudden appearance. Had it not been for Enel's observation hockey, none of them would have sensed Jack's approach. Thanks to Enel's abilities, Black Feather and Cat Demon managed to escort the children to a relatively safe area, allowing them to prepare accordingly. It's Drought Jack, one of the calamities. It seems we must prepare to stall for time until Major Karl returns. Among them, Enzo, although not the strongest, was the most reliable. As someone who had escaped from Wano country, he understood the formidable power of the calamities all too well. When he and his group attempted to flee Wano, he was the only one who succeeded, not because of his strength, but due to the support of his comrades and a stroke of good luck that allowed him to survive a fall from several hundred meters into the water. However, he had never faced a calamity before. To be precise, he did not have the qualifications to do so. With his strength, he wouldn't even be worthy of encountering the 6 powers in the sky. Despite Enzo's reservations, Enel and Nilou were eager for a challenge. During this time, aside from their regular training, they had been compelled by Karl to study the information regarding the 4 emperors while confined to the ship's cabin. Although they didn't retain much, they at least remembered the personality traits of each emperor and the strongest members of their crews. Drought Jack was particularly distinctive. Even Enel, lacking experience, could recognize him after a glance at the bounty poster. Yahaha. Even if he is formidable, I cannot be defeated. I am Enel, the god of thunder. Enel laughed boastfully, though his eyes remained vigilant. His tactical approach was to belittle the enemy while strategically respecting them, embodying his current mindset. Moreover, he understood that the strength of the calamities fell within the upper echelons of combat power in this world, especially in the New World. A force like Jack could navigate through with ease as long as he avoided admirals and the 4 emperors. Therefore, while Enel remained proud, he did not underestimate his opponent. Nilou shared a similar sentiment. She recognized Jack's might, but was equally curious to test whose power was greater, hers or Jack's. Nilou has heard that each of the 4 emperors possesses strength that surpasses even that of the adult giant race. Even some of their more renowned subordinates wield power comparable to that of the giants. While this refers solely to brute strength and does not account for other aspects of their prowess, Jack, as a remarkably resilient tank, boasts formidable power as well. Nilou's current thoughts are quite simple. She wishes to ascertain the extent of the power disparity between herself and such formidable beings. However, while the 2 of them are brimming with excitement, the others are engulfed in worry, particularly the cat Demonis. She, who inherently lacks combat skills and is the weakest among them, possesses strength only akin to that of a naval headquarters lieutenant, were it not for her fruit abilities. Karl would never have consented to her boarding the ship, despite his appreciation for her dessert-making talents. Fortunately, although she is fearful, she efficiently directs the children away. Under her coordination with Black Feather, the children are successfully relocated. While Black Feather's combat capabilities are decent, her hands are not intended for fighting. Should an accident occur, leaving others with serious, life-threatening injuries, she would be unable to provide healing. Thus, the group unanimously decides that she and the cat Demonis should seek refuge with the children and contact Karl via phone bug. Meanwhile, the others prepare for battle. Elrond's combat ability is also modest, yet he was once a quick-draw gunslinger, making it perfectly acceptable for him to remain and guard the ship. Jess's contribution in this battle is minimal. He lacks mastery in armament hockey, and his close combat skills are rather average. Although he is an accurate shot, against a resilient behemoth like Jack, his efforts would be futile. Therefore, he remains behind to accompany Elrond in safeguarding the vessel. Currently, the only combatants capable of resisting Jack are Enel, Nilou, and Enzo. However, even with their combined strength, they are not a match for Jack and can only strive to buy time. Why don't I go first and offer them a little welcoming gift? Enel remarks with a sinister grin, resembling a villain plotting to ambush the protagonist. Not only him, but Nilou also shares this sentiment. Unfortunately, Nilou has yet to master all of the Navy's 6 styles. Her innate talent lies within the techniques of Iron Body, Gale Step, and Finger Gun, which she learned first. The Moonwalk and other styles have stagnated in her training. Thus, she refrains from acting impulsively and decides to wait and observe. Be cautious. Jack is incredibly difficult to deal with. Although your strength is formidable, he is not to be underestimated. Brigadier General Karl once remarked that in this new world, almost no one of renown is devoid of a commanding presence. Therefore, rest assured, I am no fool, and I shall not be easily swayed. Eneru erupted in laughter, swiftly transforming into a bolt of lightning and surging forward. Meanwhile, Jack was fully prepared to crush the naval warship before him. To them, a mere naval brigadier's vessel was hardly worthy of their notice. Were it not for the fact that Joker was associated with the Navy, he would have had no qualms about engaging. Jack was utterly disinterested in the matter. That Joker fellow is truly a worthless wretch. Unable to deal with a mere Navy officer, he expects me to intervene. And he speaks of this brigadier being formidable, warning me to tread carefully? What a coward, indeed, fearing the Navy. It is no wonder he aspires to be a warlord of the sea. Jack harbored a palpable disdain for Don Quixote Doflamingo. More precisely, he held contempt for all the warlords of the sea, regarding each and every one of them with disdain. Even in the company of formidable beings like Jinbei, Kuma, and Mihawk, he remained unimpressed. In his eyes, those who align themselves with the warlords are nothing but abject cowards. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, "Jack, sir, someone is approaching." Jack looked up indifferently, only to be met with a formidable bolt of thunder. This strike obliterated the ship's sails, leaving a gaping hole in the deck. Most crucially, flames erupted at the stern, rendering the vessel incapacitated. Chapter 58. Jack arrives. My gift is rather splendid. I assent to it. Jack of the Beast Pirates. Inora stood aloft, hands on his hips, laughing with flamboyance. Though this bolt of lightning had no effect on Jack, it nonetheless ensured that Jack's ship was rendered immobile. Thus, any plans to sink the naval vessel were completely dashed. Whoever you are, you're courting death. Jack, a towering figure, unhesitatingly hoisted a cannon and fired it into the sky. However, the cannonball sailed past Inaru without hitting him. After several rounds, Jack finally deduced that Inaru was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Yet, Jack's knowledge was woefully inadequate, and he had never perused a devil fruit compendium. Apart from a few renowned users, he had little understanding of the abilities possessed by other devil fruits. Consequently, upon realizing that Inaru was a Logia user, he momentarily froze. Before bellowing at Inaru, "You in the sky, what kind of devil fruit user are you?" Why should I divulge that to you? Although Enel's intelligence may not be particularly high, after being trained by Karl, he refrains from revealing his abilities voluntarily, even if his powers are strikingly distinctive. Easily guessed by an astute observer, it is prudent to maintain a veil of secrecy over certain trump cards to maximize their efficacy. However, Enel was taken aback by Jack's astonishingly foolish demeanor, precisely as the records had indicated. His blatantly obvious fruit ability went unnoticed even after several rounds of probing attacks. Jack's brain, it seems, is devoid of anything but muscle. Damn the wretch, perish. With a furious roar, Jack crouched down, his formidable strength, coupled with his monstrous weight, bending the ship beneath him. Moments later, he propelled himself into the sky, soaring directly towards Enel. His immense power translated into remarkable speed, and in an instant, he was before Enel. Jack's fist, enveloped in haki, struck towards Enel. Though he may be foolish, he understood that to contend with a Logia-type devil fruit user, one must wield haki, otherwise he could never hope to slay his opponent. Yet, what Jack deemed a formidable assault appeared rather lackluster in Enel's eyes. With such a plethora of openings, Enel transformed into lightning, effortlessly evading the attack, only to retaliate with a thunderous strike from above. Struck directly by the bolt, Jack's body plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. 1 billion volts, God of Thunder descends. Enel cackled with abandon, unleashing one of his most powerful techniques without restraint. A colossal thunder giant materialized in the air, raining down punches upon the grounded Jack. Each blow reverberated through the earth, causing the sea to churn. Even the clouds above gathered ominously, coalescing into dense storm clouds due to his thunderous might. Jack's subordinates, witnessing Enel mercilessly battering their leader into the ground, were filled with a mixture of shock and fury, eager to intervene. But just then, a swift, lethal strike felled several of the pirates attempting to rush forward into the ocean. Enzo stood on a nearby rocky ruin, his gaze sharp, the silver blade in his hand reflecting a menacing glint. He was acutely aware that he could not rival Jack, so he chose to deal with the minor adversaries instead. While Jack possessed formidable strength, his leadership skills were woefully inadequate, and he often directed his ire towards his crew over trivial matters. It could be said that anyone with even a modicum of strength would hesitate to follow Jack, fearing an untimely and inexplicable demise alongside him. Most of Jack's crew were coerced into service, lacking significant prowess. Enzo found it exceedingly easy to dispatch them. However, Nilou had no desire to engage in such undignified tasks. Braving the tumultuous storm, she charged towards the pit where Jack resided, intent on joining forces with Inaru to confront him. She recognized Jack's considerable might, yet she yearned to ascertain just how her strength measured against his. Such a troublesome woman, Inaru thought as he observed Nilou rushing forward. Fortunately, his observation haki was exceptionally keen. He deftly manipulated the thunder to avoid collateral damage, creating a safe passage for Nilou. Nevertheless, his own assault did not relent. Inaru sensed Jack's resistance intensifying. Although his attacks were devastating enough to induce paralysis, Jack's physical resilience was equally formidable. His grandiose strikes had little effect, and Jack was nearly climbing out of the pit, braving the lightning. Simultaneously, Nilou ascended and nodded toward Inaru above. With all her might, she leaped into the air, her fist glowing faintly red from the flow of blood. This punch was the most powerful she had ever delivered. Accompanied by a resounding boom, the ground fractured beneath them. Jack, who had almost escaped the pit, was forcefully sent back down by Nilou's strike. Her fist landed squarely on Jack's cheek, nearly breaking his nose. However, Nilou's right hand became slightly swollen, indicating that while her punch was indeed powerful, Jack's skin was remarkably tough. Her blow had not even breached his defenses. Truly, Jack lived up to his monstrous reputation. Her full-force punch had failed to fracture even the most vulnerable part of the human body, the nose. Though her tone was somewhat despondent, Nilou recognized the gap between her strength and Jack's. Among those recruited by Karl, she was the closest to mastering the advanced haki. The potency of that last punch had brought her to the threshold of armed haki. Yet, it was still insufficient. She needed to grow stronger. This power must become her norm, not just her peak. Otherwise, Nilou would be unable to establish herself in this vast ocean. Damn it, you all shall perish. As Nilou pondered this dilemma, a sudden roar erupted from beneath the void. A colossal humanoid creature leaped forth from the depths. Caught off guard, Nilou was struck violently, sent flying, and spitting blood. Fortunately, the creature's target was not Nilou, but rather Enelu above. Had it been otherwise, that blow would have claimed her life. Chapter 59. Rescue. Enelu, beware. After being flung away, Nilou exerted considerable effort to right herself, ensuring she did not land headfirst. Simultaneously, she warned Enelu to remain cautious of Jack. At that moment, Jack had transformed into his beastly form, his stature significantly amplified. This new incarnation of Jack not only boasted enhanced explosive power, but also exhibited a speed more formidable than before. Faced with this formidable Jack, although Enelu reacted, his elemental transformation was a beat too slow. The massive Logtown giant was instantly scattered by Jack's imposing physique. In a critical moment, Enelu successfully transformed and narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Nevertheless, Jack's assault still grazed him, leaving a substantial wound on his abdomen. While this injury was not as grievous as the one inflicted by Karl, it was sufficient to prevent Enelu from losing consciousness. Yet, for someone as rarely injured as Enelu, his resilience to impact was markedly poor. Jack's strike had significantly diminished his combat prowess, even impairing his ability to control lightning. Ha! Die, arrogant little wretch. Upon witnessing Enelu's injury, Jack inexplicably pivoted midair, charging toward him with force. Confronted by Jack's sudden advance, Enelu had no choice but to summon a tempest of lightning in an attempt to intercept him. However, the lightning that had previously struck Jack now cascaded upon him like mere water, having no effect whatsoever. Damn it! Enelu, realizing his attack had borne no fruit, transformed into lightning once more, narrowly avoiding Jack's onslaught. Yet, at that moment, Jack unexpectedly hurled two massive curved blades. These weapons were sheathed in a faint layer of haki. Though the intensity was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to inflict harm upon a natural fruit user. Coupled with Jack's extraordinary strength, even withstanding an adult giant would be trivial. Should these bizarre weapons strike Enelu, he would be cleaved in two. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Enelu sought to elementalize again to evade the sudden assault. However, the excruciating pain from his wound momentarily halted his movement. The attack was now upon him, leaving him no time to escape. At that moment, Enzo and Nilou suddenly appeared before Enelu, barely shielding him from the onslaught of two weapons. However, as a consequence, both of them were hurled away, bearing superficial yet painful wounds. Enzo fared relatively well, thanks to the protection of his weapon, sustaining only minor injuries. In stark contrast, Nilou suffered greatly. Relying solely on her physical strength to withstand the weapon's strike, she lacked the protection of armed haki. Though her fist struck the weapon's side rather than the blade directly, her shoulder bore a grievous wound that exposed flesh to the bone. Witnessing this scene ignited a spark of fury within Enelu. Despite their long-standing animosity, having shared a week, his crewmates forged a bond between them. Seeing his companion injured stirred Enelu's wrath, prompting him to transform into the colossal form of a thunder giant in a bid for retaliation. Yet, at that critical juncture, Jack's figure appeared abruptly. With a sinister grin, Jack confronted Enelu, seizing the giant's visage with a fierce grip. Die! Jack roared, instantly crushing the thunder giant, followed by a powerful blow aimed directly at Enelu's face. This was Jack's furious strike, his most formidable attack. Enelu comprehended that if he were to be struck by this blow, death would be inevitable. He longed to escape by elemental transformation, yet the pain from his injuries rendered him continually tormented. This affliction hampered Enelu's fruit abilities, preventing him from executing a timely transformation. As Jack's fist approached, Enelu found himself ensnared in helpless rage, devoid of any means to escape. Just then, a sudden thunderclap resonated from the heavens, followed by a roaring whirlwind. Both Enelu and Jack were forcefully swept up by the tempest. Jack was violently cast into the sky, while Enelu seized the opportunity to escape the eye of the storm through elemental transformation. Curse it! If not for that whirlwind, I would surely have perished. Enelu seethed with frustration, never anticipating Jack's formidable strength. In mere exchanges, he had been bested. He found it hard to believe that this was the prowess of a New World pirate. Such power far surpassed that of Monet and Caesar, whom he had encountered previously. If the strength of the New World elite was of this caliber, Enelu recognized that his own abilities would only lead him to a certain demise here. Moreover, he understood that Jack's strength was merely among the lower echelons, given that even greater threats loomed above him, including the Emperor's vice and the four emperors themselves. Now, Enelu harbored deep doubts about the true nature of those so-called four emperors. What monstrous entities could they possibly be? Nilou and Enelu share similar sentiments. She too had not anticipated Jack's formidable strength, nor his resilience. The fact that her punch could not even break his nose was a severe blow to her pride. Moreover, having been instantaneously defeated by the residual force of Jack's attack left her in disbelief. In the past, she could hardly have fathomed such an occurrence. However, after experiencing it firsthand, she grasped the perilous nature of the New World. As for Enzo, he had long since come to terms with such matters. Being a warrior from Wano, he was born into the New World and was acutely aware of the terrifying creatures that inhabit it. His thoughts diverged completely from those of Enelu and Nilou. His focus was entirely on the sudden hurricane that had materialized. Does anyone know the origin of this tempest? Why has such a hurricane appeared here without warning? Enzo's inquiry piqued the interest of both Enelu and Nilou. However, before they could ponder further, the figure of Black Feather approached them. A medical kit, typically found aboard a ship, hung around her neck. Do not move. I shall swiftly tend to your wounds to prevent infection. Later, you will accompany me back to the ship for further treatment. Black Feather, what brings you here? Did we not instruct you to seek safety? You must leave at once. It is perilous here. Despite her prideful nature, Nilou exhibited genuine concern for her companions. Upon seeing Black Feather, her immediate instinct was to urge her to depart. Yet, before Black Feather could respond, Enelu chuckled nearby. Ha ha ha. I did not expect this rascal to return so swiftly. This hurricane must be his doing. Who would have thought he possessed such power? It appears we have underestimated him. Chapter 60, Confrontation Who? Nilou was momentarily taken aback, while Enzo nodded thoughtfully. It is Lord Karl. He has returned and fortuitously encountered me, bringing me back to assist you. Black Feather waved her hand dismissively. She transformed one arm into a wing to facilitate her task, and shortly thereafter, She had bandaged the wounds of the three and was assisting them toward the warship. Meanwhile, Enzo marveled at Lord Karl's astonishing strength. He had only heard tales before, but witnessing it firsthand was truly remarkable. He had not anticipated that Karl could even control such a fierce hurricane. Although this strength may not possess the grandeur of Enelu's lightning, in terms of sheer quality, this hurricane undoubtedly surpassed Enelu's electrical prowess. There is no question about it. The others nodded in agreement with Enzo's words. Among them, only Nilou and Enela had ever engaged with Karl. However, Nilou had merely conducted a few tentative exchanges, while Enela was swiftly defeated in mere 2 moves, rendering him incapable of providing any substantial challenge to Karl. Thus, they had never witnessed Karl's serious demeanor in battle. Yet today, they would have the opportunity to behold the scene of the Navy's most gifted prodigy, Karl, confronting the infamous Captain Drought Jack, a notorious pirate of long-standing renown. Meanwhile, Karl did not make a direct appearance. Instead, he concealed himself within the clouds, continuing to manipulate the hurricane. He was acutely aware of Jack's formidable strength and mastery of the armament hockey. However, he recognized that observation hockey was Jack's Achilles heel. Furthermore, it was exceedingly difficult for Jack to maintain his composure, as the use of observation hockey required a tranquil state of mind. Karl's actions were not aimed at eliminating Jack, but rather to induce a loss of composure within him. Although Jack's observation hockey was inherently weak, depriving his opponent of any ability would increase Karl's chances of victory by a significant margin. After holding out for so long, has he finally reached his limit? Indeed, Drought Jack is not an adversary to be easily subdued. Karl witnessed Jack suddenly transform into a mammoth, his colossal body plummeting towards the ground with tremendous force. The ancient beast, endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, manifested in the form of a mammoth, exemplifies Jack's extraordinary abilities. Upon assuming this formidable guise, not only does his defensive capability amplify exponentially, but his weight also escalates dramatically. Weighing in at several tons, he is impervious to the whims of a hurricane. Without exception, he descended to the earth, creating a vast crater upon impact. Upon witnessing the scene, Karl instantly brandished his dual blades. 2 strikes, sharper than those of Enzo, surged forth at an astonishing speed towards the colossal mammoth below. Realizing he was under attack, Jack roared in fury, his elongated trunk enveloped in the armor of hockey. As he unleashed all his might in a sweeping motion, accompanied by a sharp squelch, 2 deep gashes appeared on Jack's trunk. Another blow of that nature would sever it entirely. However, having transformed into a mammoth, Jack was largely insensitive to pain, thus he did not perceive the injury as particularly agonizing. He merely sensed that this unexpectedly formidable adversary was far more challenging than the previous minor foes. "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself," Jack bellowed, once again assuming his beastly form. While the mammoth shape was undeniably powerful, it lacked agility, rendering him little more than a living target against a swordsman. It was in his human form, utilizing his fruit powers, that he reached his ultimate potential. The sole drawback being that his defense and strength were inferior to that of the mammoth form. "You surely know who I am. There is no need for me to introduce myself, is there?" The silhouette of Karl gradually emerged from the air, and the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey instantly enveloped Jack. Sweating profusely and instinctively stepping back, Jack was acutely aware of the impact of this formidable aura. Anyone struck by Conqueror's hockey, lacking the means to resist it, would inevitably feel its effects, and even someone as dim-witted as Jack was not exempt from this phenomenon. The extent of the impact, however, correlated with one's own strength. The more powerful the individual, the lesser the influence experienced. As Jack beheld Karl's figure, he found the face unfamiliar, only to recognize the naval uniform of a brigadier general. It dawned on him that the person before him was the troublesome naval officer whom Doflamingo had mentioned. "So you are the little devil that Joker spoke of, the one who poses a challenge to deal with." It seems he was indeed silent for a reason. "With the strength you just displayed, that fool could hardly contend with you. But I am different. I am Jack, the Calamity, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates. Before me, all shall find only a path to demise. Even if you are a naval officer, I shall not hesitate to strike you down." With a fierce roar, Jack charged forward, wielding his peculiar weapon with great fervor. Each step he took left a crater in his wake, a testament to his immense power. Yet, Karl merely shook his head, effortlessly evading Jack's assault, only to reappear behind him in an instant. Accompanied by a flash of dark energy, 2 fresh wounds suddenly marred Jack's form. Though shallow, they evoked a long-forgotten sensation of pain within him. "You bastard! How dare you wound me? Die!" Jack exclaimed, pivoting to launch another strike. However, before his attack could land, he found himself soaring into the air. The ground beneath him had abruptly lifted, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was already amidst the clouds. Truly, he was a reckless brute. Karl's gaze was piercing as he crossed his twin blades, preparing to unleash a powerful cross slash. Karl was a master of names. Yet he relinquished the art of naming, opting instead to use a singular moniker for various attacks that bore a semblance in style. This particular maneuver, the cross slash, was no exception. However, on this occasion, an overwhelming aura erupted from Karl's being. His twin blades were cloaked in a dark sheen, imbued with the power of armament hockey. In an instant, Karl ascended into the air, vanishing as if he had teleported. When his form re-emerged, he found himself hovering above Jack. Simultaneously, the ground that had hindered Jack's ascent lay shattered, and a colossal-shaped gash marred his back. This spectacle left Jack momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that this naval officer could render him defenseless in merely 2 moves. Yet, he refused to concede and instead grew more ferocious. Jack, fueled by an inexplicable surge of energy, launched himself into the air, charging towards Karl. In response to Jack's onslaught, Karl chose not to confront him directly, but instead evaded the monotonous assault, effortlessly unleashing a whirlwind that sent Jack crashing back to the ground. Then, with a glint in his eye, Karl vanished once more. When he reappeared, he had sheathed his twin blades, his lips parting slightly as he uttered, "Kaido." As the words fell from his lips, blood erupted forth. Jack was wounded once again. Chapter 61. Throw him out. Truly resilient and tough-skinned. My full-force strike could scarcely breach his flesh, merely grazing the surface. What a source of frustration. Karl had not anticipated that Jack's defenses would be even more formidable than he had imagined. His muscular physique, combined with the abilities granted by his fruit and the protective layer of hockey, rendered Karl's attacks utterly incapable of being fatal. Although each strike elicited incessant wails from Jack, the inability to deliver a lethal blow posed a significant dilemma. Consequently, Karl found himself unable to eliminate his opponent in the short term. However, Karl's speed was remarkably swift, while Jack's velocity was a glaring weakness, and his observation hockey was rather unimpressive. He was entirely at the mercy of Karl's prowess, despite his considerable strength. He could only be toyed with by Karl. Yet, Karl lamented the fact that he could not swiftly dispose of this resilient and tenacious adversary. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. He could afford to disdain any turmoil that might arise. After their brief skirmish, Karl had already discerned that Jack was far from being a match for him. That being said, Jack was not one to concede defeat easily. He had never imagined that he would be so thoroughly bested by someone so obscure, a person he had never even heard of before. Even when facing vice admirals stationed in the New World, he had never felt such a state of disgrace. Marine scum. Perish. Jack bellowed once more, charging recklessly at Karl. Yet, he remained oblivious to the lessons of the past, blindly launching himself into the fray once again. In an instant, Karl appeared behind Jack once more, executing a swift draw of his sword. Without exception, Jack bore several new wounds, yet his indomitable spirit remained unyielding. Regardless of the multitude of lacerations adorning his body, as long as his vital points remained intact, Jack would not be felled here. This posed the greatest challenge for Karl. Jack's recuperative abilities and defensive prowess were astonishingly formidable, to the point of inducing a degree of frustration. However, in the grand scheme of this vast ocean, Jack's own strength was not among the elite. If you prove to be such a nuisance, then let me ascertain whether the ocean itself can bring about your demise. A glint of determination flashed in Karl's eyes as he devised an ingenious plan to liberate himself from the entanglement. In the original narrative, Jack had been plunged into the depths of the sea on multiple occasions. Though incapacitated, he possessed the remarkable ability to breathe freely, a gift bestowed upon him by his lineage as a merman. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, his experience in the abyss was far from pleasant. Thus, Karl resolved to cast him into turbulent waters, teeming with underwater volcanoes. Should Jack manage to survive such a perilous ordeal, Karl would have little to say. With this thought in mind, Karl deftly evaded Jack's onslaught and, with a sweeping gesture, summoned a colossal whirlwind that forcefully lifted him into the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment of ascension, Jack transformed into a mammoth, leveraging his weight to plummet back to the ground. However, this tactic proved futile for Karl. While Jack's mass could thwart the powerful winds, it could not impede the earth from rising. Consequently, Karl opted to elevate the entire terrain beneath them by 1,000 meters. Under Karl's formidable power, a vast expanse of land in the outskirts of Punk Hazard was forcibly uprooted. Waves cascaded from the gaping chasm that had abruptly appeared in Punk Hazard. Yet, Karl remained unfazed, soaring into the skies as he wielded control over this expanse of land, carrying Jack along with him. "What have you done, you naval wretch?" Jack, reverting to his human form, gazed in trepidation at the unfolding spectacle. As a subordinate of one of the four emperors, he had encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities. But witnessing a section of an island being forcibly disassembled was a first for him. This unprecedented situation filled Jack with a sense of unease. "I cannot kill you. And you have incapacitated me, so I intend to take you to a splendid location for a warm bath." Karl's lips curled into a charming smile, yet to Jack it appeared as a sneer. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack charged at Karl once more, indifferent to the latter's intentions and oblivious to the consequences that loomed ahead. Jack's mind was consumed by a singular thought, the desire to kill Karl. What a fool, driven solely by brawn. However, it was only fitting, for aside from him, no one else would willingly engage in such a reckless game with me. Karl shook his head, effortlessly evading his opponent's strike before retaliating, sending Jack staggering back. Undeterred, Jack charged forward once more. This relentless cycle continued until Karl found himself at the mouth of an underwater volcano. Without granting Jack a moment to react, Karl unleashed the full extent of his fruit abilities, instantly dismantling the landmass that stretched for nearly a kilometer. Just seconds earlier, Jack had been vociferously declaring his intent to slay Karl, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself uncontrollably plummeting downward. By the time he regained his senses, he had already plunged into the depths of the ocean. Karl did not easily let his opponent off the hook. At this moment, he summoned his abilities, stirring the winds and clouds, beginning to exert influence over the sea. By causing chaos in this maritime expanse and activating the underwater volcano, Jack's chances of survival here would be exceedingly slim. However, given his extraordinary physique, it was not certain he would perish. Yet that was of no concern to Karl. Even if Jack survived this encounter, he was confident that when they next crossed paths, he would eliminate Jack without hesitation. Meanwhile, the others on the warship gazed in astonishment at the ethereal mist appearing on the horizon, as well as the swirling water spouts that filled the sky. At a loss for words, they had witnessed Karl effortlessly subduing Jack, even toying with him. They also saw Jack attempting to strike back. Yet each of his efforts was effortlessly thwarted by Karl. This battle allowed them to witness the full extent of Karl's formidable prowess when he was truly engaged. Such strength deserved a naval brigadier's rank, which seemed a gross underestimation of his capabilities. Had it not been for Karl's insufficient military achievements, he would have long since attained the rank of naval rear admiral. Particularly, the sight of the land rising dramatically left them all in awe. Even Enel, who prided himself on his exceptional talent and strength, gasped in astonishment. He believed that with continued development of his rumble fruit, combined with the use of hockey, he would surely surpass Karl in the future. However, upon witnessing the land ascend, he instantly abandoned such thoughts. He could see that Karl still had strength to spare while manipulating the terrain. If he wished, controlling the entirety of Punk Hazard would pose no challenge for him. What a true monster. Chapter 62. The shocked crowd. The crew aboard the warship exchanged glances, and after the initial shock, they were left with just 2 words to describe Karl. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, there was no denying that Karl was indeed a genuine monster. The most astonishing aspect was his youth. He was only 20 years old. It is worth noting that the 3 admirals of the Navy possessed such strength only as they approached 30. At this age, they were merely emerging talents, far from being deemed monsters. Yet Karl had already attained such formidable power at this age. The future was undoubtedly boundless. Yaha. Although I previously felt that following Karl would broaden my horizons and enhance my strength, I have never felt as invigorated and confident as I do today. I have a premonition that as long as we keep pace with Karl, our strength will surely skyrocket. Eneru remained as self-assured as ever, although his words were somewhat illogical. As they could not keep pace with Karl, they nevertheless garnered the agreement of most present. Even the proud Nilu felt her cheeks flush with excitement. With such a formidable commander, they were invigorated to continue their journey of growth. Moreover, there were many strong individuals like Jack in these waters. Relying solely on Karl would render them a burden, utterly ineffective. I concur with Eneru. Henceforth, I shall intensify my training regimen. Nilu clenched her fists tightly, disregarding the pain from the wounds on her hands. Yaha. Enero let out a hearty laugh, responding to Nilu's fervor, which elicited smiles from the others. However, Enzo grimaced as he felt a twinge in his wound due to Zhao's loud repetition. What shall we do about those remnants of pirates? Should we take care of them as well? The usually reticent Erlen pointed towards the pirates nearby, who were clearly at a loss. Heiyu and Cat Demon exchanged sly smiles. Leave it to us. As she spoke, Cat Demon instantly transformed into a spotted leopard, her aura shifting significantly. In essence, she had become more endearing. The leopard fruit, while enhancing her stamina considerably, did not particularly boost her combat prowess. Furthermore, as Cat Demon took the lead in her transformation, she appeared increasingly adorable. Heiyu underwent minimal change. Her hands morphing into jet black wings and her feet into claws, tightly gripping Cat Demon's back as they soared into the air. Just shook his head and steadied his weapon, preparing to provide cover for them. Although the two were more than capable of handling the pirates, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Moments later, Heiyu and Cat Demon returned, albeit somewhat disheveled, yet their expressions radiated joy. This was their inaugural battle, and a triumphant success naturally thrilled them. Those rabble were no match for the two of them. At that moment, Karl, who had hurled Jack into the underwater volcano, also returned. He had actually come back earlier. But upon witnessing Cat Demon and Heiyu's performance, he chose to wait in the air a little longer to avoid interrupting them. Enero, with his observation haki, also spotted Karl but remained silent. Lord Karl, Brigadier General. The crowd erupted with excitement upon seeing Karl's return. All right, what are you all gathering around me for? You all should attend to your own matters and ensure that the children are well settled. The esteemed General Kazan is expected to arrive shortly. If he were to witness you in such a state, it would be I who would suffer the embarrassment. Karl chuckled, remarking that despite the injuries sustained by Enelu and his companions, he bore them no mind. For those who engage in battles at sea, it is inconceivable to emerge unscathed. As for their provocation of Jack, Karl felt no need to comment. Ultimately, Jack's focus remained on them. Even if Enelu and his group had not instigated the confrontation, they would inevitably face Jack. Moreover, Jack's prowess in direct combat is truly formidable. If Enelu and his companions had not taken the initiative, it would have been precarious for them to delay Karl's arrival. Their actions were not without merit, though a single flaw lingered: Enelu's overconfidence. Otherwise, with his mastery of observation haki and his devil fruit abilities, he would not have suffered such severe injuries. I nearly forgot. During my excursion outside, I stumbled upon a devil fruit. Having perused the devil fruit compendium, I recall this to be Monet's snow fruit. What do you think? Who among you shall partake? As Karl spoke, he produced the white devil fruit, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. They did not question how Karl had acquired this fruit. Rather, they marveled at his fortuitous luck, exchanging glances among themselves. Lord June, do you truly intend for us to consume this fruit? Enzo inquired hesitantly, to which Karl nodded, unwilling to keep secrets. Consuming a single devil fruit can lead to a transformative enhancement of your abilities. Apart from those who have already consumed a devil fruit, is there anyone among you willing to partake? Karl glanced around once more and inquired again, yet no one chose to partake. All of them regarded the beloved lottery with an expression that seemed to convey their unworthiness. Karl shook his head and turned to Nilu. Nilu, why don't you give it a try? Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Nilu hesitated for a moment before fervently shaking her head. I can't. I am completely unqualified to use it, at least not now. Besides, I have a feeling that with some training, I could awaken the power of armament haki. I don't want to hinder my progress with the capabilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. Seeing her reluctance, Karl decided not to press the matter further. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Upon hearing Nilu's response, Karl had no intention of insisting that she utilized the devil fruit, although she seemed well suited for the snow fruit. He understood that if she was unwilling, there was little he could do. With a silence enveloping the group, just extinguished his cigarette and slowly spoke up. No problem. Let me give it a try. Karl squinted his eyes. To him, it was inconsequential who consumed the devil fruit. As long as it bolstered the strength of the entire group, he was indifferent to the identity of the eater. Thus, after enduring a taste that few could withstand, Jess acquired the ability to manipulate ice and snow. Chapter 63. Daily life. Time gradually passed. 3 days later, Karl finally received a call from Kazan. Due to weather conditions, Kazan's arrival at Punk Hazard would be slightly delayed, but it would not extend beyond the early hours of today. Karl remained unconcerned, merely advising him to exercise caution before ending the call. In the midst of training at Punk Hazard, he found solace in playing with the children. which was one of the few joys he experienced. Although these children were indeed pitiable, their presence provided companionship, alleviating solitude. Should this group of children succumb to social withdrawal, Karl would be at a loss for a solution. The other crew members, aside from the cat demon and the black-feathered one, were also engaged in training. However, apart from Jess and Nilu, the abilities of the others had seen little change in recent days. Jess, having consumed the snow fruit, experienced a significant enhancement in his observation haki. Furthermore, he developed a new technique, the ability to create multiple compressed snowballs, each possessing a hardness akin to steel. By compressing these snowballs and launching them at a velocity comparable to that of a sniper rifle, he could inflict tremendous destructive power. This newly devised technique, yet unnamed, perfectly aligned with his sniper style, allowing him to strike enemies from a distance. At this stage, Jess had only just begun to harness the fruit's power, and the technique remained imperfect. To condense a snowball with the force exceeding that of a sniper rifle required considerable time, and he could only produce one at a time. This limitation frustrated him, as it lacked the exhilarating sensation of sniping. However, if executed correctly, he could effortlessly hit targets from 1,000 miles away. Specifically, as long as the target fell within the range of his observation haki, the strike was guaranteed to hit. Moreover, its power far surpassed that of a sniper rifle. There was still room for improvement. As he enhanced his abilities, he could achieve instantaneous firing and even simultaneous multiple shots. Coupled with the nature of the devil fruit, which increased his margin for error, Jess was less likely to be swiftly defeated in close combat. Next was Nilu, whose relentless training had doubled her training goals. While Karl admired her determination, he urged her to act within her limits. Fortunately, Nilu possessed an extraordinary constitution, enabling her to endure the rigors of her training. This left Karl somewhat speechless, yet he found himself anticipating the potential her unique physique might unleash. Nevertheless, despite her arduous efforts, Nilu had yet to awaken her armament haki. Karl personally instructed Nilu, yet due to the brevity of time, she merely grazed the edges of mastery over haki. She remained separated from fully grasping it by a thin, translucent veil. Should she manage to pierce this veil, the mastery of armament haki would follow effortlessly. As for observation haki, Nilu's innate talent in this domain was rather limited. Thus, she would allow it to unfold naturally, awaiting a time when her strength would burgeon, at which point she would pursue the study of observation haki. This approach would ultimately prove more efficient. Regarding Enel and Enzo, their progress over the past 3 days was negligible. However, their training regimen remained consistent, mirroring Nilu's dedication with additional practice sessions. Regrettably, unlike Nilu, their unique physiques rendered them susceptible to exhaustion from overexertion. Consequently, they lacked the energy to delve into haki, prioritizing the fortification of their physical condition first. The cat demon and black feather had refrained from training during these days, as their responsibilities in caring for the children relied heavily upon them. To impose training upon them would be an undue burden. As for Erland, this individual was notably understated, perhaps excessively so. Without proactive engagement, one might easily overlook his presence, as if he were an invisible man. One could almost mistake him for a user of the transparent fruit. Nonetheless, Erland remained committed to his training, exhibiting no erratic behavior, leaving Karl at a loss for words. Although he had urged Erland to foster camaraderie with the other crew members and engage in conversation, Erland's interpretation of this advice amounted to little more than casual greetings. Even during moments when others shared amusing anecdotes, Erland would merely listen in silence, occasionally smiling quietly, embodying a quintessentially introverted boy. Before setting sail, Karl was acutely aware that the members of his crew were problematic individuals. Yet, after 10 days at sea, he began to discern the true nature of their issues. Enel was a prime example, his character reflecting the arrogance and stubbornness depicted in the original narrative. This disposition, if harnessed correctly, could lead to swift enhancement of his abilities. However, if mismanaged, it might result in calamity akin to that in the original tale. Nilu's situation mirrored Enel's, albeit with the advantage of self-awareness regarding her limitations. In essence, the temperaments of these two were quite similar, warranting little concern. Enzo, on the other hand, was the individual Karl trusted the most, while his prowess was not the strongest. He hailed from Wano, a land of warriors. Despite his youth, only 21 years of age, his experiences had imbued him with remarkable maturity. His foremost priority now was to elevate his strength and ultimately rescue his homeland of Wano. One fateful day, Enzo, under the influence of inebriation, revealed his aspirations. The predicament of Kuroha was rather straightforward. Her identity instilled within her a sense of inferiority, despite lacking the mark of the celestial dragons. However, should her true nature come to light, it would inevitably attract the attention of the celestial dragons. Thus, she often wore a stoic expression, though on rare occasions. She would grace those around her with a heartwarming smile. While she did exhibit concern for others, her cold demeanor rendered such compassion somewhat incongruous. The presence of the cat demon was particularly perceptive. She discerned Kuroha's inner turmoil and steadfastly accompanied her, ensuring she did not feel isolated. It was indeed the cat demon's companionship that significantly uplifted Kuroha's spirits during this period, gradually diminishing her icy facade. With the cat demon by her side, Kuroha was bound to revert to her true self in no time. As for the cat demon, aside from her undeniable charm, she presented no issues. However, Karl found himself intrigued by the origin of her peculiar name. In response, the cat demon was reluctant to divulge details, even when Karl inquired about her full name. She would transform, her fur bristling defensively, akin to a small creature confronted with danger. Karl chose not to press further, respecting the cat demon's desire for privacy, recognizing that delving into her secrets would be a violation of her autonomy. Next came Erland and Jess, both embodying a shared dilemma characterized by their introversion. Jess, though somewhat reclusive, was capable of engaging in conversation but preferred solitude, which struck others as peculiar. Erland, on the other hand, exhibited traits akin to autism. When not sailing or engaged in tasks, he could remain hidden in a corner for an entire day, unnoticed by anyone. Karl found himself at a loss for solutions, opting for a gradual approach. After all, they were both troubled souls. One more or one less made little difference. Chapter 64. Kazan Lord Karl, look. It's the newsbird, exclaimed the cat demon unexpectedly, capturing the attention of those around them. However, upon recognizing the newsbird, their curiosity waned. It was a familiar sight, after all. Yet, the cat demon appeared utterly fascinated by the creature, even reaching out to the sky as if attempting to capture it. Misunderstanding her intentions, the newsbird assumed she sought to purchase a newspaper and, unsuspectingly, landed in her grasp. Got you, she exclaimed with glee, enveloping the newsbird in a bear hug, wholly disregarding its protests. In her exuberance, several newspapers tumbled to the ground, a tangible loss of income for the newsbird, which now sported tears at the corners of its eyes. Whether from the loss of its papers or from the shock of being captured, it was hard to tell. Why are you so agitated? It's merely a newsbird, after all. Enel let out a disdainful snort. Although he had never encountered a newsbird, he held no interest in such a creature. Meow? This is a newsbird. I've never seen a live one in my entire life. Even at the naval base, I could only see the news but never the newsbird itself. To be honest, I have longed to hold a newsbird, as it is simply adorable. The cat demon appeared somewhat excited. Meanwhile, Heiyu, standing nearby, twitched the corners of his mouth and patted the cat demon on the head, advising, you should release it quickly. You are choking it. My apologies, I did not mean to. Upon hearing Heiyu's words, the cat demon was startled and immediately released the newsbird, which, upon breaking free from its embrace, disregarded the newspapers strewn across the ground and let out a shriek as it soared into the sky. Clearly frightened, it fled from the cat demon's grasp. Fly away. The cat demon gazed forlornly at the departing newsbird, evidently unsatisfied with the brief encounter. Heiyu, meanwhile, casually picked up a newspaper and glanced at it, a look of surprise crossing his face. Lord Karl, there is news about you here. About me? Karl, who had been practicing swordsmanship nearby, paused his training and approached. He casually picked up a copy of the newspaper and was met with the headline boldly proclaiming Karl's victory over Jack. Although the accompanying photograph was somewhat blurry, it still captured Karl utilizing his abilities amidst a vast expanse of land alongside Jack. Though there was only this single image, the angle was remarkably clever. It perfectly showcased Karl's military insignia on his uniform and his profile. Additionally, Jack's panicked expression was clearly visible. Most strikingly, from this perspective, Karl's silhouette appeared as that of a giant, while Jack seemed diminutive in comparison. The land, enhanced by this angle, resembled a colossal island. This scenario felt oddly familiar to Karl. He had experienced a similar situation when he was featured in the news before. That Morgan fellow, isn't he? Truly a pervasive nuisance. Causing quite the headache, he mused. When it comes to the most enigmatic aspects of the world of One Piece, it is undoubtedly not the Gorosei, nor the Pirate King. And certainly not Emo. The most mysterious entities in this world are these journalists. They can traverse the heavens and the earth, capturing images of you no matter where you are. In regard to these journalists, Karl could only acknowledge that they are the true powerhouses of this world. He found himself lost in thought. Karl brought his thoughts back to the present and continued reading. The article was rather unremarkable, merely a tirade against Karl and the Navy, while simultaneously disparaging Jack and taking a jab at the beast pirates. At first glance, there seemed to be no significant issue. This was typical journalistic fare, utilizing discord and conflict to generate topics that incite public discourse. As discussions proliferate, those uninformed are driven to inquire about the events unfolding, prompting them to purchase the news. One cannot help but acknowledge that the sensationalist Morgan is a genius in this regard. However, after perusing the article, Karl felt an overwhelming urge to commit violence. The report had exaggerated his prowess to a level comparable to that of an admiral. Should he genuinely possess such strength, he would not fear confrontation. Yet Kaido, being a brute, would undoubtedly be incensed to discover that one of his subordinates was being bullied by a new Navy force that stood shoulder to shoulder with admirals. What would his reaction be? Naturally, he would retaliate. Furthermore, Karl was currently within the ranks of the new Navy, meaning Kaido wouldn't even need to exert much effort to invade Navy headquarters to confront him. Consequently, Karl found himself in quite the predicament. If Kaido indeed intended to take action against him, he was at a loss as to whether to concede or to confront him head-on. What unscrupulous media, only knowing how to sensationalize. Despite the slander, news remained essential. Subsequently, Karl perused other articles, most of which pertained to trivial matters from other nations. However, two items particularly piqued his interest. The first was the commencement of a new gladiatorial contest in Dressrosa, where Don Quixote Doflamingo had offered a reward of one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Though the specific name was not mentioned, it was at least a renowned sword. While Enzo's weapon was commendable, it could merely be deemed exquisite, falling short of the prestigious 12 supreme grade blades. Thus, Karl resolved to have him participate in the contest, aiming to secure the sword through his own prowess, which would fortuitously enhance his capabilities as well, a true win-win situation. Then, Karl's gaze shifted to a corner where the third news item caught his attention. However, to label it as news might be a misnomer. It was more akin to a recruitment advertisement. The Golden Emperor was recruiting pirates in droves? How intriguing. One could only wonder what his purpose was in amassing such a multitude of pirates. The information was scant, comprising merely a single line and the coordinates of the Golden Emperor's current hideout, devoid of any additional details. If Karl wishes to know, he must make the journey himself. However, he is not in a hurry, for Tezzalo is not going anywhere. Ah, Major Karl, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. Just as he finished reading the news and was preparing to continue his training, a figure of similar height ambled over from the shoreline. As he walked, he let out a yawn, appearing as if he had not had a restful night. Initially startled by the sound, Karl's observation haki momentarily caught him off guard. Yet he quickly relaxed upon recognizing the person before him. Kazan, my esteemed senior, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting here. How dreadfully dull it has been. Chapter 65. Setting sail. Alas, there is little I can do. The weather in the New World is notoriously capricious. I certainly did not anticipate that we would encounter a storm. Kazan waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fortunately, this storm has not caused significant delays. Merely a day lost is of little consequence. Karl glanced around before activating his observation haki, yet he found no other naval ships in sight, which left him somewhat perplexed. It seemed that Kazan perceived Karl's thoughts and, without any pretense, sat cross-legged on the ground, stating, due to the storm's impact. Some vessels have sustained damage and will arrive after repairs. I came ahead. They will be delayed, with the earliest arrival not until tonight. Hearing this from Kazan, Karl breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. These children have suffered too much being confined here and subjected to unknown substances. As for the intelligence, most of it is aboard my ship, primarily experimental data that I cannot comprehend. I shall fetch it for you. It's quite the hassle. Kazan replied. Even if you bring it over, I won't understand it either, but do go ahead. You can leave the matters here to me. Admiral Sengoku instructed me to convey that you should continue your patrol without pause. Without pause, you say? So you intend for me to thoroughly traverse the New World? Karl chuckled at Kazan's words, then waved his hand to summon a heavy iron box brimming with documents. The power of the float fruit proved exceedingly convenient, particularly for retrieving items. Any inanimate object that he had touched and was within his observation haki's range could be summoned with ease, a truly advantageous ability. Such a convenient power. Not only is it formidable in combat, but it also significantly aids in daily life. I envy you, Kazan remarked, patting the iron box before directing his gaze toward a rather incongruous puddle nearby. This expansive puddle was the result of Karl's battle with Jack. At the time, Karl had not given it much thought, merely taking what was convenient. He had not anticipated that the small piece of land he had removed would gradually transform into such a vast body of water. By the way, what are your thoughts on today's news? Kazan inquired, glancing at the news on the ground. There's nothing particularly noteworthy there, is there? Big News Morgans is simply one to revel in chaos and stir trouble. If Kaido truly had his sights set on me, wouldn't it be futile to engage? I could simply flee. Karl shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. Kazan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. He donned a blindfold and reclined on the ground. Your task is complete. You may depart. I shall take care of these children. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Karl's lips twitched in skepticism. If these children are entrusted to you, they may very well starve by nightfall. Thus, Karl disregarded Kazan's counsel, waiting until the naval fleet's arrival that evening to relinquish the children into Kazan's care. Kid, don't perish in the New World. Though you have crossed Rear Admiral Garp, your intentions for justice are commendable. However, the rules of the New World are far more brutal than you can imagine. Here, the Navy will not serve as your shield. The only entities you can rely upon are your crew and your own strength. This is all I can impart to you, a summation of my experiences. I wish you a pleasant journey ahead. Kazan smiled faintly, patting Karl on the shoulder before departing from Punk Hazard. As Karl watched Kazan's retreating figure, a complex array of emotions washed over him. He had not anticipated Kazan would share such words with him. It was notable that during their initial encounter with the three admirals, Kazan had shown the least concern for him. Ironically, it was Sakazuki, who had been most invested in his well-being, whose face he had yet to see. Borsalino had merely marveled at his capabilities, while it was Kazan who cautioned him to remain vigilant and avoid death. This clearly illustrated the distinct personalities among the three. Kazan, with his seemingly cold demeanor yet warm heart, did not wish for a nascent Navy talent like Karl to perish here. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. Karl chuckled softly and then proclaimed loudly, Everyone, heed my command. Tonight, cease all training and indulge in a hearty feast. We shall resume our voyage at dawn tomorrow. As you wish, came the response. The following morning, Karl and his companions have packed their belongings and departed from Punkasard. Moving forward, whether it is for Enzo or in accordance with their initial intentions, Karl intended to embark on a journey to the charming Dressrosa. Departing from Punk Hazard, he could reach his destination in less than a day by flight. Even by sailing, the voyage would not exceed 3 days. Generally speaking, this distance is quite negligible, and one would not anticipate any complications. However, Karl was unaware of the current circumstances. He observed numerous pirate crews, all seemingly heading towards Dressrosa. Fortunately, these pirates displayed a sense of awareness. Upon noticing Karl, they promptly steered clear of his path. Karl initially intended to pursue them, but upon reflection, he realized that such a convoluted approach was unnecessary. Eliminating them one by one was hardly ideal. He had his sights set on Dressrosa, and so did these pirates. Their destination was the same, and it would be far more efficient to confront them directly in Dressrosa. With this thought in mind, Karl cast a glance at the transponder snail, a sly smile creeping across his face. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shouldn't you set an example at least once? With a smile, Karl took out his phone bug and dialed Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, situated in Dressrosa, was pondering how to ensnare Karl, plotting to deceive him. As soon as Karl departed from Punk Hazard, he received the news. Upon learning that Karl's destination was Dressrosa, he commenced his preparations. He had also seen the reports of Karl's triumph over Jack, and thus he did not harbor the arrogance to believe that he could slay Karl. Although there were indeed many capable of ending Karl's life, he did not consider himself able to summon such individuals, for they were predominantly the prominent figures of each Yonko crew, some even serving as vice-captains. Therefore, Doflamingo chose to adopt a more cunning approach, intent on ensnaring Karl instead. The pirates that Karl encountered were merely one of Doflamingo's schemes. However, before he could continue his plans, Karl's din-din mushy rang. Doflamingo, have you missed me? The irritating voice elicited a strong urge in Doflamingo to hang up immediately, yet he restrained himself, inquiring patiently, What is the purpose of your call? Nothing much. I merely wanted to ask if you'd be interested in teaming up to deal with those pirates. Chapter 66. Take off, young master. What shall we do? Should we proceed with our original plan to deceive the Navy, or opt for collaboration to capture these pirates in one fell swoop? Choosing the former would yield no benefits for us, whereas the latter could allow us to plunder the pirates' finances entirely. Although we have already formed an enmity with this Navy officer, he seems willing to cooperate, evidently unaware of the connection between Punk Hazard and ourselves. To him, our feud is likely just a result of your previous skirmish with him. Tory Pal, with his prominent nose and somewhat abrasive voice, interjected. He serves as the strategist for the Don Quixote family and acts as a steward in Doflamingo's absence, managing affairs and responsibilities adeptly. His intelligence is commendable, which is why he has been able to assist Doflamingo in achieving their current stature. Heh. I am aware of these matters without your prompting. I simply did not anticipate that this arrogant Navy officer would choose to collaborate with me. It is quite surprising indeed. I even sense that he may be withholding something, which leaves me with an uneasy feeling. Doflamingo's gaze darkened, yet his signature smile remained intact. Seeing Doflamingo still in indecision, Tory Pal prepared to continue his persuasion. Just then, a voice belonging to a maid burst in. Young master, there's trouble. A riot has erupted at our port, instigated by individuals claiming to be from the Big Mom Pirates. From the Big Mom Pirates? What do they seek here? Baby 5, have you gathered any intelligence? Are they the sweet commanders or other notable ministers? At Baby 5's revelation, Doflamingo's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that members of the Big Mom Pirates would come to disrupt him at this juncture. The arrivals claimed to have recently joined the Big Mom Pirates, with a bounty of only 300 million berries, indicating they were neither sweet commanders nor high-ranking officials. Amidst the shadows, an inconspicuous underling revealed their true insignificance. It appears my recent period of concealment has emboldened even the most audacious of souls. Baby 5, summon Pika, he commanded. His words abruptly halted as a sinister smile crept across his face. You may withdraw, Baby 5. Do not concern yourself with the chaos at the port. Instead, disseminate the news that these intruders belong to the Big MOM Pirates. Ensure that the entirety of Dressrosa is aware of their invasion. At your command, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Baby 5 saluted and hastened away. One must concede that, aside from her slight character flaws, Baby 5 possesses remarkable initiative. Whenever Doflamingo assigns her a task, she invariably executes it with utmost swiftness, provided it falls within her capabilities. My lord, what do you mean by this? If we allow the turmoil to persist, we stand to incur significant losses. Torpal's immediate concern, upon the invasion of Dressrosa, was not for the lives of the common folk, but rather for the wealth of the Don Quixote family. Such is their perspective. The names of Dressrosa's citizens hold no value in their eyes, rendering their plight unworthy of consideration. Fufufu, Torpal, you fail to grasp the situation. We can easily recuperate our financial losses through mere transactions. However, opportunities to deceive that scoundrel Karl are rare. I have devised an excellent scheme that allows for collaboration while simultaneously outmaneuvering him. Thanks to those little lackeys, let us see how you, having offended 2 or 3 of the Yonko, intend to extricate yourself from this predicament. With a dark smile, Doflamingo grasped the Din Mushi and dialed Karl's number. Meanwhile, Karl received a call from Doflamingo, which contained a rather straightforward message. Doflamingo welcomed Karl to Dressrosa and expressed his willingness to collaborate. However, he stipulated one condition. He would claim 70% of all spoils. The reasoning behind this demand was quite simple. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he possessed the privilege of preferential selection of loot when cooperating with the Navy. To this, Karl remained indifferent, as he had no interest in the belongings of those pirates. Nevertheless, Doflamingo then made a minor request, urging Karl to arrive promptly, as members of the Big Mom Pirates were currently wreaking havoc and slaughtering civilians in Dressrosa. He and his subordinates happened to be absent from the area, thus necessitating Karl's assistance. Upon hearing this request, Karl immediately discerned Doflamingo's intentions. Realizing that he was attempting to ensnare him into offending the members of the Big Mom Pirates, Karl instinctively wished to refuse, yet upon reflection, he realized he had already incurred Kaido's wrath. Offending another would only serve to elevate his notoriety once more. Thus, after careful consideration, Karl acquiesced to Don Quixote Doflamingo's request. Once he ended the call, he stretched his limbs and performed a series of health exercises before calling out to everyone. Cease all activities. Find a secure spot and brace yourselves, for I am about to accelerate to full speed. Accelerate to full speed? What does that mean? Nilu looked bewildered, unable to comprehend Karl's words. Meanwhile, Enel seemed to recall something, promptly entering his elemental form. Although Jess was unaware of the unfolding situation, seeing Enel transform, he too steadied himself and assumed his elemental state. Blackwing and Cat Demon observed Enel and Jess's actions, despite their confusion regarding the imminent event. They utilized their fruit abilities to fortify themselves. Enzo remained in the training room, completely disregarding Karl's warning. Erlen clutched the mask tightly, as his sixth sense warned him of impending misfortune. Are we all prepared? Let us commence. Ascend. Karl activated his observation hockey, discerning that everyone, save for Enzo, was prepared. Since Enzo appeared indifferent, he had no reservations about letting him endure some hardship. With a soft command from Karl, the entire naval vessel soared swiftly into the sky. With the activation of his fruit ability, Karl soared through the sky in just a heartbeat, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters. This astonishing velocity left the passengers aboard the ship in a state of dizziness. Enzo, overwhelmed, found himself propelled from one end of the training room to the other, only to faint from the experience. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After the warship ascended, Karl accelerated once more. At that moment, everyone aboard felt a persistent wave of vertigo clouding their minds. The weakest among them, Erlen, struggled against the winds and nearly lost his composure, narrowly avoiding a messy situation. While Nilu maintained a robust constitution, she too found herself unsteady. Fortunately, Enzo's fainting spared him from further distress. Even Black Feather and the Cat Demon felt the effects of the rapid ascent. Only Jace and Enel, both wielders of natural fruit abilities, experienced relative ease, their elemental form shielding them from any turbulence. Chapter 67, Arrival. Ha. This is the exhilarating thrill of sailing at full speed. It is truly delightful, Karl exclaimed, his face aglow with joy as he reveled in the currents of the sky. At this moment, he had unleashed the full potential of his fruit ability, reaching maximum velocity. Although the speed of controlling a ship's flight could never quite match his own, traveling at full throttle was still impressively swift. Having set sail from Punk Hazard a day prior, they were not far from Dressrosa. Thus, it wasn't long before Karl spotted the outline of Punk Hazard against the horizon. After a brief comparison with the nautical charts and recorded pointers, he found the situation rather dull and decided to reduce their speed gradually. Meanwhile, a newsbird, coincidentally overtaken by the flying vessel, stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the ship that had surpassed it. With a noticeable mark around its neck and numerous feathers shed, the bird was momentarily frozen in disbelief, even forgetting to flap its wings. Fortunately, being a bird, it instinctively took flight just before plummeting into the sea. Karl stood at the bow of the ship, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What a pity. I had hoped to witness how the newsbird transformed into a drenched creature. Karl let out a sigh, reducing the speed of flight to a minimum. At this pace, it was only slightly faster than a typical cruising speed. Oh, this is quite exhilarating. Haha, how thrilling is this? Although my speed is not slow, being carried aloft by someone else feels entirely different from flying on one's own. Enel, having experienced this before, understood well what it felt like to be taken on such a journey. When he was defeated by Karl, he was forcibly whisked away to the Navy headquarters. At that time, he was already somewhat weakened, and Karl's erratic flying, with sudden sharp turns, made him quite uncomfortable. Had he not frequently engaged in aerial acrobatics himself, he might have fallen victim to Karl's whims. Jess, observing the situation, felt a twinge of sympathy. If he hadn't fortuitously consumed the Yuki no Mi, his fate would likely mirror that of Erlen S. He looked at Erlen, who was retching incessantly, not with mockery but with genuine pity. Meanwhile, Black Feather had also regained her composure, being able to fly herself, albeit at a slower pace. She understood the sensation of soaring through the sky. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, her recovery was swift. Upon witnessing Erlen's distress, she hurried over to offer assistance, hoping to prevent him from expelling his stomach acid. The Cat Demon, however, had transformed into a lifeless feline, sprawled on the deck, devoid of any ambition, resembling a despondent fish out of water. In stark contrast, Nilu radiated an unnatural crimson glow, her face flushed with an intense hue. Initially, she had resisted the notion of flying, as the sensation of weightlessness was quite unsettling. Yet, gradually, she found herself adapting, ultimately falling in love with the experience. Just as she was prepared to revel in this newfound delight, they approached their destination, and Karl ceased his reckless navigation. This left Nilu with a lingering sense of yearning, wishing for another round. Lord Karl, Will there be a next time? I wish to experience it again. Her words took everyone by surprise. None could have anticipated that she would voice such a sentiment. Karl's expression was peculiar. Observing the somewhat abnormal Nilou, he felt as though she had awakened some strange attribute. Ahem, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. You go and awaken Enzo first. This fellow has been recklessly stumbling around in the training room and is likely to have quite a few bumps on his head. We are almost at our destination. I will descend to deal with a wave of pirates, and you can follow shortly after. As he spoke, Karl had already brought the ship to the surface of the sea and had flown out with a speed surpassing that of their previous voyage. At this moment, Nilou had also returned to her usual self. Sensing the unusual gazes surrounding her, she felt puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it because of what just happened? Hirohane, Erlen, and the cat demon nodded vigorously. Was it not just a thrilling race? What is the big deal? It was exhilarating. I even feel that if I experience it a few more times, my Busashoka haki might awaken. The sensation of such speed and freedom was the power she yearned for. She wondered when she would possess such strength. Nilou's eyes sparkled with admiration for the power Karl had displayed earlier. I have made up my mind. The moment I master Busashoka haki, I shall immediately learn the moonwalk. I must acquire the ability to fly through the air. Only then can I experience that exhilarating feeling at any time. I cannot always rely on Lord Karl. I must strive for myself. Yes, this is it. Nilou clenched her fists, motivating herself, and then walked into the training room. The others exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. Even Enel stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before revealing his signature grin. Yahahaha. This is truly amusing. What do you all have to say about this? However, as soon as he spoke, the atmosphere quickly descended into an awkward silence, for no one paid him any mind. Even Jess wore a somewhat displeased expression. If given the choice, they would rather not relive that experience ever again. To be precise, they wished to avoid it indefinitely. Meanwhile, Karl had arrived at Dressrosa. As he surveyed the ravaged port, a sense of irritation washed over him. It had taken him over an hour to reach this place since receiving the news, a result of his utmost haste. Yet, he had not anticipated that a mere hour could lead to such extensive devastation. Most troubling was the absence of any guards from Dressrosa, who should have emerged to thwart these marauding pirates. That scoundrel Doflamingo truly regards people with utter contempt. Karl uttered a curse towards Doflamingo and swiftly charged in the direction of the pirate crew that was still wreaking havoc. Along the way, Karl could hear numerous fleeing civilians remarking that the members of this pirate crew were affiliated with Big Mom and the Whitebeard pirates. Karl harbored considerable doubt regarding the likelihood of the Whitebeard pirates engaging in such actions. However, the presence of individuals from the Big Mom pirates was undeniably evident. At the harbor, he beheld the flag that belonged to the Big Mom crew, which confirmed that Doflamingo had not uttered falsehoods. Yet, upon encountering the opposing party, his expression shifted to one of perplexity, for the individual before him was merely an unknown small-time pirate. What is this? I anticipated either the Sweet Commander or one of the 4 Sweet Commanders, only to find a mere lackey. Doflamingo, you scoundrel. Your ability to deceive truly knows no bounds. Chapter 68. Doflamingo's intentions. Upon hearing the urgent words of Doflamingo, Karl initially believed that it was the Sweet Generals or other high-ranking officials of the Charlotte family who had arrived. However, upon seeing merely a lackey bearing the name of Big Mom, his interest swiftly waned. Nonetheless, as a naval officer, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his duties. Even in Dressrosa, he was committed to safeguarding the safety of its civilians. As for Doflamingo's possessions, he had no inclination to concern himself with them. All pirates, hauled immediately. I am Brigadier General Karl, and you are all under arrest. Karl soared into the sky, his voice resonating loudly, instantly captivating the attention of those around him. The pirates, curious and somewhat apprehensive at first, looked up to discover Karl's presence. However, upon hearing his military rank, they erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. A mere rear admiral of the Navy dares to attempt our capture? Truly, he overestimates himself. One of them jeered. You little brat. Why don't you crawl back into your mother's womb and drink milk? This is no place for you. Another chimed in. We are members of the notorious pirate crew under the 4 emperors, Big Mom. How dare you threaten us? It's laughable. They scoffed at Karl's audacity, dismissing him entirely. Clearly, they regarded his youthful visage and the insignia of a rear admiral with disdain. Despite the news of his exploits circulating, few pirates paid heed to such reports. Their focus primarily on their own bounties and the significant movements of the Navy and the 4 emperors or perhaps on sensational headlines. Although Karl's news was prominently displayed in the foremost column and adorned with the most striking font, it garnered little attention beyond the Navy, civilians, and a handful of formidable pirates. Even those who took notice did not consider themselves inferior to a mere young naval officer. Every pirate who dared to venture into the treacherous new world was inherently proud and ambitious, until they faced true adversity. Even the formidable four emperors seemed inconsequential in their eyes. Thus, they launched an unrelenting assault on Karl, now suspended in the sky, employing everything from sword strikes to firearms, and even hurling cannonballs, each demonstrating their unique prowess. In response to this onslaught, Karl merely snapped his fingers, and with a resounding roar, a tempest materialized, effortlessly repelling all their attacks. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion in the sky, Karl reappeared before the astonished pirates, leaving them in disbelief. They had not anticipated that a mere rear admiral of the Navy could thwart their formidable offensive. It was indeed incomprehensible. Thus, let all of you perish. A glimmer of crimson flickered in Karl's gaze as he grasped the withered wood and the cherry blossom, the conqueror's haki surging forth in an instant, accompanied by the formidable aura of his conqueror's haki. In an instant, Karl swiftly maneuvered, eliminating dozens of pirates with unparalleled speed. How is this possible? The captain leading the assault was taken aback as he witnessed Karl surge forward with a velocity that left even him astonished. All of you charge. Eliminate this foolhardy Navy officer, he commanded. Onward. With his order, the throngs of pirate subordinates rushed forth, marching towards their doom. Truly, they were courting death. Karl let out a cold laugh as he effortlessly dispatched dozens of pirates once more. Yet, this was merely a prelude. The relentless onslaught of hundreds more pirates continued unabated. However, such a brawl posed no significant threat to Karl. With steely resolve in his gaze, he ascended into the air with remarkable swiftness, executing the lion's might, earthquake. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo leisurely savored his red wine, seemingly indifferent to the extent of his losses in property and lives. His intent was to incite panic among the minions, spreading the notion that these individuals were under the command of Big Mom. If the opportunity arose, he could further propagate falsehoods, asserting that another faction was affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. The purpose of their arrival was trivial. Doflamingo could easily fabricate a narrative to stoke discord among the four emperors. The insignias of these minions were genuine, their identities authentic, while the rest lay in Doflamingo's hands to manipulate. This was the true essence of the game, a mere canvas from which the tale would be woven. Moreover, this scheme could position Karl as an adversary to Big Mom, thereby expanding his list of enemies. Although Karl posed no immediate threat, as long as he remained in the New World, he would inevitably encounter members of the Big Mom pirates. At that juncture, the spectacle would be worth witnessing. Just as Doflamingo contemplated these machinations, Toripol burst into the room, breathless and visibly anxious. "Why are you in such a haste? What is the matter?" Doflamingo inquired. "It's grave. Very grave, master. That Brigadier Karl has already arrived, and before we could finalize our preparations, he has already annihilated those pirates." "What?" Doflamingo nearly spewed his drink upon hearing Torpol's words. While he was well aware of Karl's abilities as a user of the float fruit, he had not anticipated such rapidity in Karl's arrival. Doflamingo hastened to adjust his flying speed, trying to gauge Karl's velocity. Even then, he realized he had underestimated Karl significantly. According to Doflamingo's own calculations, it would take at least 3 hours for Karl to reach Dressrosa. This period would suffice for him to let the news simmer. However, time has advanced, and the pirates have been dealt with. Doflamingo even heard cheers, which filled him with indignation, yet left him powerless. He chuckled darkly. Realizing that this young man's strength had indeed improved during this interval, he had underestimated him. Nevertheless, it mattered not, as the news would be disseminated according to the original plan, with Morgan free to embellish the details as he pleased. The primary directive was to extol Karl's prowess excessively, while simultaneously reminding him to belittle Big Mom. Most importantly, it was crucial for Morgan to convey that Karl looked down upon the four emperors. This was the pivotal step. "As you command, young master, I shall set forth at once." However, this time, unlike the previous occasion when he vanquished Jack, the expenses may be considerable. Doflamingo reassured him with a sinister laugh. "Do not worry. The last news brought Morgan considerable profit. This time, he will likely agree to maintain the original price. You can proceed with confidence." "Understood, young master. I shall depart immediately." Chapter 69. The meeting. After effortlessly dispatching the pirates, Karl, due to his affiliation with the Navy, was met with the adulation and gratitude of the townsfolk. In their eagerness to repay Karl's life-saving intervention, they presented him with various gifts, including flowers from young maidens who expressed their desire to offer him their heartfelt tokens. Karl was acutely aware of his handsome appearance, however. He graciously declined the advances of the young ladies presenting him with flowers. At his tender age, the notion of marriage was far from his mind. This was the essence of Karl's current thoughts. Subsequently, he cast a lingering gaze upon the Royal Highlands before making his way towards the harbor. His keen observational skills revealed that Doflamingo was indeed within the palace, yet he chose to remain concealed, evidently intent on feigning his absence. Karl had no intention of exposing him. Instead, he decided to secure his vessel first. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, the naval warship leisurely arrived at the port of Dressrosa. Upon recognizing that it was Karl's ship, the port staff promptly assisted with the docking and waived all associated fees. Although Karl felt somewhat out of place, he did not refuse the kindness extended to him. Is this Dressrosa? It appears rather unimpressive. Upon disembarking, Nilou's first action was to survey her surroundings. However, her interest waned upon witnessing the desolation that enveloped the area. It was evident that the once vibrant locale had been reduced to ruins due to the actions of pirates. Upon disembarking, Enlilou erupted into laughter, leaving everyone puzzled about the source of his amusement. This boy, afflicted with a peculiar affliction, often displayed such eccentric behavior. What of the pirates? Have they already been captured? Enzo emerged, bandages wrapped around his head, presenting a rather woeful sight. I have dealt with those pirates. You should be well aware of my nature upon joining my crew. Any pirate I capture, save for those who have committed no grave offenses, cannot escape death. Karl spoke with a cold indifference, clearly unconcerned about the fates of these sinners. Enzo nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice his thoughts, and the others shared a similar sentiment. They were not saints, and they would not refrain from slaying pirates simply because of a naval command to capture them alive. Such an approach held no significance for them. To these ruthless pirates, mere survival constituted a threat. Thus, those deserving of death would never be spared. Only those who had not committed heinous acts, merely adventuring under the guise of piracy, were of little concern. Karl might consider sparing their lives, merely opting for their arrest instead. My lord Karl, are you unscathed? Are those pirates formidable? It is said that the members of the big MOM pirate crew are quite powerful, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Are they not troublesome? Fear not. They are merely insignificant minions with a bounty of 300 million. Even Enlilou could handle them with ease. Even if Nilou and Enzo exert some effort, they would not be unable to prevail, especially since this fellow has yet to fully master hockey. Are they truly so weak? Nilou could not help but interject, while Enzo stroked his chin, surveying the surroundings. What of Doflamingo? Is he truly planning to feign death and remain hidden? Do not fret. He is approaching, is he not? Upon hearing Enzo's inquiry, Karl smiled, gesturing towards the distant sea. Once Doflamingo learned that Karl and his subordinates had all gathered here, he had already exited the palace. However, to maintain the illusion of returning from elsewhere, he circled around Dressrosa before soaring back from the adjacent waters. As for the other executives of the Don Quixote family, they indeed had ventured out. This much Doflamingo did not lie about. We meet again, Admiral Karl. I recall our last encounter when you were still a colonel. Who would have thought that in less than 2 months, you would attain the rank of Rear Admiral? Your rapid promotion is truly astonishing. I have never witnessed anyone ascend the ranks so swiftly as you. Doflamingo began with a torrent of flattery. If it were an ordinary Navy officer receiving such praise, it would undoubtedly breed a sense of pride. However, Karl was acutely aware that this cunning individual had ulterior motives behind his compliments. I am not worthy of such praise. I lack your strength, having engaged in dealings with Kaido as the Joker of the Underworld. If such matters were to reach the ears of the Gorosei and the Navy, how do you suppose they would address you? Moreover, Punk Hazard has been destroyed by my hand. How does that reflect on your standing with Kaido? Although Punk Hazard was not initially Karl's target, by fortuitous coincidence, Sengoku had given him orders to proceed there. Doflamingo could only lament his misfortune, with no other recourse. You truly possess a keen sense of humor. When have I ever been associated with Kaido? Come with me to the palace. Allow me to host you properly. Doflamingo walked at the forefront, his face adorned with a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a sinister glint. During their first encounter, Karl had referred to her as the Joker and mentioned a transaction involving Kaido and a synthetic devil fruit. Consequently, Doflamingo relinquished his pursuit of seizing the corpse of a celestial dragon. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Karl possessed no concrete evidence linking her to Kaido. Thus, he felt little cause for concern. Yet, upon hearing similar insinuations once more, Doflamingo's heart began to race with unease. He contemplated the notion of eliminating Karl to eradicate any potential threat. Yet, he was abruptly reminded of Karl's capacity to defeat Jack. Although she had employed a cunning tactic, her float fruit ability, which could lift vast expanses of land, was remarkable. This particular ability had been popularized by the legendary Golden Lion. Should Karl truly develop her powers to the extent of the Golden Lion, she could, at her discretion, hollow out the entirety of Dressrosa. The multitude of secrets concealed within this place made exposure far more perilous than revealing his alliance with Kaido. Thus, after careful consideration, he concluded that taking action here would be ill-advised. Nevertheless, Karl's words gnawed at him, plunging Doflamingo into a state of turmoil. He yearned to uncover what Karl truly knew. Did she comprehend Monet's identity? Was she aware of the nature of his dealings with Kaido, and to what extent? If her knowledge was limited, Doflamingo could endure. However, if she was fully informed, it would imply that she possessed substantial evidence. In such a scenario, he would have no choice but to devise a means to eliminate Karl. Otherwise, the Navy would soon uncover his secrets. Thus, Doflamingo remained embroiled in his inner conflict. Even as he entered the palace, his mind preoccupied with these matters. So distracted was he that he collided with the hurriedly approaching baby. 5. Apologies, young master. I was not paying attention. Baby, 5 exclaimed after bumping into Doflamingo, her demeanor tinged with trepidation. Doflamingo, already irritable, had little patience to reprimand her. He quickly urged her to attend to her duties, stating that there was still much to be done elsewhere. It must be said that Don Quixote Doflamingo exhibits remarkable patience towards the members of his family. These individuals have grown alongside him, each one an irreplaceable kin, constituting one of the few familial bonds that Doflamingo cherishes. He demonstrates considerable forbearance towards his relatives, although he may occasionally express anger. He refrains from resorting to lethal measures or severe punishment against them, except in cases of treachery. Sir, I have received a call from Kaido, baby, 5 reported. Her voice trembling with fear, uncertain whether her trepidation stemmed from Doflamingo himself or the impending arrival of Kaido. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. Doflamingo replied dismissively, and as baby 5 departed, his demeanor shifted, taking on a significantly darker aspect. Doflamingo, would you like me to inform Admiral Sengoku and request reinforcements? I am fully capable of assisting you here. Karl, with a hint of malicious glee, spoke and then produced his telephone snail, feigning an intention to make a call. However, Doflamingo unhesitatingly unleashed his threads, strangling Karl's telephone snail. My affairs do not require the concern of you naval officers, he declared. Kaido won't be arriving anytime soon. That madman is likely still within this nation. If he wishes to come, it will take him at least a fortnight. Doflamingo made a concerted effort to appear unfazed, which elicited a smirk from Karl. Since you do not need the Navy's assistance, pray tell, why would Kaido seek you out? Is it truly as I surmise, that you share some clandestine dealings? Upon hearing Karl's words, a glint of menace flickered in Doflamingo's eyes, though his glasses concealed it from Karl's view. Nevertheless, Doflamingo soon broke into laughter and shook his head. Impossible. That fellow is merely here to exact revenge. After all, I previously dispatched one of his pirate ships. You are well aware that the 4 emperors are fiercely protective of their own, especially Kaido. It is inevitable that he would take matters into his own hands. Doflamingo fabricated a flimsy excuse to deflect Karl's inquiries. After hearing Karl's remarks, his spirits had notably lifted. Karl's statement held dual meanings. The first was its overt implication, questioning Doflamingo's connection with Kaido. The second, more subtle implication, suggested that Karl himself lacked comprehensive intelligence regarding Kaido and Doflamingo's relationship. Having only heard rumors and possessing a vague understanding without concrete details or evidence. This was the essence of Doflamingo's interpretation. In truth, this was also the message Karl intended to convey to Doflamingo. Karl was reluctant to confront Doflamingo directly at this juncture, for the time was not yet ripe. The revelation of Dressrosa's secrets would present the most opportune moment for such a confrontation. Since you have said as much, I shall not concern myself with your words. After all, my purpose here is to enlist your cooperation in eliminating those pirates participating in the gladiatorial contests. As for the spoils of victory, Let us adhere to your proposed division. These items hold no value for me, yet I do have one stipulation, the ultimate prize. That exquisite blade known as the 72 fine blades shall rightfully belong to me. Karl, the lion, opened his mouth wide, immediately expressing his desire for the renowned sword. This caused Doflamingo's face to freeze once more. After a brief moment, he revealed a mocking smile and spoke. Hee, how amusing. You dare to directly demand this blade? Very well, simply state whether you shall grant it or not. I have bestowed upon you nearly all the advantages of this collaboration. Is it too much to request a different sword in return? On what grounds do you assume I would acquiesce? For if you refuse, I shall seize it by force. Karl narrowed his eyes, unleashing a formidable burst of conqueror's haki. Doflamingo, unwilling to be outdone, similarly emanated his own conqueror's haki. The collision of their powers resonated with a thunderous roar, yet this time, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Their clash was but a fleeting encounter, avoiding direct confrontation. For should a battle ensue, any chance of collaboration would be lost. Hiki, how intriguing. Since you desire it, I shall grant you your wish. I possess an abundance of fine blades, though alas, there is but one of the caliber of the 72 excellent quick blades. TSK, such wealth. Karl let out a couple of derisive chuckles, then fixed his gaze upon Doflamingo. Enough idle chatter, lead the way, he commanded. Doflamingo, unfazed by the outburst, simply smiled and guided Karl into the royal palace. Moments later, they arrived at his office, while the others had already been assigned to their respective quarters to rest. The renowned blade, the 72 good knives, had also been dispatched to Enzo's room by Doflamingo's men. Once these tasks were completed, Karl settled down quietly, intending to discuss their collaboration for the upcoming gladiatorial event. Why don't you begin by telling me how many pirates are expected to arrive? Aren't you part of the Navy? Isn't it a bit peculiar for you to pose such a question to me? Of course not. You are now the king of Dressrosa. If I don't ask you, whom should I inquire? Karl cast a sidelong glance at his companion before reclining on the sofa, his feet propped up on the table, exuding a sense of leisure that surpassed even that of Doflamingo. Upon witnessing Karl's relaxed demeanor, a glint of menace flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. Though he chose not to reveal it, maintaining a smile, he mimicked Karl's posture, adopting the same nonchalant stance. There were approximately 100 pirate ships and over 5,000 pirates. How foolish they were. Did they truly believe that my prize was easily attainable? My famed blade has hung here for countless years, never once claimed by an outsider. These individuals are merely the chives I harvest. Doflamingo's tone was laced with disdain for these pirates. Karl shook his head and continued to inquire. How have you managed this in the past? Through brazen theft or stealthy endeavors? Upon hearing the question, Doflamingo erupted in laughter, a hearty and raucous sound. Ha. You truly amuse me. Do you think I would resort to such base tactics? All you need to do is assist me in capturing the elusive ones. The rest shall be my concern. While we may call it a collaboration, in truth, you are merely a supporting character. When the time comes, and I transform your subordinates into puppets, I shall relish in seeing how you respond. Doflamingo's smile remained intact, yet his expression gradually took on a sinister edge. Oh, you are quite audacious. But since you've proclaimed it so, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Karl raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, your bravado is impressive now. But when all secrets are revealed, I shall delight in witnessing your lament. Chapter 71. Violetta. After Karl arrived in Dressrosa and engaged in a rather friendly exchange with Doflamingo, he retired to the room prepared for him by Doflamingo to rest for the night. The other crew members, lacking Karl's directives, refrained from wandering about aimlessly until the following day when Karl granted them a day of leisure for relaxation. However, Karl took the opportunity to caution all crew members to be wary of a little girl named Sugar, adamantly advising them to avoid any physical contact with her. Subsequently, Karl presented Sugar's photograph for everyone to recognize and elaborated on her peculiar abilities. Initially, the crew harbored some skepticism, yet upon hearing of Sugar's powers, an unsettling discomfort enveloped them. The notion of transforming people into dolls was undeniably grotesque. What was even more alarming was Sugar's ability to manipulate the life and death of these dolls at will. This seemingly adorable little girl possessed a disconcerting capacity that was truly disturbing. The powers of the hobby fruit were indeed perverse. Meow. Among the crew, Cat was the most good-natured. Yet even she found it hard to suppress her urge to express her frustration. It is easy to imagine the complexity of their emotions upon learning of such an ability. Karl surveyed the expressions of those around him, and upon witnessing their looks of disdain, he nodded with evident satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Now that you are aware of Sugar's formidable abilities, it is best to keep your distance. Without the protection of armed color, her powers can counter all. Thus, upon seeing even a mere semblance of her figure, retreat is imperative. Even if escape proves impossible, do not allow her to make contact with your bodies. I have no desire to see our numbers dwindle aboard this vessel. That is all I wish to convey. Today you are granted a day of leisure. But I implore you to steer clear of this girl. Upon hearing Karl's words, everyone solemnly nodded before departing the palace, eager to explore. Only Erlen remained alone in the room, lacking any intention of venturing outside. Even the reclusive Jess contemplated a visit to the armory to seek out superior weaponry to upgrade. However, Erlen was resolute in his decision to stay put. You are still the same. If something weighs on your mind, speak of it. We are all in this together now. Should you have matters to discuss, although we cannot guarantee a resolution, we will certainly endeavor to assist you to the best of our abilities. Karl was acutely aware that the transformation of Erlen into his current state was undoubtedly driven by a significant cause. Yet, the nature of this cause remained a mystery, even to the general who had retrieved him from the fiery mountain. The only certainty known to the general was that Erlen had escaped from a ravaged nation. In the aftermath of the war, investigations by the warring states could only ascertain that he hailed from that destroyed realm. All other information had been obliterated by the chaos of conflict. Moreover, given that Erlen was merely 10 years old at the time, the warring states opted to take him in and sheltered him in their dock. Consequently, he evolved into this reclusive figure. Erlen, reluctant to divulge his past, left Karl unable to inquire further, thus allowing Erlen to remain in his self-imposed isolation. Very well then, if you choose to remain silent, I shall await the moment you decide to speak. What a peculiar situation this is, each one of them seemingly a troubled child. Karl scratched his head and stepped outside, his expression one of mild exasperation. Once Karl had exited, Erlen lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the doorway. A flicker of desolation and sorrow passing through his eyes. He swiftly regained his composure, adjusted his attire, and commenced his push-up training for the day. Karl emerged from the palace, ready to leisurely explore the vibrant streets of Dressrosa. With the arena not opening until tomorrow and Doflamingo indicating that he need not concern himself with the specific arrangements, Karl found himself with ample time on his hands. It seemed far more prudent to meander through the area, seeking out hidden corners in preparation for the battles that awaited him. On the surface, Dressrosa appeared to be a bustling paradise. However, beneath this facade lay an unending abyss of despair. Karl shook his head as he walked along the bustling street. However, suddenly, his observation hockey informed him that he was being watched. Such scrutiny displeased him. Really, I merely stepped out for a leisurely stroll. And yet you feel the need to spy on me? Karl shook his head and vanished into thin air on the bustling street, unnoticed by those around him. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the palace, a woman clad in a cheapao observed the outside world with an inhuman gesture, her hands cupped around her eyes. However, her expression soon shifted, and she lowered her hands, intending to depart from the place. Yet, she was a moment too late. Karl had positioned himself before her, obstructing her path. Violet, assassin of the Don Quixote family, are you staring at me with the intention of striking? The moment Karl sensed to gaze upon him, he instantly recognized the source of that scrutiny. Violetta, the daughter of King Riku and the princess of Dressrosa, was the one observing him. However, she had allied herself with the Don Quixote family solely to safeguard her father's life, serving the notorious Doflamingo. It was only due to Doflamingo's recognition of her abilities that her loyalty was deemed valuable. Otherwise, her allegiance would have appeared utterly ludicrous in his eyes. Her power stemmed from the Dengeki fruit, granting her the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, enabling her to perceive any object from a distance of 1,000 meters with remarkable clarity. Even the minutiae of an ant laboring on the ground were visible to her keen sight. Furthermore, the Dengeki fruit allowed her to penetrate the human heart, uncovering the secrets nestled within. Most notably, this fruit bestowed upon her the gift of X-ray vision, a capability long coveted by many gentlemen. Reflecting on this, Karl couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, activating such powers required an inhumane gesture that he found impossible to replicate. What brings you here? Violetta's heart raced with anxiety, though she strove to maintain an exterior of calm. Ironically, the more she endeavored to appear composed, the more her inner turmoil intensified. Karl's observation hockey allowed him to effortlessly sense the profound fears lurking within Violette's heart. He offered a slight smile, gradually approaching her step by deliberate step. His pace was deliberately slow, with each footfall taking 1 to 2 seconds, creating an odd impression. Yet, in that moment, Violet felt an immense pressure emanating from Karl, enveloping her completely. With each step Karl took forward, Violet involuntarily retreated. After a mere 10 seconds, she found herself with no escape behind her, while Karl closed the distance, a mischievous smile adorning his face. "You've been staring at me for quite some time. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me?" Chapter 72. The legitimate lowly Violet, initially laden with pressure, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Karl's words. However, confronted with his earnest expression, she could only suppress her mirth and quickly shook her head. "Do not feel embarrassed. It is quite natural for someone as handsome as I to attract your admiration. If you do indeed like me, feel free to express it. I would concoct a rather clumsy excuse to decline your advances. Yet, I implore you not to regard me with such unabashed eyes. Although your abilities are impressive, I am not fond of being scrutinized, even by a beautiful woman." In a sudden outburst, Karl unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing Violet to collapse in fear. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Violet could not escape the overwhelming pressure he exuded. That brief surge of conqueror's haki nearly rendered her unconscious. "I am not jesting, as I have stated. If you harbor feelings for me, you should express them openly, and I will decline. However, should I catch you gazing at me again, irrespective of your status, I will not hesitate to take action." Violet perceived Karl's seemingly jesting remarks, which were, in truth, veiled threats, and this instilled a sense of trepidation within her. She was well aware of Karl's decisive nature and his rather unconventional personality. Yet, she had not anticipated his penchant for such dark humor, first urging her to relax, only to subsequently instill fright. Violet felt on the verge of tears. "Enough. You may rise. As the daughter of the king of Riku, how can you be so timid? How will you ever govern effectively in the future?" Karl shook his head, uttering a brief remark before turning to leave. Violet was taken aback upon hearing Karl's words. She had not anticipated that he was aware of her true identity. Aside from the natives of Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family, no one else was privy to Violet's real background. Even within the Navy, only a scant few knew. This piqued Violet's curiosity regarding how Karl had acquired such knowledge. If the entire Navy were aware, Violet might still have a chance to overthrow Doflamingo. Just as Violet stood up, intending to pursue Karl, a bright, childlike voice emerged from behind them. Sugar entered through another door, cradling a doll in her arms. Her movements were remarkably light, appearing as though she had merely come to enjoy the scenery and inadvertently stumbled upon the two of them. Upon seeing Sugar, Violet's pupils dilated, and she swiftly concealed her thoughts within. Regardless of the circumstances, she was now a member of the Don Quixote family. She could not afford to reveal her true intentions, otherwise, not only would she be in peril, but also Riku, Rebecca, and others would face dire consequences. "Why have you returned here, Sugar? Shouldn't you be below with the young master? It's quite chilly out. You might catch a cold," Violet feigned concern, preparing to scoop Sugar up and depart. However, Sugar quickly wriggled free from Violet's embrace and dashed to Karl, displaying an adorable demeanor. "Big brother, you are so handsome. May I give you a hug?" "A hug? Of course," Karl chuckled, appearing entirely unguarded as he embraced Sugar. Sugar, too, wore a broad smile, her eyes narrowing to resemble crescent moons. "You're so light. Is your name really Sugar? Are you also a member of the Don Quixote family?" "Yes, indeed. I am also a member of the Don Quixote family, and I am exceptionally formidable." Sugar waved her little hand in Karl's embrace, striking a pose that conveyed her prowess. Yet, this demeanor appeared irresistibly adorable. Violet, who initially intended to intervene, could only sigh in resignation upon witnessing Karl already holding Sugar. "Sugar, stop playing. Come back with me. Your health is fragile, and falling ill would be undesirable." I understand." Sugar pouted, and Karl gently set her back on the ground. "Goodbye, big brother," Sugar chirped, skipping away, while Violet grasped her small hand and cast a meaningful glance at Karl. "You shouldn't have touched her. Sugar is so delightful. A mere touch won't cost me anything. And she seems to enjoy it, doesn't she?" "Yes, but you've crossed a line. Let us not be so absolute. The toy fruit is not invincible. Our chatter ends here. I must explore outside. There are still many places in Dressrosa I have yet to visit. By the way, Violet, if you truly like me, you needn't hide it. Just express it, and I'll easily find an excuse to decline. But I must reiterate, do not stare at me. It makes me uncomfortable, unbearably so." Upon uttering those words, Karl vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Violet's expression shifted subtly. She had not anticipated that Karl would possess such profound knowledge. Sugar cast a lingering glance of reproach towards Violet. Did you inform him? Don't misunderstand. I said nothing. Humph. Even if you had, it would matter not. I just tested it, and my abilities are ineffective against him. I cannot control that man. Is that so? Violet exhaled in relief upon hearing Sugar's words. If Karl truly knew everything, he would undoubtedly be wary of Sugar. The likelihood of Sugar relying solely on her fruit's powers to transform someone of Karl's caliber into a mere puppet was exceedingly slim. Violet, take me to find the other Navy crew members. I refuse to believe that they too cannot be transformed. Humph. Although Sugar was now of age, due to the nature of her childlike fruit, her mentality remained partially that of a child, occasionally manifesting in childish behavior. At this moment, having faced defeat at the hands of Karl, she was eager to reclaim her pride. Violet initially intended to decline, but just then, Doflamingo soared in from outside. Hee, Violet. Take Sugar with you. It would be best to transform all those individuals into puppets. I wish to witness the furious expression on that little brat Karl's face when he realizes that his crew has suddenly vanished, unable to recall who they were. While he was aware of the powers of the childlike fruit, this did not imply that the other Navy personnel were similarly informed. It was an opportunity. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Sugar was instantly filled with excitement, tugging at Violet and swaying her side to side. Violet sighed. Since Doflamingo had come forth with such a directive, she had no choice but to comply. Unlike other members of the Don Quixote family, Violet was bound to obey Doflamingo. Disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 73, The Little People. After a brief interlude, Karl strolled through the streets of Dressrosa, having purchased some snacks. And he had essentially confirmed that no one was following him. Violetta had ceased utilizing her abilities to keep tabs on him. Consequently, he could smoothly execute his plan and begin the search for the little people in the toy factory. Karl's observation hockey enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa with remarkable ease. He swiftly located the dwelling of the dwarves. Without this extraordinary perception, discerning such hidden locales would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Is this truly the abode of the dwarves? Their residence is remarkably concealed. Had it not been for my extensive observation hockey, finding them would have been quite the endeavor. Karl shook his head and strode into the garden. However, as he entered, a swarm of unidentified creatures suddenly emerged around him. To an ordinary person, they might resemble oversized wasps. The diminutive figures of the little folk were only slightly larger than the wasps themselves, and they could indeed fly, appearing almost indistinguishable from their insect counterparts. Yet, these beings possessed strength surpassing that of an adult. A trained little folk warrior was undeniably stronger than an average human. Even elite warriors among them would rival some of the most seasoned human soldiers. It was quite conceivable that a mere naval soldier might find himself outmatched by an elite little folk warrior. However, the inherent talents of their race were limited. Little folk were not particularly adept at combat. Their true expertise lay in the cultivation of plants. During King Riku's reign, a harmonious relationship with the little folk flourished, leading to the prosperity of Dressrosa, where food was abundant, all thanks to their contributions. Without King Riku, it would have been impossible to manage Dressrosa so effectively. Thus, the little folk did possess certain commendable qualities. Nevertheless, Karl had no intention of enlisting their assistance. Instead, he planned to send them to the toy factory to seize the opportunity to free the imprisoned individuals and instigate chaos. The little folk were remarkably stealthy. Without the ability to sense their presence, they were typically difficult to detect. Therefore, employing them for such tasks was exceedingly convenient. Karl ventured into the depths of the forest, with the diminutive folk swirling around him. These little beings believed that Karl remained oblivious to their presence, yet in truth, he merely found the act of speaking to be a tiresome endeavor. After a brief moment, Karl arrived at the interior of the diminutive kingdom's palace. The palace of the little people, though grand, was indeed quite small. They possessed a much larger palace, but it had been temporarily abandoned to evade the clutches of Doflamingo. Now, they were constrained to this modest refuge, seeking an opportunity to overthrow Doflamingo's reign. The king of the little people emerged briefly, and Karl introduced himself. I am Rear Admiral Karl, and I wish to discuss an important matter with you. Karl called out, yet no one answered. Instead, the number of diminutive beings surrounding him continued to swell. It was evident that they had deemed Karl an adversary. To the little folk, the sudden appearance of a human in their midst was highly suspect, and they could not afford to show any leniency. Are you not weary of lingering here? Summon your king. I have matters to discuss with him. As Karl beheld an increasing number of diminutive folk materializing before him, he was accompanied by a sound reminiscent of buzzing mosquitoes. Although the sound was faint, it would be nearly imperceptible without careful attention. Yet, with thousands of these tiny beings simultaneously flapping their wings, even the softest noise became impossible for Karl to overlook. You actually know of our existence. Could it be that you were merely feigning ignorance moments ago? The diminutive folk, taken aback by Karl's words, swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Karl cast a fleeting glance at them and spoke. I merely observed your exuberance in flight and chose not to interrupt. I have come here to seek your king, to deliberate on how to confront Doflamingo. I possess a plan that, if successful, could entirely dismantle Doflamingo's reign. Are you not intrigued? Furthermore, my allegiance lies with the Navy, which is far more reliable than those pirates. Upon hearing Karl's words, the assembled little folk fell into a contemplative silence. Initially, they had perceived Karl as a foe. Yet his proclamation illuminated the fact that he was not their enemy. However, their guard remained somewhat raised, and skepticism lingered in their hearts. Still reluctant to emerge, are we? Since you are so unappreciative, I shall take my leave. In the future, should the Navy arrive, they will not be as amenable as I am to collaborate with you against Doflamingo, especially considering the formidable backing that this individual possesses. Karl chuckled softly and turned to leave. At that moment, a somewhat aged voice called out from behind him, halting his departure. Wait, young naval officer. I am the king of the Dongtada Kingdom. If you have matters to discuss, you may consult with me. You are the king? Karl scrutinized the elderly figure before him, then nodded in acknowledgement. Allow me to pose a question. Do you wish to overthrow the rule of Doflamingo? Indeed. We all, the little folk of the Dongtada Kingdom, dream of toppling Doflamingo's reign. Yet, he is far too powerful, leaving us utterly helpless. Thus we can only wait for an opportune moment. However, as a member of the Navy, openly opposing one of the 7 warlords is not without its perils. Are you certain you can assist us? The king's skepticism was palpable. Though the Dongtada were a diminutive race, they hailed from the New World and possessed considerable awareness. They understood the existence of the Navy and recognized its ranks. Upon noticing Karl's insignia of Rear Admiral, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, for he believed such a rank to be of little consequence. However, with no other options available, he resolved to take a chance, thinking, what do I have to lose? What if this succeeds? If you intend to overthrow Doflamingo, then all subsequent plans must adhere to my guidance. While I am uncertain of your fighting capabilities, I require you to infiltrate the toy factory. What? The Dongtada warriors present were taken aback. This request was exceedingly daunting, nearly impossible to fulfill. Moreover, the factory was guarded by members of the Don Quixote family, making an invasion exceedingly difficult. Do not be so quick to dismiss my proposal. I shall have my crew assist you, and you need not launch your incursion today. When chaos erupts within the factory tomorrow, and all the toys revert to being ordinary people, that shall be your moment to strike. Revert to being ordinary people? You mean to say you have a way to deal with sugar? Chapter 74, Communication. The king of Dongtada was astounded. He had not anticipated that Karl could eliminate sugar. Despite her appearance as a mere child, she possessed considerable strength. While her abilities were only marginally superior to those of ordinary soldiers, they were sufficient to react swiftly and transform anyone who approached her into a toy. Moreover, sugar was predominantly under the personal protection of Doflamingo, making it nearly impossible for anyone to get close to her. There is no need for astonishment. I possess numerous strategies at my disposal, and the notorious Doflamingo is certainly at odds with me. Despite my current comfortable existence in Dressrosa, I am well aware that I am the first naval adversary he wishes to eliminate. Karl shrugged, fully aware of the psychological grip he had on Doflamingo. He understood precisely the significance of the information he had revealed and its weight in Doflamingo's mind. Karl has now become a significant concern for Doflamingo. Naturally, he desires to eliminate this threat swiftly. Very well, since you possess the capability, we shall place our trust in you. However, do you truly believe you can contend with Doflamingo? Your rank is merely that of a brigadier general. Even an admiral of the Navy might not stand as a match against Doflamingo. To confront him, one must at least hold the rank of a fleet admiral. With your strength, who says one must necessarily eliminate him? We could instigate a rebellion in Dressrosa. Then, we could expose all of Doflamingo's transgressions. He would undoubtedly find it difficult to maintain his position. Moreover, I will seek the Navy's support. Let us not forget my identity as a naval officer. He is but a mere pirate. Even with the title of Shichibukai, he remains just a pirate. once his crimes are laid bare. No matter how resounding his name as a Shichibukai may be, the Navy will still possess ample justification to act against him. This is Karl's plan. He does not necessarily intend to bring Doflamingo to his demise. What he seeks is to dislodge Doflamingo from his position as a Shichibukai. However, given his identity and status, it is unlikely that he will voluntarily step down. Nevertheless, in the interest of preserving its own dignity, the world government would at least compel him to depart from Dressrosa, if not impose a ban on his entry into the surrounding seas. In this manner, all of Doflamingo's painstaking efforts in this place would be rendered utterly futile. This would be far more distressing than merely killing him. Thus, I shall trust you this once, considering your affiliation with the Navy. However, I have one condition. I implore you to assist me. As he spoke, the king bowed his head, and the other members of the Little People tribe similarly inclined themselves. Observing this scene, Karl felt a pang of confusion, unsure of their intentions. What does this signify? I wish for your aid in rescuing my daughter, Mancheli, due to consuming the healing fruit. She has acquired the ability to heal. Not only can she perfectly restore herself, but her tears can also heal any ailment. Even severely injured individuals can be restored to their former state under the influence of her tears. Thus, Doflamingo has abducted my daughter to tend to the wounds of his own family members. I beseech you, esteemed naval officer, to assist me in rescuing my daughter. I cannot bear to see her endure such inhumane torment any longer. I implore you, esteemed naval officer. The king bowed his head once more, and the other little folk followed suit, bending low in deference. Observing this scene, Karl scratched his head and sighed. He had completely forgotten the storyline concerning the princess and was utterly oblivious to her whereabouts. However, that was of little consequence. With his mastery of observation haki, locating her was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, Violet was also within the palace, so enlisting her assistance in the search was certainly an option. Since you all have spoken so earnestly, I shall do my utmost to assist. However, I cannot rescue her today. Your daughter can only be saved at the earliest during tomorrow's uprising, for it is the final match of the gladiatorial games that will hold the true significance. I understand. Thank you, Your Excellency. There is no need for such gratitude. Wait until our plan succeeds tomorrow to express your thanks. It is still too early for that. After all, I am uncertain of the probability of our plan's success, but my estimation suggests it is not particularly low. Karl shook his head, then retrieved the Den Mushi to contact Admiral Sengoku. I shall call Admiral Sengoku now. Once I have reported the intelligence, you can speak to him regarding Doflamingo's transgressions. If I were to present the evidence alone, it might appear insufficient, but with your multitude of witnesses, each one a testament to the truth, it will carry weight. Although we lack physical evidence at this moment, your accounts will compel the Navy to dispatch additional reinforcements. Having concluded this statement, Karl dialed Sengoku's Den Mushi. Meanwhile, Sengoku was engrossed in various official matters, his mind preoccupied with the impending war set to unfold in 2 months. He needed to devise an exceptionally astute strategy to ensure the Whitebeard pirates remained at Marineford. Should they be allowed to escape this time, the ramifications would be dire. Just as he was fully focused, the sound of the Den Mushi interrupted him. Who is it? Sengoku answered the call, his voice tinged with irritation. Upon perceiving the agitation in General Zhanggua's demeanor, Karl refrained from any frivolous banter and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. General Zhanggua, I am Brigadier General Karl, and I must convey to you a matter of utmost importance. However, this issue pertains to one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo. So I kindly ask for your patience as I elucidate the details. Karl divulged everything he knew about Dressrosa. However, his account lacked detail, with most of it being vague and imprecise. Yet, Sengoku possessed remarkable comprehension skills. Despite the scant information provided by Karl, Sengoku could still envision the dire state Dressrosa would be in if it were true. However, the current prosperity of Dressrosa led him to doubt Karl's intentions, suspecting that he might be deliberately targeting Doflamingo. This exemplified Doflamingo's cunning. All darkness was concealed in shadows, completely unbeknownst to anyone. Even if someone were to uncover these secrets, merely catching a glimpse of the iceberg's tip, Doflamingo would ensure their complete disappearance. Thus, Dressrosa continued to maintain its fade of prosperity to the extent that Sengoku, and even the Gorosei, could not discern any difference from the time of King Riku's reign. Karl, while your reasoning for suspicion is compelling, please do not hastily dismiss it. Commander Sengoku, I have a witness here who possesses greater knowledge. You may wish to hear his perspective. By the way, This witness is none other than the king of the Tontata kingdom. His words carry considerable weight. Chapter 75. The appearance of King Riku. Is this truly the case? Could it be that Dressrosa's splendor is nothing but an illusion, fabricated by that scoundrel Doflamingo? Once the king of Tontata revealed everything, even Sengoku felt a jolt of astonishment. He had never anticipated that King Riku had been ensnared by Doflamingo's machinations. The current prosperity of Dressrosa was merely a fade. Those privy to the truth had either been transformed into toys, serving as cheap labor, or had been cast into the sea, their fates unknown. As for King Riku, the Tontata people had yet to uncover his whereabouts. The king of the Tontata speculated that he had likely met with misfortune. Commander Sengoku, you have comprehended the gravity of the situation. I cannot tolerate Doflamingo's actions any longer. However, I do not require your assistance. I shall personally expose his crimes and ensure that he faces the consequences by tomorrow. As for any support, you may decide as you see fit. If you choose to remain uninvolved, then so be it. I shall not hesitate to sacrifice myself here for the sake of justice. I, Karl, shall fulfill my duty without hesitation. Karl's words ignited fervor among the diminutive inhabitants surrounding him, his own voice brimming with conviction. Yet, this was not a true reflection of his thoughts. It was merely a tactic to provoke, for his evidence was incomplete. While he could persuade the warring states to dispatch reinforcements, securing a general's presence was a formidable challenge. Thus, he resorted to such rhetoric, hoping to incite the warring states. Martial warring states, this is all I wish to convey. I am duty-bound to sacrifice for justice. I shall undoubtedly unveil all the nefarious deeds of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Now, I must depart to gather evidence. Upon uttering these words, Karl hung up the transponder snail without awaiting a response, unwilling to endure warring states' admonishments. The marshal would surely advise him to reconsider, to refrain from provoking Doflamingo at such a precarious moment, as it would be detrimental to the navy. Should the marshal voice such cautions, the nearby king might feel despondent. In the eyes of the common folk, the navy has long been a paragon of justice. To bolster the king's confidence, Karl feigned fervor. Your Majesty, my plan must be executed punctually tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After this declaration, Karl exchanged a solemn glance with the king before striding towards the forest's edge. The king, inspired by Karl's fervor, began to rally the Tontata warriors in preparation for action. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Marine headquarters, Marshal Warring States tugged at his beard, expressing a hint of exasperation. Beside him, Garp wore a smirk of amusement. Ha ha ha, what a character, willing to sacrifice for justice. Truly embodies this Boya's spirit. However, I suspect his reasoning is a facade. He yearns for a decisive confrontation with Doflamingo. This lad remains audacious, dismissing all caution. Yet, to be fair, he possesses the capability. In the New World, he has already defeated Jack, showcasing his prowess. As long as he avoids direct encounters with those four monsters, there are few in the New World who could claim victory over him. Garp laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly joyful. Although it is true that Karl captured Ace and Luffy, Garp does not attribute blame to Karl for Ace's impending execution. He harbors a degree of bias against Karl, yet it does not extend to wishing him harm. On the contrary, Garp holds a profound admiration for Karl's spirited nature, as it evokes memories of his own youthful exuberance. In his younger days, Garp was equally spirited and audacious, believing that one must wield their fists to uphold justice in the face of inequality. It is precisely this conviction that led to his growing renown across the seas, culminating in the legendary battle at God Valley, where he was immortalized as a hero of the Navy. Garp, you ought to refrain from making sardonic remarks. This young rascal Karl is simply too impulsive. Now, he even refuses to answer my din mushy, indicating his unwavering resolve to confront Doflamingo, which is truly vexing. Sengoku rubbed his temples. He had initially thought that assigning Karl to patrol the New World would be a straightforward task. Indeed, the first battle at Punk Hazard proved to be just that. Karl accomplished a significant feat by dismantling a hideout of artificial devil fruits, earning high praise from Sengoku. However, upon arriving in Dressrosa, Karl unexpectedly declared his intention to expose the evils present there. The most concerning aspect was that his words were likely true, which left Sengoku in a precarious situation. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo was a warlord of the sea, and his former identity as a celestial dragon only complicated matters further. Sengoku considered sending Borsalino, who seemed to relish idleness, to ensure Karl's safety while simultaneously granting him a much-needed respite for the young man often appeared as though the world owed him a debt. It made sense to send Borsellino, especially since Karl claimed he would be able to gather evidence of Doflamingo's crimes by the following day. Sengoku resolved to keep a close watch on the situation, promising that if Karl could produce a single piece of evidence, he would immediately dispatch Borsellino to assist him. As Sengoku spoke, Garp shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Sengoku then set aside the Den Mushi and returned to his duties. Meanwhile, Borsellino, blissfully unaware of his newly assigned task, continued to lounge in his office, preparing to clock out for the day. At that very moment in Dressrosa, Karl encountered an unexpected figure. King Riku, what brings you here? Indeed, the man standing before Karl was none other than King Riku, the monarch who had been wronged by Doflamingo. Karl originally intended to seek out Rebecca to ascertain whether she harbored any interest in participating in the campaign against Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, before he could reach Rebecca's doorstep, he encountered the somewhat disheveled King Riku in the garden along the way. Karl searched through his memories, realizing he was unaware of King Riku's whereabouts in the original tale. The narrative offered no clarification, merely stating that he vanished suddenly, only to reappear in the Colosseum. His return astonished Karl. You are the Navy brigadier who intends to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo, are you not? Since you are familiar with me, I shall forego an introduction. I know you, Brigadier Karl, so I implore you to allow me to join your ranks temporarily. Doflamingo's cruelty torments my heart. I must take part in this war against him. Please, grant my request. Chapter 76. Rebecca on a secluded hill in Dressrosa. There lay a beautiful garden and an unassuming little cabin. Yet within this humble abode resided a girl with flowing pink hair and stunning beauty, Rebecca, the pivotal figure Karl sought. At the same moment, he encountered the toy soldier, Kairos, who silently observed Karl and King Riku standing nearby, due to the effects of the toy fruit. King Riku had forgotten Kairos and was unaware of this significant individual. However, he knew that Rebecca was the daughter of his kingdom's mightiest warrior and his granddaughter. Although Riku had forgotten Kairos, he had not forgotten Rebecca. Upon seeing her, King Riku said nothing but gently embraced his granddaughter. Rebecca, overwhelmed with emotion, wept, holding him tightly. They shared a wordless embrace for nearly 10 minutes, their unspoken feelings conveyed in that silence. Even the toy soldier, standing by, could not help but shed tears. Yet, stripped of his identity, he felt unworthy to join their embrace, left to quietly witness the poignant reunion between his daughter and King Riku, moved by their shared sorrow. Karl did not intrude upon the tender moments shared between the grandfather and grandson, instead choosing to sip his tea while grappling with the weight of his choices. Indeed, from the very moment Karl arrived, he had activated the choice system. This time, however, each option presented an exceptionally rewarding task. Choice 1. Eliminate Doflamingo, with the reward of acquiring the abilities of the string fruit, along with the training methods for awakening the fruit. Choice 2. Defeat the Don Quixote family, securing the training methods for fruit awakening and a random enhancement of 3 abilities. Choice 3. Forfeit this mission, earning the title of Master of Resilience, with the title's attributes enhancing all levels by 3. According to the plan, the third option could be entirely disregarded, for there was no way he would abandon this mission. Overcoming Doflamingo was imperative. It was a task he must undertake. Karl was deeply conflicted about which of the first 2 options to choose. Whether it was an enhancement of random abilities or the line fruit, both were exceptionally advantageous. Particularly the line fruit, which, under the development of Doflamingo, had become nearly flawless. However, Karl realized that without assistance, it would be exceedingly challenging to completely vanquish Doflamingo in a one-on-one confrontation. While defeating him might be straightforward, Doflamingo's vitality was remarkably resilient. Unless he could deliver a lethal blow in a single strike, Doflamingo would invariably find an opportunity to escape. Reflecting on this, Karl resolved to play it safe and opted for the second choice. His objective was to dismantle the Don Quixote family. By isolating Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family would cease to exist. This approach would be far more devastating than simply eliminating him. Having made his decision, Karl lifted his gaze to the grandfather and grandson not far away. Absorbing the warmth of the scene, Karl glanced at Cyrus beside him. Cyrus, how do you feel upon witnessing this moment? It feels as though I've returned to the past. Wait, how do you know my name? Cyrus instinctively replied, but suddenly realized he had never disclosed his name. Moreover, under the influence of the toy fruit, the name Cyrus had ceased to exist. Hearing Karl suddenly call out his name took him by surprise, causing him to leap onto the table. Simultaneously, King Riku and Rebecca also noticed the commotion, turning their attention to the toy soldier. "Sir Soldier, why are you so agitated?" With Cyrus's disappearance. Rebecca had lost all memories of her father. Yet for the past 8 years, it was Cyrus who had cared for Rebecca. Thus, she had entirely come to view the soldier as a paternal figure. Witnessing his current agitation made Rebecca anxious as well. "It's nothing. The soldier merely got a bit flustered. So there's no need to worry." Karl waved his hand, providing a semblance of comfort to Cyrus. Rebecca let out a sigh of relief and turned her gaze towards King Riku. "Grandfather, do we truly intend to instigate a revolution at this juncture to overthrow Doflamingo's regime? While I wholeheartedly agree, might it not be a tad premature? Though the Dongtada tribe is willing to assist, can we genuinely succeed relying solely on them and this naval officer?" Although Rebecca yearned for the fall of Doflamingo's rule, she remained rational, aware that attempting to destabilize Doflamingo's authority at this moment was exceedingly impractical. However, King Riku shook his head and shifted his focus to Karl. "This matter is not for me to dictate. I approach it with a mindset that embraces the possibility of failure. Should we succeed, it will be a cause for celebration. If we falter, even my demise would bear no consequence, for I will have striven with all my might. As for the particulars of the plan, they are entirely orchestrated by this naval young man. I have heard whispers of his exploits, and if the reports are to be believed, his prowess surpasses that of Jack the Drought under Kaido. Furthermore, he has confronted Doflamingo directly and even managed to defeat him. I hold a degree of faith in his capabilities." Rebecca blinked her large eyes, curiously observing Karl. She had not anticipated that this young naval officer, who appeared only slightly older than herself, possessed such formidable strength. Then, glancing at the armor and weapons in the corner, she sighed. "If only I were as strong as he is. My current abilities are woefully inadequate, rendering me unqualified even to participate in the bullfighting arena. Do not despair. Your talent is quite commendable. It is merely that this fellow's skills are lacking. If a naval officer were to train you, your prowess would increase significantly." Karl cast a fleeting glance at Cyrus and casually remarked. Although Cyrus yearned to refute Karl, he was acutely aware that his prowess had reached its zenith 8 years ago in Dressrosa. However, with the advent of pirates into the New World, his strength had waned to merely that of some of the weaker supernovas. In fact, he found himself at the lower tier of that hierarchy. Against the 7 warlords, he possessed not an ounce of resistance. "You cannot say that, soldier. He is indeed formidable." Rebecca puffed her cheeks, clearly dissenting from Karl's assertion. Karl shook his head and gently ruffled Rebecca's hair, refraining from engaging in a debate with her. "Without further ado, let me elaborate on the plan. After the chaos begins tomorrow, you, the royal family, will serve as the most advantageous weapon against Doflamingo." Chapter 77. A calculated trap simultaneously. While Karl and Rebecca were deliberating the strategy, Violet, utilizing her fruit abilities, set off with Sugar to search for the whereabouts of Karl's crew one by one. The first to be located was, of course, Erland, who remained in the palace for training. However, no matter how adorable Sugar attempted to appear, Erland remained indifferent to her charms. Eventually, growing weary of her antics, he even remarked that Sugar was rather repulsive. This prompted Sugar to burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah! How could he say I'm disgusting when I'm so cute? Violet, please teach this fellow a lesson." "All right, Sugar, stop throwing a tantrum. Since he refuses to play with you, let us find someone else." "No, you must help me punish him, or I want to go out." With her childlike stubbornness flaring up, Violet, left with no choice, had to forcibly carry Sugar outside. Upon witnessing their antics, Erland exhibited no emotional response. His introverted nature rendered him a natural counter to such dramatic displays. Once the two had departed, Erland finally retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Karl's number. "Lord Karl, Sugar has begun to make her move against us. Are you actually calling me?" At Rebecca's home, Karl stared incredulously at the transponder snail. Although he had previously advised everyone to notify him promptly if Sugar took any action against them, he never anticipated that Erland would be the first to do so, and so promptly at that. Initially, he had expected Erland to remain silent, refusing to speak. However, Karl was mistaken. Despite his introversion, Erland still cared deeply for his teammates. Yet, amidst Karl's musings, the other end of the transponder snail remained silent, save for the sound of Erland's breathing, confirming his presence. Karl gazed at the phone bug for a considerable time before awkwardly speaking. "All right, I understand. Take care of yourself. I shall inform the others immediately." With that, Karl hung up the phone bug and shifted his gaze towards Rebecca and the other two. The overall plan remains unchanged. Pay attention to the details. As for the speech, you may handle that as you see fit. I trust that, being of royal lineage, crafting a speech should come effortlessly to you." He chuckled softly. Karl revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing a set of pristine white teeth. After gesturing towards the trio, he soared into the sky, activating his observation haki to locate Sugar and Violet. Having chosen to target his allies, even if their assault had not yet succeeded, Karl would not let them off the hook. Moreover, this time, the enemy had carelessly exposed a flaw, and Karl certainly would not squander such a splendid opportunity. Simultaneously, Violet, who was searching for Karl's other subordinates, caught sight of Karl approaching swiftly through her fruit abilities, causing her expression to change dramatically. "Do not go out. Hurry back to the palace with me." Without offering any explanation, Violet scooped up Sugar and dashed toward the palace. Sugar, utterly perplexed, had no inkling of Violet's intentions. Just then, a howling wind swept through the sky. The two were instantly knocked to the ground by a fierce gust. They rolled several times before finally regaining their footing. "Marine, do not be overly zealous," Violet exclaimed upon seeing Karl materialize before her. Though fear coursed through her, she steeled herself to project a semblance of authority. If Sugar were to perish here, Dressrosa would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Violet was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited her should such a catastrophe unfold. Therefore, she resolved that Sugar must not die here. What brings him here? Sugar finally recognized that it was Karl who had arrived. She had not anticipated his swift return, leaving her somewhat taken aback. "Sugar, quickly run back and inform the young master. I will hold him off here." Violet understood that Karl's presence was undoubtedly tied to Erlen. However, she had not anticipated the extent of Karl's vigilance towards them, how even the slightest movement could draw his attention. "I warned you, if you have feelings for me, just express them directly. Attempting to sneak close to my subordinates or inquiring about my affairs will yield no benefit for you. They will divulge nothing. I have instructed them to steer clear of anyone from the Don Quixote family. So, are you prepared to face the consequences? Do not worry, it will not be too painful." Karl chuckled softly as a gnarled branch materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Violet activated her fruit ability, conjuring two enormous teardrops that surged towards Karl. "Sugar, hurry and inform the young master, or we shall perish here." "I understand," Sugar responded, dashing out without a second thought. In the meantime, as Violet's assault approached, Karl effortlessly swung his weapon twice. The colossal teardrops were swiftly severed, and the powerful sword energy sliced through either side of Violet's form, obliterating the surrounding palace walls. "This will suffice," he remarked. "Thank you for providing me with a reason to take action against the walls here." Karl cast a glance at Violet, then activated his observation haki to monitor the movements of Doflamingo. At that moment, Sugar had already returned to the palace, and she would soon encounter Doflamingo. Time was running short for Karl. "Violet, I shall not say much. I must ask you to endure a little for now. When the uprising commences tomorrow, you will finally have the opportunity to do what you have long desired. By the way, should you come across the princess of the Tontata tribe, please convey my message to her. When the uprising begins, I will send someone to rescue her." As soon as Karl's voice fell, before Violet could react, she felt a sudden warmth in her chest. A sharp, withered branch pierced through Violet's heart in an instant. However, thanks to Karl's mastery of observation haki, he avoided striking any vital organs. Given her physical prowess, this minor wound would allow her to recover within 3 to 4 days without the aid of the princess of the Tontata tribe. Hence, Karl had no reason to be concerned for her life. Violet's face was filled with incredulity. She understood the implications of Karl's earlier words. Yet she found it hard to believe. It turned out that this had all been part of Karl's elaborate scheme. Even the act of aggression had been meticulously planned. For Karl, the timing had simply advanced by a few hours, but it posed no significant issue, for his objective had already been achieved. "Violet, do not speak. Merely pretend to faint," he instructed. Upon hearing Karl's command, Violet did not respond. Instead, she closed her eyes, her breathing becoming remarkably tranquil. She appeared as though she had genuinely lost consciousness. At that moment, a sound cleaved through the air from above. A massive white whip, imbued with a fierce momentum, lashed downwards. Chapter 78, in progress. "Doflamingo, is it truly necessary for you to be so agitated? I haven't actually killed her. Is all this commotion truly warranted?" Karl effortlessly parried Doflamingo's strike, countering with a single sword slash that cleaved the overhit whip in two. The formidable sword energy caused Doflamingo's pupils to constrict, forcing him to sidestep and evade this lethal wave of force. although his technique did not encompass the might of the armament hockey. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the sheer power and resilience of his own attack. With a single strike, Karl cleaved the enormous white whip in two. The sword's aura surged forth, relentlessly advancing towards him. This instance alone indicates that Karl's swordsmanship has undeniably reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, the realm of great swordsmen comprises various tiers. Even a novice great swordsman is still considered one. Yet, individuals like Dracul Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, also fall under this category. Doflamingo could not ascertain the full extent of Karl's current prowess, leaving him uncertain of its true growth. Thus, he refrained from engaging and instead approached Violet, lifting her into his arms. I concede this time, but you shall wait. Sooner or later, you will fall into my grasp, you little brat, Karl. Doflamingo scoffed, soaring towards the palace, choosing not to linger with Karl. He feared that he might succumb to the temptation of confrontation. Should that occur, all his meticulous preparations for the morrow would be rendered futile, possibly even plunging him into perilous straits. It seems you possess a semblance of reason. However, this marks your limit. Once all is revealed tomorrow, I shall be keen to observe your subsequent actions. Karl let out a cold laugh as he strode towards the palace's exterior, with a few trivial matters still to attend to. For the moment, he had no intention of returning to the palace. Moments later, within a concealed chamber of the palace, Violet felt a warmth in her chest and the wrathful voice of Doflamingo, gradually opening her eyes in a daze. You're awake? Doflamingo remarked upon noticing Violet's consciousness returning, before tossing aside a diminutive female member of the little people nearby. Since you are awake, your presence here is unnecessary. Be gone. The little person, though seething with indignation, could only bow her head in resignation and prepare to leave. However, Violet suddenly had an idea and seized the little person. Young master, I still feel somewhat unwell. Why not let her stay to keep me company? Do as you wish. But remember this, from today forth, do not interfere with anyone associated with Karl. I have no desire for any member of my family, even a half-hearted one, to be in peril. Doflamingo exhibited a profound concern for his family members. Regardless of their level of commitment to the Don Quixote family, even a member like Violet, who had joined midway, would receive his immediate assistance and vengeance should they encounter danger. Nonetheless, Violet was not particularly esteemed within the Don Quixote family, although Doflamingo had aspirations for her to become his queen. It was merely a strategy to solidify the regime of Dressrosa. In truth, he harbored no genuine affection for her. Violet remained silent, cradling the little person in her arms, and quietly watched as Doflamingo departed. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, she finally dared to utilize her fruit's abilities to survey her surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was watching her, she sighed in relief. Yet, the little person remained despondent. Having been captured by the Don Quixote family, she had become accustomed to her unfortunate circumstances. Mancelli, do not speak or inquire about anything. You need only prepare to flee with me tomorrow. I am aware of some details, albeit not many, but there is someone who has assured me they will resolve everything. Violet softly uttered a few words and immediately felt a profound sense of relief. It was akin to a heavy stone that had long pressed upon her chest being suddenly lifted away. This sensation was remarkably liberating. Manchueli, the princess of the diminutive folk, upon hearing Violet's words, regained a glimmer of vitality in her eyes. Though somewhat bewildered, she was acutely aware, having been confined for several years, that Violet had treated her with great kindness. Furthermore, Manchueli understood that, at this moment, nestled within the heart of the Don Quixote family, it was prudent to exercise caution in her words. Even her expressions must remain neutral, lest they attract the attention of Doflamingo. Should that occur, she would inevitably face further torment. Consequently, Manchueli merely nodded, restoring her previous demeanor, devoid of life. Violet cast a glance at Manchueli, gently placing her on the edge of the bed before lying down herself. Will you keep me company for a while? It's so lonely here by myself, she lamented, instinctively placing her hand over her heart. Under Manchueli's abilities, her injuries had fully healed, leaving no scars behind. Nevertheless, Violet couldn't shake off a lingering sense of gloom. That scoundrel was indeed ruthless. At that moment, she genuinely believed her life was in peril. If given the opportunity, she would not let him escape unscathed. Indeed, she would not spare that wretched villain. Suddenly, the voice of Sugar echoed from the doorway, startling Violet. However, Sugar approached with a concerned expression, displaying no peculiar behavior. Thank you, Violet. If it weren't for you, I fear I would never have made it back, she said earnestly. I overheard the young master mention that if that vile Navy sword had moved just an inch higher, it would have pierced your heart. What a despicable rogue. Yet, the young master also mentioned that the foul Navy seemed reluctant to take your life. The specifics elude me, but he suggested that there was no need to escalate matters further. Thus, to avoid conflict, I have been confined, with this place being my only refuge. Sugar pouted, evidently displeased with Karl. Violet, however, remained silent, feeling a sense of relief. It was clear that Sugar had not overheard her conversation with Manchueli. She had only caught Violet's rather innocuous insults. Meanwhile, in Doflamingo's office, he had just dialed a phone bug. "You scoundrel, Joker. How dare you contact me? Just wait. I will arrive in Dressrosa in a couple of days, and you are finished." He seethed. "Oh, do not be so irate. Our transaction is far from over. There are more than one artificial devil fruit factories. Our dealings can continue as needed. However, prior to that, there is a matter I require your assistance with. I need you to arrive in Dressrosa before nightfall tomorrow to help me eliminate someone. As long as you successfully eliminate him, the next transaction price will be halved." Don Quixote Doflamingo lounged with an insidious grin. "What do you think, Kaido? This deal is quite advantageous, isn't it?" Chapter 79, The Gladiatorial Combat begins. The long-anticipated combat has finally commenced. This time, our ultimate reward has transformed from a solitary blade to 3. While these 3 swords may not boast the renown of the esteemed 72 legendary blades, they are nonetheless crafted by distinguished artisans. In comparison to those legendary blades, their quality is hardly inferior. In fact, some may even surpass certain famed blades in sharpness. Now, having discussed the prizes, let us introduce our competitors. The first contestant hails from the Don Quixote family, a 2-time champion of the bullfighting arena and the mightiest gladiator. He is Diamante, the wielder of the Flare fruit. Please, dear audience, give a resounding cheer. Accompanied by the audience's applause, Diamante gracefully entered the arena, relishing the adulation. Though his participation in the combat stemmed from a mission, he genuinely savored such occasions. The second contestant, however, is of great significance. She is Rebecca, the granddaughter of the king of the Riku family. Let us all cheer for her. Boo. The Riku family has no place here. Get out. Indeed, be gone at once. Rebecca's entrance elicited vehement opposition from the spectators, with some demanding her departure. Yet, Rebecca had long grown accustomed to such vitriol. Clad in light armor and wielding a sharp blade, she stood her ground, unfazed. Diamante, observing Rebecca's demeanor, found himself intrigued. It is no small feat for a young girl to endure such insults. He chuckled. "Would you like me to silence these annoying worms for you?" "Humph. I will not accept any charity from the Don Quixote family," Rebecca retorted with a cold laugh, dismissing Diamante's offer. Diamante spat in response. "How ungrateful of you, wretched girl." Rebecca quietly observed this exchange, closing her eyes. She understood all too well the reasons behind the crowd's scorn towards the Riku family. It was entirely due to past slanders that had tarnished their reputation. As long as those transformed into toys remained in their current state, the masses would never awaken to the truth. Only by uncovering those memories would they truly comprehend the extent of the Don Quixote family's malevolence. The cheers continue as we anticipate the entrance of a formidable pirate, whose bounty exceeds 300 million, endowed with the powers of the rock fruit. The introduction proceeds, and the host demonstrates remarkable skill. Regardless of the audience's chaotic demeanor, he adeptly maintains control of the arena. It is evident that he is truly deserving of his role as the dedicated host of the Colosseum. However, this style does not sit well with Karl, who is seated in the VIP section. He finds the pace intolerably slow. With the explanations of prizes and the introductions of the combatants, nearly half an hour has elapsed. I have perused the list of contestants, which comprises over 1,000 participants. How long will this introduction take? "Ah, my dear Karl, you might not grasp this," Enzo interjected, well-versed in such rules and environments. Typically, in these competitive arenas, only 10 to 20 heavyweight contenders are introduced. The rest are seldom acknowledged unless they exhibit exceptional prowess during combat. Look, they are nearing the end of their introductions and are preparing to commence the gladiatorial contest. Upon witnessing the scene, Karl refrained from uttering a word. Once the individual had concluded his discourse, he lightly inquired, "Have you finished?" To which the reply was, "Yes, I have." "Since you have completed your statement, proceed with the preparations. Although you need not take the stage this time, it is imperative that we safeguard our target. Rebecca, the soldiers, Cyrus, and King Riku must remain unharmed. Furthermore, we must expedite our actions regarding the small folk. Enzo, You are the most prudent. Ensure that you and Jess do not err. Should any misstep occur at the toy factory, we will face utter ruin. Understood. Following the command, 4 of the 7 crew members present departed. Jess and Enzo were assigned to oversee the factory. True to Karl's assessment, they were the most level-headed, making them the optimal choice for this responsibility. Additionally, Jess's natural devil fruit powers served as a reliable safeguard. Based on Karl's memories from his previous life, the guardian of the toy factory would not possess haki, making Jess fully capable of handling the opposition. As for the few members of the Don Quixote family who wielded haki, they primarily resided within the royal palace. They would undoubtedly emerge to eliminate members of the Riku family, necessitating surveillance over them, a task designated to Enel and Nilu. Though neither possessed haki, their experiences fighting alongside Jack had fostered significant growth. They had learned to leverage their strengths in combat. Moreover, both required a balanced confrontation to hasten their awakening of armament haki. Particularly for Nilu, she stood on the brink of awakening her armament haki, merely a thin veil separating her from that breakthrough. Next, as per the original plan, the 3 of you are to protect the Riku family situated in the bullfighting arena. If all proceeds smoothly, you may not need to engage directly, as I will eliminate all threats. To be precise, your role is to remain as a safeguard alongside the Riku family. Do not stray from their side. Understood? The cat demon nodded vigorously, her demeanor exceedingly endearing. Erlen remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Rebecca, who was preparing to engage in battle below. His eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, as if recalling something. He was not alone. Even Black Feather, observing Rebecca's struggle, let out a sigh. What a girl burdened by fate. In comparison, I consider myself fortunate. Had I not been taken in by the fleet admiral, I would likely have succumbed to the torment of the celestial dragons long ago. Black Feather felt a pang of sympathy for Rebecca, while the cat demon remained silent, her gaze fixed on Black Feather, lost in thought. Karl was about to speak, but Erlen suddenly interjected. This is the final struggle of a deposed princess. If only I possessed half of her courage. Erlen's unexpected remark left everyone present astounded. It is worth noting that throughout the journey, Erlen had scarcely uttered 100 words. Today, she unexpectedly expressed such a profound thought, which was quite significant. Even the cat demon felt somewhat taken aback. Meow? Erlen, do you have something to say? Erlen shook her head, retreating back into her shell. Karl gazed at his appearance and gently patted his shoulder. When you find the courage to speak, we shall all be here to listen. Chapter 80. Taking action early. Time gradually passed. The battles in the arena had reached a fever pitch. The rules of this gladiatorial contest bore little difference from those in the original narrative. Divided into 4 distinct zones. Each zone featured several renowned combatants, with only one emerging victorious to advance. However, the situation for Rebecca remained uncertain. Her strength, while not particularly formidable, barely reached the level of a Navy major. Yet, against all odds, she managed to emerge as the last victor in Zone D, leaving the audience utterly bewildered. This was especially striking as her competitor, Rika Wong, who had participated in the same contest but was assigned to a different zone, had been decisively eliminated. Even Karl had not anticipated such an outcome. Among the victors from the other 3 zones were the likes of Diamante and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. As for the final contender, no information about him was available, and his origins remained a mystery. Nonetheless, he was a swordsman, donned in garments reminiscent of Wano country. His face obscured by a heavy mask, and his hair flowed gracefully. His strikingly tall figure and flamboyant fighting style elicited a frenzy of cheers from the audience. Yet, none could fathom his true identity. His elaborate disguise was intended to conceal who he truly was. Throughout the contest, he had not uttered a single word, and Karl's observation haki could not discern his identity either. The only certainty Karl had was that this seemingly feminine figure with long, flowing black hair was, in fact, a man. Karl felt an unsettling sense of familiarity regarding this configuration, yet he could not quite recall who the individual was. Nevertheless, the prowess displayed was undeniably overwhelming. Even the likes of Diamante and that notorious pirate would likely pale in comparison to this cross-dressing powerhouse. Such a figure surely did not emerge from obscurity on the vast seas. Otherwise, there would be no reason to conceal their identity or engage in combat with a single-handed sword technique. At this moment, I find myself pondering whether Rebecca is fortunate or unfortunate. According to the original plan, both she and King Riku were destined for elimination in the first round, with no hope of proceeding to the second. Yet here she is, advancing to the second round only to confront 2 formidable adversaries. alongside an enigmatic crossdresser. This individual has undoubtedly concealed their true capabilities. Their swordsmanship appears rather unremarkable, barely scraping the level of a swordsman. However, their combat agility and habits indicate that they are far from a genuine master of the blade, as they have hidden their authentic fighting techniques. It seems that Rebecca is in dire straits this time. If I do not intervene, she may very well perish here. Karl shook his head and picked up the communicator. Although the timing was somewhat premature, he resolved to initiate the plan early for Rebecca's safety. Everyone, heed my command. We shall commence the operation ahead of schedule. Await my signal. Understood, came the response from the communicator. Karl hung up and turned to Kuroha and her companions. Proceed according to the plan. Affirmative. The trio of Kuroha saluted and swiftly departed the private room. Karl stood up and draped the navy coat nearby over his shoulders. The word justice lingered behind him, stirring with an unseen breeze. Karl gently tapped on the glass before him, only to shatter it with a single punch. Without hesitation, he soared out of the treasure chest and into the center of the arena. Who is that? What is the Navy doing here? What purpose do they serve? Hey, what are you all doing? What does this Navy personnel intend to accomplish? The surrounding spectators were taken aback by Karl's sudden appearance, their anger palpable. The final showdown was about to commence, and the unexpected arrival of a Navy officer was nothing short of a damper. Even the seasoned host found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Everyone, lend me your ears. Karl shouted loudly, yet no one paid him any heed. The audience was engulfed in a chorus of insults. In response, Karl merely shook his head, for he had anticipated this very scenario. Since these individuals were unwilling to listen to him, he felt no obligation to regard their feelings any longer. Karl unleashed a formidable conqueror's haki, leaving the surrounding spectators utterly stunned. Even the host and the enchanting commentator succumbed to the overwhelming force, falling unconscious. Karl approached Rebecca, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the other three individuals. There is no need for this confrontation to persist, if you two value your lives. I suggest you depart from this place at once. Karl pointed towards the cross-dressing individual and the pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Both of these figures possessed considerable strength. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid any conflict with them. Haha, this is truly amusing. A mere naval brigadier dares to interfere in our battle. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, you have undoubtedly provoked me, the mighty Goliath Jonathan. Prepare to meet your demise. With a furious roar, Goliath Jonathan's skin instantly transformed into impenetrable rock, a testament to the formidable power that had enabled his relentless advance. While the abilities of the rock fruit are impressive, your execution is utterly lacking. You merely apply the fruit's powers to your skin, showing a complete ignorance of its potential development. How utterly pathetic. Karl shook his head, his gaze suddenly sharpening with intensity. In an instant, he crossed his arms, and his figure vanished. Moments later, his hands rested upon the hilts of the withered wood and the blade of Sakura tin. The two swords, as if freshly sheathed, were effortlessly returned by Karl. With a swift motion, a sound pierced the air. A deep, bone-revealing X-shaped gash appeared on the chest of the formidable Goliath Jonathans. His eyes rolled back, crimson blood flowed incessantly, and he collapsed rigidly to the ground. A single strike, a fatal blow. This scene caused Diamante, who had been jesting moments before, to tense up immediately, for he understood all too well that even he would have to exert his utmost against Goliath Jonathans, lest he face defeat. Yet, he witnessed Karl dispatching his opponent with ease. In other words, he too could be vanquished in an instant. At this realization, Diamante could not help but shiver, discreetly stepping back a pace. However, Karl did not relent. Before Diamante could react, Karl had already appeared behind him. Attempting to flee, the members of the Don Quixote family are doomed. A flash of dark light. Diamante barely registered when Karl drew his blade, as his neck was already severed. The masked cross-dressing figure remained silent, merely observing Karl. Rebecca, in a state of panic, rushed to Karl's side, uncertainly inquiring, "Has the plan been moved forward?" Karl nodded slightly, then positioned Rebecca behind him, gazing intently at the cross-dressing individual. "For your safety, the plan must be expedited, for this cross-dresser is exceedingly perilous." Chapter 81. The Cross-Dressing Menace. A woman? A cross-dresser? Lord Karl, are you suggesting he is male? How is that possible? Rebecca's focus seemed rather peculiar. She ought to be attuned to the current atmosphere rather than fixating on the gender of this individual. However, her naivety indicates that she has not entirely lost her feminine essence, which is a small blessing. There is no need for doubt. Your observation abilities have only just begun to awaken, while I have mastered them for quite some time. I can discern clearly that although this person is undeniably beautiful, he is, without question, a male. Karl raised his right hand, brandishing his cherry blossom sword, pointing it menacingly at his opponent. Speak. Who are you? And what brings you here? If you are a reinforcement sent by Doflamingo, your fate is sealed. Those who conspire with Doflamingo are certainly no good. And I shall not spare you wretches. Karl was oblivious to the true identity of his counterpart. His words were intended to assert his position, indicating that his focus was solely on Don Quixote Doflamingo. Should his interlocutor not be affiliated with Doflamingo, any rational individual would naturally wish to remain uninvolved in the ensuing turmoil. Brigadier General, seeing you in person indeed exceeds the accounts I have heard. Initially, I presumed you to be merely an arrogant naval officer. However, it appears that beyond your arrogance, you possess a modicum of justice. If your intention is to rescue the Riku family, I would find it quite difficult to take action against you. The cross-dressing figure shook his head, discarding the long blade he held onto the ground, and then removed his mask, revealing a delicate visage. Upon witnessing this face, Karl's pupils constricted abruptly. Izo of the Whitebeard Pirates. I never anticipated that this naval rising star would recognize me. It seems my reputation is not insignificant. Izo smiled, his voice possessing an effeminate quality that starkly contrasted with that of a typical man. Coupled with his flawless physique, one would not perceive him as male if unaware of his true gender. It must be acknowledged that Izo, in his cross-dressing endeavors, has achieved considerable success in certain aspects. What brings you to this place? The Navy is on the brink of war with the Whitebeard Pirates, and yet you seem at ease in Dressrosa. It appears you are quite confident regarding the impending conflict in 2 months. Karl squinted slightly, signaling Rebecca to leave promptly. Understanding his intent, Rebecca diverted her path and exited from another direction. She had matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time here. Izang cast a glance towards the direction Rebecca had departed, showing no inclination to pursue her. It was evident that his purpose for coming here was solely for Karl and had no connection to the Liku family. I merely passed through Dressrosa, intending to win a couple of blades along the way. Although Doflamingo might disapprove, I trust that my status would prevent him from voicing any objections. What I did not anticipate was encountering you here, and during my conversation with the little people, I stumbled upon some truly astonishing revelations. Izang's eyes sparkled enticingly as he smirked, exuding an air of irresistible charm. Had Karl not known his true gender, he might have been utterly bewitched. The affairs here have no bearing on your Whitebeard Pirates. I wish to remain uninvolved with you. Should you insist on staying, do not blame me for resorting to force. In an instant, Karl unleashed his conqueror's haki, a force that surged forth towards Isan, yet unaffected by this overwhelming aura. Isan's perspiration on his forehead betrayed the fact that he was not entirely at ease. Such formidable power, he remarked, no wonder you managed to capture Ace. He is still too young. Are you perhaps planning to avenge Ace? Isan continued. Do not misunderstand. While I do intend to teach you a lesson, the current circumstances are clearly inappropriate. Look over there. There is someone who yearns to kill you even more than I do. As soon as Isan's voice faded, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A colossal white whip suddenly pierced the entirety of the arena's stage without any forewarning. Fortunately, Karl had kept his observation haki active, allowing him to evade this surprise attack. Regaining his composure, Karl floated in midair, casting his gaze towards Isan, who effortlessly leaped onto the host's platform and seated himself upon the table. It was evident that he had no intention of engaging in combat. Rather, he chose to observe the unfolding drama. Karl breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. As long as he did not take action against him, dealing with Don Quixote Doflamingo alone would be remarkably effortless. Subsequently, Karl shifted his gaze towards Doflamingo on the other side. However, just as he turned back, a dark whip came slicing through the air once more. This strike was even more ferocious than the last, imbued with even greater power. It was the devastating impact of the armed color haki-infused whip. With a sudden swing of his dual blades, Karl enveloped both Sakura and the withered tree in his armed haki. A resounding bang echoed as the obsidian whip was effortlessly severed by Karl's strike. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. In this clash of sheer power, Karl emerged victorious. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you are indeed one of the 7 warlords. Yet resorting to such a cowardly ambush is quite unbecoming of your stature. Karl squinted his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Meanwhile, Doflamingo was seething with rage. In that moment, he was consumed by fury, wishing he could utterly annihilate Karl. You scoundrel! How dare you allow King Riku and your subordinates to infiltrate the loser's zone, inciting unrest among the masses? You truly are despicable, Brigadier General Karl. King Riku and Karl's subordinates seamlessly blended into the area designated for the vanquished, swiftly overcoming all the guards present, as well as 2 of Doflamingo's officers. Coupled with King Riku's methodical persuasion and the looming threat from the Navy, the inhabitants of the loser's zone became acutely aware of the imminent peril they faced. Consequently, they erupted into chaos, resulting in turmoil within the Colosseum. This was the first phase of Karl's strategy, to incite disorder and draw Doflamingo towards him. Now that the initial plan had succeeded, Karl, utilizing his observation haki, confirmed the true identity of his adversary, dismissing any notion of a mere clone. He then produced a signal flare, aiming it skyward. Doflamingo, you deem me despicable. I shall take that as a compliment. Karl smiled faintly. With a resounding bang, the signal flare was successfully launched. Simultaneously, within the palace, Enelu and Nilu received the news. The 2 of them swiftly launched an assault towards the location of Sugar. This was Karl's second plan. Once Sugar was incapacitated, all the toys would revert to normal. In such a scenario, Doflamingo would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. At the same moment, upon witnessing the signal flare, Doflamingo sensed that something was amiss. He intended to call back to inquire about the situation, but at that moment, Karl had already closed in. Doflamingo, when you engage with me in battle, do not allow yourself to be distracted. Chapter 82, The Clash. Damn it, what have you done? Doflamingo was utterly oblivious to the turmoil within the palace, where chaos reigned, and the toy factory would soon be breached. Karl beckoned him over, clearly intending to keep him here, leaving him no room for distraction. Don Quixote Doflamingo, do not concern yourself with anything else. Let us engage in a decisive battle to the death. Have you not long sought to eliminate me? Now, I present you with an opportunity. Let us see if you can seize it. Ha ha. Karl let out a hearty laugh as he simultaneously swung his twin blades. The ferocious strike obliterated the entire arena below. Doflamingo narrowly evaded this attack and promptly launched a counteroffensive. The small grappling whip struck Karl directly. However, Karl crossed his blades to deflect the blow, though it sent him flying as well. Within the confines of the Colosseum, his potential was restricted. Thus, he beckoned his opponent to join him outside. Karl cast a glance at the slumbering civilians before dashing outside. Doflamingo realized that Karl intended to lure him away. However, his mind was preoccupied with concerns about potential turmoil within the palace. Thus, he chose to fly in the opposite direction, completely uninterested in battling Karl. At that very moment, a gunshot rang out, and Doflamingo sensed an imminent threat, hastily enveloping his hands in haki to deflect the bullet. A bullet imbued with haki. Are you Izang of the Whitebeard Pirates? Upon noticing the sudden assailant, Doflamingo recognized him as Izang. Have you only just now recognized me after all this time? Izang adopted a sorrowful expression, raising his dual pistols aimed at Doflamingo. While I am unaware of the grievances you two share, he has already extended an invitation for a decisive battle. If you choose not to attend, don't you think it is rather disrespectful, Doflamingo? Although I wish to refrain from interfering in your conflict, the current developments have become increasingly intriguing. Damn it! Doflamingo glared at Izang, his eyes filled with disdain. Though he was aware that another individual was present, he initially failed to recognize that it was indeed Izang of the Whitebeard Pirates. Izang, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, undoubtedly possessed the strength of a vice admiral. Apart from Marco, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were relatively comparable in strength, oscillating between that of a vice admiral and an elite vice admiral, while Doflamingo had confidence in his abilities. Believing Izang to be no match for him, he was acutely aware of Karl lurking nearby, ready to pounce. If he were to strike at Izang now, Karl would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. This was the scenario Doflamingo dreaded the most. Thus, with no other option, he turned and charged towards Karl, striving to eliminate this bothersome marine with utmost expedience. At the same time, Karl also witnessed Izang assisting him by obstructing Doflamingo. Although he was unaware of Izang's motivations for such actions, it nonetheless indicated a clear stance on his part. Karl offered him a smile before unleashing a tempest, hurling it directly at Doflamingo. The lion's might, Earthquake Whip, collided with Doflamingo's technique in an instant, causing the very ground to tremble with upheaval. Fortunately, the arena was situated in an uninhabited area, with only the guards present, allowing Karl to engage in a fierce battle without concern for innocent bystanders. Indeed, such exhilarating combat was truly refreshing. Karl let out a hearty laugh, his fervor unmistakable in his eyes. Although his outward persona is that of a battle maniac, deep within, Karl yearns for such conflicts. In this moment, he refrains from holding back. Every move he makes exudes his audacity. With a blend of overwhelming strength and exquisite swordsmanship, Karl momentarily overpowers Doflamingo. Taking advantage of the aerial superiority, Karl harnesses the power of the raging winds, complementing his swordplay to render Doflamingo utterly incapable of counterattack. Forced into a passive defense, such ferocious assaults evoke memories of Jack for Doflamingo. However, the circumstances surrounding Karl and Jack are entirely dissimilar. Jack relies on his physical prowess to execute his combat style, whereas Karl employs his superb swordsmanship and the formidable abilities of his fruit to manifest this seemingly reckless approach to battle. In truth, Doflamingo can sense that each of Karl's moves is meticulously calculated. What appears to be a wild tempest is, in fact, the result of Karl's precise control over his strength, creating the most effective techniques. Truly impressive, but do you think this will be enough to defeat me? Navy brat. Your naivety is astounding. Today, you shall witness the true power of the devil fruit. Doflamingo, feeling the weight of the onslaught, is exceedingly displeased. Yet, he is acutely aware that if this continues, defeat is inevitable. The power of Karl evidently surpassed Doflamingo's expectations. There was no alternative. He had to reveal his trump card here. Doflamingo took a step forward, and in his vicinity, the buildings within 100 meters transformed into strands of white silk. These densely woven threads connected, creating a profoundly astonishing spectacle. Moreover, the propagation speed of the white threads was remarkably swift. With each step Doflamingo took, a vast expanse of buildings would metamorphose into glistening white strands. Is this the awakening of a fruit? Though I was aware of such abilities, witnessing it firsthand was indeed a breathtaking experience. Karl marveled in midair, astonished by the fact that Doflamingo had directly employed the awakening of his fruit. This development would undoubtedly enhance his opponent's strength once again. Karl found it increasingly challenging to suppress his opponent as he had done before. One could only wonder what transformations would manifest after the awakening of the float fruit. Karl was uncertain whether the formidable power exhibited by the golden lion in the anime was a manifestation of the awakened fruit. Thus, he could only delve into it gradually on his own. Just as Karl's attention wavered, a multitude of white threads suddenly ensnared Doflamingo, lifting him effortlessly. Doflamingo, utilizing the capabilities of his fruit, ascended to a position where he could meet Karl's gaze. He chuckled. Did you see that? This is the ultimate essence of the Paramecia-type devil fruit. No need for an introduction. I am well aware that this is merely the awakening of the fruit. So, are you prepared to endure another beating from me? Karl was eager to engage, yet the fervor in his eyes was utterly absent. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly grim. Rebecca navigated the depths of the Colosseum, calling out for her grandfather and the soldier. Grandpa, soldier, how are you? Alone. She wove through the throngs of people, desperately searching for the silhouettes of Riku and the soldier. The crowd was overwhelming, rendering her completely disoriented, as she was jostled by the mass of bodies. Fortunately, the crowd seemed indifferent to her plight. They were all defeated gladiators who, after being persuaded by Riku and Karl's subordinates, had united, be they pirates or other adventurers, determined to break free and exact revenge on Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. These individuals had entered the Colosseum with hopes of winning prizes. Losing was of little consequence to them. However, they were oblivious to the fact that this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Doflamingo, since he had taken control of Dressrosa. The gladiatorial contest had transformed into a venue for Doflamingo to exploit. All defeated competitors would become mere playthings, forced to work for Doflamingo, creating artificial devil fruits. Their assets would be seized by him as well, which was one of the reasons for Doflamingo's rapid ascent to power. Thus, the anger among the crowd was palpable. They longed to demolish the very place and destroy the palace of Dressrosa. This tumult made it impossible for Rebecca to enter, leaving her stranded at the entrance. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the crowd began to disperse. Cyrus and King Riku were among the last to emerge and immediately rushed toward the disheveled Rebecca. Rebecca, are you all right? I'm fine, Grandpa, but what about you? Rebecca shook her head and anxiously inquired about their situation. At that moment, Catwoman stepped out, her face alight with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, aside from a few unruly troublemakers, everything else is under control. Meow? Black Feather nodded in agreement and hurried over to tend to Rebecca's wounds. Stay still. With so many injuries, you must be treated promptly, or they will heal improperly. Upon hearing Black Feather's words, Rebecca sensed something amiss. Catwoman, with a smile, explained, Black Feather has a bit of an obsessive nature. Whenever someone is injured, even with the slightest scratch, she cannot resist bandaging them. Stop exaggerating. My obsession isn't that severe. I merely care for Rebecca, and I would never treat someone I detest. That is my principle. He glared at the black cat, then proceeded to tend to Rebecca's wounds with swift efficiency before stepping outside. The cat demon followed closely behind, a cheerful grin adorning its face. Although slightly bewildered, Rebecca stepped out in tandem. Shall we continue with our plan? She inquired, blinking. King Riku cast his gaze toward the palace, shrouded in thunderous clouds, and nodded. Let us head to the palace. Though our timeline has been significantly accelerated, our objective remains unchanged. As Rebecca took her first step outside, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. The flood of familiar yet foreign memories began to resurface in her mind. Even King Riku found himself unable to suppress his own tears. Cyrus, father. They both cried out in unison. Gradually, the toy soldier regained his human form, transforming back into Cyrus. Without hesitation, Rebecca rushed into his embrace, while King Riku wiped away his tears and smiled. Welcome back, Cyrus. I have returned, Cyrus replied softly, gently patting Rebecca's back, yet her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. She clung to him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish once more. Meow? So soon? The cat demon remarked, realizing that Sugar had already fainted and the fruit's power had been dispelled. It was time to execute the third phase of the plan. We need to hurry. If the third phase is completed before we reclaim the palace, we will be in trouble, urged the cat demon, prompting everyone to hasten toward the palace. Cyrus nodded, lifting Rebecca onto his shoulder and charging forward. Though her tears remained, her spirit had revived significantly, and a smile graced her face once more. This time, we shall surely succeed. As the crowd rushed towards the palace at Rebecca's call, Erlen trailed behind like a specter, silent and unnoticed by all. Yet, within Erlen's eyes resided a spark of something unprecedented. Commander Karl, do I still have hope? At that very moment, outside the royal palace atop the king's heights, thunder roared, enveloping the entire palace. A colossal thunder giant descended upon the Don Quixote family, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The members of the Don Quixote family stood helplessly before this titanic entity. Even Pika, transformed into a stone giant, found himself unable to inflict any harm upon Enel. His mastery of armament hockey was insufficient. He could not envelop his massive stone form with the necessary power. Had he possessed the capability to cover the giant in hockey like Barrett, his strength would have surely rivaled that of the Shichibukai. Alas, he was incapable of such feats and was instead being overwhelmed by Enel's might. Enel, having absorbed a lesson from Jack, was acutely aware of his current advantages. He aimed to exploit the natural supremacy of the Rumble fruit, conjuring a myriad of devastating thunderbolts to obliterate his foes. While it is true that stone is also an insulator, the sheer force and instantaneous heat of the lightning were formidable. Enel leveraged this fact to mercilessly batter Pika's stone giant, leaving it in ruins. Pika had no means of defending against such an onslaught. Gladius, the bomb fruit user, could manipulate explosions, yet he too relied on physical attacks. Despite wielding hockey, his prowess paled in comparison to Pika's. Confronted with Enel's exceptional observation hockey, he was utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. Meanwhile, Baby, Five and Buffalo engaged in aerial harassment, but lacking hockey, they were powerless to inflict meaningful harm on Enel. This time, Enel fully demonstrated the essence of a natural disaster. The true embodiment of a thunder god had arrived. Yahaha! It has been far too long since I relished using my powers so freely. Now, let me proclaim to the world the arrival of the thunder god Enel. Yahaha! Chapter 84. Niru's awakening simultaneously. While Enel reveled in his triumph, the situation within the palace was far from optimistic. Although Enel managed to occupy 4 of the commanders, preventing them from intervening, Niru found herself facing a significant dilemma. An elderly man obstructed Nilu's path. Laoji stood in the way of Nilu and her companion's advance. Along the way, Nilu had effortlessly dealt with 2 members of the Don Quixote family, including the fishman Dorinji and the art fruit user Jorah. Jorah, with her mediocre strength, was easily knocked down by Nilu with a single punch. Dorinji exhibited a modicum of skill, managing to delay Nilu momentarily. However, after he confidently matched Nilu's punch, the bones on the right side of his body were instantly shattered by her formidable force. Inheriting half the strength of the giant race is no trivial matter. Nevertheless, neither of them possessed the haki, making it a simple task for Nilou to defeat them. Yet, before her stood Lao Ji, who appeared somewhat disheveled. However, after exchanging a punch with him, Nilou quickly realized the strength he possessed. His martial arts may have been average, yet his haki was formidable. This put Nilou, who lacked haki, at a natural disadvantage. Violet, take Mancherry and leave first. I'll handle this eccentric old man. Be cautious, although I have knocked Sugar unconscious. She could awaken at any moment. If she encounters you, our chances of rescuing you will be severely compromised. Violet cautioned before quickly departing with Mancherry. She aimed to reclaim control of the palace so that she could deliver her message to all in Dressrosa. Thus, her objective was entirely aligned with Karl's plan, which was to reach Doflamingo's office. Violet, you traitor. I never expected the young master to value you so, and yet you still chose to betray. Traitors like you should never have been sheltered by the young master. You deserve to perish. Gee. Lao Ji bypassed Nilou and charged at Violet. In that moment, Nilou delivered a forceful punch, colliding directly with Lao Ji. The immense power unleashed a fierce gust, shattering the surrounding walls. Nilou, quickly leave. I will be distracted if you stay here. Nilou shouted angrily, raising her left fist to strike Lao Ji. Faced with Nilou's punch, Lao Ji did not underestimate her. He sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a punch to Nilou's abdomen. The strength he wielded was unmatched for his age, augmented by the armed haki, sending Nilou staggering back. However, her physical constitution was exceptional. Her body density was 10 times that of an average person, nearly approaching that of the giant race. This extraordinary density granted her the strength akin to that of giants, while her defensive capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Die. Nilou glanced back, realizing Violet had vanished from sight. With her mind now at ease, she unleashed a ferocious punch. The strike was more powerful than before. Lao Ji's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly retreated. However, Nilou pursued him relentlessly, not allowing Lao Ji a moment to react, delivering yet another punch. Lao Ji narrowly evaded it, only to discover that Nilou's blow had shattered the load-bearing wall of the entire floor. Such force astonished Lao Ji. Yet, Nilou's onslaught did not cease. Although she excelled in strength, her speed was also remarkable. In this world, the mightiest are often those who harmoniously balance strength with swiftness. If one aspect is dominant while another is lacking, it indicates that their training is incomplete, and they cannot truly be called formidable. Only when one becomes well-rounded in all aspects can they be deemed a true powerhouse. Nilou was progressing in this direction, though such a path was exponentially more challenging than specialization. Nevertheless, it was precisely this dedication that rendered Nilou's speed and strength remarkably balanced. Seeing that evasion was futile, Lao Ji retaliated with a forceful punch. This time, he was knocked back several meters, but Nilou also felt the repercussions. Her hand was already swollen, and another few punches would likely draw blood. Lao Ji, witnessing this, instantly grasped that Nilou lacked the mastery of haki. If she possessed it, such a predicament would never have arisen. It was a waste of her immense power. Die, Navy! Lao Ji bellowed, seizing the opportunity to charge at Nilou once more. Gritting her teeth, she retaliated, and their clash sent shockwaves through the surroundings, leaving the walls adorned with cracks resembling a spider's web, a spectacle of exaggerated destruction. Simultaneously, both combatants felt excruciating pain in their arms. Lao Ji, unable to match Nilou's strength, sustained injuries to his arm. Yet, upon observing the blood trickling from Nilou's arm and hand, he realized that even formidable strength was futile without the mastery of haki. The distinction between wielding and not wielding haki was profoundly significant. Lao Ji was convinced of his impending victory. Die! He cried out once more, launching another attack while enduring the agony coursing through his hands as Nilou desperately defended against his onslaught. However, she soon sensed her strength waning, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Nilou understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Yet, paradoxically, at this critical juncture, her heart grew eerily calm, shedding the impatience of before. So, this was the tranquility that Lord Karl spoke of? It appears that I was indeed too restless in the past. Nilou uttered this phrase without any preamble, then closed her eyes, completely relinquishing her defense. Lao Ji was uncertain about Nilou's state, but upon noticing her abandonment of defense, he struck without hesitation. Gee, this signature move of Lao Ji was infused with all his might. Should it connect, Nilou would undoubtedly perish. Yet at that moment, Nilou suddenly opened her eyes. An astonishing power coalesced within her hands, captivating Lao Ji's attention. The pitch-black aura of armed haki enveloped her hands. Her gaze was as calm as a still pond. Her expression utterly serene, devoid of any exhilaration typically associated with mastering haki. She gently thrust her fist forward, colliding with Rao Ji's full-force strike. There was neither a violent explosion nor any extravagant effects. It was merely the simple clash of fists. However, Rao Ji felt a force surging through his fist and penetrating into his body. This power wreaked havoc upon his internal organs. Rao Ji coughed up blood, his face a mask of disbelief. He opened his mouth yet uttered not a word, for his throat had been utterly destroyed. Nilu cast a calm glance at Rao Ji and spoke softly. Gentle force, a technique taught to me by Lord Karl. Chapter 85. Uprising. Having awakened her armed haki and successfully mastered the technique of gentle force, Nilu took a deep breath and dashed past Rao Ji, heading toward Violet. She was acutely aware that another cadre of the Don Quixote family was present in Doflamingo's office. This individual, though exceedingly repugnant, was the mastermind guiding Doflamingo to his current state. His strength was not formidable, yet Violet alone would undoubtedly struggle against him. Thus, Nilu had to endure her injuries and press onward to higher grounds. If only I could have grasped Lord Karl's teachings sooner. The notion that inner tranquility and unity with all things are essential to wielding greater power is something I have only just comprehended. How foolish I have been. Had I mastered gentle force and armed haki earlier, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Nilu shook her head and sprinted forward. Though she chastised herself verbally, she understood that without having experienced this evenly matched battle, her comprehension might have been delayed by several months. Yet, it was precisely this realization that humbled her pride, revealing that her insight was not as profound as she had previously imagined. Meanwhile, the battle outside the palace was nearing its conclusion. Enel, battered and bruised, stood triumphantly over Pika. All four cadres of the Don Quixote family had been vanquished by him alone. The prowess of these four individuals is undeniably formidable, with Pika and Gladiolus ranking among the top 5 of the Don Quixote family. Yet, despite their strengths, they were ultimately vanquished by Enel. Utilizing the inherent advantages of the Rumble fruit, coupled with his exceptional observation haki, Enel has finally achieved victory in the first battle of the New World. Ha ha ha, what a thrilling combat it has been. I never anticipated that this encounter would prove so arduous. However, it also serves as a testament to my inadequacies. It is imperative that I prioritize the mastery of armament haki. Otherwise, in the face of formidable martial artists, I may suffer a devastating defeat. After musing to himself, Enel recalled how he had been swiftly defeated by Jack in merely 2 moves, sending a chill down his spine. Drought Jack, is it? Just you wait. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Enel, what are you muttering about? A voice interrupted. During Enel's soliloquy, Cat Demon and her companions had already arrived at the palace. They were soon met with the astonishing news of Enel's exploits. Thousands of Don Quixote soldiers and 4 high-ranking officials had been dispatched by him alone. Such strength left Rebecca, King Riku, and Cyrus gasping in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this eccentric fellow, who fancied himself a god of thunder, possessed such might. Well done. You've improved since your battle with Jack. However, do not let it inflate your ego. Lord Karl has warned that should you become arrogant over this, he will personally dismantle your pride. Cat Demon grinned, her expression adorably mischievous. Yet, the underlying malice was unmistakable, causing Enel to wince. Enough chatter. Enel, allow me to tend to your wounds, and then we must proceed to Don Quixote's office to reveal the truth to all of Dressrosa, Blackfeather declared. Producing a Din Mushy, a communication snail entrusted to him by Lord Karl, specifically for recording evidence for Admiral Sengoku. Once he views this evidence, he will understand that Lord Karl's words are indeed true. Time is of the essence. You all prepare here while I escort my grandfather and father ahead, Rebecca asserted. Leading the charge, King Riku and Cyrus followed suit. Cat Demon remained composed, patiently awaiting Blackfeather, who was tending to Enel's injuries, which would not take long. Meanwhile, the ever-elusive Erlang flashed a peculiar glint in his eyes before hastening after them. I shall protect them. You all follow swiftly. Upon uttering these words, Aelin charged forward. Hearing Aelin speak, the 3 cat demons exchanged glances and then shared a knowing smile. At the same moment, chaos erupted in both the toy factory and the artificial devil fruit factory. The toy factory was one of the places where failures were transformed into toys, as well as a facility for dealing with toys that sought to rebel. The artificial devil fruit factory, conveniently situated next to the toy factory, was established to exploit the labor of these toys. However, Doflamingo evidently did not foresee the catastrophic consequences that would ensue once riots broke out in these two locations. Thousands of toys, after Sugar's fainting spell, automatically relinquished their powers and reverted to their human forms. The little people, in conjunction with Enzo and Jess, seized the opportunity to infiltrate the toy factory and liberate all its inhabitants. Although they finally encountered several members of the Don Quixote family, these individuals possessed rather mediocre strength, and Enzo and Jess swiftly dispatched them all. Upon acquiring the 72 good blades, Enzo's prowess surged to a new level, while he still lacked mastery of hockey. For a swordsman, weaponry is also a means to enhance one's strength. This method, though simplistic and direct, proved remarkably effective. Thus, Enzo's power experienced a dramatic increase. Furthermore, the guards stationed here did not wield armament hockey, making them easy prey for him. Not to mention, Jess was right behind him providing assistance. Jess's marksmanship was formidable, and he could leverage the snow fruit to create various predicaments for these adversaries. In particular, the user of the swim fruit was utterly incapable of swimming on solid ground. Otherwise, he would be instantly frozen by the snow fruit, transforming into a living ice sculpture. It was precisely due to the seamless synergy between these two that the liberation of the toy factory and the artificial devil fruit factory transpired with remarkable swiftness. The breakthrough occurred in less than 10 minutes. After freeing everyone, Jess and Enzo nodded to each other and began gathering evidence. Here, evidence was abundant, and each piece was sufficient to bring Doflamingo to his knees. Thus, Dressrosa erupted into a full-scale rebellion. Every citizen of Dressrosa recalled the anguish of lost family and the terror that Doflamingo had inflicted upon them. United, they surged toward the palace, intent on overthrowing the Don Quixote family. They were acutely aware that this act was tantamount to a death sentence, yet it was the only recourse they had. Just then, a weathered face appeared on all the large screens across Dressrosa. It was King Riku. King Riku was alive. Mother, look, it's that King Riku. The inhabitants of Dressrosa beheld the complex expression on the face of King Riku. As he opened his eyes and stammered momentarily, he then cried out, "People of Dressrosa, I apologize. However, I am not here to express remorse today. You have all witnessed the deeds of the Don Quixote family. The time has come for us to utterly expel Don Quixote Doflamingo from Dressrosa, once and for all." Chapter 86, The Arrival of Kaido. It was at this very moment that chaos erupted in Dressrosa. The battle between Karl and Doflamingo has reached a feverish intensity. Doflamingo, utilizing the formidable powers of his awakened devil fruit, has forcibly suppressed Karl's abilities. However, Karl's strength should not be underestimated. Although his float fruit powers are entirely subdued by Doflamingo, his swordsmanship, combined with his abilities, has proven to be a considerable challenge for Doflamingo. Moreover, with the chaos of Dressrosa now erupting, Doflamingo finds himself increasingly agitated, anger boiling within him, leaving him utterly unable to maintain his composure. His observation hockey reveals to him that all the citizens of Dressrosa have taken up arms, fighting alongside the soldiers of the Don Quixote family. Additionally, the large screen continues to broadcast images of the former King Riku, clearly indicating that the palace stronghold has been breached. The guards of the Don Quixote family have been utterly defeated. Most crucially, Doflamingo has begun to regain fragmented memories concerning the toys. While he may regard these toys as trivial, they serve to remind him that Sugar's powers have now lost their efficacy. Damn the Navy. I never anticipated such treachery. Doflamingo can no longer find humor in this situation. The secrets of Dressrosa have been fully exposed, and there is no longer any possibility for him to conceal them. To make matters worse, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates stands nearby. If he wishes to keep his secrets hidden, he would have to eradicate the entirety of Dressrosa, a feat he clearly cannot achieve. Doflamingo, how do you feel now, knowing that all your painstaking efforts have been shattered? Are you engulfed in anger and despair? Karl gazed upon the furious Doflamingo, the smirk on his face growing ever more brazen. Doflamingo could not muster a laugh. He could only incessantly repeat his attacks, striving to eliminate Karl. Yet, after enduring such a prolonged battle, Karl had become somewhat familiar with Doflamingo's techniques. At this juncture, their conflict was nearly evenly matched, with Karl even holding the upper hand. Although Doflamingo's fruit abilities could suppress Karl's, in terms of overall prowess, Karl had the slight advantage. Doflamingo recognized that he had no hope of victory against Karl. His only recourse was to flee immediately, for that was the only way to preserve his life. However, what perplexed Karl was Doflamingo's refusal to escape. Instead, he had slowed his assault. This development led Karl to suspect that something was amiss. Doflamingo, are you stalling for time? What are you waiting for? Do you truly believe that anyone will come to your rescue? Doflamingo did not respond, merely manipulating the myriad threads around him to launch another attack toward Karl. In response to the overwhelming deluge of threads, Karl utilized his fruit ability to conjure a colossal tornado, instantly obliterating the onslaught. At that moment, a massive figure descended from the heavens. As this enormous silhouette landed between Karl and Doflamingo, Karl's pupils constricted sharply. Doflamingo stood upon the wave of threads, laughing maniacally. Keh, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, you have finally arrived. Kaido had come so swiftly. The instant Karl beheld Kaido's presence, he understood that Doflamingo had summoned him. Although Kaido had come to confront Doflamingo, he was now the only creature capable of rescuing him. Upon the arrival of his sole ally, Doflamingo laughed with abandon. Birdcage. Without a moment's hesitation, Doflamingo unleashed his trump card, enveloping the entirety of Dressrosa in the birdcage. Doflamingo did not intend to use the birdcage to slay anyone. Rather, it was a means to buy himself time to escape and save himself. Kaido glanced at Doflamingo and the surrounding birdcage, dismissing it without concern. Though the cage appeared indestructible and razor-sharp for a creature of Kaido's caliber, it could be shattered at will. His attention was now firmly fixed on Karl. Doflamingo, is this the Marine captain you spoke of? Indeed. He is that troublesome little brat, and it was he who defeated Jack. Ha ha ha, what an intriguing little imp. Since you managed to vanquish Jack, allow me to witness your true prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido launched a ferocious strike. So swift. In the face of Kaido's sudden onslaught, Karl, despite his attempt to react, found himself unable to defend in time. He could only activate the abilities of his fruit to propel himself away. Yet, even so, he barely managed to evade Kaido's blow. The pressure from the attack, however, left his garments tattered, and he bore the marks of slight redness and swelling upon his chest. This was merely the force of the wind, and it had already inflicted some harm upon Karl. One can only imagine the extent of his injuries had he been struck directly. Although he was not as easily defeated as Luffy in the original tale, he understood all too well that he could not withstand such an assault. Please, enjoy yourselves. Observing this scene, Don Quixote Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, retracted his fruit abilities, and quietly withdrew. At that moment, he had no desire to partake in the chaos. While Kaido had come to assist him, he was acutely aware that should Kaido discover the destruction of the artificial devil fruit factory, he would undoubtedly become the next casualty. Thus, Doflamingo chose to retreat. Remaining in Dressrosa would only lead to his demise. Simultaneously, although Denjiro had witnessed Doflamingo's actions, he refrained from intervening. Instead, he took out a Den Mushi and meticulously reported everything that transpired to Whitebeard. Moments later, he ended the call, a hint of exasperation evident in his eyes. The old man had the audacity to instruct me to assist the Liku royal family, ensuring minimal casualties among the civilians, and berated me in the process. Alas, I should not have coveted those 3 swords. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Denjiro sighed and shook his head, turning towards the palace highlands. He felt no inclination to involve himself in the affairs at hand. The demise of Karl would be beneficial for Izang, which aligns with Whitebeard's sentiments. There has long been animosity between them, and naturally, Izang would not extend assistance to Karl. However, aiding the Riku clan does not carry such reservations. For the Riku royal family and the common folk of Dressrosa are the true victims. Chapter 87. The Humiliation of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Is that Kaido? The naval officers within the palace were taken aback upon catching sight of the figure not far away. The chaos that had erupted had led to the flawless execution of the battle plan devised by Karl. All crew members had gathered within the palace, preparing to relay evidence to Sengoku. All members of the Don Quixote family, aside from Doflamingo himself, had been apprehended, just as they were about to report to Sengoku. The unexpected appearance of Kaido left them stunned. They exchanged glances, uncertain whether to rush to assist or remain to protect the Rika King. It was imperative to promptly inform Admiral Sengoku and request reinforcements. With only their numbers, they stood no chance against Kaido. Enzo was among those present who understood Kaido the best. Given that Wano was currently under Kaido's control, Enzo was acutely aware of the monstrous strength Kaido possessed. Thus, without hesitation, he activated the Den Mushi to contact Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Jess also activated his visual Den Mushi, intending to convey the implications of their findings to Sengoku. Only in this manner could Sengoku ascertain that evidence existed, prompting him to dispatch troops for support. Sengoku was known for his meticulousness in his work and his protective nature. However, he was also quite rigid in certain respects, particularly regarding matters that could alter the political landscape. Unless he saw proof, even if the situation were genuine, he would not send reinforcements. Fortunately, upon connecting with Sengoku, he did not deliberate long and agreed to send aid. This delighted Enzo and the others, who had not anticipated Sengoku's agreeable disposition. What they were unaware of was that Sengoku had already intended to act. He merely required evidence as the final piece. Forces and personnel had already been prepared. However, Sengoku had not anticipated that Kaido would appear in Dressrosa to assist Doflamingo. Consequently, even without explicit proof, Sengoku could unilaterally declare that Doflamingo indeed collaborated with Kaido. The reinforcements dispatched would include Admiral Fujitora. As for the naval ships, they would not arrive immediately, so for the time being, only Fujitora would come to their aid. Nevertheless, the presence of an admiral would provide them considerable reassurance. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the window, causing them to become alert. Doflamingo. How could you possibly be here? The sudden appearance of Doflamingo startled Enzo and the others, who quickly shielded the likes of King Riku behind them. Hee. So you are the subordinates of Karl? Quite the bunch of youngsters. However, I have no inclination to trouble you right now. Be gone at once. Doflamingo unleashed his strings, intending to eliminate the individuals before him. Yet, Enzo, Inaru, and Nilu swiftly advanced, thwarting Doflamingo's assault. Inaru, in particular, harnessed the full might of the Rumble fruit, sending Doflamingo hurtling out of the window frame. The Rumble fruit. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. He had never anticipated that Karl's subordinates would include a wielder of the Rumble fruit. Unfamiliar with the abilities of Enzo and the others, and preoccupied with his battle against Karl, he had neglected the situation in the palace. Thus, he remained oblivious to Inaru's powers. Truly intriguing, but still insufficient. Doflamingo charged forward once more. However, this time he found himself enveloped by a tempest of snow. This familiar force caused Doflamingo's pupils to constrict once again. The sight of the snowflakes instinctively reminded him of Monet. Yet, he quickly recalled that Monet was deceased. This individual had usurped Monet's devil fruit. Bastard. Doflamingo was instantly incensed. He sought to eliminate the snow fruit user to avenge Monet. Just then, an inky black fist suddenly collided with Doflamingo's face. The sheer force shattered his nose, causing his entire visage to cave in. He had no time to react before being sent crashing into the ground. Strangely, his glasses remained intact, as if protected by some unseen force. Below the palace, Doflamingo rose with a sinister grin, brushing off the dirt from his attire. He had not anticipated that Karl's subordinates would possess such formidable strength, presenting a considerable challenge. Having already sustained numerous injuries from his clash with Karl and expended much of his stamina, he was, understandably, caught off guard by their capabilities. Troubling indeed. If he intended to rescue the others, he would need to deal with these individuals, which would consume valuable time. Doflamingo glanced upward and, without hesitation, took to the skies. His observation Haki warned him of the imminent arrival of reinforcement. As long as Enel and his companions can delay for approximately 3 minutes, Aizu will arrive. Don Quixote Doflamingo, moving at his utmost speed, would require at least 2 minutes to deal with Enel and the others. In the remaining minute, he would be utterly incapable of escaping with his family members. Left with no alternatives, Doflamingo must flee alone. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's departure, Enel and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, yet their relief was short-lived as they soon became anxious. They had caught sight of Aizu's figure. Although Enel and the others were unaware of Aizu's identity, even Enzo did not recognize him. After all, the new generation of Wano's warriors had little familiarity with the Akazaya Nine. Therefore, upon his arrival, Aizu did not reveal his true identity, but merely stated that he was entrusted with the task of protecting King Riku. Hearing this, while Enel and his companions felt uneasy, they did not expel him. After all, having one more ally was preferable to acquiring another adversary. Aizu then provided a brief overview of the situation concerning the birdcage. Upon hearing his words, Enel and his companions were taken aback. King Riku, too, activated the live communication snail to report this situation to all residents. Thus, chaos enveloped Dressrosa entirely. Although King Riku felt a sense of urgency, he maintained a facade of calm. Through the live broadcast, He urged civilians to flee towards the central area, cautioning them against touching the threads of the birdcage. Fortunately, the situation was not exceedingly dire. After Doflamingo's escape, the rate at which the birdcage shrank became significantly slower, far from the alarming speed depicted in the original narrative. Nonetheless, the sense of crisis still permeated throughout Dressrosa. King Riku and his allies had no choice but to take matters into their own hands, rallying everyone to impede the birdcage's contraction. Chapter 88. Fierce battle with Kaido. Just as King Riku and his companions were organizing personnel to obstruct the birdcage's shrinkage, the fierce battle between Karl and Kaido rages on. At this moment, Karl remains oblivious to the fact that Doflamingo has encountered setbacks against Enel and others, enabling his escape from Dressrosa. His thoughts are entirely consumed by Kaido, for there is no denying the formidable strength of his opponent. Karl had to concede that he was no match for his opponent. Faced with Kaido's relentless assault, he could only leverage the advantages of the float fruit to evade his attacks. Surian remarked that each encounter was fraught with peril, barely allowing Karl to fend off Kaido's onslaught. However, Karl skillfully capitalized on his aerial advantage, rendering Kaido utterly incapable of landing a blow on him. "Come down here, you little brat. Let's settle this once and for all," Kaido bellowed. "I shall not descend. If you possess the prowess, then come up here and confront me." "You worthless fool," Karl retorted defiantly. He adhered to the principle that while he may be unable to defeat his adversary, he would not allow himself to falter in verbal confrontation. If he were to lose even in the war of words, he might as well abandon the fight altogether. "Have the audacity to come down here, I dare you." Kaido seethed with rage. Although he had the ability to transform into a dragon, the mere act of facing a fledgling naval officer in such a form signified his acknowledgement of the latter's strength. Kaido held Karl in contempt, viewing him as nothing more than a newly minted naval recruit, unworthy of his transformation. Yet, the current situation was inciting a simmering anger within Kaido. Utilizing the advantages of the float fruit, Karl remained suspended in midair, exhibiting remarkable agility. Although Kaido's strength and speed surpassed Karl's, his inability to fly rendered his attacks perpetually a fraction too slow, failing to connect with Karl. Conversely, regardless of Karl's retaliatory efforts, he was unable to inflict any harm upon Kaido. The moniker of the strongest creature attributed to Kaido is not without justification. His tough exterior allows him to endure injuries, healing almost instantaneously, rendering Karl's assaults utterly ineffective. Indeed, he resembles an indomitable shield. How can one hope to overcome such a foe, even if I manage to stall him? The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Kaido, not to mention his ability to transform into a dragon. Prolonging this confrontation seems increasingly disadvantageous for me. I wonder if Enzo and the others have relayed the intelligence from this location to Sengoku. I fervently hope he dispatches reinforcements swiftly, otherwise, I may truly meet my demise here. As Karl deftly evaded Kaido's spiked club, he muttered to himself. In the midst of his maneuvers, he also discerned openings in Kaido's attacks, conjuring several tornadoes to strike at him. Yet, these whirlwinds were swiftly crushed by Kaido's formidable weapon. At a level of power such as his, only a cataclysmic disaster of apocalyptic proportions could pose a true challenge. The calamity of such magnitude orchestrated by Karl bears no consequence for him. Although the tornadoes he conjures instill trepidation in both Jack and Doflamingo, possessing the potential to obliterate an entire nation, when confronted with a behemoth like Kaido, his techniques are rendered akin to mere child's play, wholly disregarded. Were I capable of conjuring natural disasters on par with Whitebeard, or generating hurricanes powerful enough to devastate Marineford, then perhaps any technique would yield a noticeable effect on Kaido. Otherwise, no matter the maneuver, it would hold no significant impact on him. As a time traveler, Karl is acutely aware of Kaido's remarkable resilience and formidable physique. Additionally, his immense weight surpasses even that of Jack in his mammoth form. Karl is now fully committed to unleashing the full potential of his fruit abilities. Yet he finds himself utterly incapable of ensnaring Kaido. Even if he were to employ the powers of the float fruit to elevate the area surrounding Kaido, it would be futile. Kaido is not akin to Jack. While Jack is merely a fool, Karl possesses the strength to suppress him, which allowed him to successfully cast Jack into the depths of the underwater volcano. Attempting to lift Kaido into the air would be tantamount to courting death. Such an action would only present Kaido with the opportunity to annihilate him, offering no advantage to Karl whatsoever. Thus, after extensive contemplation, Karl remains at a loss regarding how to confront Kaido, resorting instead to a defensive stance against his relentless assaults. His current state appears rather disheveled. Yet he can take solace in the fact that he has not sustained any grave injuries. At most, he has suffered minor abrasions and a slight loss of flesh from his abdomen. While the sight may seem severe, with blood and flesh in disarray, it has not significantly impeded his performance. Meanwhile, Kaido is equally enraged. Each time he endeavors to crush Karl, he narrowly evades capture, leading to a stalemate that has lasted approximately half an hour. Even the birdcage has diminished in size, yet neither combatant has emerged victorious. This prolonged deadlock is beginning to tarnish Kaido's pride. "You insolent marine brat! You have thoroughly provoked my wrath." With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon ascends into the sky. The likes of King Riku and his allies were initially engaged in a desperate struggle against the birdcage. But upon hearing Kaido's resounding battle cry, the immense dragon form surged skyward, shattering the birdcage. Although this action inflicted some harm upon Kaido, his formidable regenerative abilities allowed his wounds to heal almost instantaneously. With a piercing gaze, he looked down upon Karl, his fury unmistakable. He opened his mouth, gathering a torrent of blazing flames, ready to unleash them. "Die, marine brat!" With Kaido's furious bellow, the searing breath of the dragon erupted forth. This was a strike fueled by Kaido's rage. If it were to strike Dressrosa directly, the island would likely be devastated by at least 2/3. The only area that might remain intact would be the region upon Kaido's back. It is worth noting that Kaido's dragon breath has, in the original narrative, obliterated an island before. Although that was in a state of intoxication, it nevertheless attests to his might. At this moment, King Riku and his companions are relieved by the disappearance of the birdcage, only to be rendered speechless by the sight of an even more formidable dragon breath. Even the proud Enel and Niru feel a primal fear in the face of such a cataclysmic force. Yet, confronting this impending doom, Karl squints his eyes, channeling the full extent of his fruit abilities as he charges forward to meet it head-on. Though he felt fear, he was even more eager to test the limits of his own strength, to see what kind of injury he could inflict upon Kaido with his utmost effort. "Let us give it a try. Lion's might, Yushrik." Karl charged fearlessly towards the scorching breath of the dragon. With unwavering resolve, he summoned the full extent of his fruit's power, conjuring a localized tempest around him. Though this whirlwind was diminutive in scale, under Karl's masterful control, it adeptly ensnared all the fiery dragon breath, swirling it around him with precision. As the hurricane surged, Kaido's breath of fire astonishingly encircled Karl without inflicting harm upon him. Such deft maneuvering widened Kaido's eyes in disbelief. Unwilling to concede, he unleashed another torrent of dragon breath, unwittingly playing into Karl's hands. In an explosive display, the flames that Karl had manipulated were promptly returned to Kaido. Accompanied by a resounding detonation, Kaido's colossal form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and causing a tumultuous upheaval. All who witnessed this spectacle were left in awe of Karl's prowess. They were astounded to see that Karl had managed to fell the legendary Emperor Kaido. This turn of events invigorated the spirits of the onlookers, with Enel and his companions particularly astonished. They had never fathomed that Karl possessed such formidable strength. Yet, unlike the others, Enel and his group could distinctly sense that this strike was the most powerful ever witnessed. Although it appeared dazzling and had indeed brought Kaido down, the latter's vitality remained robust. However, Karl appeared to be somewhat exhausted. Should Admiral Borsalino fail to arrive soon, it seems that Karl's fate may be dire. Enzo shook his head, drawing his weapon, ever ready to assist. Others mirrored his sentiment. Yet King Riku was somewhat puzzled. Why? Hadn't Kaido already been defeated? Defeated? That monster Kaido merely underestimated his opponent and was struck by Karl. This was Karl's strongest attack, and while Kaido suffered an injury, it was not severe. Under such circumstances, you dare to claim Kaido has been vanquished? It's utterly laughable. Enel's voice dripped with sarcasm, his body crackling with lightning. His observation haki made him the strongest presence on the scene, allowing him to distinctly sense that Kaido's condition remained formidable. In contrast, Karl was nearing his limit. If the battle continued, Karl would undoubtedly perish. I must intervene. If Admiral Karl falls here, we shall all bear the burden of responsibility, Nilu declared, preparing to rush forward. Yet, just as she was about to advance, Enel swiftly intercepted her. Enel, what are you doing? Our reinforcements have arrived. Rushing out now would be tantamount to courting death. Enel cast a sidelong glance at Nilu. This young lady was admirable in many respects, yet far too hasty. Although Enel recognized that his own disposition was not dissimilar, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression towards her. Perhaps this was the nature of love and conflict. Upon hearing Enel's words, Nilu's face brightened. Admiral Borsalino has arrived. Indeed, he has come. Enel nodded slightly. Upon hearing his words, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Admiral Borsalino's arrival, their involvement was no longer necessary. They could simply continue to watch the spectacle unfold. However, at that moment, Izo, who had been lingering at the back, wore a rather grim expression upon learning of Borsalino's presence. Discreetly, he retreated and soon departed from the scene, clearly wishing to avoid any association with the Marine Admiral. Enel and the others noticed Izo's exit, but did not intervene. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Izo's true identity and merely assumed he was a pirate under the employ of other parties, here for the sake of Whitebeard's crew. It was entirely normal for pirates to flee upon encountering a Marine Admiral, so they paid it no mind. Meanwhile, in the sky, Karl was panting heavily. On the ground, Kaido had taken to the air once more, though the hair atop his head had been scorched away by Karl's fiery breath. His dragon-like visage appeared somewhat comical, and upon his forehead lay a massive X-shaped wound. Although the injury had healed, it still bore a faint scar. This was the manifestation of Karl's most formidable technique, a culmination of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his devil fruit abilities, resulting in an unparalleled strike. He had previously executed countless simplified versions of this technique, but this marked his first utilization of the complete form. The results were impressive, even managing to injure Kaido. However, this technique could not be employed indefinitely. His physical condition could only sustain 2 to 3 uses per day before he would be utterly exhausted. Ultimately, it boiled down to his insufficient physical prowess. The day he could wield such a powerful move as effortlessly as a basic attack would be the day he stood as a true powerhouse at the pinnacle of the world. As for now, he was still far from that mark. Kid, I must concede, you are indeed the most talented among the younger generation of the Marines, Kaido bellowed. But it is precisely for this reason that you are doomed to die today. Someone like you, should you reach your full potential, would pose a significant threat to me. I cannot allow you to live. With a roar, Kaido began to gather energy. Previously, when Kaido unleashed his fiery breath, he had fallen victim to Karl's cunning. The float fruit allowed Karl to manipulate the air, enabling the flames to be swirled by the winds. Thus, he adeptly created a fiery whirlwind that successfully engulfed Kaido's face before landing a hit. However, Kaido had since regained his composure, acknowledging Karl's potential. He opted for a different approach to extinguish Karl's life. Energy blasts are indeed troublesome. I currently lack any means to counter such a forceful breath. Karl scratched his head, his tone playful as he shouted to those around him. Admiral Borsalino, if you don't make your move soon, I might just perish right before your eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, Kaido's energy breath surged forth in an instant. Yet at that moment, a flash of yellow light suddenly emerged from beneath Kaido, striking his chin. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a figure with hands in pockets, delivering a swift kick to Kaido's jaw. The immense force caused Kaido to snap his mouth shut and tilt his head back. The energy beam, poised to strike Karl, veered skyward. The residual power exploded rapidly within Kaido's mouth, emitting plumes of smoke. This sight filled him with uncontrollable rage. Yellow monkey. Indeed. That impressive display was the handiwork of Admiral Borsalino. Upon hearing Karl's taunt, he wasted no time in coming to the rescue, landing a kick on Kaido's chin. How terrifying. After all, this was one of the 4 emperors, the beast Kaido. How on earth did you, young man, manage to provoke such a monster? Upon hearing Borsalino's jest, Karl was inclined to ask how this creature felt entitled to label another as a monster. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and instead pointed towards the palace. There was no way around it. The transaction documents between Doflamingo and Kaido were in my possession, which was bound to send him into a frenzy. Kaido was the largest buyer of artificial devil fruits, intending to use them to forge an army and unify these seas. How could he not be enraged when I uncovered and thwarted such a scheme? Chapter 90. Repelling Kaido an army of artificial devil fruits? This is indeed monumental news. How terrifying. Borsalino was unaware of the true purpose behind his arrival here. To minimize risk, it was best for as few people as possible to be privy to this information. Thus, Sengoku merely informed Borsalino that Doflamingo had allied with Kaido to target Karl, which prompted his deployment for assistance. However, upon learning the actual reason, even Borsalino's typically lackadaisical demeanor could not suppress a sense of dread. Had this matter gone unnoticed, granting Kaido an additional 3 to 5 years for development, he would have commanded an army composed entirely of devil fruit users. In such a scenario, he would ascend to become the most formidable pirate force on the seas, potentially surpassing the other emperors. Therefore, Karl's actions, even if motivated by a personal desire to eliminate Doflamingo, left Sengoku and Borsalino with no grounds for reproach. After all, Doflamingo's actions in this instance were decidedly excessive. Kaido's ambitions had also been laid bare before the Navy. One could assert that following this incident, Karl's military achievements were undoubtedly sufficient for his promotion to Rear Admiral. Senior Borsalino, while there will be ample time for conversation later, let us first consider how to confront the formidable beast before us. My capabilities are limited, and I find myself utterly incapable of breaching Kaido's defenses. Even my most powerful strike would merely leave a faint scar upon his forehead. Therefore, I shall entrust the ensuing battle to you, while I focus on providing my support. Without hesitation, Karl handed the pot to Borsalino and took a step back. Although Borsalino's demeanor was languid, diligently clocking in each day, his strength was by no means to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not invoke the apprehension of Kaido. You are quite self-aware, young Karl. However, since you have stated it so, I, as your senior, must not lose face. As he spoke, Borsalino clasped his hands, and a golden radiance enveloped him. The formidable power of the glint fruit erupted instantaneously. The 8-span jewel rained down upon Kaido, though each beam of light lacked immense power. The technique thrived on its density and velocity. In mere moments, several blood holes appeared on Kaido's form, inciting his immeasurable fury. He roared once more, unleashing a torrent of potent energy. Yet, Karl suddenly lunged forward, delivering a critical strike aimed at Kaido's eyes. Damn it! Kaido instinctively shut his eyes, enveloping them in armament haki to prevent Karl from piercing his eyeball, and in doing so, he inadvertently launched Karl away. However, this action disrupted his breath attack, leaving Kaido both enraged and somewhat thwarted. Borsalino's assault persisted, as he shifted his tactics to close-quarters combat. His speed surpassed that of Karl, and his strength exceeded it as well. Particularly, the celestial sword he conjured, Amaterasu, was far sharper than Karl's Deadwood and Sakura. Kaido, now in his dragon form, found himself in dire straits, unable to attend to every part of his body. Unable to endure any longer, he reverted to his human form, retrieving a spiked club from the ground and swung it towards Borsalino. Thunderous and wrathful, Kaido's attack grazed Borsalino's scalp as it whistled past. Although it did not strike true, it was enough to halt Borsalino's onslaught. Whoa, that was perilously close. I almost ruined my looks, Borsalino exclaimed, maintaining a lewd grin that betrayed no hint of danger. This won't do, Borsalino-senpai. How about you lure him towards the sea? You know I am a user of the float fruit. I can manipulate the ocean. If you can manage to throw him into the water, I will have a means to send him away. That is quite a clever notion. Upon hearing Karl's suggestion, Borsalino's eyes sparkled, and he charged forth once more. Kaido, his eyes ablaze with fury, saw Borsalino advance and, without hesitation, rushed forward to engage in battle. Karl swiftly positioned himself by the seaside. Moments later, he conjured a colossal whirlpool along the coast. Most importantly, this whirlpool did not affect Dressrosa. Karl's exquisite mastery of his abilities is vividly exemplified in this moment. However, just as he was preparing, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated. Congratulations, host, on completing option 2. You have acquired the training method for awakening the devil fruit, along with a random elevation of 3 abilities by 1 level. Congratulations, host, your observation haki has reached perfection. Your conqueror's haki has attained proficiency, and your swordsmanship has ascended to grade B. The system's notification caught Karl's attention only fleetingly, as he swiftly dismissed it. At this juncture, Kaido had already been led by Borsalino to the seaside. Karl and Borsalino exchanged a glance before striking in succession. Karl was the first to wield his abilities, summoning a vast expanse of seawater that enveloped Kaido entirely. Though Kaido's physical prowess allowed him to swim within its depths, the moment he made contact with the seawater, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him. Seizing this opportunity, Borsalino unleashed a colossal beam of laser from a distance, propelling Kaido away without any doubt. He was sent crashing into the ocean. Now, it is my turn to take the stage. Karl harnessed the power of his fruit abilities, stirring the ocean with fervor. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his hands started to tremble. This was a sign of physical exhaustion. Yet, he paid it no mind. Karl understood that as long as he could endure this phase, his ability to manipulate the fruits would ascend to new heights. He summoned the turbulent sea, causing the already raging waters to surge into a colossal wave. Kaido, return to where you belong. After conjuring this immense tide, Karl unleashed all his strength, propelling the wave outward. He was uncertain where this wave would drift, yet it undeniably headed towards the land of the nations. Borsalino was unaware whether Karl's choice of direction was a mere coincidence or a premeditated strategy. However, he was certain that if Kaido encountered Charlotte Linlin, it would ignite a fierce clash. To be honest, Borsalino found himself rather eager for such a spectacle. After accomplishing all this, Karl collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the relatively clean air. His body was drenched in sweat. The long-forgotten sensation of weakness rendered him utterly immobile. All he desired was a restful slumber. This was the first time he had pushed the limits of his fruit abilities, and the experience was exhilarating. Borsalino glanced at Karl, shaking his head with a hint of admiration. What a determined little rascal. Given your relentless effort, allow me to carry you back. With that, Borsalino hoisted Karl onto his shoulder and strolled leisurely towards the palace. Chapter 91. Speculations on the awakening of abilities. The following morning, the naval fleet arrived at Dressrosa. King Riku and Rebecca, adorned in festive decorations, warmly welcomed the Navy's arrival alongside the citizens of Dressrosa. Had it not been for Karl's intervention, King Riku would never have been able to drive Doflamingo away, nor would the residents of Dressrosa have been able to return to their normal lives. Initially, King Riku intended to express his gratitude to Karl. However, Karl showed little interest in such acknowledgments. He insisted that the credit belonged entirely to the Navy, urging King Riku to extend his thanks to all naval personnel. Borsalino was somewhat surprised by Karl's selflessness but chose to remain silent. Thus, King Riku proceeded to greet the Navy, preparing a grand welcome ceremony as a simple gesture of appreciation. As for the genuine expression of gratitude, King Riku planned to wait until Dressrosa stabilized before personally delivering his thanks to Sengoku. Karl expressed no opinions, and neither did Borsalino. Thus, Riku assumed their silence as tacit agreement. After the completion of the welcoming ceremony, the afternoon had already arrived. Karl walked alone through the dilapidated streets of Dressrosa. Observing the bustling yet joyful expressions of the common folk around him, he felt a profound sense of righteousness in his actions. Although Karl did not regard himself as a saint or a grand hero destined to save the world, he was acutely aware of one truth. If he could not uphold even this modest sense of justice, he was entirely unworthy of his position in the Navy. This conviction was the cornerstone of Karl's beliefs. He pondered the whereabouts of Doflamingo, unsure of where that individual had fled. Nonetheless, regardless of how far he ran, his identity as one of the 7 warlords could never be reclaimed. Karl found himself somewhat eager to witness the expression on Doflamingo's face when they next crossed paths. Karl lifted his gaze toward the distant white threads. Although Doflamingo had already made his escape, the remnants of their battle still lingered. These sparse threads served as tangible evidence of Doflamingo's awakened powers. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten about yesterday's decisions? Suddenly, Karl recalled the choices he had made the day prior. Exhausted from the intense confrontation, he had relaxed after the battle and succumbed to slumber, resulting in him waking up only this morning. Thus, he had yet to examine his current attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name: Karl Strength, C Agility, D Spirit, D Stamina, C Abilities, Military Fist, E. Float Fruit, Armament Hockey, Mastery. Observation Hockey, Perfect, Conqueror's Hockey, Mastery, Dual Blade Style, B. Following yesterday's extraordinary battle that pushed him beyond his limits, coupled with his continuous physical training, Karl's physical attributes had once again experienced a slight enhancement. Though the increase was marginal, his overall strength had seen a subtle improvement. However, upon comparing his current power to that of Kaido at the time, Karl realized that despite his sea-level strength, he was still significantly distant from Kaido's might. This power was even inferior to Jack's. While he could defeat Jack, Karl understood that in a mere contest of strength, he would not prevail against him. Even Nilu, who had recently mastered Hockey, was rapidly closing the gap in terms of strength. If this trend continued, Jack's strength must be at least a B, possibly even B. The strength of an adult giant would likely be no less than B-, indicating that Nilu still had considerable room for growth. However, Kaido's strength surpassed that of the average giant, and based on my estimations from yesterday, it was at least more than double that of Jack's. Hence, Kaido's strength must be at least an A or perhaps even higher. Yet, his speed was rather ordinary. If I were not to utilize the float fruit, his speed would only exceed mine by a slight margin, approximately at the sea level. Contemplating this, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Karl's mouth as he realized that Kaido utterly overpowered him in terms of stamina. Stamina not only signifies endurance, but also denotes recovery ability and resilience. Despite being besieged by Karl and Borsalino yesterday, Kaido had not sustained any fatal injuries. Such a level of defense indicated that his stamina was far beyond A. Karl was uncertain whether his attributes could reach the level of S or even higher. However, he understood that to possess the strength of the four emperors, he must at the very least have one attribute exceeding A, achieving a higher tier. While he might have shortcomings in other areas, he needed at least one attribute rated A. After this period of reflection, Karl recognized that his current sense of complacency was indeed premature. Karl shook his head with a wry smile, casting aside such thoughts. Having recognized the true disparity between himself and the four emperors, his objectives became all the more lucid. He then turned his focus to his own abilities. Both Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki would witness enhancement. Notably, his Observation Haki had already reached a state of perfection, although the system did not categorize levels beyond this. He was acutely aware that the perfect level of Haki was not the ultimate limit. The foresight exhibited by Katakuri and the heart-reading prowess of Red Count were applications of Observation Haki that transcended its limits. Thus, perfection did not signify the highest point, but rather a new starting line. Finally, Karl directed his gaze toward his military martial arts and swordsmanship. The military martial arts required no elaboration. It was something he learned in university before his journey and had previously utilized for self-defense in Boya town. While it may seem of little use now, it was not entirely without merit. In the absence of weapons, this martial art served as a safeguard. As for his swordsmanship, it was undoubtedly one of his prized skills. However, he found it peculiar that the ability of the float fruit remained at an S rank. This led him to suspect that S might not be the pinnacle of power, and there could be further advancements. If his conjecture was correct, it would likely pertain to the awakening of the fruit. Karl muttered to himself as he perused the system, discovering a method for awakening the fruit. This training technique was remarkably simple, encapsulated in just 4 words: transcend your limits. Upon encountering this method, Karl was left utterly exasperated, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. After all his efforts, he had been rewarded with nothing more than these 4 words. Was this some sort of jest? Karl felt a tinge of frustration, however. This training method was not devoid of merit, as it had at least provided him with some insight. After pushing the limits of his fruit abilities yesterday, he discovered today that utilizing these abilities to elevate himself into the air had become significantly more effortless and fluid. The previous sensation of hindrance had vanished entirely, akin to commanding his own limbs with remarkable ease. Reflecting on this, Karl understood that in order to awaken the fruit's true potential, he must repeatedly push its capabilities to the extreme. Yet, he also connected this with the concept of Observation Haki. The system informed him that once the ability level reached S in perfection, further upgrades through the system were unattainable. This implied that only by transcending his own limits could he awaken both the Observation Haki and the fruit's powers. As Karl contemplated further, a thought emerged, prompting him to return to the palace in search of Borsalino for verification. Chapter 92, Borsalino's experience. Splendid. You truly are a remarkable little prodigy favored by the Warring States Marshal, having already approached the thresholds of Observation Haki and the awakening of your devil fruit. In my youth, I lacked such innate talent. A reminder that comparisons can be quite disheartening, remarked Borsalino, his tone laced with envy and a hint of jest. Were it someone else, one might perceive his words as ridicule. However, Karl understood that this was simply Borsalino's nature. Unless the matter at hand demanded his earnestness, he would invariably present himself in this insufferable manner. Borsalino-senpai, do tell me if my deductions are correct. Upon reaching this level, does one not push their abilities to their utmost limits, thereby facilitating the awakening of their devil fruit and the enhancement of their Haki? As the manga provided no guidance on the training methods for devil fruit awakening or Haki advancement, Karl relied on system prompts to speculate on the necessary steps. Observing Karl's insatiable curiosity, Borsalino nodded, then shook his head, leaving Karl perplexed regarding his intentions. Borsalino-senpai, please express your thoughts plainly. It is not that I wish to withhold information, but rather that I have yet to attain such mastery myself. How can I provide guidance? Borsalino delivered a rather disheartening truth, rendering Karl momentarily speechless. To be candid, young one, the natural devil fruits differ significantly from the paramecia. Consuming a natural devil fruit is akin to awakening in itself, while the awakening of Zoan fruits is comparatively simpler, as it merely requires mastery over one's own body. However, the more adept the user, the more potent their awakening will be, which accounts for the disparity among Zoan users. Consider Kaido and Jack. Although both have awakened their fruits, the difference between them is staggering. Yet, paramecia is the most intricate, with each individual's awakening method being entirely unique. The notion of transcending limits is not without possibility, but I cannot assure you of absolute accuracy. As Polysolino continued, he sighed, "My observation haki is commendable, yet it has not reached the level required to awaken other abilities. However, I sense I am nearing that breakthrough. When the time comes, I shall inform you, young Karl." Borsalino merely offered a few subtle insights to Karl, revealing some previously unknown secrets. It was Karl's first encounter with the theory of the awakening of devil fruits, particularly concerning the Logia type, which he had no idea could awaken immediately upon consumption. No wonder each Logia fruit exerts such a vast influence. Enel, upon consuming his devil fruit, was able to harness his observation haki to encompass the entirety of Skypiea. Even Jace, shortly after devouring his fruit, could manipulate a surrounding area of 3 to 4 kilometers, conjuring ice and snow. Furthermore, as he mastered the fruit's abilities, the extent of his control would only grow. The Zoan-type devil fruits, while appearing deceptively straightforward, present an almost insurmountable challenge to attain the level of Kaido. Moreover, Logia fruits are not invincible. The outcome heavily relies on innate talent. For instance, someone like Monet, lacking such talent, would utterly squander the potential of a Logia fruit. As for the observation haki, Borsalino found himself at an impasse, unable to impart further knowledge, and Karl could not press the matter any further. Subsequently, Karl took advantage of the palace training grounds to commence training with his crew. Witnessing this, other Navy personnel expressed their sentiments, uttering remarks such as "Karl is truly diligent. Brigadier General Karl is admirable, and Brigadier General Karl remains humble and unyielding," which filled their casual conversations. Karl paid no heed to their murmurs. Whether they praised or criticized him bore no impact on his resolve, as it would not affect his sustenance. Meanwhile, Borsalino directed the Navy personnel to transport evidence from the artificial devil fruit factory. The Little People and Cyrus willingly served as witnesses to provide testimonies at the Navy base. Additionally, all members of the Don Quixote family had been securely escorted aboard, under Borsalino's vigilant supervision, ensuring they would never escape. This time, Doflamingo faced utter defeat, with no chance of resurgence. As another day swiftly passed, Borsalino departed Dressrosa aboard his warship, returning to the Navy headquarters to report. In the early hours, Karl received commendations from Sengoku and was requested to return in a month's time to report on his progress. At that juncture, he would be considered for a promotion in rank. However, Sengoku earnestly advised Karl to refrain from provoking unnecessary conflicts during this period. Other factions in the New World had already set their sights on him, particularly the 4 emperors, who had developed a keen interest in his activities. It was for this reason that Sengoku took the time to caution Karl, urging him to maintain a low profile and to accumulate fewer military achievements, as it was far better to preserve his identity than to risk losing it. With his current military accomplishments, he was already eligible for promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. He was still young and did not need to exert himself excessively. Karl appreciated Sengoku's concern but was resolute in his determination to remain true to himself. Karl asserted that the Navy embodies justice. If nothing were to transpire, so be it. However, should incidents akin to those in Dressrosa recur, he would show no mercy. Furthermore, he would not spare any pirate that crossed his path. This was Karl's exact declaration. Sengoku, incensed, could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could leap through the transponder snail to deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, this very determination in Karl is precisely what Sengoku values. With no other recourse, he could only command Karl, in his capacity as Fleet Admiral, to refrain from reckless bravado. While it is imperative not to cower in the presence of the Yonko crew, one must also exercise prudence and act within reasonable limits. Karl accepted the command and proceeded to review the evidence against Don Quixote Doflamingo, along with the pertinent information. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they ended the call. "Mr. Karl, may I inquire if you're available at this moment? The ball is about to commence, and I would be honored to invite you to dance, as a token of gratitude for all that you have done for our Dressrosa." It was only after Karl concluded the call that Rebecca felt emboldened to approach him with her invitation. Karl observed Rebecca, adorned in a white dress, blushing as she extended her delicate, fair hand in invitation. Naturally, he did not decline. Not only Karl, but also his crew members were similarly invited to the ball. Although a banquet had taken place the day prior, a ball and a banquet are entirely disparate affairs. The evening's gathering held a more significant purpose: the announcement of the next ruler of Dressrosa, who would be none other than Rebecca herself. Upon King Riku's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet, Karl remained remarkably composed, for he knew well that in the original narrative, King Riku had likewise chosen Rebecca to succeed him. Chapter 93. A rivalry unfolds at last. They could set sail. The cat demon sat at the edge of the boat, swinging her legs with an air of ease and contentment. Balls are truly bothersome, she mused. I cannot dance at all, yet someone dares to invite me. The audacity of this individual was remarkable, for despite her stepping on him repeatedly, he did not utter a word of complaint, even insisting it was of no consequence. Is he truly what the commander refers to as a sycophant? The cat demon reminisced about the delightful occurrences earlier that morning in Dressrosa. Anil and Nilu laughed openly, clearly amused by the cat demon's remarks. Meanwhile, Black Feather stifled her laughter, maintaining her icy, enigmatic facade that deterred others from approaching her. Although she too received invitations to dance, Black Feather politely declined. While the ball was attended by all, most merely observed others dance. Few actually participated. Truth be told, had it not been for Rebecca's obligation to uphold her family's legacy, I would have relished the opportunity to entice her aboard our ship and persuade her to join the Navy. Rebecca possesses remarkable talent, and remaining in Dressrosa to inherit her family's fortune would be an utter squandering of her gifts. Karl sighed, feeling a sense of regret for Rebecca. Although individuals with her remarkable talent are plentiful across these vast seas, many gifted souls remain squandered. Thus, Karl merely expressed a fleeting sentiment without dwelling too long on it. Is inheriting a family legacy not more appealing than joining the Navy? Ha ha ha. Please continue your conversation. I shall return to my training. I have a feeling it won't be long before I, too, awaken the power of armament hockey. Niru, just you wait. I shall not allow you to surpass me. Enel scoffed before retreating to the cabin to commence his training. During this period, Niru had awakened her armament hockey and mastered the soft techniques that Karl had taught her, resulting in a qualitative transformation of her abilities. Previously, she was no match for Enel. However, after 3 sparring sessions yesterday, she emerged victorious twice, with only the first bout ending in her defeat. This unexpected turn of events struck Enel hard. He had never anticipated being surpassed by Niru. Fortunately, the gap between their strengths had not widened significantly. Enel understood that his shortcomings lay in his mastery of armament hockey, which is why he was seizing every opportunity to train, aiming for an early awakening of this power. Niru was keenly aware that, despite her newfound abilities, her strength remained relatively modest, even falling short of the elite vice admirals of the Navy. She recognized her current status as precarious. While it appeared commendable, in reality, when faced with a true powerhouse, she would shatter like a fragile egg upon impact. Strengthening her armament hockey was imperative, while the intensity of her physical training could afford to be somewhat relaxed. The development of observation hockey must be prioritized. I have already grasped the method of maintaining composure, and by training in this manner, I shall inevitably awaken it in due time. After sufficient rest, Niru returned to the training room, prepared to cultivate her observation hockey. Both she and Enel, unwilling to concede to each other, exhibited an extraordinary level of determination. Witnessing their fervor, others felt a twinge of embarrassment, as their own training intensity was merely half of what these two displayed. The training regimen initially set by Karl was already rigorous, yet they had independently doubled it. This relentless pursuit forced them to exhaust their bodies daily, striving to unlock their potential in the quest for greater strength. Competition breeds progress. I should have realized this sooner. Henceforth, until the end of next month, prior to my return to the naval headquarters, I shall offer a mysterious reward to the individual who demonstrates the most significant improvement in strength. As for the nature of this reward, that remains to be determined. I have yet to conceive it. With a light-hearted remark, Karl prompted Enzo and Jess to exchange a glance before they unhesitatingly dashed towards the training room. The helmsman, Erland, was curled up beside a crate, playing the part of a barrel, as he no longer had to steer the ship's direction. Black Feather and the cat demon had come to terms with their situation. Having traversed the world of Dressrosa, they were acutely aware of their unsuitability for combat. Consequently, their training had become considerably more relaxed, with most of their time devoted to the development of their fruit abilities. This was Karl's sole expectation of them. Inspired by Borsalino's words, Karl experienced a moment of clarity. If their innate talents were lacking, then Zoan-type devil fruits were indeed the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. As long as they could awaken their respective devil fruits, they would possess a certain degree of life-preserving capability. Karl only requested the two of them to diligently cultivate their own abilities, without imposing excessive demands in other areas. The cat demon and Black Feather nodded in agreement with Karl's words. They were well aware that their limited strength would be nearly futile in genuine combat. It would be far more prudent to serve as logistics personnel, possessing merely the capability for self-preservation. Lord Karl, where are we headed next? The cat demon inquired, carrying a tray of pastries as she emerged from the kitchen and placed it beside Karl's table. Karl leisurely lifted his meal, casting a glance at the nautical chart upon the table. I had initially intended to venture to the United Nations. Yet the warlord of the warring states advised me to refrain from stirring up trouble, thus I had to alter my course at the last moment. Nevertheless, the destination we are heading to is a veritable haven of indulgence. I hope you will not be beguiled by the allure of this environment. A haven of indulgence? Meow? What place is that? It sounds intriguing, the cat demon inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Heiyu stepped forward to knead Karl's shoulders, inquiring about the location. Our next destination is Gurin Tezelo, which, if I recall correctly, is also known as the City of Gold. The ruler here is Guild Tesoro, a user of the superhuman gold fruit, often referred to as the Golden Emperor. There are whispers that he was once a slave to the celestial dragons. I wonder if you have any recollection of him, Heiyu. I have no recollection of that name. Heiyu shook his head, evidently unfamiliar with Tezelo. By the way, what is our purpose for visiting this place? Are we to apprehend or extort? Meow? After spending considerable time with Karl, the once cute and rosy cat demon had taken on a darker hue. Actually, it's nothing serious. I am merely curious as to why Tezelo has recruited so many pirates. His recruitment of pirates is so extensive that I have every reason to suspect his intentions are not benevolent, hence my decision to investigate. With that, Karl placed a newspaper before the cat demon and Heiyu. The place indicated by Karl was the official recruitment advertisement for pirates by Tezelo. However, both Black Feather and Cat Demon focused their attention on the most prominent headline. This headline boldly proclaimed, "The Marine's new star defeats the four emperors, Kaido," in bold type, occupying a substantial portion of the newspaper's panel. Chapter 94, The Surge of Various Forces. Old man, I have returned. I sincerely apologize for taking matters into my own hands and disrupting your plans. However, you need not worry. Such a foolish mistake shall never be repeated. After spending several days in hiding, Izo finally returned to the Moby Dick, embraced once again by Whitebeard. He adopted a humble posture, kneeling before Whitebeard to acknowledge his error. The other captains intended to welcome Izo's return, but upon witnessing his kneeling, they were instantly taken aback. Izo, what are you doing? No one blames you. Indeed, Izo, though your actions were not entirely correct, we harbor no resentment towards you. Who does the old man? Have you suffered any losses? We have not encountered any danger because of you. There is absolutely no need for your apology. Honestly, Izo, you ought to show more respect to the old man. If you don't rise, we may start to look down on you. The surrounding voices echoed one after another, urging Izo to stand. Yet, he remained anxious. Glancing up at Whitebeard, only to discover that Whitebeard was not angry at all. In fact, he displayed a smile. Haha, Izo, you little rascal, always so serious. Get up. It's unbecoming to kneel, and I have matters to discuss with you. With that, the old man produced a newspaper. Izo sat on the ground, casually snatching a cup of alcohol from a nearby person and indulging in hearty gulps. Nothing beats the taste of our own brew. Haha. Izo laughed heartily, though the individual beside him grumbled as he retrieved his cup. Haha. Izo, what are your thoughts on this marine news star, Karl? What do I think? Izo took a sip of his drink, poured himself another, and pondered for a moment before responding. Impressive, decisive, exceptionally talented, and imbued with a strong sense of justice. He is unlike most Marines we have encountered. To put it succinctly, he resembles a fusion of Garp and Sengoku. Beyond relying solely on his fists, he has managed to expose everything that Doflamingo orchestrated, inciting turmoil throughout Dressrosa. Furthermore, he understands the art of diversion. His plans will not truly unfold until Doflamingo makes his appearance. If such a person continues to grow, he will pose a significant threat to us. Izo's expression was grave as he spoke candidly. The others, upon hearing Izo's words, were taken aback, yet none dared to refute him. For Karl's recent exploits had indeed been nothing short of astonishing. Unquestionably powerful, he has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the Seven Warlords. He even managed to hold his ground against Kaido for a considerable duration. Such accomplishments instill doubt in everyone present, save for Marco, who alone possesses the confidence to match him. For a pirate, he may pose a threat, yet for ordinary individuals, a person of his caliber embodies justice. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, The attendees experienced a moment of clarity. For Whitebeard was indeed correct. Karl, from the perspective of the Navy, is undoubtedly their adversary. However, they are pirates. To the common folk, pirates are the marauders, while the Navy stands as the bastion of justice. Thus, the emergence of a figure like Karl within the Navy enhances their image and that of the world government, bringing them nothing but benefits. Yet, the threat he poses to them as pirates is considerable. Father, should we continue to target him? I've heard he is near our territorial waters, Marco inquired tentatively. Whitebeard, in response, spread out a newspaper and handed it to Marco. If you are confident in your ability to not be outmatched by him, then you may test his strength. This report states that the Navy's rising stars, in conjunction with the admirals, defeated the Yonko Kaido. He was not the main force. How could I possibly lose to him? Marco retorted disdainfully, to which Whitebeard merely smiled, remaining silent. Whitebeard understood the terrifying potential of the float fruit. If wielded correctly, it could be immensely formidable. It is worth noting that prior to his imprisonment, the Golden Lion was a pirate captain renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard. The abilities of the float fruit must not be underestimated. Father, I shall return shortly. If possible, I will capture him and bring him back to you as an apology. Ace was taken by him, and while the reason for Ace's execution stemmed from that scoundrel Teach spreading rumors, Karl is certainly one of the primary culprits indirectly responsible. If I do not teach him a lesson, I shall not find peace. Marco clenched his teeth, clearly incensed. Whitebeard chuckled, waving his hand. Since you wish to go, then go. But do not blame me for not warning you. If you fail, return promptly. I do not wish to lose you before engaging in war with the Navy. Rest assured, Father, I will be just fine. Marco confidently thumped his chest and then soared into the sky without hesitation. Meanwhile, aside from Whitebeard's crew, others were also witnessing the latest reports emerging today regarding the zinc powder. The news of Karl joining forces with Kizaru to decisively defeat Kaido spread like wildfire. Within half a day, it had pervaded the entire New World, and even the vast expanse of the Grand Line. The defeat of a Yonko is monumental news for the Navy, instilling within them a renewed sense of hope for the impending war. The actions of Karl and Kizaru have revealed that the Yonko are not invincible entities. Despite their titles, they are merely pirates. The true dominion of EC still lies with the Navy. However, in stark contrast to the Navy's burgeoning morale, the pirates found themselves in disarray. Witnessing the downfall of Kaido, many began to deride him as a failure. Aside from a select few high-ranking pirates, the lesser scoundrels dismissed the Yonko as mere pretenders. The tide of challenges against the Yonko surged once more in the wake of Kaido's defeat. Yet, few dared to confront Whitebeard. Most sought after Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Those who approached Shanks were met with a degree of mercy, as he seldom resorted to lethal force, though he was known to inflict severe injuries as a lesson. Conversely, those who ventured to Wano found themselves swiftly cast into the sea, unable to even set foot on its shores. As for those targeting the Big Mom pirates, their misfortune was palpable. Karl's control over the tides had driven Kaido directly into the territory of Whole Cake Island. Surprisingly, upon their encounter, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exhibited an unexpected camaraderie, engaging in a private tea gathering rather than descending into conflict. However, the fate of those who dared to challenge the Big Mom pirates was all but sealed when they stumbled upon Kaido and Linlin sharing tea together. Chapter 95, Gurin Tezelo. 5 days later, Karl commanded the vessel as it entered an opulent realm. The port was adorned with an expanse of gold, entirely crafted from pure gold without a trace of impurity. Under the resplendent golden glow, even the seawater transformed into a brilliant hue of gold, captivating all who beheld it. Is this truly the fabled city of gold? It appeared utterly magnificent. The cat demon, overwhelmed by the lavish surroundings, found herself at a loss for words to describe the splendor. The others, apart from Karl and Enel, were equally astonished by the sight. Even the typically reticent Jess and the somewhat reclusive Ireland could not help but gape at the port constructed entirely of gold. Such a spectacular scene was beyond anything they had ever heard or seen. What is so remarkable about this? The Sky Island I hail from possesses a city of gold far more extravagant than this, complete with a colossal golden clock. Alas, that city lies in ruins, with naught remaining but the clock itself, which still stands intact. Should anyone manage to restore the city of gold from the Sky Island, it would undoubtedly surpass this place in grandeur tenfold. Enel, having witnessed grand spectacles before, scoffed at their excitement over such trivialities. He felt no thrill in the presence of gold, remaining utterly unmoved by the scene before him. Karl felt similarly. He had long been acquainted with the treasures of the floating islands and possessed knowledge of the nature of the Golden City. Although he was somewhat astonished to behold the true visage of the Golden City, his emotions remained largely unperturbed. The warship advanced steadily, soon arriving at the designated naval position. However, at that very moment, the nearby golden fountain erupted suddenly. Brilliant streams of gold gushed forth from the grand fountain, radiating outward in a dazzling display. The pirates in proximity, upon witnessing this golden spectacle, wasted no time in attempting to seize the riches. Some even contemplated snatching gold from the hands of others. Had it not been for the formidable reputation of Tetsolo, these pirates would likely have already resorted to thievery. Little did they realize that their actions played right into Tetsolo's cunning scheme. The fragments of gold were, in fact, part of Tetsolo's elaborate plot. Upon witnessing this scene, Karl couldn't help but shake his head. He then employed his abilities to disperse all the golden fragments surrounding him. Everyone took note that Tetsolo's power stemmed from the gold fruit, and these golden shards were manifestations of his abilities. As long as any remnants of gold remained on one's body, he could manipulate it to ensnare them. Enel and Jess had no cause for concern, as they were both users of Logia-type devil fruits. However, the others needed to exercise utmost caution. Any contact with the gold here required immediate notification to him. Understood. The attendees responded in unison to Karl's command. It was unexpected that this golden emperor possessed such capabilities. He was indeed no ordinary individual. Enzo shook his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. The others mirrored his astonishment, having never anticipated that Tetsolo would resort to such methods to exert control over others. Their gazes shifted to those who had tightly clutched the golden shards, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. These individuals were utterly beyond salvation. Tetsolo's ascent to power relied not solely on his fruit's abilities but also on his astute business acumen and his methods of manipulation. This man, akin to Don Quixote Doflamingo, was a master puppeteer of human emotions. The singular distinction between them lay in the fact that Tetsolo primarily targeted pirates and swindled the celestial dragons. For the Navy, he was also considered a valuable source of information, and typically, he refrained from engaging them directly. Karl provided a brief explanation, to which Enzo and the others nodded in understanding. Moreover, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. This is a maritime entertainment venue sanctioned by the celestial dragons. Even if you encounter pirates here, do not act impulsively. As long as no one initiates aggression towards us, we shall remain unconcerned with these pirates. This location is intricately linked to the interests of the five elders, and I still see value in maintaining a beneficial relationship with them. It is unnecessary to provoke discord with those five old men. With that said, Karl discreetly offered a small gratuity to the individual who had docked their vessel, and then he led Inaru and the others off the ship. The naval warships anchored here provide a significant degree of security, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Tetsolo is unlikely to engage the Navy, unless he wishes to forfeit his standing in the New World. The shimmering fragments of gold continue to float through the air. Utilizing his fruit abilities, Karl sent all the golden fragments surrounding him soaring into the air. Not a single piece of gold fell upon the crew members. It can be said that as long as Karl is present, the Golden Emperor's trifling antics pose no threat to him. Upon leaving the port, Karl noticed a rather peculiar large-headed doll emerging from the ground, its comically oversized eyes fixated on him. Having just emerged, it bowed respectfully to Karl. You must be Major Karl, correct? I am Tanaka, the captain of the guard in Golden City. You may refer to me as Mr. Tanaka. Is Lord Tetsolo the reason for your visit? Indeed, it is Lord Tetsolo who has sent me to escort you. Ever since he learned of your impending arrival, he has been so delighted that he could hardly sleep. He has been waiting for you in the Golden Mansion for quite some time. Please, Mr. Karl, follow me. Delighted to the point of insomnia or anxious to the point of unrest? Your choice of words is rather lacking in finesse. Karl chuckled lightly, disregarding Tianzhong's awkward demeanor as he playfully patted his head. Lead the way and kindly introduce me to this place. My crew intends to linger here for a few days. Of course, please follow me. I shall introduce you right away. Meanwhile, as Mr. Tian led the way, inside the building, Tetsolo wore a rather grim expression. Bakara, what do you suppose this naval prodigy seeks by coming here? This individual has vanquished Doflamingo, liberated Dressrosa, and has become a hero in that region. He collaborated with Admiral Kazara to fend off Kaido, although his contribution was minimal. He managed to hold his ground for half an hour before Kizaru arrived. His strength is formidable. Does he come here to investigate me? Is he not afraid of incurring the displeasure of the Gorosei? or the celestial dragons? Taizolo felt a wave of unease. Had it been an ordinary naval officer or admiral, he would not be as perturbed. Most Navy personnel are reasonable. As long as Taizolo set a price, they would retreat. However, what he feared most was a newcomer like Karl, who acted without regard for consequences or future repercussions. Bribing him with money would likely prove ineffective. Coupled with Karl's undeniable strength, Taizolo found himself genuinely anxious. Chapter 96. The humiliated Taizolo in the Golden Building. Within Taizolo's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Taizolo sat at his desk, while Karl lounged on the adjacent sofa, casually sipping tea with his legs crossed. The room was devoid of any other presence, as Taizolo had instructed his subordinates to leave. Karl's crew has also been assigned to other locations for leisure. Today can be considered a day off for them. However, Karl has entrusted them with the task to keenly observe the Golden City. Should they encounter any irregularities, they are to report promptly. Furthermore, Karl specifically cautioned Ainalu and Nilu to refrain from causing any disturbances in this area, after which he had no further instructions. In the current office, only Karl and Taizolo remain, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. They sat in silence for approximately 10 minutes. Although the ambience felt stifling, Karl perceived nothing amiss. He was merely here for a respite, with no intention of confronting Taizolo, who was thus powerless against him. The only one feeling the weight of tension was Taizolo himself. By the way, Brigadier Karl, what brings you here? Or do you have a specific mission? Taizolo asked, attempting to deflect. I am merely engaged in modest trade, far beneath the scale of Doflamingo's operations in Dressrosa. If you intend to investigate, feel free, aside from a few slave traders who conduct covert dealings here. I have no illicit activities. After all, the celestial dragons frequently engage in commerce with me, and I would not jeopardize my reputation. Taizolo could no longer contain himself and chose to concede first, fully aware that he was likely no match for Karl, especially given the latter's status as a naval officer and a rising star within the Navy. While Taizolo held no fear of the Navy, he was wary of impulsive individuals like Karl. Any conflict with him would inevitably result in loss for Taizolo, so he resolved to endure as long as Karl did not overstep his bounds. Mr. Taizolo, there is no need for such apprehension. My presence here is not a deliberate targeting of you. In fact, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration and inquire about your recruitment of these pirates. To my knowledge, although you have previously enlisted pirates, you have never publicly advertised this information in the newspapers. Your actions raise considerable suspicion. Karl narrowed his eyes and articulated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing Karl's words, Taizolo breathed a sigh of relief. He merely needed to ascertain Karl's stance. As long as Karl did not come to confront him, Taizolo felt no need to remain as tense as he was. So this was the matter at hand. My recruitment of pirates is merely to have them labor for me, perhaps even sacrifice themselves in the process. These pirates, driven solely by greed, care little for their own lives. A mere flick of my hand can render them utterly obedient. Such valuable labor, why would I not exploit it to the fullest? A sly smile crept upon Taizolo's lips, revealing a charmingly sinister expression. Clearly, this was a routine for him. Yet as Karl had noted, he had never before undertaken such a conspicuous recruitment of pirates. There lingered a sense that he was concealing something from me, but never mind. I shall be here for a few days to bide my time. Admiral Sengoku instructed me to linger in the New World for a spell before returning to the Navy headquarters. However, he has also cautioned me against stirring up trouble, which is rather bothersome. My original destination was the nation of Tado Land, home to the big MOM pirates, yet due to Sengoku's orders, I was compelled to alter my plans and come to your locale. I can't shake the feeling of loss in this decision, but then again, perhaps I might stumble upon unforeseen delights here. Karl displayed an expression of utter helplessness, clearly feeling a sense of disappointment upon arriving in Golden City. Taizolo's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that Karl's visit was merely a spontaneous decision, lacking any thoughtful planning. Furthermore, his original intention of seeking trouble with one of the four emperors, the Big Mom pirates, had vanished entirely. Such a notion was one Taizolo dared not entertain. Nonetheless, this revelation solidified his belief that Karl was merely a brash youth, imbued with a sense of justice yet blissfully unaware of the world's complexities. With a resigned sigh, Taizolo reflected that Karl's impulsive arrival indicated a lack of concrete plans, which alleviated his concerns considerably. Colonel Karl, what do you mean by your proposal for collaboration? Taizolo inquired, while Karl's gaze sharpened significantly. After a brief silence of approximately 10 seconds, Karl finally spoke. I seek your assistance in locating Don Quixote Doflamingo. A person of his ilk must not be allowed to remain at large. That's quite manageable. But how do you intend to compensate me? In gold or belly? Or perhaps with other rare treasures? Given your status as a Navy officer, I could offer you a 20% discount. This is the most generous deal I can extend. Taizolo replied, welcoming the prospect of business, even if it was merely for intelligence gathering. Although he had not personally engaged in such dealings for some time, he feigned delight to avoid provoking Karl's ire. However, Karl's reaction left Taizolo momentarily speechless. Compensation? Are you jesting? You, a mere pirate, dare to discuss remuneration with the Navy? Do you believe I wouldn't lead a thorough investigation of your gambling den right now and stir up some trouble for you? Humph. You think I'm one of those affluent individuals? Karl let out a cold snort, indicating his lack of funds, yet insisted that he must accept this task. Such a situation was unforeseen by Taizolo. He had originally anticipated that Karl would readily pay for cooperation, but to his surprise, while Karl was indeed straightforward, he was not willing to part with his money. Well, let this be a gesture of friendship. I shall conduct an investigation into Doflamingo's whereabouts for you free of charge. Taizolo had no choice but to endure. His greatest concern was Karl's unreasonable nature, which might lead to an investigation of Gold City. Although he was confident that nothing illicit occurred in his establishment, he knew that any scrutiny would inevitably impact his business, a scenario he was keen to avoid. Moreover, he had a plan in motion that he could not afford to delay due to Karl's interference, as the losses would be substantial, potentially even inciting the ire of the celestial dragons. This was something Taizolo was desperate to prevent. That will suffice. Inform me when you have news. For now, I shall take a stroll and see what amusements you have to offer here. With that, Karl waved his hand and strode out of Taizolo's office, casually taking a bottle of fine wine with him, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was an outsider. After Karl departed, Taizolo's expression gradually darkened. What a scoundrel. Chapter 97. Triggering choices. Karl wandered alone through the streets of Golden City, aimlessly exploring its various entertainment venues. While he found little interest in the numerous establishments, a few bars piqued his curiosity. This intrigue was not due to the quality of the libations or the talent showcases within. Rather, it stemmed from his observation through his observation hockey, which revealed clandestine human trafficking transactions taking place. As Taizolo had mentioned, the human traffickers here did not operate openly. Perhaps Taizolo turned a blind eye to such activities, yet this locale was distinctly different from the Sabay archipelago. In the archipelago, the celestial dragons provided a protective veil, allowing for rampant slavery while shielding those involved from severe repercussions. Even if the Marines intervened, the culprits faced merely financial losses, hardly needing to fear for their lives, unless they encountered a justice-driven Marine like Karl. However, the circumstances in Golden City were starkly dissimilar. Taizolo, himself a former slave, would not rescue others from bondage nor demand that all who entered cease their slave trading. Yet, he would never tolerate such activities occurring before his eyes. Although Taizolo did not actively investigate who engaged in these nefarious dealings, if he were to discover any wrongdoers, he would not spare the slave traders from his wrath. His past as a slave bred a profound loathing for those who trafficked in human lives, and this sentiment was beyond question. Thus, slave traders were a rarity in Golden City, and it took Karl considerable time to uncover these shadowy dealings. Upon following the path to the trading site, however, he discerned something amiss. The individual engaged in the transaction with the traffickers was a figure clad in a white trench coat and adorned with a white mask. The figure before him was indistinct, yet strikingly tall, towering over Karl by at least 2 heads. The attire of this individual increasingly resembled that of CP0. Though certainty eluded him, much of their garb bore a striking resemblance to that of CP0. As for the enslaved individual in question, Karl did not recognize her, though she appeared to be a young woman, perhaps in her late teens. With flowing aquamarine hair and delicate features, her figure was pleasingly proportioned, embodying the essence of beauty. However, the dimly lit surroundings obscured her true appearance, and the young girl was filthy, draped in a gray cloak that concealed her form. Once the transaction was completed, Karl followed the slave trader, his observation hockey activated, intent on not losing track of this seemingly CP0 figure. Yet, he knew he must first deal with the trafficker and glean information about this mysterious individual. After a brief moment, Karl trailed the trafficker to a secluded corner, where, aside from himself, 7 or 8 accomplices awaited. Upon the trafficker's return with a sack of money, jubilant cheers erupted among the group. Haha, we've struck it rich. Indeed, Who would have thought that a mere singer from Music Island could fetch 30 million berries? What a windfall. She is not just any singer. She is the daughter of the island's governor, known as the Siren Princess. It is said she possesses the power of the voice fruit. Her melodies enchanting all who hear them, elevating their spirits immensely. Moreover, I've heard her voice can control sea kings. Alas, the pirates seized the island, slaughtering the former governor and threatening her life. If we had rescued her, she would surely have perished at their hands. What misfortune for her! Yet by selling her to the celestial dragons, did we not save her life? Had we known, we should have let her entertain us first. It would have been a fitting return for our brother's act of salvation. Laughter and banter filled the air as the traffickers exchanged words, their demeanor light and carefree. Karl listened intently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. They had all spoken, and thus the intelligence could not possibly be erroneous. The individual who acquired the mermaid princess was indeed affiliated with CP0. As for the motive behind this acquisition, it likely pertained to her ability to control the Sea Kings. The Gorosei, or the upper echelons of the celestial dragons, must surely possess knowledge of the ancient weapons. Among these, the Sea Kings are linked to the ancient weapon Poseidon, which grants the power to command them. Although the mermaid princess can only wield such power through the enhancement of her devil fruit abilities. The celestial dragons and the Gorosei would rather err on the side of caution than allow her to exist unmonitored. Furthermore, given the princess's inherent fragility, subjugating her as a slave would effectively neutralize any potential threat she posed. Karl, with a mere twitch of his toes, discerned the nefarious intentions harbored by the group of unsavory individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he drew his blade and approached the assemblage of human traffickers. Just then, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. A divine choice has been triggered. Option 1. Disregard this incident. Receiving a random ability rated no less than B class, without side effects. Option 2. Report this incident to Sengoku, allowing him to handle it. In exchange for an increase in the Navy's favorability, along with the power of the human fruit, Buddha form, without side effects. Option 3. Handle the matter independently. Though this will provoke the displeasure of the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, rewarding an increase of 1 level in all attributes, as well as a random ability rated no less than D class, without side effects. Has the choice truly been activated? Karl had not anticipated that his simple act of lending a hand would trigger a choice. This prompted him to ponder the choice system and whether it aligned with his previous speculations. According to his earlier conjectures, such choices could only be activated upon encountering significant plot characters. Yet, to his surprise, it had been directly triggered, even resulting in an immediate impact on the celestial dragon's perception of him. Although Karl was indifferent to how the celestial dragons viewed him, the situation with the Gorosei presented a genuine dilemma. Hey, who are you, kid? Are you looking for trouble? The ruffians, having spotted Karl, were oblivious to the Navy uniform he wore due to the dim lighting. As they approached him with menacing expressions, intending to seize him, they suddenly caught sight of his military attire. This revelation caused them to recoil in shock, and, without hesitation, they turned and fled. Karl swiftly made his decision and struck down the traffickers with lethal precision. A glimmer of light emerged from the darkness, and in an instant, the heads of the traffickers fell, leaving none unscathed. Chapter 98. Rescuing the captives. Next, the task was to locate CP0 and liberate the captives from his grasp. Fortunately, I had kept my observation hockey activated, preventing him from slipping away. However, it was quite surprising that his destination was the Golden Building. It seemed that his purpose for being here, aside from engaging in transactions with the traffickers, was likely also intertwined with Tizolo. Karl squinted his eyes and instantly soared into the air. He had previously chosen option 3. There was truly no hesitation regarding this choice. It was the endeavor Karl most ardently wished to pursue. Although the first 2 rewards were commendable, with the second choice even offering the powers and favor of the warring states, Karl preferred to engage in what he loved, regardless of the superior rewards associated with the other options or the potential ire of the celestial dragons. Thus, he hastened towards the location of CP0. It was imperative to prevent any contact between them and Tizolo, for the consequences could be dire. Confronted solely by CP0, Karl could effortlessly eliminate him without any trepidation. After all, the trafficker was already deceased. It was merely a matter of silencing a CP operative who had come to negotiate. If all went well, he might even obscure his own actions. After all, the celestial dragons were unaware of the appearance of the Sea Witch Princess, as she had been imprisoned long ago and had only recently been liberated by the trafficker. I found you. Moments later, Karl spotted CP0 traversing a dim alleyway. This CP0, having taken a less traveled path, encountered some individuals intent on robbery. These ruffians, having lost their entire fortunes in Golden City, were forced to remain and work for Tezolo to repay their debts, lest they face a fate worse than death. Even those who managed to escape often fell into the hands of such bandits, resorting to theft in hopes of striking it rich with their next gamble. Consequently, such individuals were prevalent throughout Golden City. However, their prowess was largely lacking. With the Sea Witch Princess slung over his right shoulder, CP0 effortlessly dispatched these brigands with a mere flick of his left hand, puncturing their necks in an instant. Karl gazed intently at the sky. He discerned that the individual from CP0 was employing remarkably advanced spear finger techniques. Although Karl himself may not be adept in its use, he can at least comprehend its essence. To the friend in the sky, having accompanied me thus far, why not descend and engage in a conversation? CP0 unexpectedly spoke, still turned away from Karl, revealing that he too possessed the ability of observation haki. Despite being discovered, Karl remained unperturbed, as he had intended to intercept this individual with minimal effort. Naval forces? What brings you here? Upon arriving before CP0, the latter recognized Karl's rank as a rear admiral. He then scrutinized Karl, only to realize that this naval officer was none other than the Rear Admiral Karl, who had recently dominated the headlines. It was indeed surprising to find such a renowned figure in this location. CP0, masked and inscrutable, concealed his expression, yet Karl could discern the derision in his tone. Clearly, he regarded Karl with disdain. CP0, might you elucidate the situation regarding the girl on your shoulder? Human trafficking is a grave offense, and even as a member of CP, such actions are inexcusable. Preposterous. Human trafficking? This is merely the property of the celestial dragons. Enough. There is no point in conversing with a simpleton like you. Just understand that I am merely transporting goods for the celestial dragons. You, an insignificant wretch, lack the standing to issue commands before me. Step aside. As the path was singular, Karl positioned himself to prevent CP0 from advancing. Karl stood his ground, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon CP0. Do you think I would be swayed by your deceitful words? You, a mere dog of the celestial dragons, have the audacity to bark at me? Scoundrel, you are courting your own demise. In a single utterance, Karl shattered CP0's defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack with the intent to pierce. Yet, Karl remained utterly undisturbed, employing his observation haki to foresee his opponent's assault, subsequently enveloping his forehead with a layer of armament haki. Similarly, CP0 coated his fingers with armament haki, persistently unleashing his finger gun. A resounding bang echoed through the air. Karl leaned back slightly, his face still adorned with a smile. Aside from a hint of redness on his forehead, there were no visible injuries. On the other side, CP0 gazed in disbelief at his severed finger, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. My finger. Stop wailing. It sounds rather unpleasant. Karl shook his head and swiftly drew his blade, granting him a swift end. Accompanied by a glimmer of silver, CP0 was utterly unable to withstand Karl's onslaught, and thus he was dispatched in an instant. Karl carried the still unconscious sea princess in his arms, effortlessly hoisting CP's lifeless body with one hand as he soared into the night sky. He cast CP's remains into the depths of the ocean, and then, with the sea princess in tow, returned to the opulent villa of gold that Tezolo had arranged for him. However, at that moment, he found himself alone within the lavish abode, as it was evident that the other crew members were still reveling elsewhere. Upon witnessing this, Karl couldn't help but shake his head, subsequently directing his gaze towards the still, slumbering sea princess. The protracted duration of her sleep was indicative of an apparent drugging. Otherwise, such a state would be inconceivable. Nevertheless, Karl remained unperturbed, arranging for her to have a room where she could rest before anything else. Speaking of which, had the task yet to be fulfilled? Was there perhaps something we had yet to accomplish? Karl glanced at his choices and realized that the task remained unfulfilled, which struck him as peculiar. However, as he pondered this conundrum, others gradually returned, causing him to swiftly dismiss his concern. Some were beaming with joy, while others wore expressions of melancholy. Some remained silent, ensconced in their own thoughts, and there was even one who had imbibed too much and was carried back by Nilu. Indeed, the inebriated individual was none other than Enel. How utterly amusing. This fellow had only downed 2 small bottles of liquor and was already inebriated. Such a beverage, I could consume 10 bottles without feeling a thing. Yet he succumbed to drunkenness, truly a source of laughter. Nilu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she laughed uncontrollably, and even Kuroa beside her could not stifle a chuckle. What a character! Upon witnessing Enel in a state of inebriation, Karl felt a twinge of embarrassment. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the feline apparition nearby. Why do you wear such a sorrowful expression? I have lost 200,000 berries, came the lament. Karl found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of where to begin, he then inquired with the others, most of whom appeared to be quite normal. Enzo and Jess casually strolled together, while Aelin remained his usual reclusive self. However, this time, he had retreated to the musical theater for solitude. Anilu and Nilu, of course, had ventured into a drinking competition, the results of which were evident. Meanwhile, Heiyu accompanied the cat demon to the casino, where the latter lost 20,000, while Heiyu, with 3,000, managed to earn 40,000. Hearing this left Karl even more perplexed about how to critique the misfortunes of the cat demon. Amidst the lively chatter, a melodious and ethereal voice timidly emerged, asking, "Who are you?" Chapter 99, All LSP's The Sudden Voice. Along with the sight of a charming figure clad in a tattered gray robe, captured everyone's attention, despite her disheveled appearance. This enchanting presence stood before them, excluding Anilu, who had already succumbed to slumber, and Aelin, who was too absorbed in his own world to show any interest. The others gaped in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, their gaze swiftly turned toward Karl, their expression sharp, as if silently questioning how he had managed to bring such an adorable girl into their midst. Clearing his throat, Karl hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. She is a little girl I rescued from the clutches of a slave trader." "What is your name, dear?" Karl scratched his head, realizing that he did not know her name, only aware that she was referred to as the Siren Princess by the traffickers. At that moment, the Siren Princess timidly recoiled, and then, with a voice as melodious as a celestial choir, replied, I am Indil." "Very well. This young lady Indil is someone I rescued from the clutches of the traffickers. Henceforth, I shall escort her aboard the ship. After all, leaving her here is exceedingly perilous. It is best entrusted to our navy for her protection." Karl stepped forward and gently caressed Indur's long, sea-blue hair. Indur, feeling a tinge of fear, recoiled slightly and timidly inquired, "Am I not sold into slavery? And who are you?" "Rest assured, Indur," Karl replied. "You are now a free individual, not a slave. I am a naval brigadier, and all present here are members of the navy. You can confidently accompany us. There will be no issues whatsoever." Upon hearing Karl's words, Indur nodded, but suddenly her body weakened, and she began to sway, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Karl hurriedly approached to support Indur. Heiyu, equally concerned, rushed over to examine Indur's condition. "What is the matter with her?" Heiyu inquired after a brief assessment, shaking her head in uncertainty. "Indur, when was the last time you had a meal?" "Recently?" Indur bowed her head in contemplation, responding after a moment, "It seems it was the day before yesterday." "What?" Nilu exclaimed in shock upon hearing Indur's words. She had not anticipated that Indur had gone nearly 3 days without food. "Damn those slave traders. If I find them, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome fate." "Enough, refrain from frightening the child. As for those slave traders, I have dealt with them. You should focus on Inilu instead. This fellow has not even sipped a drop of alcohol, and you take him drinking. If he does not perish on the battlefield but instead succumbs inebriated, that will be your responsibility, Nilu." Nilu, chastened by Karl's reprimand, nodded awkwardly and began preparing remedies to sober Inilu and induce vomiting to restore his consciousness. The cat demon cast a glance at Nilu, then at Indur, regaining her charming smile. "Meow. I shall prepare some food, though I am unfamiliar with the kitchenware here, so it may take a bit longer." "Meow. Go ahead, but do not trouble yourself too much. Something simple that can satiate hunger will suffice." "At your service." "Meow." The cat demon bounced off to the kitchen. Jesse and Enzo lay sprawled on the sofa, both gazing at Indur with bemused smiles. Noticing their expressions, Karl shot them a disapproving look. Clearly, they were both rather inappropriate in their admiration. Enzo's demeanor could be forgiven, as it was in his nature, but Karl was taken aback to discover that Jesse, too, harbored a more reserved inclination. He did not find the cat demon's cuteness appealing, nor did he appreciate her aloofness. Rather, he preferred someone like Indur. However, Karl observed Indur's figure, noting that in comparison to the cat demon's lack of curves and Heiyu's still developing physique, Indur indeed possessed a well-defined silhouette, exuding an unmistakable princess-like aura. "Ah, so you have a taste for this sort, do you, Jesse?" Karl expressed a complaint, and then, cradling the frail Indil, made his way to the sofa. Heiyu followed closely, diligently checking Indul's condition to prevent any adverse symptoms from arising due to her lack of nourishment over the past few days. Before long, the cat demon approached, carrying a bowl of rice. Do not consume too much at once. After several days of fasting, overindulgence may lead to distress in your stomach, she cautioned. Thank you. Indul replied, still somewhat shy, yet Karl and the others endeavored to be as gentle as possible, enabling her to relax and begin her meal. Indul, where is your home? Perhaps we could escort you back, Heiyu inquired. Suddenly, as Indul was eating, she froze, tears spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. Observing Indul's sudden outburst of sorrow, Heiyu found himself flustered, unsure of how to respond to the situation. Karl took out a tissue to gently wipe her face and then let out a deep sigh. Concerning her circumstances, I had gathered some information from the traffickers. Allow me to elucidate. With that, Karl briefly recounted Endur's background, though his understanding was limited. All he shared was indeed factual. Endur, now somewhat composed, nodded in agreement. The words of this elder brother ring true. I am utterly homeless. How despicable. A mere pirate has not only seized the island town, but has also slain the former island lord. Scoundrels like this do not deserve to exist in this world. I am determined to send him flying with my own hands. I shall eliminate every pirate as well. Nilu, emerging from Enelu's chamber, was filled with righteous indignation. Clearly unable to tolerate such behavior, Karl cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, have you forgotten about Doflamingo? In the New World, it is the norm for pirates to seize nations and towns. Therefore, as members of the Navy, we must strive even harder. We cannot revel in our triumph over a single Doflamingo. In this vast sea, he is but a trivial speck of dust. We too are mere specks. Only by rising to the status of the four emperors, or even surpassing them, can we attain a position of significance. Let us all persevere, for we have a long journey ahead. Upon concluding his statement, the spirits of all present were immediately uplifted. Indil gazed at Karl with profound reverence, as if she had encountered a savior. Even the most reclusive Erlen exhibited a flicker of light in his eyes, as if a thought had crossed his mind. He parted his lips, yet ultimately remained silent, unnoticed by Karl and the others. Lord Karl, should we assist Indil or not? Inquired the cat demon with concern. Karl nodded, affectionately ruffling Indil's hair as he smiled. Certainly, we shall assist her, but not at this moment, for I have other matters to attend to. The day is drawing to a close. Let us defer any discussions until tomorrow. In the meantime, please help Indil cleanse herself, for she is in dire need of it. Karl gazed at the soil he had extracted from Endur's hair, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. This child has endured quite a bit of suffering during this time. Chapter 100. The late arriving reward the following morning. Karl was invited by Mr. Tanaka to the office in Taizolo. As for the others, who were still sound asleep, Karl chose not to awaken them. Instead, he asked the earliest riser, Indil, to convey his message. Indil, please inform them that today remains a day of leisure. Whether they wish to continue their explorations or engage in training is entirely up to them. Of course, I will faithfully relay your message, big brother. You can count on me. Indil nodded, her aquamarine hair shimmering gently, her entire being radiating a delightful charm, accentuated by her innocent smile, rendering her exceptionally endearing. She resembled a true siren, captivating all who beheld her. Though this allure emanated from Indil unintentionally, it left Mr. Tanaka utterly entranced. Even Karl couldn't help but marvel. After the rejuvenation of her body the previous day, Indil appeared completely transformed. The present version of her seemed like an entirely different person compared to the one from the night before. Had Karl not witnessed Indil's miraculous transformation after a bath and a change of clothes, he would never have believed that the graceful beauty before him was indeed the same Indil he had brought back just yesterday. All right, Mr. Tanaka, enough of admiring the beauty. Let us proceed. Karl gave a light pat on Tianzhong's head. Slightly embarrassed, Tianzhong rubbed his nose and then led the way ahead. The location of the Golden Villa was not far from the Golden Tower. Before long, the two arrived at Tezelo's office. However, Tezelo's expression was grim. Beside him stood a man clad in a black suit. Moreover, Karl noticed several familiar corpses before him. Yet, all these bodies belonged to human traffickers. And there was no sign of the CP0 corpse. What was going on with Tezelo? Do you intend for me to conduct an autopsy? I excel in combat. But as for autopsies, I must decline. It is not within my expertise. Karl exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Instead, he settled himself onto a nearby sofa. Tanaka, fetch me a bottle of that wine, the same one from yesterday. Tanaka, hesitant, cast a glance at Taizolo. Taizolo nodded slightly, granting him the courage to pour wine for Karl. Brigadier Karl, you truly astonish me upon your arrival. While I harbor a deep disdain for slave traders, isn't your approach rather unscrupulous? If you intend to deal with these slavers, you ought to have at least informed me, considering this is, after all, my territory. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the individual involved in transactions with these scoundrels is a member of CP0, who has mysteriously vanished. Mr. Tanaka informed me via surveillance Den Mushi that you were the one who dispatched these wretches yesterday, and that you returned to the villa with an additional person in your embrace. Perhaps you could elucidate who this extra individual is and why the esteemed CP0 has disappeared? Taizolo's gaze was sharp, his tone somewhat lofty. Such opportunities to interrogate the Navy were scarce, and he relished this moment of reversal, as he was typically the one subjected to inquiries from the Navy and CP. However, Karl showed no inclination to grant him any respect. He fell silent for 2 seconds, sipped his wine, then reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and draping his arms over the backrest. This posture conveyed his disdain for Taizolo. Taizolo, you are merely a pirate. What right do you have to question me? I killed those people. It was a necessity, and the other individual was merely someone I rescued in passing. What is the issue? As for CP0, I'm afraid I know nothing and have never encountered any CP0. If you wish to uncover the truth, perhaps you should seek them out yourself instead of inquiring of me. Karl rolled his eyes, dismissing Taizolo's words without a second thought. Taizolo, feeling slightly irked after his defeat, understood all too well that he could not resort to violence. Otherwise, the situation would escalate severely. He then turned his gaze towards the man in the black suit. What a useless fool. The man in the black suit glanced at Taizolo before stepping forward to confront Karl. Listen here, brat. I am a member of CP0 and the designated officer for Golden City. I am accountable for everything that transpires here. You have committed murder, and you will accompany me for an investigation. I currently have grounds to suspect that you killed a member of CP0 and seized our vital resources. You must submit to an inquiry. You are CP0, and I am the Navy. What gives you the right to investigate me? Even if you had such authority, you should seek an order from the Gorosei for Sengoku to act. As for you, a mere dog of the Celestial Dragons, you lack the standing to issue commands to me. Karl spat disdainfully, the saliva landing on the shoe of the man in the black suit, his face equally adorned with contempt. Tanaka, feeling a twinge of fear, shrank back against the wall. Taizolo, standing behind, wore an expression of amusement while reveling in his inner delight. He had long desired to berate the CP, yet he refrained, knowing he still depended on them and the Celestial Dragons for his livelihood. If he possessed the audacity of Karl, he would certainly not allow the CP to dictate terms to him. You are courting death, little brat. With those words, the expression of the man in the black suit twisted into a snarl, his defenses crumbling in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he cloaked his right hand in armament hockey and lunged at Karl's face. In the face of such ferocity, Karl did not even draw his sword. He simply rose to deliver a punch. The two fists collided instantaneously, generating a powerful vortex that sent the room's decor into disarray. Yet Karl remained steadfast, while the man in the black suit staggered backward several steps. His right hand hung limply, clearly indicating a fracture. Truly, it was remarkable that a lowly commoner could contend for over 30 minutes with a monster like Kaido. Nevertheless, this confrontation allowed me to discern your disposition clearly. Prepare for the repercussions, you wretched scum. You have injured me and seized vital resources from the Celestial Dragons. Even if you did not slay CP0, your demise is inevitable. Having issued his threats, the man in the black suit turned to depart. Karl did not take his life. Instead, he allowed him to depart from this place. Had he ended his life here, the ensuing complications would have been insurmountable. Presently, the adversary lacks evidence to substantiate that he was responsible for the demise of CP0. Even if they are aware that he has triumphed over Endure, the Gorosei would not issue a bounty for such a trivial matter. Karl has already demonstrated immense potential. The Gorosei would be loath to witness such a promising individual coerced into piracy. This, indeed, is the source of Karl's confidence. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated within Karl's mind. Selection complete. Congratulations, host, for achieving a 1-level increase in all attributes. D-class ability is currently being randomly selected. Please hold on. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability of Wind Element Mastery, D. Chapter 101. The Excited Tetsolo Haha. Who would have thought that the esteemed CP could be challenged? It is truly exhilarating. You, a mere newcomer in the Navy, dared to offend CP. accomplishing what we could never dream of. Haha. Although Tetsolo harbored a dislike for Karl, he could not help but feel exhilarated by Karl's audacity in confronting CP and shattering one of their arms. He almost voiced his intention to recruit Karl. However, he quickly realized that Karl was part of the Navy, and even if he wished to recruit him, it would be futile. CP0 is merely a dog of the celestial dragons. Even if they were truly celestial dragons, I would not grovel before them. The Navy upholds the justice of ordinary people, not the protection of these maggots. Why should I bow to them? It is truly laughable. Karl cast a sidelong glance at Tetsolo, clearly dismissing his words. Tetsolo erupted in hearty laughter at Karl's remark, evidently admiring his demeanor. In light of our harmonious rapport, I shall swiftly procure the information regarding Doflamingo for you. Do you require any additional intelligence? Today I am in high spirits and would be delighted to offer you a complimentary piece of insight. The CP0 agent was specifically designated to oversee Tetsolo. Although his powers were not formidable, possessing merely the ability to utilize Haki and the Marine 6 styles, Tetsolo could easily dispatch him. However, despite his lack of strength, the agent's esteemed status rendered Tetsolo unable to act against him, obliging him to obey the commands of CP0. With Karl successfully driving the agent away, Tetsolo found himself free from surveillance, at least for the foreseeable future. This newfound liberty allowed him to undertake actions he had previously refrained from, such as engaging in clandestine transactions or clandestinely seizing treasures that rightfully belonged to the celestial dragons. Most importantly, without the watchful eye of his overseer, Tetsolo could finally relish a period of freedom. This was precisely why Tetsolo felt grateful to Karl. Intelligence, you say? Karl contemplated for a moment, realizing that the information he required was rather minimal. Due to his status as a time traveler and the fact that this timeline did not deviate significantly from the original narrative, he found there was little he needed to uncover. In truth, he had no pressing inquiries. If offered intelligence, he would prefer a small favor instead, a rather simple one at that. What can I assist you with? Tetsolo inquired, his mood buoyant that day, allowing him to entertain any reasonable request Karl might propose. However, what Karl subsequently uttered left Tetsolo momentarily speechless. How about you help me investigate ancient weaponry? Have you lost your mind? Tetsolo exclaimed, rising abruptly, a sheen of sweat instantly appearing on his brow. Ancient weapons are classified as forbidden armaments, explicitly prohibited by the elders from being examined or researched. You seriously expect me to assist you with this? Absolutely not. Very well, if that is the case, I shall modify my request. Simply inform me about the situation regarding the pirates who have occupied the homeland of the Indil family. Seeing Tetsolo's reluctance, Karl did not press further but rather adjusted his demand, subsequently taking a sip from his glass. However, the cup was already empty. Karl raised it and glanced at Tanaka, who promptly refilled it for him. Indeed, it is you. Yet, since you have gone this far, I presume you are not fearful of them. I can divulge that the pirate crew currently occupying the Isle of Sirens is, in fact, a subordinate of the Beast Pirates. However, these individuals are merely a ragtag group, led by a petty pirate with a bounty of only 500 million berries. That suffices. But I wish to pose one more question. Are you in any way involved with this slave trade? Karl drained his drink in one swift motion, his gaze intensely fixed upon Tetsolo. Tetsolo felt somewhat uncomfortable under Karl's piercing stare, yet he shook his head, indicating that he bore no connection to the matter at hand. Karl nodded slightly, and regardless of his acknowledgement, he chose to place his trust in the other for the time being. Subsequently, he exited the room, intending to take a stroll outside. Upon witnessing Karl's departure, Tetsolo let out a sigh of relief. This Karl was no mere simpleton. His instincts were remarkably keen. Had I left any evidence behind, he might have truly dared to take action against me. Nevertheless, the audacity of CP0 to brazenly engage in slave trading is utterly absurd, as if they consider themselves omnipotent deities. It's simply preposterous. Tetsolo felt a surge of anger. While he was certainly displeased with CP0's actions, he found himself powerless to intervene. CP0's choice to conduct their dealings in his presence served only as a constant reminder that he was merely a slave. Thus, Tetsolo's frustration simmered, yet he remained helpless. Indeed, Karl's actions have undeniably aided Tetsolo, providing a sense of vindication. What shall we do next? Shall we continue to monitor his associates, or allow them the freedom to roam? There is no need for concern. Since they have no intention of turning against me, we need not keep a watchful eye on him. My sole focus now is to finalize the impending transaction, which involves none other than the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Though I remain uncertain as to why he requires such a vast arsenal of weapons, I have heard whispers that he, too, is a tyrannical ruler. Perhaps he seeks to bolster his military? Yet, one wonders, would it not be more convenient for him to procure these arms from the Navy instead of seeking me out? This situation is truly perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Tesla, stroking his chin, could not fathom why Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, would engage in arms trading here. However, with a lucrative business opportunity at hand, he certainly would not be remiss. Initially, he harbored concerns that the presence of CP0 might hinder the progress of the transaction. Yet, with Karl's unexpected intervention necessitating CP0's return for a report, Tesla now felt liberated to proceed without fear of this clandestine transaction being uncovered. Meanwhile, as Karl strolled along the path, he accessed his attribute panel, perusing it as he walked. Name, Karl. Strength, C. Agility, D. Spirit, D. Stamina, B-. Abilities, Military Fist, E. Float Fruit, Armament Hockey, Mastery. Observation Hockey, Perfect. Coverage Range, Conqueror's Hockey, Mastery. Dual Blade Style, B. Wind Element Mastery, B. Following this recent selection, his physical attributes had once again experienced an elevation and evolution. If he were to confront Kaido now, he could undoubtedly inflict several indelible scars upon him. However, vanquishing Kaido, or even slaying him, remains beyond his current capabilities. He must continue to cultivate his strength gradually. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Karl's attention is presently focused entirely on his newfound ability. Though this ability is merely classified as D rank, it is one of the powers he yearns for most, Wind Element Affinity. In many fantastical realms or gaming worlds, mastery over the wind is considered a fundamental skill. While it does require a certain level of talent to wield, the challenge of harnessing this power is relatively low in those worlds. Consequently, this ability is deemed basic and thus rated as D level. Yet, Karl comprehends that this is precisely the capability he currently requires. He does not seek overly extravagant powers. Rather, it is abilities like Wind Element Affinity that he finds most essential at this juncture. He understands that once he masters this force, the potential of the Float Fruit will ascend to new heights. Although it may not necessarily reach the level of awakening, it will significantly enhance the fruit's capabilities. In fact, once the fruit does awaken, he believes his powers could surpass even the zenith of the Golden Lion. This realization fills Karl with excitement, for this ability aligns perfectly with his aspirations. He then conducted a simple experiment to see how this ability, in conjunction with the Float Fruit, might elevate his prowess. Initially, he noticed a reduced consumption of energy when controlling the wind, and his speed increased considerably. More importantly, he discovered that, if he so desired, he could effortlessly lift an entire golden city without expending much effort. This sensation astonished Karl. Previously, while he could levitate the golden city, it required substantial energy. It is worth noting that the entire expanse of the golden city is comparable to that of a small island. In the past, he could manage to control only 2 or 3 at most. However, now he felt remarkably at ease. Lifting not just 1 or 2 golden cities, but even 10, seemed within his grasp. Remarkably, Karl had not yet awakened the fruit, yet he had already reached this level of mastery. In the original narrative, the Golden Lion could only manipulate over a dozen islands post-awakening. Should he awaken, Karl conservatively estimates that he could easily command over 20 islands without significant energy expenditure. This revelation fills Karl with delight, and a smile graces his face. The enhancement surpasses his expectations, and the fact that Wind Element Affinity is merely D rank suggests ample room for growth. As long as he successfully completes the subsequent selections, there remains an opportunity for advancement. Truly, this ability is a tremendous boon. After assessing his abilities, Karl returned to the ground, preparing to rest at the villa. Just at that moment, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the heavens. A magnificent azure bird descended suddenly, landing with heroic poise before Karl. As the blue flames dissipated, Karl beheld the visage of none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. "What brings you here, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Karl inquired, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected appearance. Although uncertain of the purpose behind this visit, he was well aware that the Whitebeard Pirates harbored enmity towards him. Their presence here could only signal ill intentions. "I never imagined my luck would be this fortuitous. I was just about to seek out Tesla to inquire about your whereabouts, and here you are, saving me quite a bit of trouble. But do not be alarmed. Admiral Karl, I merely wish to have a conversation with you and extend an invitation to join me for a drink with the old man. This is a personal invitation from the Whitebeard pirates. Do accompany me, Marco stated with a smile, appearing as an affable neighbor. His gaze was gentle, revealing nothing of his true intentions. Why bother? What does a pirate want with a marine? And do you think I am oblivious to your ulterior motives? Karl retorted, directly rejecting the invitation. Marco's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. If you refuse, then do not blame me, he exclaimed, a hint of disdain in his voice. So you truly have come looking for trouble. Karl let out a cold laugh as the withered wood and cherry blossoms swiftly darted forth, carving 2 deep gashes into Marco's abdomen. Karl deftly evaded the opponent's strike, seizing hold of the withered branch and the cherry blossom. Before him, Marco's form was enveloped in azure flames, leaving no trace of blood behind. As the flames gradually dissipated, Marco's injuries had miraculously healed. Truly, he was the one who had triumphed over Doflamingo and even withstood Kaido's might, retaliating with astonishing swiftness. However, if this is the extent of your prowess, you might as well prepare to accompany me. Marco transformed his hands into wings and unleashed another kick. This strike, imbued with the color of armament hockey, was swifter and more potent than before. In the face of this assault, Karl did not hesitate to deliver a slashing blow. The immense sword energy collided with Marco's attack, resulting in a violent explosion. The surrounding structures crumbled instantly, ensnaring a multitude of innocent pirates. Yet, these pirates were of little concern to Karl and Marco, had the individuals present been ordinary civilians. It is likely that the two would have refrained from engaging in combat here. Remarkable swordsmanship, but it is still insufficient. Your swordplay is woefully lacking. Marco soared forward, and Karl, undeterred, ascended into the sky. Their figures clashed violently, unleashing a tremendous force that stirred the air. Were it not for their aerial duel, the very ground beneath them would have been displaced. Cross-slash. Aware of Marco's prowess, Karl immediately employed his signature sword technique. However, Marco did not defend against this strike, which was cloaked in armament hockey. With a flap of his wings, he conjured a tempest of cerulean flames that engulfed Karl. Simultaneously, Karl's strike found its mark on Marco. The formidable slash cleaved Marco in half. Yet, he displayed no sign of emotion as the azure flames ignited. Even with the hockey-infused attack, Marco's wounds could heal at any moment. Possessing the ability of the Phoenix, Marco could entirely forego defense in favor of relentless offense. As long as the opponent's weapon was not made of sea prism stone, he could disregard any form of assault. His flames served not only as a means of healing, but also as a potent weapon against foes, yielding impressive results. The temperature of Marco's flames was remarkably low. He could adjust them to a certain state, allowing for direct assault on the internal organs of his adversaries. This was one of Marco's methods of attack. Although Karl had scarcely witnessed Marco's offensive techniques, he held certain suspicions regarding his fruit abilities. Thus, he had prepared his defenses in advance. The cerulean flames, upon contact with Karl, were immediately isolated from him through the manipulation of air. Karl enveloped his surroundings in a delicate barrier of air. Although the defenses of these barriers were not particularly robust, they proved remarkably effective against flame-based assaults. Marco was taken aback to discover that Karl could employ such a method to counter his attacks. Realizing that the individual before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated, Karl was equally unprepared for the formidable challenge posed by Marco, who proved to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Confronted with an adversary akin to Kaido, one who is seemingly indestructible and possesses an extraordinarily rapid healing ability, he found himself at a loss for effective strategies to counter this foe. Chapter 103. The encounter. It is truly perplexing. What advantage do you gain by coming here alone to provoke me? Do you genuinely believe that you can resolve this matter single-handedly? If that is indeed your assumption, you are gravely underestimating my capabilities. Karl faced Marco with unwavering resolve. Although his opponent was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and possessed strength second only to Whitebeard himself, Marco's prowess merely surpassed that of a vice admiral while falling short of an admiral's caliber. Thus, Karl harbored no reason for apprehension. In fact, at this moment, Marco's strength was nearly indistinguishable from Karl's own. Should they engage in battle, the outcome would likely result in mutual destruction, rendering any victor indeterminate. Do not overestimate yourself, Karl remarked with a hint of derision. With your abilities, do you truly believe you can withstand me? Marco chuckled, clearly brimming with confidence in his own capabilities. In the original narrative, Marco had indeed faced admirals head-on, albeit briefly, which attested to his formidable strength. Arrogant and dismissive, Marco regarded Karl with scant respect, despite his numerous accomplishments. In his eyes, both Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack the Drought paled in comparison to his own prowess. Even if Karl could vanquish them, there was no assurance he could best Marco. It was this very confidence that emboldened Marco to confront Karl directly. After exchanging a brief glance, the two figures once again intertwined in a swift dance of combat. Bloodstains appeared on Karl, clearly indicating he had been struck by Marco. However, Marco bore deep wounds as well. Yet, these injuries rapidly healed entirely. This is the advantage of the Phoenix Fruit, regardless of the severity of the wounds. It allows for swift recovery in an incredibly short span of time. Without sea stone weaponry, even Haki would fail to inflict harm upon Marco. This is what makes him particularly formidable. Moreover, Marco is also a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user. Although his physical strength may not match Kaido's, it is certainly not weak. While Marco may not surpass Karl in terms of raw power and speed, his stamina and regenerative abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Karl found himself at a loss in confronting his opponent. Fortunately, Marco's offensive capabilities were relatively feeble, primarily relying on kicking techniques or the scorching flames he wielded. The singularity of Marco's combat style was a rare piece of good fortune. Brigadier Karl, you possess a certain intrigue. I did not anticipate that you could endure against me for such an extended duration. However, your time has come to an end. I shall decisively resolve this matter, Marco declared. Daring to reject the invitation of the Whitebeard pirates, you shall soon comprehend the price you must pay. With a smile, Marco enveloped himself in flames. The enormous phoenix, ensconced in azure flames, ascended into the sky. Upon transforming into the phoenix, Marco's speed surged to new heights, propelling him swiftly towards Karl. Yet, just as Karl braced himself for the encounter, a thunderous roar erupted. A lightning pillar, over 3 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking directly at Marco. The suddenness of the lightning was overwhelming. Although Marco's observation Haki sensed its approach, the lightning anticipated his movements. Without a hint of doubt, Marco's form was instantly engulfed by the thunder. However, relying on his powers as a Phoenix Fruit user, he broke free from the tempest of lightning, his wounds rapidly healing. Yet, before he could regain his composure, a flurry of snowflakes reappeared. Marco was swiftly encased in the snow, transforming him into a colossal snowbird, drastically diminishing his flight speed. The icy assault was profoundly uncomfortable, compelling Marco to utilize his flames to melt away the snow. But at that moment, an ominously dark fist materialized before him. His observation Haki warned him that the force of this punch was akin to being struck head-on by a giant. Thus, he opted for evasion. Just then, a figure leapt into the air behind him, striking a pose as if to draw a sword. Accompanied by this man clad in a kimono, the long sword was sheathed. Marco instantaneously lost his balance. His left wing was sliced, nearly severed. This loss of equilibrium forced him to halt. The dark fist soon loomed before Marco, crashing into him and sending him crashing to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. At that moment, a colossal lightning pillar reappeared, mercilessly striking Marco, causing the ground to tremble. Yaha, we arrived just in time, didn't we? Had I not whimsically decided to employ my observation Haki to locate you, Karl, we might have remained oblivious to your skirmish with another. By the way, who is this individual capable of transforming into a great bird? This devil fruit ability is rather intriguing. Ainola's soared before Karl, bursting into laughter, evidently brimming with confidence regarding the assault orchestrated by him and his companions. With their numbers united in a surprise attack against a single adversary, failure would render them better off committing seppuku. Moments later, Nilu, Jess, and Enzo arrived. Positioning themselves behind Karl, their gazes fixed intently upon the crater exuding swirling dust. He can't be dead, can he? Nilu inquired uncertainly, while Jess shook his head, indicating that their foe had not succumbed. After all, this was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was inconceivable that he would be vanquished by their ambush. If he were to fall so easily, it would reflect poorly on the Whitebeard Pirate's strength. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the New World for some time, Enzo possessed a keen understanding of the formidable nature of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although he had never encountered Marco in person, he was well aware of the bounty that had been placed upon Marco's head and had familiarized himself with some of his remarkable feats. Thus, he recognized that their ambush would bear no efficacy against Marco. Carnalu and others spoke first. This fellow is not easy to deal with. Although you succeeded in your ambush, it is premature for you to confront him. His strength is comparable to mine. It would be prudent for you to retreat a little to avoid harm. Upon hearing Karnalu's words, the expressions of Nilu and the others changed dramatically. Even Enelu felt a tinge of discontent. However, when the dust settled and Marco stood unharmed, their expressions grew even more grim. They had not anticipated that their collective assault, executed with all their might, would fail to even inflict a scratch upon their opponent, leaving them profoundly disheartened. With Karnalu's warning, they recognized that Marco was beyond their capacity to handle. Chapter 104. The frustrated Teselo. Truly, the Navy is something else. When faced with an opponent they cannot best, they call for reinforcements. Do they lack the courage for a fair duel? It is astonishing that the Navy, which prides itself on justice, would act so unscrupulously, even shying away from a one-on-one confrontation. Marco stood up to taunt. He felt some trepidation towards Karnalu's subordinates. Although these individuals, even if united, were no match for Marco, he could not afford to overlook Karnalu. As long as Karnalu remained present, Marco had to direct his full attention towards him. If others attempted to ambush again, Marco's reaction would inevitably be delayed, just as before. To contend with Karnalu required his utmost focus, for Marco could not guarantee victory without it. After their brief exchange, Marco, while still regarding Karnalu with disdain, had to concede that his strength was formidable. Thus, he resorted to taunting, hoping to provoke Karnalu into a duel. Hearing Marco's mockery, the hot-headed Enelu stepped forward to retort, only to be halted by Karnalu's gesture. A duel is meaningless. The Navy is fundamentally the bastion of justice, and it is our duty to collectively subdue pirates. Do you really think we, the Navy, would engage in a moral dialogue with you marauding pirates, who are guilty of every heinous act? Are you jesting, Marco? Have you mistaken this for a child's game with Whitebeard, believing you possess any semblance of righteousness? Pirates are inherently scoundrels, and to claim a sense of morality while refusing a duel is utterly absurd. Karl's words incited a profound anger within Marco. He could hardly fathom that Karl would utter such sentiments, which were utterly intolerable for someone like Marco, a pirate by nature. You Navy personnel are always like this, merely brandishing the banner of justice, while what have you truly accomplished? Marco retorted. You need not concern yourself with the actions of the Navy. You must simply understand that pirates ought not to exist. Were it not for your wretched ilk, this world would have long since known peace. Alas, the existence of the celestial dragons remains the sole blemish upon our realm. Karl's words were astonishing, leaving even Marco in a state of disbelief. Behind him, the others, with the exception of Enelu, who was unfamiliar with the celestial dragons, gaped in utter astonishment. Jace and Enzo exchanged glances, and from Karl's bold declaration, they discerned his stance. Their eyes reflected not only shock, but also profound admiration, for Karl had voiced sentiments that none of them dared to utter. Nilu's expression, however, was somewhat conflicted. My lord Karl, the celestial dragons are, after all, the rulers of the world government. Is it truly appropriate to speak of them in such a manner? I fear for your safety. Karl replied, there is nothing inappropriate here. Aside from Marco, we are all allies. Should I truly be concerned about your potential betrayal? Karl harbored no concerns, as long as he refrained from uttering any defiance against the celestial dragons, merely engaging in verbal sparring, the Gorosei would not take action against him. Even if the celestial dragons were to become incensed, their wrath could not surpass the authority of the Gorosei. It would be inconceivable for the Gorosei to allow a naval rising star to betray the Navy. Should such a scenario arise, Karl was confident in his ability to flee from the Navy headquarters, for he possessed the powers of the float fruit. He could traverse wherever he desired. You truly are a reckless youth, he chided. To utter such slander against the celestial dragons in public is one thing, but do you intend to implicate me as well, risking our joint downfall at the hands of the celestial dragons? That would be most detrimental to my interests. At that moment, while Marco and Karl faced off, Teselo finally arrived. 10 minutes prior, during Karl's skirmish with Marco, Teselo had been apprised of the situation. Initially, he had intended to teach a lesson to the troublemakers, but upon recognizing Marco, he immediately recoiled. He dared not offend the Navy, yet he equally feared crossing the Emperor's crew. In the New World, the consequences of antagonizing an Emperor's crew were far graver than those of offending the Navy or CP0. While CP0 and the Navy could at least engage in reasoned discourse, the Emperor's crews operated on a different code. Any offense would result in one inevitable fate, death. Teselo thus bided his time, waiting for a moment when the two adversaries would temporarily cease hostilities before daring to interject as a peacemaker. Should their battle resume, he resolved to keep his distance. He had no desire to become embroiled in a clash between two titans. You arrive now, Teselo? Had you come sooner, we could have joined forces to subdue him. I am aware that Marco's bounty is considerable, though I have forgotten the exact figure. However, if we were to capture him together, would you be willing to claim the entire bounty for yourself? Karl intended to entice Teselo into action with a bounty. Marco furrowed his brow, his hands instantaneously transforming into wings, poised for a counterattack. Both Enel and Jess simultaneously assumed their elemental forms, ready to assist Karl in his offensive. However, Teselo shook his head with a wry smile, imploring, "Could you two perhaps grant me a favor? My position here is not easy. If you continue to fight, my small vessel will surely sink. You harbor no deep-seated grudges. Why not cease hostilities? Furthermore, one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, is on his way. If you persist, my business will be adversely affected." The disgruntled Teselo sought to mediate the conflict. He was genuinely worried, should these two disregard his plea, his enterprise with Kuma might very well be jeopardized. Upon hearing of Kuma's imminent arrival, Marco swiftly ascended into the sky. "Indeed, it's Kuma's ship. How fortunate for you this time. When we meet again, I shall certainly bring you before my father to account for your actions," Marco declared, casting a harsh word as he beheld Kuma's vessel and promptly departed from the Golden City. He was acutely aware that the 7 warlords bore the obligation to assist the Navy in apprehending pirates. Given Kuma's formidable strength, Marco understood that he could not hope to prevail against both Karl and Kuma, thus he made his escape. Upon witnessing Marco's departure, Teselo exhaled in relief. The individuals on Karl's side all expressed a sense of regret, their expressions surprisingly uniform. "What a pity it is, had we captured Marco. My achievements would surely suffice for a promotion to Rear Admiral. You truly are unafraid of Whitebeard's retribution." Upon hearing the guest's remarks, Teselo wiped his brow, genuinely admiring Karl's fearless spirit. "I have already captured Ace. What harm is there in seizing Marco as well? Having already antagonized them, what difference does it make to offend them once more?" Upon hearing Karl's rationale, Teselo found himself utterly speechless, for the logic in his words was undeniably compelling. Chapter 105, The 7 Warlords Once Again. After a brief interlude, the Golden Emperor utilized his abilities to restore the surrounding damage. His devil fruit powers had awakened, and the entire surface of the ship was adorned with gold crafted by his capabilities, lending it an opulent appearance. Upon witnessing Teselo's extraordinary abilities, Karl was suddenly reminded that Teselo had also experienced the awakening of his fruit power. Thus, he cautiously inquired about the process of awakening. Teselo, without hesitation, revealed that there was no need for secrecy regarding such matters. However, he could only provide a vague response, indicating that it was merely a matter of reaching the right emotional state. According to Teselo, after having acquired his fruit ability for a considerable duration, he unexpectedly achieved its awakening one fateful day, as if it were a natural progression. The timeline for this awakening varies from person to person. In Teselo's case, it took him approximately a decade to reach that pivotal moment. Consequently, he found it challenging to articulate the experience further. Karl nodded in understanding and ceased his inquiries. He had come to realize that in order to awaken the powers of the devil fruit, he must rely on his own efforts. Each individual is a distinct entity, and the methods employed may vary significantly. Their experiences hold little value as a reference. Upon grasping this reality, Karl felt a sense of relief. Karl intended to proceed at a leisurely pace, for he firmly believed that one day he too would awaken the powers of the devil fruit. Subsequently, Karl departed from the area with Nilu and the others. On their journey back, Karl even caught sight of one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, being escorted by Tanaka. The two exchanged a brief glance before passing each other, their paths intersecting but little. It was unclear what brought Kuma to this place. His presence as a warlord in such a locale was indeed rather surprising. Karl gazed at the silhouette of the bear, feeling a peculiar sense of unease. Although Enelu and the others were unfamiliar with the bear, they could all sense the overwhelming aura it exuded. In comparison to Doflamingo, they perceived the bear as even more formidable. In truth, this assessment was accurate. If one were to rank the strongest among the 7 warlords, the bear would undoubtedly secure a place within the top 3. The other 2 contenders would be the world's mightiest swordsman, Mihawk, and the fishman Jinbei. After all, Jinbei possessed the strength to confront Big Mom directly, even managing to send her flying. While he may not have inflicted substantial damage, this feat alone rendered him significantly more powerful than Doflamingo. "My lord Karl, shall we remain here for a few more days?" Enzo inquired, expressing his discontent with the opulent and hedonistic atmosphere of Golden City, a sentiment he had previously shared with Karl. He was eager to depart from this place. However, Karl shook his head, suggesting they wait an additional 2 days until Teselo procured information regarding Doflamingo, at which point they would leave. If the ambience here does not suit you, feel free to return to the ship and continue your training. Upon hearing Karl's words, Enzo and the others nodded in agreement and followed Karl away from the scene. Time swiftly passed, and soon 3 days had elapsed. Today, Karl finally received news regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo. This elusive individual, known for his ability to fly, proved to be quite difficult to locate. It was only after considerable effort that Tetsolo managed to assist Karl in uncovering Doflamingo's whereabouts. According to the intelligence gathered, Doflamingo is currently a guest in Tato Land, seemingly engaged in discussions with Big Mom. However, Tetsolo also acquired another piece of information. Kaido is also present in Tato Land. This revelation astonished Karl. He had not anticipated Kaido's presence in Tato Land. The fact that these two emperors have not clashed nor stirred any significant commotion is indeed perplexing. Karl was well aware that both had once been members of the Rocks Pirates and had shared a bond in the past. Nonetheless, their relationship has always been fraught with tension. Their restraint in avoiding conflict suggests that both parties are keen to maintain a semblance of peace, at least for the time being. Karl contemplated for a moment and gradually grasped the underlying reasons. Subsequently, he produced over 100,000 berries to settle the payment for the intelligence received, although he had previously declared his intention not to remunerate Teselo. The latter had exerted considerable effort, and Karl could not genuinely allow him to incur a loss, especially since he had generously provided Karl with valuable information at no cost. By offering this sum as a fee for the intelligence, Karl also signaled to Teselo that future collaborations were indeed possible. Teselo accepted the money without hesitation. While this amount hardly compensated for the resources he had expended to acquire the information, it nonetheless signified Karl's stance, illuminating the potential for future cooperation between them. Thus, he did not decline the offer. Rather, he felt quite pleased. Establishing a connection with a rising star of the Navy was, for Teselo, far more tangible than mere monetary gain. Having obtained what he desired, Karl summoned all his crew members, preparing to depart from the Golden City. However, just as they were about to leave, Bear's ship was also loaded with goods, ready to set sail. Bear's crew was not composed of pirates, nor was his vessel a pirate ship. It bore the flag of a certain nation. Karl had encountered this flag before. It was indeed the emblem of his own nation. This raises the question, was he genuinely preparing to arm a segment of his own forces, or was he intending to transfer all this equipment to the Revolutionary Army? As a time traveler, Karl is acutely aware of the identity of the Bear. His purpose for coming here to trade arms is highly likely to be in support of the revolutionary forces. However, the individuals accompanying the Bear are all soldiers from his own nation, bearing the insignia of their homeland. Thus, no one would suspect any connection between the Bear and the revolutionaries. Even Teselo could not fathom such a notion. You shall depart shortly, but first, I have something to discuss with the Bear. Karl summoned Nilu and the others, then soared onto the Bear's vessel. Upon seeing Karl's arrival, the Bear immediately grew vigilant. Stepping forward to confront him, his voice deep and resonant. "General Karl, what brings you here?" Karl replied, "I wish to speak with you privately about your true identity." At Karl's words, the Bear's pupils constricted sharply. He slowly set down the Bible in his grasp, his gloved hands poised to remove the gloves at any moment. Ready for a confrontation, Karl glanced around and unleashed his conqueror's haki, rendering all the soldiers unconscious. Now that the area was devoid of any presence, "May we engage in conversation? Revolutionary Army Officer, Kuma. Has the Navy already uncovered my identity?" Kuma removed his gloves, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. It was evident that if Karl did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to take action. Karl shook his head and explained, "To be honest, I once encountered Long in Boya town, albeit briefly, during which he extended an invitation to me. Subsequently, through a series of fortuitous events, I came to learn of your identity. I must admit I was quite astonished at the time, yet I had no intention of exposing you. As for the Navy, you need not worry. I shall not betray you. I simply wish for you to convey a message. I, Karl, wish to meet him." Chapter 106, Myhawk. After departing from Golden City, Karl and Bear's vessels sailed in opposite directions. Karl engaged in a brief exchange with the Bear, which did not escalate into conflict. Although the Bear was aware that Karl had discerned his true identity, Karl nonetheless demonstrated goodwill towards the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, having recently traversed into the world of One Piece for nearly 2 years, he fortuitously encountered Dragon, who was replenishing supplies in the past at Boa Town. At that time, Dragon had already risen to prominence, becoming one of the world's most notorious criminals. Yet, his demeanor towards ordinary people remained remarkably approachable, guiding them towards the revolutionary cause. Numerous young men and women in Boa Town were captivated by the revolutionary spirit and subsequently chose to join their ranks. Initially, Karl contemplated joining the endeavor. Yet after some reflection, he decided against it, for the awakening of the sign-in system was of paramount importance. However, at that time, Karl had garnered a modicum of reputation in Boya Town by vanquishing a few insignificant pirates. Furthermore, Dragon recognized Karl's potential and wished to extend an invitation for him to join, but the offer was declined. Nonetheless, their relationship remained amicable. Karl utilized the socialist system from his previous life to assist Dragon in acquiring knowledge he was previously unaware of. He also imparted wisdom on how to win the hearts of the people. Although the insights shared with Dragon were merely common sense to contemporary individuals, they struck him with profound clarity, illuminating many of his thoughts. However, at that time, Dragon was eager to venture to other places and did not linger long in Boya Town. As time swiftly passed, it has now come to the present, where Karl has ascended to the rank of a naval officer, standing on the opposing side of Dragon. Nevertheless, it is essential to note that they are not truly adversaries, as Dragon's rebellion is directed solely against the celestial dragons, bearing little significance to the Navy. Hence, Karl wishes to meet with him to discuss matters concerning the celestial dragons and to also touch upon the subject of Luffy. Despite Karl having captured Luffy and brought him to Impel Down, Dragon has never revealed that Luffy is his son. Although Karl was aware of the circumstances, he could easily feign ignorance, thereby alleviating Long's concerns and convincing him that it was merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, Karl would divulge certain intelligence regarding Push City, enabling him to seize the opportunity to rescue individuals amidst the chaos during Ace's execution. In doing so, he would establish a connection with the Revolutionary Army, ensuring that after parting ways with the Navy, he would not be entirely alone. After all, he could not guarantee that the crew he currently had would choose to follow him. Without a doubt, Enel would leave with him, but regarding the others, Karl was uncertain. They had known each other for merely over 20 days, and these individuals might not be inclined to abandon the Navy for him. What the future held was uncertain. But what Karl could do was lay a solid foundation now and enhance his own strength. Only by doing so could he secure a place for himself in such tumultuous times. Master Karl, a small boat has been sighted ahead. It resembles a coffin. Wait, that appears to be Dracul Mihawk's ship. Why would Mihawk be here? Another warlord of the sea, Enzo, peering through his telescope, spotted Mihawk sitting in his small vessel not far away. Mihawk's ship, adorned with a black sail devoid of any insignia, drifted aimlessly with the wind. Wherever the breeze would take him, he would follow, completely adrift without purpose. However, even Karl did not anticipate encountering the world's greatest swordsman in this location. What fortuitous luck it was to part ways with one warlord of the sea only to encounter another. It remained uncertain whether Mihawk was merely passing through or had come seeking trouble. Although Mihawk's demeanor often appeared detached and indifferent, at times he displayed an unpredictable temperament. For instance, in the original narrative, Mihawk famously severed 50 of Krieg's pirate ships, effectively obliterating Krieg's future. As he himself stated, he was simply bored and sought someone to sharpen his blade. Yet, Karl harbored deep suspicions that Krieg must have provoked Mihawk in some manner, leading to the latter's pursuit. Karl swiftly approached the bow of the ship, spotting a small boat drifting in the wind not far away, as well as Mihawk, who sat with his head bowed. Wearing a hat, he appeared as though he were in slumber, utterly still. Let us change our course to bypass him and proceed at full speed. Mihawk is merely passing by, and we have no reason to provoke one another. Karl waved his hand dismissively. Eileen nodded slightly, adjusting the bow of the ship at an angle in an effort to avoid an encounter with Mihawk. Although Mihawk did not currently exhibit any hostility, Karl was acutely aware of his formidable strength, which even he regarded with trepidation. Mihawk undoubtedly possessed the prowess to rival that of an admiral. Otherwise, he would not be honored with the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Perhaps he may not surpass the might of the Yonko-S admirals. Yet it was equally certain that they could not contend with him. It could be said that his strength, while perhaps below that of the Yonko and admirals, was nonetheless a tier above that of subordinates like Marco. He ranked among the closest to the strength of the Yonko and admirals. Furthermore, due to the amicable relations Mihawk maintained with the Navy, Karl found no justification for instigating trouble. However, as Karl sought to avoid conflict, Hawkeye unexpectedly lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of eyes as keen as those of a hawk. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings, as if by divine intervention, redirecting Mihawk's vessel towards Karl with great speed. In mere moments, the small boat had reached the underside of the warship. Mihawk then stood up and effortlessly leaped aboard the ship. Enzo and the others immediately braced themselves, fully aware of Mihawk's immense power, and dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. Mihawk, what is the meaning of this? You wish to duel with me? Indeed. Are you jesting? I do not jest. I have heard that your swordsmanship is commendable. Let us engage in a spar. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Karl's expression shifted subtly. While his own swordsmanship was indeed commendable, it was often bolstered by the abilities granted to him by his fruit, which contributed significantly to his formidable power. Karl's swordsmanship is merely at the B rank. Although he has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he still falls short of the level of a Grand Master. When he heard that Mihawk wished to spar with him, his expression became somewhat nuanced. Clearly, Mihawk had learned of Karl's feat in wounding Kaido, for otherwise, he would not have displayed such an eager fighting spirit. Chapter 107. The World's Greatest Swordsman. I never anticipated that you would seek me out for a duel. Given your esteemed status as the world's greatest swordsman, is it not somewhat disproportionate to engage in a spar with a mere marine brigadier? Karl shrugged and jestingly remarked. However, the serious Hawkeye fixed his gaze upon Karl and inquired, Are you afraid? What a joke. How could I possibly be afraid? Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Karl instantly became irate. He had merely intended to share a light-hearted jest, poking fun at their respective identities, yet Hawkeye, in his earnestness, took it so seriously. Nevertheless, Karl reconsidered. This fellow only exhibited such solemnity in the presence of strangers. Those familiar with the comics would know that he does not possess the same air of seriousness in private as he projects publicly. Upon reflection, Karl felt a newfound equilibrium. He also wished to engage in a sparring session with Hawkeye, eager to discern the disparity in their pure swordsmanship. The essence of their exchange would not revolve around imposing might or the abilities derived from fruits, but rather the sheer artistry of their techniques and the spirit of the sword. For this was no battle, but a means of communion among masters of the blade. Although Karl was only somewhat acquainted with the peripheral details, he possessed a general understanding of the situation. In essence, the two parties were to engage in combat relying solely on swordsmanship and the